Chapter 1 Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Master, be careful. Observing his mentor the Verjov being Gombu shed be the mutated beast, the tortoise armor dragon, July bellow Whedon alarm. His bada be gone toss Banashi hurled shattered star from his grasp. Roar. Upon hearing Julius' warning, his mentor, Moz, instinctive Lacosito retreat into the spatial realm, attempting to evade the imminent peril of being caught into attackers. July noticed that this shattered star had penetrated tortoise armor dragon's body without any obstruction. You must be endured now, explode form. Suspended in midair, July clenched his left hand in the void, causing shattered star within the tortoise armor dragon to gather flickering purple radiance, gradual echo, alessing into aberrant sphere. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the previously unfocused state mutated fire dragonos noming its fiery breath at him from Thesky. Julie dodge. Seeing the tortoise armor dragon sustain a grievous wound brought July into fellation, who tit was abrupt like cut and shears to nend. Thysis bad. In an instant, July was engulfed in flames, reducing him to ashes. When Moz reappeared on the battlefield, he was met with this devastating sight. In his anguish and fury, he was forced to first repel the fire dragon, leading the remaining Amanzinate's great defense. So tired, viewed at last, in a longer bared hosey expectations. I hope a thought person can forgive him a master and join in the fight against the mutated beasts. In the darkness, July contemplated Amize, pondering whether Evan the soul, crystal formed within him had vanished. Heffelte twin job melancholy, realizing he had been unable to withstand event fire dragon's fiery breath. Indeed, Julis original Namu Li Fei, an ordinary student from H-City and Thwaxia Nation, had thought that after graduating from university, he could settle down and lead mundane life. Yet, the world transformed unexpectedly when an enigmatic virus, brought forth by ameteors descent, enveloped the globe. Initially, he believed it was a dream, but the anguished cries and the curse softening below made him realize a thought the apocalypse had truly arrived. Subsequently, while hoarding supplies of mine preparation for death, he was fortuitously discovered by the evolved being Moz, how was out searching for foot. After much pleading and weeping, he became Moz's discipline followed him closely. Thus, Lee faithful valiantly, seizing vast resources, and a jether with his mentor, established thing long base, own off to 4 major strongholds soft apocalypse. However, just as the Verjov breaking through to the 6th tier, themitated beast sat. During the confrontation, Heditona ted the shattered star, severally injuring the 6th tier tortoise armor dragon, on Lido Bislain be the 8th tier fire dragon. Hey, wake up. Theta cheer a scallin' for you. As Jula was about to drift in Toslumber, of why Saints Assant like call it out to him. Julia roared, what's happening? Im dead, can't you just to let me sleep? Suddenly, a bright light illuminated before him, rendering July momentarily speechless. He found himself seated in a classroom, surrounded by classmates how restart led by his earlier outburst, and a teacher beside deathbediam wearing a bemused expression. This student, while I don't mind sleeping in my class, could all your refrain from snoring? Haha. July did, feeling gabite embarrassed dasher fled a share time to kiti his understanding. His face flashed crimson ashes it down, giving the impression that he had merely been speaking in his sleep. Seeing him Lakeithus, Theta Kerwasna tangered but merely advised some students not o comida class using their parent to sleep. Thus, Jula navigated through a peculiarly bewildering day. In the evening, he strolled along the bustling streets, observing the throng soft people. It truly have returned, and no longer have to endure a thought former life? Julimust, gazing Gathis palm. Meanwhile, the military of Waxia Nation wastes an astato fervent preparation, having detected an approaching meteorite. Initially, the Fultadiace, Butas scientists calculate that the meteorite's is the landing site, the higher-ups Ned Pale. Fort Hat location was precisely within the territory of Washia. Should it breach the atmosphere, it would spell disaster for the nation. What is your solution? General, the only option we have is to destroy it before it approaches the atmosphere. But thought would cause even greater devastation to Earth. No, Winnie Danather plan. Please give us some more time. Haha, this gamais quite enjoyable. Jalilic heartily engrossed in the gaming interface before him, revel in his skill count, while playing League of Legends, a globally popular online anime. 2 years later, July Pinadab Satita Ketchupan the latest update of Naruto. Ha had little regard for the slow update speed of him, so ha preferred reading manga, which typically updated more swiftly. Around 9 o'clock, July finally shut down his computer and prepared to return to his dormitory forest. While checking out, Hekastaglan sought the clock above the internet cough, beautishest epidouter, Hesidan life froze. A beat-off cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Today's March 8th. In my previous life, the apocalypse began in March 10th. With this thought, July stood frozen a entrance. Huakada Verdo and Irby Bankond withdrew 20,000 yuan, the remaining tuition fee had yet to pay. Haythin retrieved a black plastic bag to get the shopkeeper for when buying water. Stuffing Themoni inside, Hesitofto were dalication in his memory. Old Wang ran a hardware store, barely scraping by, but managed to thrive through no venture. Ah, young brother, feel free to browse if I need anything. Old Wang remarked regarded Julie. Boss, do you have any hard goods? Julie inquired. Hearing Julie's tone, Old Wang hesitated. What hard goods? Julie's mild and pulled out this finito show Old Wang. The older man stepped forward, glancing outside to ensure who knew us watching, before shutting the door. I feel genuinely need it, young brother, it will trust you for a moment follow. Old Wangle Julie through a concealed door within the hardware store, causing July to squint slightly. Twirled behind hat doorways anything small. Heba held an array of knives displayed on the shelves beside him. After some contemplation, Julie selected 2 epilepsy armic knives, a short dagger, and a tang sword. How much for these, boss? Old Juan Jexamine the chosen at Tim Sandra's 12 fingers. July knitted, tossing the black plastic big over. Smack. As Old Wang Bielth Mao Zedong Bill speaking from Thebug, his celeb blossomed like Yetrisanthemum. Very well, if I need any Thingel Saint future, feel free to seek me out. After having Old Wang wrap the knives, July informed him he would return the next day to collect them. Old Wang took down his finny number, Angela returned to his shoulder miter right wrist. The following day, after indulging Janayar Tunil at the Shul cafeteria osing his meal card, Julie purchased 20 bottles soft mineral water, 30 bags soft bread, and 20 packets of instant noodles before borrowing a backpack from the cafeteria owner. Amid the puzzled and bewildered Zisaphoders, Hess strode away without looking back. He knew that in their lit a soft apocalypse, he would still need sustenance. Ashu was soon certain if Thai's apocalypse Su would follow symmetric as the previous zone. Moreover, his bada wastal to ikani dead to return homey and make all necessary preparations for lay ahead. Of course, it would be best if the apocalypse did not committal. Hehedron weary of today spent slaughtering zombies and mutated beasts. When he retrieved Thupanchi had purchased from old Dwangan Dreterned to his rented room tourist, a serious off knocks echoed on his door. Hois it? Julie inquired. Hello, the courier. Have a package for you out hutch requires your signature. Julie pondered when Hehedor to read anything, but despite his confusion, he opened the door, only to find the courier standing empty-handed. Were you? Ariely Fay? Julie knitted, and Themon's sudden lie unleashed that kicked to Julie's abdomen. Realizing Themon's intention, Julie attempted to block with his arms, but forgot the Thuis no longer in Thabadayafa 6th tier, Volver he was an ordinary personnel. Were you? After crashing into Thualand falling to the ground, Julie slowly sat up, striving to maintain his clarity to the intruder. What, with your current state, how do you intend to change this world? Very well, tell me, do you wish to liberty? I wish to know your choice. Spare methanonsense said do you entity? Julie cuffed. Themon nodded Dan swift Linnock July unconscious. This thing was meant to belong to long. Heprietta Pinjula's mount hand deposit dapple within, before he vanishing from theorem. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jaligri Gilligotup, Shukashed, and prepared to osh his facet to clear his mind. However, Hef found it strange ethitis bada pain from earlier assault. With this realization, Jalif rose. He dashed to the door to securiate, then barricaded it with the sofa, chairs, and an athingisable. Finally, hesitant hisped, preparing tryst. Why do it smell so foul? Julisnifid himself discovered numerous dents clinging to his body. In exasperation, Harris shed to take a hot shower. Damn it, I don't think knoweth that lunatic is so strong. Hurry calleth the lingeringashi in his body. After showering, Jalik changed into clean long-sleeve sand jeans, leaning against the headboard to relax. He opened his phone, preparing to check the Naruto manga, which, although updated, wassertain lemoria pialing than sleeping. Tonight will be to deciding moment I hope hitus and true, thought Julie. At that moment, Themedy Orfromuter space said over closer to Earth, while a temilitary coordinated with author sto prepare joint long cove nuclear weapons literary the celestial threat. Ifinly had the ninjatic ni k soft Hokage, the apocalypse wouldn't be so distressing, Jill sighed. Initializing the Hokage system, granting a beginner's gift pack. What was that sound? Jill inquired. Hermione done flustered, forn't the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, Pani Conley Hassan's unestimise. Suddenly, Jilliful to blur before us, as if you were being drawn into another realm. This space content Zykes granals, with only the fierce thal illuminated. Tobe cautious, Jillip proceeded towards the fierce thal. Welcome, host, Toth Heavenly Shin Space. Heavenly Shin Space? What proposed est this? Julius could curiously, noticing gaglowing gorb within the halt had it spoken. To assist the hostin becoming stronger, the orb replied coldly. Detecting that the host's physical strength is rather weak, initial enhancement has been completed. According to meters, the host's current physique is equivalent to Theto fin average as special forces soldier, the orb continued. It just theored something a Buddha beginner's gift pack. What does that mean? Julius. It grants access to redeemable blightums from Themedium plane. Duet hath the host's insufficient strength. A beginner's gift pack is being generously provided. Listening to the orb's response, Jilla reflected on how the strength of fast special forces soldier was considered insufficient to need seize. Well then, is shall a gift pack. This time, Theor did not respond but instead conjured largest spinning wheel that began to hurl rapidly. After a minute, Jalika led for a toss stop. Thweel gradual a kamato halt, that pointer indicating the prize. Congratulations, host. You have received Thukaha clan's 3-mo Sharingan, the fire release great fireball technique, Anton food pills. Suddenly, a radiant light engulfed him, prompting Jalit one instinctively shithices. Upon reopening them, he realized he could see the entire room clearly. Removing glasses, Huak Heto Theba Thruman discovered that Tizayez now possessed the meanest game of Sharingan. Ah, Thismist Bechakra, Julimust, feeling gafint energy within him. Ahem, Tian Xian, Arialthir, Juliast, Onlato Bimit with silence. How can I re-enter Thespace? Jil inquired. Calmi Ermund, Andio may enter Thespace, came Tianzuin's indifferent voice. Following Thegwidence, July indeed found himself inside the Grandel again. Do we have any Theridums? Seemingly exasperated by the question, Tianzuin replied, you might absorb certain items to convert theme-interiginal energy. Exiting the space, Julius surveyed his surroundings, attempting to absorb various items. Beauty actemy he was met with rejection. Ultimately, Tian Swan advised him to place Yishin the main circuit breaker. I won't be electrocuted, will he? Julius could uncertainly. No. After absorbing 100 units of electricity from Theorem, July gained 100 points of original energy. What can I do if 100 points of original energy? Enhance the hour by die or draw again. By the way, how much energy does the Mangeki sharing game require? Jalissa Dinley asked. 100,000 points of original energy. This response has startled Juliha Wasawero phone method to acquire original energy, yet the certain lidded notch wished to find himself locked in Apolis station own Thevio of Tipacalypse. Well then, is Shalfacuse enhancement, July cited. Kneeling gunt the ground, Hecklin at this fist sand struck the floor with force. Damn, that hurts. After 10 minutes, July collapsed to the ground, tear sands not streaming down his face. Why do third so much? Because is this the initial stage of enhancement. If you cannot endure this level of pain, you will never become strong, Tianzwan explained. With new turquoise, Jaliri to Thebathrum toash up, then prompt like consumed a foot pill. According to Tian Xian, one pill could sustain him for 3 days. Indeed, up and swallowing it, immediate felt hastens off satiety, alleviating his fatigue and hunger. Glancing at the time, he saw it Hazel Riaditten and o'clock at night. With 12 horse remaining until the apocalypse, Jalil lay down slowly, resting his legs upon a pile of pillows she had arranged, forcing himself to sleep. Chapter 2 The Apocalypse Erupts, The Fall Off Humanity. At 5 in the morning, July apeen desire san check the time. He don ed thika mu flaja uniform on military but she had purchased, slicing up some summer shirts with his combat knife eto wraparound his butts. After completing these preparations, he drew back the curtains and beheld a world he recognized all too well. Vehicles lay wrecked in the streets, and flaying individual shad transformed into zombies, their anguished cries and furious roars filling July's ears. It has finally arrived, July sighed. Just yesterday, he had felt fortunatito Javi survived. Little did he realize, the heaven swarmer lie playing gay cruel joke, forcing him to relive at this nightmare. Master, allow me to protect you out this time. Jalimmermer dash pack a essential items into a large backpack, securing twa combat knife vest the hook sophis camouflage uniform, while stow in J-dagger in the backpack and gripping a cold, sharp tang deo in hand. Clearing thedums from in front of the door, he appended it, prepared to clean Zeth the 3-story building off zombies. He had no idea how many had transformed. He only recollect that Tamoze had taken quite a hilatola katium back then. Up an opening the door, he found twakerpses sprawled at the entrance, unmistakable zombies gnawing upon them. Hearing the noise, the zombies turned hear heads, blood and flesh still clinging to their mouths as they howled agilely. A smile crept onto his lips as she approached. The zombies, staggering to their feet, limped towards him. Drawing his blade, he deft lie severe at the headphone zombie, leaving theater trembling place. He swift lit a spat ched the head soft hair remaining twakerpses, Internet is sharing into Wardstharum, which was no agruous sight, stained with blood. There shouldn't be yon left there, het hot, when suddenly, Jalislav Thanflicked, summoning an epilisec knife, which heathens wound behind him. With it, he turned to see amalas and be convulsing on the ground. Better to be cautious, Jalimust. Had it not been for the instinctual warning from his enhanced abilities, he might have inadvertently walked into conversation with a zombie. After swiftly clearing the third floor of zombies, he discovered Twador Stitlishet. Hinakadand inquired if Fanyo knew us inside, but received no response. For safety sake, he refrained from breaking down to doors if Simeone were inside. He would not wish to be mistaken for a router, attracting zombies with hiss and was. Nevertheless, he converted the electricity from the clear drooms into original energy, ultimate liganing 1,000 points. This pleased him greatly. Asher returned to his room, reminded himself to twoods and cleanse the entire building goff zombies, but hood not venture out carelessly. As for Weijula did not leave, he needed to wait for Moz, the older sister will waste to Kuriof him and charted ahead on his behalf. Tian Xian, in need to exchange foreign techniques. Please show me what I can acquire with 1,000 points of original energy, so I can see if in your resolutable form, Jula said after locking the door behind him. Understood. Up and entering the space, Jula reviewed the list of ninja techniques presented betain. After some contemplation, he decided to select the crow clone technique and thirthrelia for explosion. The crow clone technique costs 600 points of original energy, while leather release earth pillar explosion consumed 300 points. Hekazito reserve the remaining 100 points for future needs. Excellent. These will allow me to evade physical attacks, and the earth pillar explosion can serve as a priciatic. After the exchange, Julie Sensidane and Creasy and Thechakra Thinium, momentarily lost in thought. The addition was minimal, barely sufficient for 3 USA fire release or worse softy earth relief explosion. Well, it wasn't tech-pecting much from Thechakron away. To maintain his good condition, Julie rested for an year before preparing to continue his zombie clearing efforts. He heard the sound of father repenting outside, yet when he stepped out, he found that doors still firmly closed. Shaking hishid, curious and thatather smite simply best shekken fort zombies. Hiskus preved correct, a sona room contained a policeman lying on the floor, Husawan began to vomit. Julihad commado belly evithward soft heapers and had encountered earlier. Unaware of the happenings within the room, July descended thesterson lato discover 3 or 4 zombies lurking there. Well, let's do this. Julipikadu pabrum left behind Bethel landlord and tossadite and tothi hordov zombies. At the sound, they stirred, drawn the noise, thanks to the blood had grievously cleared, with Chad marked their path. The howl soft te zombie emid tackle for their companions, ho began to converge in Julie. As the fierce zombie climbed the stairs, Julie swift litter whiz military knife and flung it downwards. The blade slicing Jeffortla sly through it he first iflant becoming lodged in the neck of T-second. Taking 2 steps forward, heliapt, grabbing Gonto the protruding edgeft te staircase, and swift licked T-second zombie shed apart. Upon landing, Heflaped Tangde and Tohishan dan dispatched the remaining 2 zombies. At the stairwell, Hinata said the remaining zombies and T-second floorful closing it. Julie, with new option, swiftly formed hand seals, channeling Chakra-Adhinyam. Gatheringitin his throat, Hunli Shadamasiv fireball hat, approaching zombies, Thesson toe frosting, flesh wafting through the air. July observed that the remaining zombies, Thufflang gulfed in flames, had not yet surrendered to their fate. With a firm grip on his military knife, he exerted tetramendous for Sishi her led it forward, shattering the skull soft Severaloon dead. Without pausing to retrieve high weapons, Hedruiz tank knife and severed the head off to last zombie. At last, it is stone. Howderly exhausting, he muttered. Despite possessing the strength of the Bleolite soldier, the intensity of the battle had left them feeling fatigued. After a brief respite, he descended to the ground floor, only to discover an absence of wandering zombies, yet a pervasive essence of blood lingered in the air. He cautiously traversed the corridor on the first floor, noticing a door slightly ajar. From within, intermittent gasps reached his ears. Pushing the door open, he was met with a shocking sight. A man engaged in unspeakable ex with a woman who had long since passed. The hammer beside death and bore a recess off blood. Angeliza Chardin detested Fullaviolales. With this left hand, Hepa shed the door wide, startling Thman, Hoder Nedto Sim and Rezombalinga soldier. Hey there, brother, Carito join? Themin leered. Their response was swift at tank knife Fepier said through Timon Shiart. Helituta fupita fulgus, seemingly attempting touter somathing, casting gresent fulglan sees it chili before collapsing onto Thebet. Julia pro-chept the Lephellis woman, gently closing Huron's anguished eyes, shaking his shade in sorrow before departing theorem. Upon returning to his own quarters, Hef found that he had accumulated nether 3,000 points soft primary energy. Chapter 3. The end of novice protection and the commencement of main quests. Returning once more to his room on the 3rd floor, Julie shed his camouflage attire and entered the bathroom for a hot shower. Today marked the first day of the apocalypse, and the hot water supply had not yet ceased, allowing Julie to indulge in this luxury. As he prepared to enter an increasingly hostile environment. It was likely that even drinking water would soon be a scarce commodity. Allowing the warm water to cascade over his body, Julie entered his space. Following the advice from Tian Xian, he opted to further enhance his physical form. This time, the sensation of intense bodily pain was absent, replaced instead by a slight tingling. Upon completion, 1,000 points of original energy were deducted. What? Hearing Tian Xian announce the deduction, Julie felt a pang of regret. After tirelessly exterminating the zombies throughout the entire building, he had only accumulated 3,000 points of original energy, and now 1,000 was gone for this 3rd enhancement. Host, please take note. There are 5 hours remaining until the novice protection period concludes. Just as Julie emerged from the bathroom, drying himself off, he heard this notification. He glanced at the clock. It was 8 in the evening. This meant that he remained under protection until 3 o'clock the following morning. Knock. Knocked at a sound echoed from outside the door. Julie donned a new camouflage outfit, exchanged from his space, which cost him 50 points of original energy. With only 2,050 points remaining, he felt for the first time that the system was rather exploitative. Are you Su Min? He inquired, uncertainly gazing at the frail girl standing at the door. The girl nodded and stepped inside, seemingly apprehensive. Could you help me? I know you're quite formidable. Upon entering, Su Min knelt and pleaded earnestly. Julie frowned. Give me a reason to assist you. This morning, I awoke to a world transformed, and I felt immense fear. I intended to wait for rescue, but I saw many police officers fall victim. Turning into those horrid creatures, I was terrified, unsure of what was happening. Yet I could feel the presence of those grotesque beings outside the door. Su Min cast a glance at the contemplative Julie. Initially, I thought I would simply perish slowly, but then I noticed a powerful individual slaying the man-eating monsters at the door. I saw you through the peephole. After stating this, Su Min fell silent, watching Julie intently. She understood that unless she demonstrated her worth, this man would not come to her aid. This is food and water. The room still has a hot water supply. If you wish to bathe, do so quickly. We must depart within 5 hours. Julie, expressionless, tossed a backpack filled with provisions and bottled water towards Su Min. Upon hearing Su Min's words, he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. He had not anticipated encountering an ability user on the very first day of the apocalypse. Such perceptive evolutionists were relatively weak in the early stages of the apocalypse, but became immensely valuable as conditions worsened. Due to food shortages, the base would frequently dispatch large teams for scavenging, and if a perceptive evolutionist was among them, they could avoid many dangers. Julie believed that with his current strength, he could help Su Min grow stronger. As for food, he was not lacking. Tian Xian indicated that 10 points of original energy could be exchanged for a single loaf of bread, prompting Julie to curse the unscrupulous merchant. After finishing her meal, Su Min quickly took a shower and was informed by Julie that she could rest on the bed. While Su Min harbored doubts about Julie's intentions, he sat cross-legged on the floor. Sleep quickly. We have little time. Noticing Su Min gazing at him, Julie sighed. He then entered his space again, discovering that the second great hall had illuminated with a purple glow. Curiously, he stepped inside. What is this? This is the second hall, unlocked at the cost of 2,000 points. The apothecary hall, containing items you may need in the future. Tian Xian's indifferent voice resounded once more. Julie acknowledged this with a soft "oh," and as he turned to leave, he suddenly cursed aloud. If his calculations were correct, all his hard-earned rewards had vanished. However, Tian Xian within the hall remained unfazed. Su Min found this man peculiar, transitioning between laughter and tears. Eventually, she ceased her observations and drifted into slumber. Are you saying you can create pills immune to the biohazard virus? Julie asked. Indeed. How much original energy is required? 10,000. Julie nearly spat blood. 10,000 points of original energy, forget it. For that sum I might as well exchange for an A-grade ninjutsu. I should be fine if I remain cautious. At 3 o'clock in the morning, as the chilling notification sounded, Julie opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing across his gaze. Main quest. Your world is besieged by a foreign virus. Eliminate the bizarre creatures it spawns. Fight for humanity. Reward. 1 million original energy points. Current progress. 0. Phase 1. Proceed to Beihai University to rescue your cousin, Li Yu. Task reward. Progress 1. 3,000 original energy points. After reviewing the quest, Julie shook Su Min awake. Once she was alert, he prepared to head to Beihai University with her. My cousin. Wait for me. I am coming to save you. Julie resolved internally. Chapter 4. Task 1. Save my cousin. The spring sun arrived late, and considering it was still 3 o'clock in the morning, Julie hesitated before setting out. Nightfall during the early days of the apocalypse was a peak activity period for zombies. Alone, he felt confident, but with a defenseless perceptive evolutionist in tow, the situation could prove dire. Wait here for me, and no matter what you see, do not scream, or you will lose your life, Julie instructed sternly. Though Su Min was puzzled, she nodded in agreement. Julie then opened the window of the room, forming hand seals, and his body suddenly transformed into several crows that scattered into the night sky. Su Min's eyes widened in disbelief. This was utterly beyond reason. Indeed, Julie's confidence stemmed from his crow clone technique, which allowed him to maintain a steady flow of chakra without revealing his true form. As Julie guided the crows toward Beihai University, he noticed numerous zombies roaming the roads. Upon reaching the university, he assessed the number of zombies within the campus and sighed in relief. Though he was unsure why so many zombies congregated outside on the playground, it was better than having them all clustered within the campus. Uncertain of the location of the girls' dormitory, Julie retraced his steps. Su Min waited inside until 5:15, when she saw the crows return. After Julie severed the chakra supply, he sat down cross-legged to recover. With many questions on her mind, Su Min sighed and quietly sat to the side, waiting for him to regain his strength. By 6:30, Julie opened his eyes, nodded at Su Min, and grabbed his backpack. Leading the way as they exited the building, Su Min informed Julie that 6 zombies were approaching from both the front and back. Julie grasped the latter's hand, wielding a tangdao, his gaze fixed on the three zombies ahead. Releasing Su Min, he charged forward with a burst of speed, effortlessly dispatching the three zombies. While Su Min was momentarily stunned, one of the zombies lunged towards her from behind. In an instant, Julie appeared beside Su Min, gripping her shoulder and pulling her close. "You fool, snap out of it. If you wish to die, just say so." With his right hand, he severed the zombie's head with the Tang Dao, then released Su Min. Following a swift kick that shattered another zombie's skull, he landed and casually flung a stone, penetrating the head of the last zombie. "Get a move on, you idiot," he said, patting the still-dazed Su Min. She remained unresponsive, prompting him to grasp her hand and continue forward. He did not blame her. It was her first encounter with such horrors. Reflecting on his own past, before meeting Moz, he too had been paralyzed with fear. Nevertheless, he was grateful to the heavens for granting him this opportunity to protect those he wished to safeguard once more. After traversing the 3rd Street and slaying no fewer than 20 zombies, Su Min gradually acclimated to the experience. Initially, fear stemmed from the unknown, but with familiarity, it morphed into a twisted sense of enjoyment. Observing Beihai University in the distance, Julie's expression turned grave. The only way to enter the university was through the playground. "We can smear zombie blood on our clothes to mask our scent. Although it's repulsive, I don't want to be a burden," Su Min suggested. "Indeed." Julie clapped his hands, affirming her proposal. He swiftly eliminated a nearby zombie and began to coat himself and Su Min in its blood. Once everything was prepared, Julie took Su Min's hand and readied to cross the playground. With the main gate locked, Julie, noticing her confusion and bashfulness, harnessed his chakra to scale the wall. "Su Min, you can leave my embrace now," he teased, eliciting a flush in her cheeks. Seeing her reaction, Julie felt a headache coming on. "Fine, I won't be harsh with you anymore." Su Min shook her head, assuring him she was fine. However, when she beheld the multitude of zombies wandering the playground, her legs weakened. Julie, quick to react, caught her before she fell. "It's all right. If you need a moment, we can wait before entering. The situation inside the campus may be bettered. I wonder why all the zombies have gathered here." "Because a celebrity is hosting a concert here," Su Min remarked. "I hadn't noticed it in the evening, but upon closer inspection now, I can see that some of the zombies are clad in suits and the like." After resting several times, Julie grasped Su Min's hand and navigated through the horde of zombies. Su Min held her breath, terrified that the zombies might sense her presence and attack. Upon successfully reaching the campus, Su Min felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation. Gazing at the numerous bloodstains and dismembered corpses at the entrance, she retched extravagantly. Julie expressed his frustration, realizing that accompanying a newly evolved woman was indeed troublesome, as she would alternate between weakness and nausea. Just then, a zombie was drawn to the sound of her voice. Julie swiftly stepped forward, delivering a kick to the zombie's chest, causing it to cave in before he drew out a slightly serrated tang knife and severed its head. At that moment, more zombies began to approach slowly. Julie's brow furrowed, and he grabbed Su Min, who had yet to regain her composure, and they fled in haste. "You truly are something," he muttered. Not long after, Su Min admitted her inability to run any longer. Chapter 5. Astonishing strength. After expending half an hour to stabilize Su Min's condition, Julie learned that this was once Su Min's school and decided to let her stay in one place while he acted more swiftly on his own. Su Min nodded, pondering where she should hide. "Use your instincts to sense where there are fewer zombies," Julie jested, amused that she, a perception-type evolver, was unaware of the safest spots. After a moment of contemplation, Su Min began to sense her surroundings and eventually pointed towards a nearby convenience store. "There's only one zombie inside, but it seems rather peculiar. It appears to possess some form of intelligence." As her words fell, Su Min felt a shift in Julie's aura. Unsure of what she had said wrong, she remained silent while Julie confirmed her observation before transforming into a crow and flying towards the store. Entering through a window on the 2nd floor, as Julie morphed back into human form upon landing, he overheard someone lamenting about a shortage of food. As he descended, he spotted a chubby boy seated at a table, eating instant noodles. "Didn't Su Min mention there was a zombie here?" Julie mused. With a thud, a dagger he casually tossed embedded itself into the boy's table. Startled, the boy leapt up, turning to glare at Julie, revealing his fangs. This confirmed Julie's suspicion that he was a thinking zombie. You cannot be spared. Just as Julie prepared to strike, the chubby boy suddenly knelt, pleading, "Oh, great one, have mercy on me. I intended to live out my days in this convenience store, but who would have thought the apocalypse would arrive, and I inexplicably turned into a zombie. I have never bitten anyone." A few dark lines appeared on Julie's forehead. "In that case, lift your head," he instructed. The boy complied, and upon seeing Julie, his eyes widened in surprise, only to grow heavier, and he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, he found a girl before him. "Su-min, boss," the boy stammered, evidently puzzled as to how he knew their names. After Julie explained the situation, the boy accepted the task of protecting Su-min and revealed the location of the dormitory where the second-year female students resided. Julie's brow twitched in understanding, and he employed an illusion to have the boy escort Su-min back to the convenience store. With the boy's presence, the surrounding zombies would be less inclined to provoke them. After all, the boy had something they did not. This was the reason humans had maintained their apex position in the food chain for so long. However, amidst this calamity, could humanity retain its previous elevated standing? In the past, some had traded with intelligent zombies for power, ultimately sealing humanity's fate. Julie formed hand seals, transforming into a flock of crows and soaring towards the girls' dormitory. Upon entering through a window, his expression turned cold. He discovered not only the bodies of girls and zombies, but also the corpse of a security guard, its lower half missing. "What a tangled web you weave," he chuckled darkly, beginning to clear the remaining zombies on this floor. Honestly, witnessing the exposed parts of some zombies filled him with regret. Their youthful years were wasted due to the arrival of the virus. "Knock, knock, fellow countrymen, we are soldiers. Please open the door. We promise not to take even a single thread from the populace." The door swung open, and Julie smiled wistfully at the petite, unremarkable girl before him. Gently stroking her hair, "Why, little princess, the night has come to take you home." Upon hearing this, the girl relaxed and clung tightly to his waist, suppressing her anguish. Julie remained silent, soothing her back while surveying the dormitory's surroundings. It was a standard four-person room, now occupied only by his sister and one other girl. The other girl, innocent-looking, wore pajamas and cotton slippers, her legs swinging gently. Once Liu's emotions stabilized, Julie attempted to have her sit on the bed, but she stubbornly tugged at his clothing, insisting on following him. After assessing the dormitory's environment, Julie decided to leap down through the shattered window in the stairwell. He explained his plan to the girls, urging them to remain calm throughout the process. During this time, Julie also learned that the girl living with his sister was the daughter of the mayor of H City. While this was quite impressive in the pre-apocalypse era, it held little value post-apocalypse. After all, it had come to a point where might dictated authority. Observing the girl's attire, both in short sleeves, Julie refrained from commenting, especially since his sister was among them. He instructed them to smear zombie blood on themselves, but they both refused. Eventually, under Julie's irritable pressure, they quickly began to comply. Seeing them obedient, Julie nodded in satisfaction. He led the two to the stairwell's entrance. After meticulously observing the environment below, he scooped up his sister and, using chakra to rapidly ascend the walls, leaped down. Liu tightly shut her eyes, clutching Julie's neck, nearly suffocating him. Julie repeated the process with Takeda, the mayor's daughter, who exhibited a calm demeanor. He silently nodded in approval. Upon landing, there was no time for his sister to express her feelings before he hurried them towards the convenience store. Along the way, he lost count of how many zombies he dispatched, eventually declaring his tang knife beyond repair. Without pausing to allow the girls to react, he nearly dragged them back to the convenience store. Once inside, Julie collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. This was utterly exhausting. His chakra was depleted, and he had relied entirely on his physical strength while simultaneously battling zombies and protecting the two girls. "Are you not Lu Gong? How did you end up like this?" Takeda lamented. Seeing a boy she often stole glances at now transformed into a zombie. "No worries, haha, I didn't expect the class flower to be here as well. I promised to protect you well. My boss told me that this isn't entirely a bad thing. At least I can go out and find food now," Lu Gong consoled himself. "All right, we will spend a week here." During this time, I have some matters to attend to. You two can rest here with Lu Gong, Julie said. Upon hearing her brother's intent to leave, Liu panicked and asked if she could accompany him. Julie sighed, embracing her. Sister, I need to gain the strength to protect you as swiftly as possible. Chapter 6. A frantic escape. After comforting his sister, Julie finally had the leisure to review his task rewards. Phase 1. Rescue cousin. Successful. Reward. 3,000 original power. Side quest. Rescue the mayor's daughter, Takeda. Successful. Reward. 2,000 original power. Main quest 3. Within 3 days, proceed to the South China Technology University Research Building to acquire biochemical agents. Reward, 3,000 original power. After reviewing the new tasks, Julie set his goal for the week. First, to locate the agents at South China University. He had been fretting over how to procure the biochemical virus for Tianxin's analysis. And fortuitously, this task was precisely that point. 2 days later, in the graduate student office on the 9th floor of the technology building, Julie discovered a bottle of dark green potion and unhesitatingly submitted the task to receive a reward of 3,000 original power. Now, just 2,000 original power remained for him to exchange for the first stage of Flying Thunder God. Julie mused that he had long lacked a transportation ninjutsu. Transforming into a crow daily would inevitably attract the attention of some zombies. Main quest 4. Rescue South China University students Baimo and Lin Wenyu. Reward, 2,000 original power. This posed a dilemma for Julie, as South China University boasted a student body of no fewer than 10,000. How was he to rescue just 2 students? A hint would be appreciated, Julie chuckled. However, he was met with silence from Tianxian. With a wry smile, Julie realized he had no choice but to resort to his only option. Julie formed hand seals, activating the crow clone technique, sending 9 crows in various directions. At last. I've found them. Julie murmured inwardly. It is not to say that he has found the person he was looking for, but rather that he has discovered 4 individuals who are currently fleeing. A horde of zombies is pursuing them from behind, and Julie severs the flow of chakra, revealing his true form as a raven. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he plummets from the sky, Julie exhales a fireball that scorches the zombies chasing after the group. Why heavens! What is that? Is it here to rescue us? Julie furrows his brow. Anyone bold enough to shout so loudly in such perilous times is either foolish or brave. After dispatching several zombies, Julie appears before the 4. Do you know where Baimo and Lin Wenyu currently are? He inquires. The 4 exchange glances. We have heard of them. They are both from the art department. Before the disaster struck, they were at the art building, seemingly attending a party. Indeed, the day before the apocalypse, they were indeed there for a class party. Everyone decided to stay overnight in the classroom since it had heating. It was merely a matter of being a bit tired from sleeping. Julie slaps his forehead. You should hide quickly. I must take my leave. The 4 fell silent, intending to stealthily follow Julie, but to their surprise, he transformed into 9 ravens and soared towards the art department building. Upon reaching the building, he heard the sound of muffled sobbing from within. Following the sound, he discovered a scene of utter devastation. He had always believed the apocalypse had only just begun. As students untouched by society, surely things within should be somewhat normal, yet such horrors had unfolded. Julie flew through a nearby window, finding all eyes in the classroom fixed upon him. Narrowing his gaze, he demanded, Who are Lin Wenyu and Baimo? Step forward. A boy and a girl were pushed to the forefront, and Julie remarked, I am here to rescue you. Prepare to come with me. Seeing their reluctance, he smiled slightly, activating his Sharingan to cast an illusion, compelling them to obediently follow. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals decided to join the fray. The zombies in the stairwell, drawn by the scent of humanity, surged forward. Julie unsheathed his military knife, severing the head of the first zombie before delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, 1 zombie was sent flying, colliding with 3 others. The students behind erupted into applause. Julie cast a cold glance over his shoulder, silencing them with his icy stare. As Julie led the group, clearing the zombies while protecting Lin Wenyu and Baimo, they finally reached the ground floor. Observing over 20 zombies approaching from the side, he noted that these zombies had evolved to move with an agility akin to that of normal humans. Julie glanced back at the others, lifting Lin Wenyu onto his shoulder while grasping Bei Mo's hand, and began to sprint. Unbeknownst to Bei Mo, who was ensnared in an illusion, he was being whisked away. Meanwhile, those classmates who had not managed to escape in time fell prey to the zombies. Chapter 7. Flying Thunder God Technique. Finally a moment to rest. Julie led the remaining individuals to a pre-scouted hiding spot. Having carried Lin Wenyu and taken care of Bei Mo, he had to slow his pace. Fortunately, they arrived safely without incident. This was the sports equipment room of their university, Nanhua. Curiously, there were no zombies in the vicinity of the equipment room. Perhaps because there were no classes being held at that time, Julie mused. Upon dispelling the illusions affecting the two, he heard Tianxian announce the successful completion of the mission. Julie immediately opted to submit his findings in exchange for the first stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. There are two modes, Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama, Tianxian inquired. Julie scratched his head. Due to time constraints, he had only skimmed through parts of the Naruto manga. He found the technique impressive, but lacked deeper understanding. Please provide me with an introduction, Tianxian, Julie requested. The first stage is known as the instantaneous mode. Namikaze Minato's first stage allows him to throw multiple kunai marked with the technique towards a destination during battle, instantly transporting himself nearby. The fourth Hokage can perform long-distance movements and transfer multiple targets using the Nine Tails chakra. Senju Tobarama's first stage involves touching objects or people during battle to mark them with the Flying Thunder God seal, enabling instantaneous movement between himself and the marked target. The second Hokage can utilize this technique for long-distance movement and transferring numerous targets. After hearing Tianxian's explanation, Julie smiled. While it seemed advantageous to use Minato's technique, considering it was already the 5th day of the apocalypse, he opted for Senju Tobarama's mode. Closing his eyes, he felt a strange energy infuse his body, merging with his chakra. Upon reopening his eyes, a kunai appeared in his left hand. Tianxian was quite generous regarding the basics of Naruto. 10 original points could yield a kunai, and with chakra flowing, the Flying Thunder God technique manifested upon the kunai. Unbeknownst to him, Bei Mo observed everything he did, his eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance. Julie quickly fashioned 5 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. These will be my trump cards for future battles. Julie thought to himself. All right, you all have rested enough. We must prepare to depart. First, we need to rendezvous with my comrades at Beihai University, Julie stated. After the mission's completion, Tianxian did not issue another task, so Julie resolved to return to find his sister and subsequently locate a larger area to serve as their base. Meanwhile, within Beihai University, Lu Gong ventured out in search of food that morning. As he passed by the academic building, an inexplicable sense of summons washed over him. Dazed, he ascended the stairs and, upon reaching the 3rd floor, was shocked to find the corridor teeming with zombies. Hastily, he pushed past the zombies behind him and rushed downstairs, speculating whether intelligent zombies had emerged, as his leader Julie had warned him before leaving. Boss, where are you? Hurry back. This place is no longer safe. After descending, Lu Gong did not forget his original mission. He returned to the convenience store with a small amount of food and relayed the situation to the 3 women, who were all taken aback. Especially Su Min, whose intuition was particularly acute. Simultaneously, people across the globe began to notice changes in their bodies. Some could manipulate flames, others control lightning, and some could render themselves invisible. The apocalypse not only brought calamity to humanity but also bestowed a glimmer of hope for survival. As Julie and the 5 passed through the school gates, despite having smeared zombie blood on their clothes, some zombies with keen senses still approached. Julie frowned inwardly, realizing that some zombies had begun to undergo secondary evolution, becoming black iron zombies capable of devouring their own kind, with parts of their bodies hardened. However, with his triple special forces strength, Julie could still easily dispatch them in a moment when he could not attend to Lin Wenyu and Bei Mo. Bei Mo acted when Lin Wenyu was about to be scratched. Observing the severed zombie before him and Bei Mo's somewhat pale complexion, Julie thought, this fellow has indeed struck it lucky. Awakening a mental attack ability. Tianxian, is there a way for me to awaken an ability? Julie pondered. No, but the host can spend 5,000 original points to exchange for the basic skill of Devour. Tianxian responded. What is Devour? Julie inquired why obtaining the blood of other ability users, Devour will allow the host to plunder and replicate their abilities within. So, I would possess their abilities? Julie exclaimed with delight. Tian Xian seemed disinclined to elaborate further, merely affirming his statement. However, the thought of needing 5,000 original points without any tasks at hand left him anxious. Host, please be aware that second-tier white-haired zombies have appeared in this area. Julie abruptly halted, turning to signal for the others to follow him into a nearby beauty salon. After swiftly dispatching 2 female zombies inside, Julie cautioned silence, for a powerful zombie had emerged. He inquired of Tian Xian whether there was a chance to slay it, and what kind of evolved being possessed triple special forces strength. Tian Xian informed him that a first-tier evolved being would require the host to attain 6 times the strength of a special forces operative. While the zombies outside boasted 12 times that strength, a chill ran down Julie's spine. How could he possibly contend with such odds? Just 6 days had passed, and already white-haired zombies had emerged. Each possessing their own unique abilities, he was still far too weak. Amidst Julie's inner turmoil, a hidden mission appeared. Eliminate the second-tier powerhouse. Reward. Elevate physical abilities to first-tier evolved being, 5,000 original points. Failure. Physical enhancement level reduced to double special forces, randomly strip 1 skill. This is a mission I cannot refuse, Julie resolved, instructing the others to find suitable hiding spots. Otherwise, they would all perish. He had at least pieced together that the white-haired zombies evolved with a strength-based ability. Upon reaching the 2nd floor of the beauty salon, Julie was taken aback to find the door locked. After sniffing the air, he discerned that there was no scent of blood inside. Nevertheless, he drew his military knife and sliced through the lock. Upon entering, he discovered a young woman with an exquisite appearance and a voluptuous figure. Julie gestured for her to remain silent, and she nodded in compliance. Julie approached the window, his pupils narrowing in surprise as he discovered that the powerful entity lingered above the beauty salon he was in. He flung open the window and hurled a nearby stool downwards. The shattering sound of the stool drew the entity's attention upwards. With both hands forming seals, Julie unleashed a technique, Earth Release. Earth Pillar Explosion. Before the entity could react, the ground beneath it transformed into sharp earthen pillars, thrusting it upwards. The explosion that followed injured the entity's posterior, igniting its fury further, as the entity made to charge into the salon. Julie whistled, launching a flying thunder god kunai into the ground across from him, disappearing from view amidst the astonished gazes of the women inside. Just as the entity entered the salon, it was struck again from behind, inciting a complete rage within it, causing a profusion of white fur to sprout along its back. It turned to confront the annoying human outside, lumbering towards Julie with heavy steps. Julie felt a surge of tension. In the face of the entity's massive form, he appeared almost insignificant. With a swift backflip, Julie launched 3 kunai from his hands. However, in its berserk state, the entity disregarded them entirely. The kunai failed to penetrate its formidable body, clattering uselessly to the ground. The white fur was as hard as iron. Julie mused that he had half an hour left. Under the overwhelming pressure of the second-tier zombie entity's explosive power, Julie cautiously kept his distance, deciding that if he couldn't defeat it, he could at least evade it. As the frenzy subsided, the entity hesitated, instinctively aware that remaining any longer could lead to its demise. With a nonchalant smile, Julie flung more kunai, provoking the entity further. In response, the entity swatted the kunai aside and advanced menacingly. Julie, undeterred, waved his hands, causing the scattered kunai to spring to life, ensnaring the entity's legs. With a resounding thud, the entity roared in struggle as Julie formed seals once more, invoking fire release. Great fireball technique. Flames engulfed the entity, which instinctively battered its legs in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. Earth Release, Earth Pillar Explosion. The entity was once again propelled upwards, sustaining further injuries. Seizing the moment, Julie appeared beside it. His kunai, now infused with chakra, piercing its navel. With a violent impact, the chakra tether snapped as the dying entity retaliated, sending Julie crashing against the wall. Blood spewed from his mouth as he succumbed to intense pain. 5 minutes later, after regaining some composure, Julie approached the entity's lifeless body, slicing open its head with his kunai, causing a dim red crystal to fall out. Sensing movement nearby, Julie utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the second floor of the beauty salon. To his surprise, only 3 individuals remained from the original 5 who had accompanied him. Upon inquiry, he learned that when the entity had invaded, 3 of his classmates had succumbed to fear and fled, only to be crushed by the entity. If it weren't for Bayamo covering Lin Wenyu's mouth, she suspected her fate would not have been any better. This place is no longer safe. Once a second-tier zombie is slain, there will be no other zombies for a short while, but once the deterrent fades, they will flock to devour the fallen zombie. We must leave immediately, Julie declared. Furrowing his brow. Are you what they call an evolver? The woman inquired. Julie nodded. What is your name? Just call me Xiao Zhang, she replied. Nodding again, Julie led the remaining 3 to a nearby nail salon, where they swiftly dispatched the zombies inside and disposed of the bodies at a distance. He instructed them to wait in the upstairs bedroom. However, shortly after, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Alarmed, Julie hesitated, but reassured himself that the zombies had not yet gathered. Allowing him to relax, he pressed his hands against the ground behind the door and used earth release to seal it shut before making his way to the second floor. What happened? Julie inquired. Just as I opened the door, a zombie lunged at me, but Bayamo killed it. Lin Wenyu replied, her face pale. Julie nodded, grabbing the zombie's corpse with one hand and tossing it out the window. Everyone, take this opportunity to rest for the night. Tomorrow, we need to traverse the park ahead. The others nodded in agreement. After some discussion, the bed was left for Julie while the rest settled on the floor. Julie made no objections. In this apocalyptic world, only the strong deserve the comforts of survival. As he delved into his space, he submitted his tasks and felt an explosive surge of power within him, promptly exchanging for devour, rendering him once more destitute. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the darkening sky outside, he noticed the other 3 had not yet rested. Lin Wenyu was whispering something to Bayamo, while Xiao Zhang sat alone in contemplation. The remaining girl seemed carefree, dozing against the wall. Bayamo, Lin Wenyu, what did you both do before this? Julie interrupted their conversation. Xiao Zhang perked up, realizing that her best chance for survival lay in aligning herself with this man. We are graduate students from Nanhua University, Bayamo replied calmly. What do your families do? Julie asked, twirling a kunai in his hand. My family has military officers stationed in the military district. Bayamo replied that a shadow crossed Julie's heart at the thought of his own family. He had lost them during the outbreak of the previous apocalypse, left utterly alone. I see, Julie nodded. He then approached Bayamo, grasped his index finger, and gently pierced it with the kunai. Lin Wenyu gasped, quickly shielding Bayamo. I mean no harm to your little admirer. Julie chuckled softly, as he drew the blood from Bayamo. A sudden wave of hunger surged through him, compelling him to consume it. Closing his eyes, he sensed the transformation within his body. The other 3 were oblivious to Julie's actions until, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on a cup on the table. With a swift motion, the cup was cleanly sliced in half. It turned out to be a C-grade spirit-cutting technique. Possessing the Sharingan and now a first-tier evolver, his mental prowess greatly surpassed that of Bayamo. Chapter 8. Arrival of the military district on a desolate street. A group of heavily armed individuals swiftly moved. They paid no heed to the horde of zombies trailing behind them. Dio, you think we can survive and return to the military district? A slight man hesitated before asking the tall figure ahead. The tall man, unsure of how to respond to his comrade's query, merely nodded under the latter's hopeful gaze. The 16 members quickly located a large building, switched on their flashlights, and entered in formation. The massive horde of corpses nearing the structure. After equipping their silencers, they efficiently cleared each floor of the few zombies present. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a pale-faced man stood at the stairwell. He knocked on the ground beneath him, and suddenly, the muscles in his right arm bulged, revealing a network of blue veins. With a low growl, the man struck the staircase connecting the 3rd and 2nd floors with his right fist, causing it to shatter. The zombies that had just ascended let out anguished howls as they fell. Thus, the man broke 3 sets of stairs in succession before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His right hand would likely be rendered useless. This group of 16 was part of a small team dispatched by the military district of H City on the third day after the apocalypse to rescue survivors. Originally, their team consisted of 30 members, but they had underestimated the number of zombies that would follow them into the city. While battling the zombies, they sought a safe place to hold up. But with dwindling ammunition and an increasing number of zombies, their vehicles could no longer proceed. As they retreated along the bloody path carved by their comrades, the remaining survivors found themselves under attack by a massive flower, forcing them to flee in chaos. "Oh June, what should we do now?" A remaining female medic asked after bandaging the man's wounds. "Don't worry, miss. Even if I die, June, will protect you and see you home," he vowed. The woman, known as Gao Xiaoxian, was only here to search for her sister. They had initially been unaware of the true danger until it was too late. No one had anticipated that the mayor's daughter would emerge amidst the chaos. With no means of contacting the military district, their only option was to wait for the horde to dissipate before heading towards Beihai University to locate the second daughter. If only we could encounter an evolver. The naval officer lamented. The group fell silent, reminiscing about the strength of the evolvers they had encountered in the military district, all feeling a tinge of envy. If only we had an evolver. We wouldn't be in such dire straits. We don't even know if we can make it back alive. One murmured, "I believe there must be evolvers emerging within the city. Before we came here." Professor Wang predicted this would mark the advent of a new era. The zombies evolve quickly, but that doesn't mean humans lag behind, Gao Xiaoxian asserted resolutely. Perhaps, Rojun nodded, settling down cross-legged on the ground to relax. Meanwhile, at Beihai University, Su Min watched as the days passed. However, the man had yet to return, leading her to believe he might be dead. The number of zombies gathering outside the teaching building was increasing. And each time she saw the dense throng before the convenience store, her limbs felt weak. No one knew what lurked within the teaching building. To command such a multitude of zombies is truly astonishing. Should these zombies revolt, this place would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I cannot help but wonder if my brother has truly encountered misfortune. The sound of weeping from downstairs, emanating from Liu, is met with Takeda's anxious expression. Before the apocalypse, my father had assured me he would find a way to rescue me, yet days have elapsed without any word. The communication systems have been severed, leaving me in uncertainty about ever reuniting with my family. At this moment, Jiuli finds himself in a dilemma, for he perceives an unsettling silence enveloping the park ahead. During his initial solitary venture, he nearly failed to return. Remarkably, the flora within has begun to mutate. While his own strength is formidable, the fate of those behind him weighs heavily on his mind. It appears that escorting Bayamo and Lin Wenyu to the military district is the only way to proceed with the next phase of the mission. I shall attempt once more, he muses. If this endeavor fails, they will be forced to take a longer, more perilous route. Julie gazes upon the quiet entrance of the park, his body tense with anticipation. Before him lies a straight path, devoid of any signs of disturbance. His prior experiences reveal that the greatest threat lurks within the thicket 20 meters ahead, as well as the woods flanking the road. As he steps into the underbrush, numerous willow branches ensnare him. With a cold smirk, Julie deftly wields his kunai, the chakra threads swirling as the branches shatter and fall aside. Yet, as if incensed, the adjacent foliage begins to grow wildly, encroaching upon him. Swiftly, Julie performs a series of hand seals, unleashing flames that ignite the underbrush. Suddenly, an aura of danger envelopes him, compelling Julie to employ the substitution technique, enabling him to escape the menacing area. The trees and undergrowth, bereft of their target, retreat in disarray. Were it not for the charred remnants of the grass from his earlier fire jutsu, he might have doubted his senses. Contemplating the park before him, Julie realizes that while he could force his way through, the real challenge lies in how to subsequently lead his sister and their companions safely. Dispersing his form into a flock of crows, he ascends into the sky to survey the terrain. He discovers a narrow path leading to the campus approximately 6 kilometers away. Time is of the essence. Julie takes flight along the path into the school grounds. However, upon encountering a vast horde of corpses within the campus, his heart sinks. Such a scene only manifests in the presence of intelligent zombies. "Brother, you're back." A frail girl appears in Julie's embrace as he enters the second floor of a convenience store. He gently tousles her hair and begins to inquire about the situation outside from Lu Gong. As I suspected, Julie replies. What is it, brother? Liu asks. Shaking his head, Julie assures her that all is well and instructs Lu Gong to unlock the store's door. Lu Gong hesitates momentarily but ultimately places his trust in Julie. Prior to this, Julie had meticulously observed the convenience store's layout. It is bordered by a wall, above which high-voltage wires have been hastily installed. In this apocalyptic world, power has long been cut off. Now, as a first-tier evolved being, he feels confident in escorting the three women and Lu Gong before the zombies converge. Once Lu Gong opens the door, Julie hoists his sister onto his shoulder, glancing at the height of the wall. Taking a few steps back for momentum, he leaps onto the wall and effortlessly makes his way outside. Leaving a shadow clone behind, he re-enters the campus, swiftly grabbing Su Min and vaulting her over the wall, where his clone catches her. After assisting the noble Takeda, he instructs Lu Gong to exit on his own. Given Lu Gong's zombie-like condition, there is no need to exert additional effort in extracting him from the wall. Ignoring Lu Gong's resentful gaze, Julie leads the three women as they await Lu Gong's emergence. Chapter 9. New Mission. Achievement System Unlocked. Julie prepares to guide the group back to the previously discovered path, only to be met with Takeda's inquiry. After explaining, he emphasizes that they must no longer perceive their current reality as ordinary. Clinging to a pre-apocalyptic mindset may lead to their untimely demise. The others nod in understanding, though each harbors their own thoughts. For them, the world has merely descended into chaos. They believe their nation will not easily abandon them. Despite having read various apocalyptic novels, they remain unaware that fiction pales in comparison to reality. Julie understands their mindset, recognizing it as a form of self-deception. In truth, the nation has not forsaken them. Following the outbreak, certain cities have swiftly mobilized their responses. Task Phase 4. As the system requires energy for upgrades, collect 30,000 source points within 1 week. Reward. After upgrading, the energy cost for item exchanges will decrease. The achievement system has been activated, requiring the completion of the first achievement, Zombie Slayer. Reward, 100 source points. Progress, 0-100. Upon reviewing this information, Julie feels an overwhelming urge to return and start accumulating points. However, he restrains himself. The initial ease of slaying zombies stems from their lack of cognition. Conversely, within the campus lurks an intelligent zombie, which could spell disaster for any human who crosses its path. Guiding the group swiftly along their journey, they encounter a few wandering zombies. Julie initially considers dispatching them but, upon glancing at his sister, decides to sever a zombie's limbs instead, tossing a military knife to her. He realizes he cannot protect her indefinitely. What if he is not there one day? Should she become like the unfortunate women who have fallen prey to fate? Liu's complexion pales at the implication that her brother expects her to kill zombies. Gazing at Julie's indifferent expression, she clenches her leg. With determination, she picks up the military knife, gritting her teeth as she charges at the zombie, ultimately slaying it. Afterward, she discards the knife and begins to retch. Though she has witnessed much, the act of taking a life firsthand evokes a different sensation. While Julie remains silent, he approaches to gently pat his sister's back. Liu looks up at him, pushing him away and choosing silence. Julie, at a loss for words, continues to lead them forward. However, when they reach a street, he halts, prompting the others to stop as well. Su Min senses an impending threat. Nodding, she indicates a horde of approximately 60 zombies ahead. Julie acknowledges the situation, leaving behind a shadow clone to ensure Lu Gong and the others remain concealed and safe. Drawing a kunai, he disperses into a flock of crows, soaring towards the horde, which seems fixated on the building before them, immobile. Julie guides the crows upward, infiltrating the building through a ventilation shaft on the 4th floor. The staircase has been obliterated. Observing the fractured stairs, Julie ponders, who could have done this? Upon reaching the 8th floor, he is met with several rifles aimed at him. Julie raises his hands in a gesture of peace. Imperial Army, I am a law-abiding citizen. A chuckle escapes Gao Shaoxian, while the others remain still. Luo Jun slowly rises, scrutinizing the unexpected guest. He cannot fathom how this individual ascended, given the broken staircase and the horde at the entrance. Are you an evolved being? Luo Jun inquires. Julie nods, but when pressed for how he ascended, he prefers to remain silent. Luo Jun's expression hardens, and he strides forward, intent on apprehending him. With a smirk, Julie suddenly appears before him, delivering a punch to Luo Jun's abdomen. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you lower your weapons. As Julie notices the only female soldier resting nearby. He recognizes her face from somewhere. Gao Shaoxian, feeling Julie's gaze upon her, becomes irritated. Who are you to Takeda? Julie questions. Gao Shaoxian is taken aback. How does he know her sister's name? Surely, her sister is not in his possession. After a moment, she replies, she is my sister. Do you know where she is? Having grasped the capabilities of evolved beings, she refrains from mentioning any desire to partner with him, focusing solely on the whereabouts of her sister. If you wish to know, assist me in clearing the zombies below, Julie states, prompting gasps from those present. They had contemplated eliminating the zombies, yet their ammunition is dwindling. This man, however, appears to possess a method to eradicate the horde. We will cooperate with you, but could you release Captain Luo Jun? Gao Shaoxian's attention fixates on Julie, while Luo Jun, feeling dejected, nods in agreement. How many grenades do you have? 6, give me half. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Jun commands his men to comply. Julie shares his strategy, and while the others feel uncertain, they reluctantly agree. Gao Shaoxian watches in astonishment as Julie suddenly vanishes before her eyes. The others, though surprised, recognize that in this apocalypse, extraordinary abilities are commonplace. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Julie lands atop a small building surrounding the larger structure, emitting a sharp whistle to signal the commencement of his plan. As the zombies below hear the sound, they become agitated and begin to surge forward. Julie brandishes 2 kunai, hurling them towards the neighboring buildings. As a horde of zombies surged forth, Julie formed seals with both hands and unleashed fireballs towards them. Observing the advancement of 16 zombies within the achievement system, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to reach another building, hurling his first grenade at the previous structure. With a resounding explosion, 21 more zombies were vanquished, leaving only a few dismembered remains. Julie formed seals once again, invoking Earth Escape. Earth Pillar Explosion. The protruding earth spikes pierced through the remaining zombies, after which Julie regrouped with the newly arrived team, leading them towards Lu Gong's hiding spot. After a while, a multitude of zombies began to swarm the vicinity. Finally, the Gao sisters reunited, sharing their sorrows and learning of their father's situation in the military district, as well as their current plight. Gao Shaoxian implored Julie for assistance in returning to the military district. Very well, but what do I stand to gain? Julie grasped his waist with one hand as his younger sister tugged at him. What do you wish for? Gao Shaoxian inquired. What if I were to request you 2 sisters to serve me in bed? Julie nonchalantly proposed this demand. Gao Shaoxian's face turned pale, while Luo Jun and the others furiously drew their weapons. And Lu Gong expressed his admiration. Tio think he desires both. Liu gave Julie a light slap. All right, Gao Shaoxian interjected, noticing the unwillingness etched on Gao Tian's face. She halted Luo Jun and the others' actions, believing that if it came to a confrontation, they were no match for this man. Sai, I concede to you, I will unconditionally send you there. However, before that, I need to find my other companions. By the way, Beimo and Lin Wenyu, you should know them, right? Julie remarked. Beimo's father is the commander of the military district in this city, and Lin Wenyu's grandfather is a renowned biologist, Gao Shaoxian informed. None of them are simple. All are wealthy individuals. Julie nodded in agreement. Chapter 10. An unexpected lottery, ability? After completing the achievement system for zombie hunters, Julie suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten something important. It seemed that at the beginning, Tian Xian had mentioned spending 100 original power points to enter a lottery. With good fortune, one could obtain excellent skills. With bad luck, one might receive a mere consolation prize. Although a large number of evolvers had emerged in the apocalypse, Julie, with his ability to escape using the Flying Thunder God and his current offensive capability of mental thread cutting, had reached the strength of a first-tier evolver. He was puzzled about the distinction between himself and other evolvers, as he had already encountered Beimo, who had manifested abilities, yet he could still subdue him with a single move. Tian Xian explained that a typical first-tier evolver awakens some form of innate ability or talent, and their strength is enhanced by devouring the soul crystals of other evolvers or hunting high-level zombies for their cores. Julie also required original power for comprehensive enhancement. Nodding in understanding, Julie recalled that he possessed a devouring skill, albeit a rudimentary one, yet it could still lead to evolution. Tianxian, I wish to draw from the lottery. Julie entered the space once more. A massive spinning wheel appeared before him, whirling rapidly. After a moment, he commanded it to stop. The pointer landed on the area for a mysterious gift, prompting Julie to frown yet proceed to open it. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an S-level incomplete blood trace barrier. Incomplete blood trace barrier. What use is this? The term blood trace barrier was something he had only heard in Naruto. Host permissions insufficient. Hearing this for the first time, Julie recalled that he needed to collect original power to upgrade the system promptly. Please introduce its functions. Air blood trace barrier, incomplete version. Attached technique, air perception, which allows you to sense the surroundings within 100 meters through the flow of air. It can temporarily nullify all physical attacks for 3 minutes. Upon reading this description, Julie couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This was precisely what he desired, especially the last effect, which allowed him to ignore all physical attacks for 3 minutes. He began to implant the blood trace barrier. 1 minute later, Julie felt a surge of energy within him and nodded in approval. Closing his eyes, he became attuned to many things, such as Bayamo and Lin when you engaged in certain activities in the restroom. However, refraining from prying into their private affairs, he opened his eyes and exited the room. They needed to advance to the next location, the Shangri-La Hotel, as there was only one route to the military district. Leaving them no choice but to push forward. As a 6-star hotel, the Shangri-La was naturally filled with guests, indicating a significant number of zombies within. Just as they prepared to set off for the hotel, at the military district base in City B, Wong Kong was deep in thought when a knock at the door interrupted him. Come in. Report, General. A team sent to rescue the mayor has lost contact. But radar indicates an aircraft approaching the military district, a young soldier announced. Oh, I see. Then send out another team for a search and rescue mission. I trust you all, Wong Kong replied, rising to salute. The young soldier trembled slightly, quickly returning the salute before exiting the room. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, a disdainful smile crept across Wong Kang's lips, his eyes revealing a frenzied intent to kill. Gazing at the imposing hotel and the deserted streets behind him, Julie chuckled. The group trailing behind him felt a chill run down their spines. They had just emerged from their hiding place. And Julie single-handedly dispatched all the zombies. As Julie traversed the remaining streets, ready for another attack, Liu suddenly grasped his shirt, causing Julie to frown in confusion, his face contorted, and his Sharingan eyes glowing crimson, which instinctively made the courageous Liu release his grip. Brother, you should take a break. We'll handle the rest, Luo Jun said, regaining his composure. Julie regarded him and nodded, prompting Luo Jun and the others to form a formation and advance step by step. As Julie walked, he checked his achievement points, noting he only needed 600 more zombies to reach the elite zombie hunter status. However, he pondered where he could find 600 zombies to slay. Tianxian then informed him that this was not the only means to acquire original power, despite having 1,000 points. Right, I can convert this second-tier evolver's core into original power, can I? Julie inquired. Indeed, Tianxian replied. Upon hearing that the conversion was successful, he found himself with only 20,000 points and decided to inject all of it into the system upgrade task. He feared he might be tempted to exchange for several powerful ninjutsu, but he believed that as long as he remained cautious, the early days of the apocalypse could be quite prosperous. By the time they reached the Shangri-La Hotel, it was already 6:30 in the evening, and the sky had darkened, causing the group to hesitate. According to Su Min's perception, a tremendously powerful mutated beast lay dormant within the hotel. She was unsure of its exact nature, attributing it to her low level. Julie signaled for everyone to halt, using air perception to gauge the massive creature within the hotel. Upon sensing its presence, he decided to lead the group in search of a safer location. It was a second-tier mutated earth dragon, and although he was uncertain how such a creature had appeared, Julie felt it prudent not to provoke it. Moreover, he had sensed that the entire lobby of the hotel had turned into a world of ice sculptures, indicating that this mutated beast had awakened its innate abilities. Let us wait and hope it does not discover us while foraging. Jiuli advised the group. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that the strongest among them had cautioned against provoking the creatures within the hotel. Jiuli exchanged some rations from the system and distributed them to the group while consuming military rations himself. He still had tasks to accomplish. He needed to acquire 10,000 points of original power within the remaining 5 days. Thus, he resolved to hunt zombies during the night, aiming to secure his second achievement first. As night fell, the group found themselves within the domain of the Frost Earth Dragon, resulting in a lack of zombie disturbances, allowing the weary members to enjoy a restful sleep. Chapter 11. The Mutiny. Just as Jiuli prepared to venture into other parts of H-City for the slaughter of zombies, a mutiny was unfolding not far from him in City B. Kong. Upon receiving word that a team had successfully located other high-ranking officials within the military district, nodded approvingly. He then summoned his subordinate. Li Huai. How long have you been with me? Wang Kong inquired. I have followed the general for 8 years, Li Huai responded. Very well, I shall inform you that you will lead a team to rescue the military and government officials. But you will be ambushed on the way back. Only you will successfully parachute to safety, do you understand? Wang Kong patted Li Huai's shoulder. Li Huai suddenly grasped the implication, nodded, and left to prepare. Alone in his office, Wang Kong laughed heartily, for he knew that soon, he would reign supreme over the entire military district. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Jiuli transformed into a crow and soared from his floor, beginning his search for the whereabouts of the zombie horde. Ultimately, he discovered a multitude of zombies surrounding a lake, with a stone emanating a violet halo at its center. Could that be a celestial meteorite? Goodness, this is a highly sought-after treasure in the apocalyptic future. To find it right beneath his nose filled him with exhilaration. With this, he estimated that the energy required for system upgrades would be more than sufficient. Although some calculations were imprecise, he recalled that the meteorite used to enhance the strength of evolutionists in the future would certainly yield a significant amount of energy. However, he observed that there were at least 300 to 400 zombies below. How could he lure them away? This posed a considerable dilemma. Suddenly, Jiuli recalled that he had one last grenade remaining. He descended onto a nearby building and first inquired of Tianxian how long it would take to absorb the energy from the stone directly. Tianxian replied that it was unable to ascertain, as it had not come into contact with any effective data. Jiuli felt a surge of urgency. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it. If he became wealthy, it would be splendid, and if not, he could always use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Jiuli utilized the Shadow Clone technique, instructing his clone to carry the grenade to a designated spot before detonating it. Indeed, in an instant, the horde of zombies stirred, with many of them shifting their focus towards the source of the sound. However, dozens remained steadfast near the meteorite. Jiuli planted a kunai infused with the Flying Thunder God technique into the ground, then hurled it, teleporting to stand before the remaining zombies. Yet, he heard a furious roar from within the depths of the horde, causing all the zombies present to rush towards him. Were there intelligent zombies among them? Jiuli wiped the kunai in his hand, then formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth pillar explosion. He dispatched the foremost charging zombies, then employed his mental threads to sever the heads of those in the rear. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He formed seals once more and unleashed a fireball to incinerate the zombies. Information relayed from his clone indicated that a portion of the horde had begun to retreat. But Jiuli was anxious. A horde commanded by intelligent zombies was far more terrifying. He flung 4 kunai, piercing the skulls of several zombies, and using the instantaneous technique, surged towards them. Swiftly, he dispatched the zombies before him, leaping onto their shoulders and vaulting towards the intelligent zombie deeper within the horde. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball obliterated the diminutive form of the intelligent zombie. Jiuli stared at the charred remains, momentarily stunned, but then took a step towards the meteorite, asking how long the absorption would take. 1 minute, Tianxian replied. Jiuli nodded in acknowledgement and then placed his left hand upon the surface of the meteorite, forming a single hand seal to activate the Shadow Clone technique. Together with his clone, they withstood the fury of the horde, and just as his chakra was nearly depleted, he finally completed the absorption. In an instant, Jiuli teleported away, while his clone vanished from sight. Panting heavily, he collapsed onto the rooftop of the previous building, feeling utterly exhausted. This was the most disheveled he had ever been since acquiring the system. How many energy points had Tianxian converted? Julie asked excitedly. He recalled that the meteorite, half a person tall, should have yielded no less than 10,000 energy points, a total of 110,000 energy points. Should the host proceed with system upgrades? Tianxian inquired. Reflecting on the rewards for system upgrades mentioned earlier, which included a decrease in the prices of certain items, Julie decided that as long as he was cautious, he would be fine. Let us enhance my body, he declared. Opting for 2 enhancements, he felt his internal strength and chakra gradually restoring and his body becoming increasingly powerful. Julie experienced exquisite delight. The enhancement completed, 5,000 energy points were deducted. Tianxian's voice rang out. This time, Julie did not complain and instead infused 10,000 energy points to initiate the system upgrade. As he observed the hall falling into darkness, he understood that for the next 3 days, he would be unable to utilize the system again. Once again rising, Julie transformed into a flock of crows, soaring back to the previous gathering point. Chapter 12. The Lucky Find Among Zombies. Shortly after Julie departed, a diminutive zombie crawled out from the pile of corpses that had long since perished. Its expression dazed, it greedily gazed at the dark green crystal core in its possession, swallowing it whole before collapsing to the side. Zombies meandering nearby gradually congregated around it, though Julie remained oblivious to this. Having returned to his dwelling with a bountiful harvest, he found everyone in the darkness awaiting his return, leaving him somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Adopting a serious demeanor, he urged everyone to rest quickly. Julie glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 5 in the morning. The group hurried to rest while Julie stood beside the window, quietly observing the situation inside the Shangri-La Hotel. Through his air-based abilities, he sensed the energy of the Frost Earth Dragon beginning to exhibit subtle fluctuations. It was preparing to venture out in search of food, Julie murmured. Observing the now resting individuals, he felt a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, his power had been far too weak to protect others. Before becoming an evolutionist, he had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. Yet, he felt fortunate that in this life, he possessed the Tianxian system, granting him the ability to protect himself. Julie closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged to continue sensing his surroundings. Although he knew no zombies were present, he found the stillness rather dull. Thus, he passed 2 hours, arriving at 7-30. In Julie's perception, the entire ground began to tremble. The others awoke, and Julie signaled them to remain calm, as he discerned this was merely the Earth Dragon venturing out to feed. As he felt the ground shake, he closed his eyes to focus. Suddenly, the tremors ceased, and a cold sweat broke out on Julie's back. He realized the Frost Earth Dragon had halted right in front of their building. Julie opened his eyes, his face etched with concern. Nevertheless, he clung to a sliver of hope, knowing that if anything went awry, he would prioritize fleeing with his sister, and the others would receive only minimal assistance. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled once more. Julie took a deep breath. That was close. Once the system upgrade concluded, he vowed to exchange for the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, if he encountered a similar situation again, he would be in quite the predicament. As for why he did not exchange for the Meijiki Sharingan, he had inquired earlier. Firstly, at his current stage, the Meijiki's derived ocular techniques were random, and he had no way of knowing what would manifest. Secondly, exchanging for other ocular techniques from the Naruto universe required 10,000 energy points each. Thus, he decided to postpone that exchange, prioritizing the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique instead. Once the Earth Dragon moved further away, Julie instructed everyone to stay close and hasten through the area. Thus, they traversed the Shangri-La Hotel. Yet, a sense of crisis emerged within Julie as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Upon reaching the 3rd Street, he discovered the path ahead was blocked, the cause being a series of car accidents that occurred after the apocalypse, resulting in numerous vehicles colliding and obstructing the way. They paid little mind to this, clearing a path through the center and proceeding onward. Encountering wandering zombies along the way, Julie entrusted the military personnel with their elimination. However, as they approached the entrance to a residential complex, Julie felt a twitch in his eyelid. He realized the cause. An enormous mutated tiger lay at the entrance, Initially, he thought it was sleeping with its eyes closed and intended to pass by quietly. Yet, when the tiger opened its eyes and regarded them with disdain, Julie understood they had no chance of slipping past unnoticed. In that case, prepare for battle, Julie quietly declared, drawing a kunai. The others tensed at his words, forming a protective formation around the 6 women. The mutated tiger regarded Julie, rising to its feet, seemingly only taking him seriously. With a roar, the tiger lunged forward, its limbs propelling it towards him. Julie shouted in rage and retreated, executing a backward jump to evade the attack. Witnessing the mocking glint in the tiger's eyes ignited his fury. First, he wielded 6 kunai, chakra threads attached to them, and flung them at the mutated tiger. The tiger swatted the kunai aside effortlessly before pouncing again. Unexpectedly, Julie reappeared at the spot where the kunai had fallen. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai returned to his hand, and he threw them again as the tiger attempted to swat them away. Julie formed hand seals for Earth release. Earth pillar explosion. He had thought it was a foolproof plan, but to his surprise, the tiger managed to evade the emerging Earth spikes. This left Julie in a state of frustration, his combat skills feeling woefully inadequate. However, if he could not defeat it, they would be unable to pass. What should he do? Julie pondered, forming hand seals to unleash a fireball, but once more, the tiger dodged it. Then, he activated his Sharingan. A thin golden thread swiftly slicing through the tiger's front right limb. Julie felt a surge of triumph. After all, the mental threads could indeed sever. Yet, the already wary tiger was reluctant to fall for the same trick again. Julie drew a kunai and employed the instantaneous technique to position himself beside the tiger. The tiger swiped at him with its paw, but Julie narrowly avoided it, delivering a punch to its belly. As the tiger attempted to bite him, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to distance himself. Gradually, he was depleting the power of the mutated tiger while simultaneously regaining his own combat instincts. For a while, he had relied solely on ninjutsu to eliminate zombies, only to find himself at a disadvantage against the mutated tiger. The beast growled lowly, frustrated by its inability to land a hit on this human, feeling utterly toyed with. This humiliation was intolerable for the king of beasts. At last, the mutated tiger seized an opportunity and swatted Julie aside. Elated, it roared and sprinted towards the spot where Julie had fallen. Upon reaching the pile of rubble, the mutated tiger forcefully blew the debris away, revealing the human lying beneath. A sense of inexplicable excitement surged within it. Chapter 13. A grueling battle. The mutated tiger gazed upon the incapacitated human before it, contemplating that if it killed him and consumed him, it could undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. With that thought, the tiger lunged forward, preparing to deliver a fatal bite. However, with a resounding thud, the tiger found itself momentarily frozen. The human beneath it had vanished. Earth release. Earth pillar explosion. With a crack, Julie reappeared not far behind the mutated tiger, hands forming seals. A spike of earth shot forth, lifting the tiger and sending it flying. Yet, Julie's pupils constricted as he noticed that the tiger merely shook its head and rose again, its wounds completely unscathed. This left Julie at a loss for what to do, but the mutated tiger was enraged by the attack. It roared fiercely, and a faint red flame began to surge from its body. The tiger unleashed a fireball towards Julie, who rolled aside to evade it, activating his Sharingan to observe the flames. Each time the fire neared him, he managed to dodge just in time. Perceiving that its destructive flames had little effect, the mutated tiger flicked its tail, the red flames dissipating, replaced by a greenish gas. In an instant, the tiger appeared before Julie, slapping him away and crashing him against the wall of a building. Julie strained to maintain focus with his Sharingan, finally catching sight of the tiger's form. As Julie narrowly evaded another attack, he formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball technique that struck the mutated tiger. Julie called out for them to attempt firing their weapons, but he quickly halted that suggestion, sensing that a horde of zombies nearby seemed to be drawn to the presence of the mutated tiger. "All right, I'll play with you tomorrow. I must return now." With no other choice, Julie led everyone to take refuge in a nearby small house. Sealing the door with earth release, exhausted, he leaned against the wall to rest. Though he had evolved into a first-tier, double-powered being, he still could not overcome a dual-powered mutated tiger. Truth be told, if he could defeat this beast, he would acquire a new ability. It seems we must rest here for 3 days. I still lack sufficient means to deal with that mutated tiger, Julie sighed. His companions comforted him, acknowledging his commendable efforts. Julie mused that after 3 days, when the system upgraded, he would see if there were viable strategies to employ. 3 days later, Julie observed the slightly anxious expressions of Luo Jun and the composed demeanor of Gao Tian and Gao Shaoxian. He couldn't help but feel taken aback, but upon hearing the long-awaited voice of Tian Xin, Julie found himself much calmer. Once inside the space, he examined the task rewards that Tian Xin had mentioned, noting that the exchange prices for some items had decreased. First, the original energy required for basic resource exchanges had diminished. Additionally, the cost for the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique had also lowered, leaving only the ocular techniques. Tian Xin informed him that with the system upgrade, he could now exchange for Manjiki Sharingan techniques without possessing the Manjiki itself. Although the price had been halved, he could still pay an additional 5,000 original energy to acquire them. Julie, ever the skeptic, grumbled about Tian Xin's new tricks, but decided to spend 50,000 points to upgrade the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. This brought him a slight sense of relief. If he still couldn't defeat the mutated tiger, he would have to evacuate everyone. Subsequently, with the remaining 45,000 points, he spent 10,000 to exchange for the ocular technique Shenwei. Believing that the ability to distort space would be particularly advantageous at this stage, he then allocated 12,000 points to further enhance his physical strength, achieving the level of a 5th-tier first stage evolved being. He was finally on the brink of breaking through to the second stage. With 13,000 points left, he exchanged for a small spatial ring, which provided an interior space equivalent to a single room, costing him 3,000 points. Next, he acquired the illusion technique Nirvana Sanctuary, considering that he would soon be entering a military district where unexpected events could occur, allowing him to safely extract his sister if necessary. Following Tian Xin's suggestions, he exchanged for Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Earth Release, Mud Clone, and Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Observing the dwindling 3,000 points, he couldn't help but lament how quickly they had been spent. Tian Xin, is there any further use for these 3,000 points? Julie inquired. Besides exchanging for ninjutsu, you can also participate in a luxury lottery? Tian Xin replied. Julie's eyebrows shot up at the mention of a luxury lottery. Don't tell me it costs 3,000 original energy just for a single chance. Tian Xin seemed to understand Julie's thoughts, confirming his assumption. After a moment's contemplation, Julie instructed Tian Xin to summon a panel for a 3,000-point lottery, eager to see if there were items worth that amount. Soon, he found himself salivating at the sight of Wood Release, Amaterasu, and the Tintails Chakra. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Let us try again. He could refresh the lottery once more for 3,000 points. Julie, feeling somewhat pale, thought to himself that regardless of the outcome, he would risk it all. Possessing any of those 3 skills would grant him unparalleled strength. Thus, emboldened by his audacity, he chose to proceed with the luxury lottery. As the wheel began to spin, Julie felt a pang of regret. What if he didn't win? As the pointer neared the thank you for your patronage slot, Julie felt as if he could no longer breathe. Yet, he was prompted to try again, which he deemed far better than a mere dismissal. When the second spin commenced, Julie closed his eyes, steadying himself as the wheel continued to spin. He lost track of time, anxiously awaiting Tian Xin's notification. Come on, what did I get? Just tell me. Upon opening his eyes, he found the indicator resting on Wood Release and collapsed in sheer elation. This is a skill akin to a map bomb. I can only imagine the scene in Naruto when the first Hokage unleashed Wood Release. What a splendid tool for swiftly eliminating minor foes, especially with the later arrival of the Flower Tree World, which can incapacitate opponents. Would you like to proceed with the Wood Release implantation now? Tian Xin inquired. Julie nodded eagerly, immediately beginning the process. However, as it commenced, an intense pain surged through him, forcing him out of the great hall. Coughing, Julie's companions, who had initially thought he had merely fallen asleep, were startled when he suddenly spat blood, followed by a relentless stream of crimson. This alarmed everyone around him. What's wrong? Julie rubbed his blurred vision. Liu shook her head, yet the tears glistening in her eyes did not escape Julie's notice. He gently stroked her hair, saying, "Silly girl, I'm fine. Just encountered a minor issue." Standing up, Julie felt the immense chakra surging within him. Astonished by the realization that the chakra boost from the first Hokage's bloodline barrier had multiplied by hundreds. "All right, you all wait here. This time, I shall go and slay that mutated tiger." For reasons unknown, everyone sensed a newfound strength radiating from Julie. Perhaps he had evolved once more. Julie returned to the entrance of the community, observing the slumbering mutated tiger. He hurled a shuriken towards the beast. Sensing danger, the sleeping tiger sprang to its feet and rolled to evade the attack. Glaring at the human who dared to provoke it, the tiger roared with fury. Ever since it had evolved into a first-tier mutant beast, none had dared to confront its authority. The mutated tiger flexed its body, preparing to launch a decisive assault on the human before it. Julie formed hand seals, causing the concrete beneath him to suddenly soften. Drawing the tiger downwards, the tiger leaped out of the marsh, while Julie maintained a smug smile. The mutated tiger unleashed its wind-based abilities, accelerating towards Julie. Shaking his head, Julie invoked Earth Release. Mud Clone. The tiger bit into a wall of earth, but as its teeth shattered the barrier, it was met with a fiery blast that sent it hurtling away as the tiger felt its dignity compromised. It emitted a dazzling display of wind and fire energy, launching flames from its mouth enhanced by the wind. Julie, however, was not foolish. He swiftly teleported away, letting the combined skills obliterate the area behind him. The mutated tiger believed it had successfully vanquished its foe and was filled with glee, but as it regained its senses, it found itself trapped in a marsh that had suddenly appeared beneath it. Roaring in defiance, it struggled against its confinement. Julie formed hand seals, declaring, "Perish, water release. Water dragon bullet." Suddenly, a torrent of water surged forth from behind, coalescing into a dragon of liquid, roaring as it hurled the mutated tiger into the marshland. Thus, Julie withdrew his chakra, and the swamp returned to its original state. However, lying on the ground was an additional mutated tiger, lifeless. Julie stepped forward and cleaved open its skull, from which a soul crystal, alternating in red and green, fell out. Without the slightest hesitation, Julie employed his devouring skill to consume the soul crystal. He grasped it with his left hand and released it. A ball of flame manifested in his palm. The emergence of control over both fire and wind attributes was indeed impressive. Having been an evolver, Julie swiftly mastered the transformations of the wind attribute. He should have immediately returned to inform them to hasten their passage through this location. Yet, he abruptly changed his mind, for he needed to arrange certain matters first, and it seemed there were indeed living beings within this district. Otherwise, why would a mutated tiger be vigilantly stationed here? If his conjectures were correct, there must be other mutated species lurking within. Julie's cousin, Liu, had been standing in place for a considerable half-hour, constantly glancing out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of her cousin's return. Ultimately, after escorting these individuals back to the military district, she planned to visit her home to check on the well-being of her elders. Otherwise, she would truly feel overwhelmed, although her brother was by her side. He often vanished, appearing only at critical moments. "Oh dear, my little princess. What troubles you? Why aren't you resting properly?" Just as Liu paced back and forth, Julie suddenly appeared behind her, inquiring with a smile. Liu turned and leaped into his embrace, confiding her thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, Julie agreed and instructed everyone to prepare to enter the nearby district. "We will traverse through the district and the shopping mall. We shall soon reach the military district." The others nodded in agreement, though Gao Shaoxian cast a subtly peculiar glance at Julie. As Julie led them into the district, his senses detected that some residents within the surrounding buildings were still alive. He relayed this information to Luo Jun and the others, but the latter shook his head, stating that currently, Julie was the only formidable warrior available, and he was not always present. If more individuals were to join, the situation could become precarious. Suddenly, Julie turned to see a man frantically sprinting toward them, pursued by a strange zombie. This zombie, devoid of skin, had transformed its left arm into a bone blade, slaying the man before fixating its gaze on the group. Licking its lips warily, Julie unleashed his aura, a chilling presence that bore down upon the zombie. He recognized that should a confrontation arise, he and his sister would likely be unharmed, but the group behind them would undoubtedly suffer. For this was a predator known for its speed. Fortunately, it seemed this predator was only recently formed and appeared to fear Julie, seizing its earlier prey before vanishing from sight. Continuing onward, Julie suddenly noticed a dense fog filling the depths of the district. He pondered briefly before turning back. We should seek a place to rest. There is a formidable mutated beast within. Based on his memories from his previous life, such creatures only existed in areas where the fog-killing beasts thrived. Although the group did not fully comprehend, they sought out a building to clear and prepare to stay for a time. Julie glanced at the roof of a nearby structure, though it appeared empty. He distinctly sensed a prying gaze just moments prior. This left him feeling somewhat suspicious. As night fell once more, Julie and the others implemented a rotation for resting and keeping watch, with tonight being Luo Jun's turn alongside one of his subordinates. At that moment, the subordinate began to voice his grievances. "Boss, what is so special about that guy? We rely on him now, but just look at his arrogant demeanor. The young lady's gaze is always fixed on him. Once we return to the military district, won't he still be detained? I don't believe he would dare to act recklessly for his sister. Enough. Regardless of the circumstances, he is our savior, though we currently lack the ability to repay his kindness. What about in the future? All military districts are intensifying their research into evolver potions. Have you not noticed? Julie's capabilities surpass those of ordinary evolvers. Don't you understand why?" Luo Jun recognized his brother's discontent but realized that in this apocalyptic world, he must protect his comrades and prevent any potential tragedies. "May we survive to return to the military district, my son. My wife, you must wait for me," murmured the disgruntled man as he retrieved a photograph from his pocket. Luo Jun observed everything keenly as long as they could survive and return. He was determined never to take on such perilous tasks again. The daily pressure was simply unbearable. Julie sat on the bed, deep in thought. His understanding of the fog-killing beasts was limited, merely based on what Emozi had mentioned in his previous life. He had never expected to encounter one. If he did, he could always escape. After much contemplation, he decided that he would venture out to probe the situation tomorrow. Chapter 14. Heartbreak in the distant S-City. Had Julie been present, he would have discovered the presence of a multitude of zombies. Although they were somewhat restless, they remained eerily still. At the heart of the horde stood a zombie that had seemingly regained a human form, albeit with an unnaturally pale complexion. Slowly, it rose from the heap of corpses beneath it and unleashed a furious roar toward the sky, which roused the surrounding horde into a cacophony of growls. The entire S-City resonated with the sound of their rage. As the zombie ceased its roar, a flicker of confusion crossed its eyes. Raising both hands, it conjured a spear of lightning and hurled it toward a distant building, effortlessly obliterating it. Witnessing this, the zombie erupted into another ecstatic roar. Since entering this district, Julie had felt a subtle sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. Feeling increasingly restless, he decided to take a stroll, only to find a large group of people gathered in silence within the room. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he caught sight of a woman among the crowd. "You are?" In an instant, Julie, amidst the bewildered and shocked gazes of others, grasped the woman's shoulders. However, she turned and shot him a furious glare, raising her hand to slap him. The blow left Julie momentarily stunned, and those behind him, witnessing the assault, raised their rifles in anger. "Do not move. Lower your weapons. I'm sorry, but could you tell me your name?" Julie rubbed his swelling left cheek. Upon seeing the genuine disdain in her eyes and the way she nestled against an ordinary man, Julie felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Her name was Lin Qingyu. That name thundered through Julie's mind. It was indeed her. The man beside her, Li Qing, had once been a master at a martial arts school. During the outbreak, he awakened his talents and, while escaping, encountered Lin Qingyu in a precarious situation, rescuing her from danger. Now, Lin Qingyu was his beloved. Julie nodded, his expression blank as he surveyed the room. Liu, concerned, supported him, urging him to share what was troubling him. Julie understood why she had struck him. She likely bore scars from past traumas. Regrettably, the scoundrels who had threatened her were dead. Otherwise, he would have made them wish for death. You, Julie glanced at the warily defensive Lin Qingyu. And suddenly, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, causing him to collapse to the ground. Liu and the others gasped in alarm, hastily assisting him into the room. Mr. Li, you mentioned we could collaborate to return to the military district. However, I hope Miss Lin does not appear before that man again. Gao Shaoxian stated coldly. Li Qing's expression faltered, but Lin Qingyu grasped his arm tightly, and together, they retreated to their own quarters. Liu clutched Julie's hand tightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. In that fleeting moment, she realized she hardly knew her brother at all. That woman. As Liu lifted her head again, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Julie sat alone in the grand hall, slowly voicing his feelings for Lin Qingyu. He had not anticipated that this life would grant him immense power, yet still deny him the chance to be with her. He recalled how, in his last life, although she was aware of his affections, she vanished during a mission, only to return with Li Qing by her side. In this life, she had narrowly escaped humiliation thanks to Li Qing's intervention. With this in mind, Julie pondered what his efforts were truly for. Ultimately, he recalled their shared goal in the previous life, to save humanity and ensure their survival. With this thought, Julie rose, and as he awakened once more, his Sharingan began to spin rapidly, transforming into a triangular shuriken shape. Yes, I still have my family. He gently tousled Liu's hair, who stirred from her shock, expressing her fears once more. This left Julie feeling somewhat ashamed, leading him to decide that he would take the young girl along in the future. He had just inquired with Tianqian about whether skills could be exchanged for others. Tianqian replied that it was indeed possible, but for skills above level B, it would cost 10 times the original energy. Chapter 15. Arrival at the military district, the power of time and space. The next day, Julie opened the door and gazed upon the concerned faces of those around him. A warm feeling coursed through his heart. He resolved to protect them, establishing a base of his own, just as in his previous life. Without further ado, they prepared to embark on their journey through the final checkpoint into the military district. Upon seeing Lin Qingyu beside Li Qing again, Liu immediately grasped her brother's hand. Julie smiled gently, squeezing the slightly tense hand of the latter, and stepped forward, saying, "Let us proceed." Li Qing and the others let out a sigh of relief. After Julie had fainted the previous day, they were worried about being refused cooperation. Though they understood that they could not blame Lin Qingyu, the others felt a tinge of resentment as the specter of death loomed over them. Today, witnessing Julie actively extend his goodwill, they felt a measure of joy. Julie turned around, slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them once more, revealing the malevolent and awe-inspiring kaleidoscope Sharingan. Today, he intended to discover what was so peculiar about this mist-killing beast. As he stood in this fog-shrouded area, the scene suddenly shifted, and Julie realized he was inside the base from his previous life. A smile crept upon his lips as he understood. This was an illusion. How amusing it was that one would attempt to flaunt their illusionary skills before his eyes. However, knowing how to break the illusion, Julie had no intention of hastily concluding the game, as he spent day after day within this phantasm. Julie admitted that if not for his Sharingan, he might truly have believed he had returned. Such was the situation at that moment. Deputy Commander. Observing the individual below reporting to him, Julie suddenly asked, "How would you like to die?" "What do you mean by that?" the subordinate replied, bewildered. Julie merely chuckled, not deigning to answer. Instead, he formed hand seals and waved his hand, shattering the illusion. The instant Julie broke free from the illusion, he felt the environment shift around him, and before him stood a small, dog-like mutated beast. Julie sensed its fear, yet he was unwilling to let it escape so easily. He activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan and gave it a gentle spin. The mist-killing beast noticed that the human, who had previously been at a distance, had suddenly appeared before it. "I know you can understand human language. Will you submit, or will you face death?" Julie demanded, his gaze unyielding. The mist-killing beast seemed reluctant to yield, slowly backing away. However, Julie scoffed disdainfully, closing his right eye while allowing his left eye's kaleidoscope to spin. The beast, in horror, discovered that with each step it took backward, The soul crystal within its body diminished. This revelation prompted it to scramble toward Julie, mistakenly believing that retreating would weaken it while advancing would empower it. Regrettably for the beast, Julie would not grant it such wishes. When it became evident that its efforts were in vain, the mist-killing beast surrendered. Julie retracted his gaze, and the creature collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. A fiery red orb emanating from the beast's head floated towards Julie, who extended his hand to grasp it. The orb then sank into Julie's body, filling him with newfound abilities that obediently settled within his chakra. With a natural fluidity, Julie formed another hand seal, causing the mist-killing beast to vanish. The surrounding fog dissipated entirely in the wake of its disappearance. Those who had contemplated retreating upon realizing Julie had not emerged from the mist were taken aback to see the fog lift, revealing Julie standing unscathed before them. A wave of relief washed over the group as Julie gestured for them to proceed once more. Ahead lay the military district. After enduring countless hardships, they finally returned to the military district. Those who had emerged from it felt a sense of disbelief. They were alive, and living was indeed wonderful. Julie, leading the way, felt the sharp sting in his eyes, a consequence he understood all too well. It seemed that the warnings from the world of Naruto were true. Excessive use of the kaleidoscope would curse one's eyes, plunging them into eternal darkness. To this end, Julie consulted Tianxian, who assured him that a solution existed, albeit one that would require Julie to part with a significant amount of energy. Exchanging for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan would suffice. It's not too expensive, merely 1 million energy. Tianxian stated 0.1 million. Julie nearly faltered at the thought. Yet he managed to maintain his composure, knowing it was best to use it sparingly. He understood the powers of his eyes. The power of time lay within his left eye. As the saying goes, the power of time is the mightiest of all. Many strong warriors have fallen victim to its relentless march. As for the ability of his left eye, he chose to remain silent for now, as the time to utilize it had not yet arrived. Julie walked alongside the others, pondering the path ahead as they made their way towards the military district. "Stop right there. Who are you?" A voice called from ahead. Looking up, Julie saw a formidable steel fortress erected before the military district. Even from a distance, they were ordered to halt their approach. Gao Shaoxian gestured to Luo Jun, who stepped forward to clarify their identities and the purpose of their team. After some deliberation, the soldiers atop the fortress decided to allow them to wait at the city gate while they made a call for confirmation. Luo Jun complied, and shortly thereafter, a soldier descended to open a small door beside the large iron gate. "I apologize, but we must conduct a routine inspection. We hope you will cooperate," a female soldier stated. As she led the girl away for a search and blood test, Julie and the others followed the male soldiers for their own checks. After a series of formalities, they were finally reunited. However, Gao Tian and the others had to part ways with Julie here. Li Qing and Lin Qingyu had intended to say something, but Julie took Li Yu's hand and walked away without looking back, leaving Li Qing feeling somewhat awkward. Upon reflection, realizing they might not have another opportunity to meet, Li Qing smiled and waved goodbye to Gao Shaoxian and the others before departing. Gao Shaoxian paid little mind to Li Qing and the others, her large eyes fixated solely on Julie as he walked away. "This is indeed the interior of the military district," Li Yu remarked, observing the somewhat barren surroundings. Julie nodded, noting that the number of people was far fewer than he had anticipated. This had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was fewer individuals, making management simpler. The downside was that should a massive horde of undead descend upon this place, he could guarantee it would not withstand for long. Julie glanced at his sister and pointed towards a nearby pre-apocalypse hotel. Liu's face flushed slightly. He was surprised he had not noticed her eagerness before. As for Su Min, Julie had intended to bring her along, but she had chosen to follow Gao Shaoxian instead. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened, but upon further reflection, he realized that their relationship was merely one of friendship. He then recalled Lu Gong, the plump fellow, wondering where he had wandered off to. Presumably, he had become a zombie. As long as he did not encounter any trash makers or devourers, he was likely safe. Chapter 16. The Powerlessness of the Weak. The following day in the military district, Julie and his sister emerged from a small room. Initially troubled about finding a place to stay that night, they had been guided here by a soldier. who claimed it was at the behest of Director Gao, the head of the military district's internal affairs. Julie recognized the name. Director Gao must be the father of the Gao sisters. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air, causing Jelly to frown. Although H City had a population of only around 3 million, following the apocalypse, those who remained standing here likely numbered less than 1 million. The B District has established a base, welcoming civilians and evolvers to come together to create our final sanctuary. The broadcast repeated 3 times. Julie observed the restless crowd around him and mused that for these civilians, joining would likely mean being conscripted into the military ranks. However, none of this concerned him greatly at the moment. He grasped Liyu's hand and made his way toward a small playground within the military district. The sun was pleasant today, and he intended to spend the day there with his sister. Contemplating his next course of action, staying here was not an option, as he knew the vast hordes of zombies in H City would not remain in one place indefinitely. Your Excellency, the Northern General of the military district wishes to express his gratitude for your life-saving efforts. Just as Julie was leisurely lounging on his sister's lap, basking in the sun, a figure obstructed his light. I understand. Lead the way, Julie replied as he stood, releasing an aura characteristic of a first-tier evolver. Thereby intimidating those around him with ulterior motives, he followed the soldier, with Liyu in tow. Haha, what a pleasure it is to finally meet you. I must thank you for saving my grandson. Bayamo. Upon entering an office, Julie was drawn to the laughter that diverted his attention. He beheld a middle-aged man with a square jaw and slight stubble. Are you Bayamo's grandfather? Julie inquired. Uncertain. My grandson became a first-tier evolver thanks to the potion developed by Professor Wong in the military district after the apocalypse, which is why he appears much younger now. Julie pondered. He heard a voice from behind the middle-aged man, realizing that Bayamo was also present. The once vibrant Bayamo has long since vanished. Clad in military attire and donning a cap, Julie nodded slightly. This uniform was far more aesthetically pleasing than his own camouflage gear. I have grown old, and since you are a friend of Imoer, if you do not mind my taking advantage of our relationship, you may call me Grandpa Bay, Bayu remarked. Julie smiled and agreed, introducing his sister to Bayu, which sparked a glimmer of interest in Bayu's eyes. Subsequently, Bayu inquired whether Julie could remain in the military district. Julie refrained from responding directly, instead asking about the current state of affairs in the military district. The situation here is rather dire. We rely heavily on external teams to procure food daily. And even then, our resources are dwindling, Bayu lamented with a furrowed brow. Oh, is that so? I shall consider it, Julie mused, realizing that under such circumstances, the military district could not sustain itself for long. His presence would hardly bring about any significant improvement. Observing Julie's hesitance, Bayu's expression flickered with disappointment. If the information relayed by Bayma was accurate, then this young man undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of formidable evolved beings. As Bayu had pressing matters to attend to, he left Bayma to continue their conversation and extended an invitation for Julie and his sister to join the soiree that evening. Julie nodded in agreement, noticing that Liu appeared eager to attend. Your grandfather is indeed an evolved being, and he seems to hold a significant position within the military, Liu chirped animatedly once Bayu had departed. Julie looked at his sister with a hint of indulgence, occasionally nodding in agreement with her words. Meanwhile, Bayma found himself deep in contemplation regarding the note his grandfather had handed him before leaving. Pursue Liu. Those 4 succinct words fell upon him like a command, and inexplicably, the once rebellious Bayma found himself acquiescing to the idea. Julie noted the subtle shift in Bayma's demeanor towards his sister and felt a twinge of displeasure. Fortunately, Liu quickly picked up on this and, without hesitation, wrapped her arm around Julie's, urging Bayma, their host, to show them around. Bayma readily agreed, as he was eager for an opportunity to converse further with them. The trio arrived at the residential area designated for the officers of the military district, where the buildings resembled ordinary residential complexes more than anything else. Julie couldn't help but scoff inwardly at the irony. The high-ranking officials who once turned their noses up at such places now regarded them as luxurious accommodations. Unbeknownst to Bayma, Julie's thoughts were far from his own as he led the two around. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. Bayma guided them to the cafeteria, where, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, Much of the meat was prioritized for military personnel. Inside the cafeteria, Julie and the others spotted the Gao sisters accompanying a middle-aged man. When they crossed paths, both groups merely exchanged nods of acknowledgement. However, the moment Gao Shaoxian settled into her seat, she began fervently searching for Julie's presence. Julie was acutely aware of the fervent gaze upon him, but chose to disregard it. He would soon depart with Li Yu, yet he had to wait for 3 days before setting forth on what would be the dawn of a new era. As night descended, the soiree commenced within the 3-story villa. Upon entering, they quickly realized the festivities were already in full swing. In truth, who would adhere strictly to the clock during an apocalypse? It was likely that many had already gathered to drown their sorrows in drink, hoping to become blissfully intoxicated and forget their woes. "This is the lament of humanity," Julie remarked, observing the revelers around him as he held his sister's hand. Liu remained silent, though the tightening of her grip betrayed her inner turmoil. "I'm fine. I merely feel reflective," Julie reassured her. "Let us procure some drinks." Chapter 17. The power of a second-stage evolver. After lingering for a while, Julie believed it was time to leave when Gao Shaoxian approached him. However, he simply turned away, prompting her to call out in frustration, "Do you truly despise me that much? I refuse to believe you didn't notice me in the cafeteria. I merely like you. Is that such a crime?" Slowly, Julie turned to face the flushed and agitated Gao Shaoxian, watching her with a mixture of exasperation and anticipation for her next words. Truth be told, ever since he discovered that Lin Qingyu remained by Li Qing's side, his interest in romance had withered. He was genuinely surprised to learn that this young lady harbored feelings for him. Could it be that beauty is drawn to strength? Upon confessing her affection, Gao Shaoxian felt a wave of shyness, but when faced with Julie's impassive gaze, she impulsively kicked him before turning away in indignation. Julie scratched his head, glancing at Liu, who regarded him with a stormy expression. "I truly had no idea," he insisted, grasping her arm as she attempted to walk away. Liu turned her head, refusing to meet his gaze, her displeasure evident. "You need to appease me," she demanded, and Julie found himself at a loss for words. Bemused by her reaction, after all, he was merely her brother. There was no need for others to harbor affection for him, nor for her to take offense. As they stepped outside the villa, a cold breeze swept through, prompting Liu to hug herself for warmth. Noticing this, Julie shed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Liu shot him a disapproving glance, but still grasped his hand, signaling that it was time to return. Julie nodded, and as they traversed a desolate pathway, he suddenly halted. Liu, puzzled, soon understood the reason. A bare-chested man was smoking right in their path. If one were to claim this was mere coincidence, Julie would not believe it, for he sensed a subtle murderous intent emanating from the man. "You shouldn't let her fall for you," the man declared. "Who? Gao Shaoxian?" Julie replied. He expressed his disinterest in the young lady, only for the man to become even more irate, demanding to know on what grounds he could dismiss Gao Shaoxian, who was both intelligent and beautiful. Julie was momentarily taken aback, realizing that with such a person, rational discourse was futile. Julie pulled Liu behind him, and the man laughed, assuring them he had no intention of harming a woman. This sparked a flicker of respect in Julie. After all, a man who refrains from striking women must possess some decency. As Julie assumed a combat-ready stance, the man shook out his limbs, bending his knees slightly as a gust of wind swept across their faces. Suddenly, he lunged forward with astonishing speed, arriving before Julie in an instant. Taken aback, Julie could only cover his head with his arms, only to have the man deliver a knee strike to his abdomen. Julie felt a tremendous force impact his midsection, sending him flying backward. As he lay on the ground, he coughed violently, his face flushed and breathing labored. "I know you are a first-stage evolver. Unfortunately for you, I have ingested an experimental second-stage evolution serum developed by the professor. It seems to be working quite well," the man taunted. "What a madman. The second-stage serum is still in the experimental phase. A failure could lead to mutation into a zombie, yet he has succeeded." As the man reappeared before him, gripping his hair, Julie chuckled, prompting the man to question him. In response, Julie swiftly raised his leg and kicked the man's knee. The man yelped in pain, releasing his grip on Julie's hair. With kaleidoscopic eyes, Julie saw golden threads slicing through his vision, targeting the man. However, they only grazed his skin, failing to inflict any substantial harm, resulting in Julie receiving another kick and being sent flying once more. Liu, witnessing Julie's plight, was moved to tears, yet she refrained from rushing to his aid, knowing she might only become a burden. Despite the pain, Julie's mind raced, recognizing that he could not confront the man head-on. The second stage represented a qualitative leap. Suddenly, Julie's eyes whirled rapidly, as the man attempted to close in again. He found the scene around him shifting. Julie seized the opportunity to recover his strength. Moments later, the man emerged from the illusion, looking mockingly at Julie. Julie responded with a smile, which momentarily stunned the man, for he realized that Julie was now surrounded by two other identical figures. The three Julies locked eyes and charged forward together. The man retreated a step, executing a spinning kick that struck one of the Julies, but in an instant, another Julie seized his leg, creating a momentary stalemate and granting the Julie who had been knocked away a chance to recover. Observing the scene unfold, Julie formed hand seals. The man felt his body descending slowly, and with a sudden surge, his leg muscles bulged as he broke free from one Julie's grasp. The man propelled himself from the mire, only to be met with a torrent of water as Julie unleashed a water release. Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon collided with him mid-air, and as he neared the ground, Julie unleashed an earth release. Earth Pillar Explosion. Struck by the earthen spikes, the man appeared enraged. Utilizing the momentum, he twisted his body to land on the ground, only to find Julie waiting behind him. Fire Release. As the man turned and kicked Julie, the latter dissipated into smoke. Suddenly, the man felt a forceful impact from behind, crashing to the ground, unconscious, with his back slightly singed. Julie took a deep breath and hastily led Liu away, racing towards home. About half an hour later, a group of men in black moved the unconscious man from the ground. Chapter 18. Main Quest Phase 5. The next day at noon, Julie still had not encountered anyone seeking work. So he set off with his sister to the playground. As for the remaining military rations, he distributed them to his sister, for he estimated that he would have to take her into his space in the coming days. Before the kaleidoscope opened its eyes, he had exchanged for the eye technique known as Shenwei, which, as a spatial power, naturally held many potential developments, such as the ability to contain living beings. He also intended to exchange a skill for his sister. But the fifth phase of the main quest had yet to commence, and he lacked the time to hunt zombies for achievement points. The second tier evolved being he encountered yesterday had exerted a considerable pressure on him. Although fleeing was an option, it still left him feeling uneasy. Furthermore, he had tested the disparity between his strength and that of the second tier evolved being yesterday. Main Quest 5. Come, those who endure in the storm. Task Reward, Advancement in Realm, an unrestricted enhancement based on one's capabilities. Julie understood this was in relation to the first heavy rainfall expected tomorrow, as it had not rained for nearly a week. Moreover, in his previous life, it was precisely the energy brought by the first rain that allowed the originally slowly evolving creatures to experience explosive growth. At that time, it was uncertain whether it would be a disaster or a boon for humanity. As Julie contemplated this, he expelled the contents of his mouth and gazed languidly at the blue sky and white clouds. Cherish this fleeting moment, humanity. Time swiftly passed to the night of the third day. Observing the ominous clouds looming in the evening sky, a sense of gravity filled the hearts of people around the world, as if something momentous was about to occur. At 7:30 in the evening, thunder finally rumbled in the sky, heralding the arrival of the first rainfall. People hurried indoors to seek shelter from the rain, yet some sensed the abundance of elements swirling in the air and flocked to rooftops to absorb the atmosphere. Julie utilized a wooden clone to keep Liu company at home while he ventured alone to the rooftop. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks, their icy touch crystallizing his thoughts. Soon, lightning crackled, and thunder roared, as if to declare the inviolable majesty of the world, a provocation. Subsequently, Julie felt an increase in the energy within him, as if something had invaded his body. Gradually, the initial enjoyment transformed into excruciating pain, causing him to collapse to the ground, where he found a momentary reprieve, only to be engulfed by even more intense suffering. Julie sensed his brain growing dull, his thoughts becoming sluggish, in a desperate bid to regain focus. He bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. This jolt brought clarity back to his mind, and he knew he must endure. Otherwise, the agony he had just experienced would be in vain. The torrential rain not only facilitated the evolution of a small fraction of humanity, but also led to the evolution of zombies, their frenzied howls echoing throughout the city. As night turned to dawn, dew droplets fell upon the slumbering Julie. He awakened abruptly, glancing around to confirm he was still on the rooftop, which brought him a sense of relief. It seemed he had indeed persevered. Feeling the transformation within him, he was thrilled to discover a purple crystal core had emerged in his mind. The emergence of this core signified a third-tier evolution, allowing the previous abilities to reside within it for free transmission, a hallmark of a third-tier evolved being. Emboldened by this newfound power, he felt exhilarated. He had reached the third tier sooner than expected and was rapidly approaching the mid-tier, from which he could soon manifest his own innate talent. Giuli approached the edge of the rooftop balcony, extending his right hand to grasp the marble edge. To his astonishment, it crumbled under his grip as if it were mere tofu. Chapter 19. I have something for you. As dawn broke, Giuli evaporated the moisture clinging to his clothes and returned home, where his wooden clone had already seized the opportunity to depart. Upon entering, he found Liu sitting on the bed. Lost in thought, he stepped forward to embrace her, and she leaned into his chest. What is it? Julie inquired curiously. Brother, I want to go home and take a look, Liu replied. I'll take you back in a few days. If possible, I will find a safe place for you, Julie promised. Liu nodded in agreement, then got up to wash up before following Julie out for a walk. Thanks to the military rations, she did not feel hunger, while Julie, having reached the third-tier evolution, found his need for food significantly diminished as his body expelled impurities and generated the crystal core. As they were stopped by a group of soldiers ahead, who invited them to the office, Julie grasped Liu's hand, sensing her tension. He nodded at the soldiers and proceeded to the office, suspecting they had come to check on any changes following the heavy rain from the previous day. Upon arriving, Julie first spotted General Bay, beside whom stood a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, fidgeting with anxiety. The man was disheveled, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and he wore thick glasses perched on his nose. Julie mused with a hint of dark humor whether he would truly be blind if those glasses were removed. However, he also detected another presence in the room, an aura belonging to a second-tier evolved being. Julie regarded the two men before him, hoping they would clarify their purpose. General Bay smiled and introduced the middle-aged man as Professor Wong, who had been leading research since the outbreak. Professor Wong's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed as he looked at Julie, a gaze that made Julie uncomfortable, aware that the professor harbored ulterior motives. Professor Wong has heard of your exploits and wishes to collect some of your blood for scientific research. General Bay explained, he has discovered that the higher the tier of evolution, the more unique the genetic samples within their bodies. Very well, that I trust that Professor Wong's intentions are for the betterment of humanity. Moreover, I recall that he seems to have developed a potion for first-tier evolutionists. I would like to obtain a dose, Julie stated. Liu felt a surge of emotion, realizing her brother's agreement to the demands of those in power stemmed from his desire to protect her. Sure enough, Professor Wong and General Bay exchanged knowing smiles. With a clap of his hands, General Bay signaled for the door behind Julie to open, and a soldier entered, placing a safe on the desk. General Bay gestured for the soldier to leave, which he did with a nod. Julie approached the safe, inputting the password. Upon opening it, he beheld a dark green potion flowing within. Nodding, he permitted Professor Wong to draw his blood. After the sample was taken, Julie's arm miraculously healed itself, causing Professor Wong to nearly leap with excitement, though his gaze toward Julie became increasingly sinister. Turning to take the potion, Julie led his sister out. Having lingered for some time, he first returned home with her. As they passed through an area inhabited by ordinary people, a few attempted to rob them, as such acts were not uncommon. Yet, before they could advance, the first assailant found his throat sliced by Julie, prompting the others to flee or feign unconsciousness. Julie dismissed them with disdain, pulling Liu onward. Brother, where are we going now? Liu inquired innocently. We're going home to administer the potion. After all, I am concerned for your well-being. You also don't wish to remain under my protection forever, do you, Xiao Yuer? Julie replied with a smile. Liu blushed, realizing her brother had indeed agreed to the exchange for her sake. Upon returning home, Julie injected the potion into Liu's body. Initially, she felt fine, but soon experienced dizziness, alternating between warmth and cold. After half an hour, as Liu showed no signs of improvement, Julie's expression darkened. He hastily consulted Tian Xian, who informed him that the potency of the potion varied. After hearing this, Julie learned that only his blood could enhance Liu's physique, as it had been fortified multiple times. Nodding, Julie cut his palm, but the blood flowed too slowly, causing the wound to heal almost immediately. Shaking his head, he sliced his wrist, allowing a torrent of blood to flow into Liu's mouth. Gradually, her complexion regained its rosy hue, while Julie's face turned pale, as he had to reopen the wound each time it began to heal. As he watched Liu's breathing return to normal, he smiled and collapsed beside her, surrendering to sleep. Liu felt quite uncomfortable in her sleep, as if a heavy weight was pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a torrent of water flowed into her mouth, providing relief to her parched throat. However, the intermittent streams of water left her somewhat displeased, yet ultimately, her thirst was completely quenched. Upon reopening her eyes, Liu was met with an overwhelming metallic taste of blood in her mouth, and it dawned on her that her brother had previously administered an enhancer serum to her. Yet, she felt exceedingly unwell. Could it be that the earlier water flow was indeed related? Her gaze fell upon Julie, who lay unconscious beside her bed, as well as the blood-stained knife beneath it, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her brother had sacrificed so much for her, yet she still needed him to protect her. She got out of bed, gently lifted Julie, and placed him on the bed. The wave of concern washed over her. In the past, he would awaken before she even touched him, but now, witnessing his pale complexion, her cheeks flushed crimson. She leaned down to check his breathing, relieved to find that he was merely asleep, and quietly pressed her lips against his. Chapter 20. Killing for my sister in the research lab at the H-City Military District. Professor Wang was engaged in some experiment, with several surgical tables nearby, one of which was bound with an unconscious man. "Professor, is it time to proceed?" inquired Wang's assistant. The professor nodded, and the assistant, having calibrated the syringe, injected the extracted liquid into the man's body. He then stepped aside to monitor the experimental subject's responses on the computer screen. Observing the lab's layout and its sophisticated tools, one couldn't help but marvel at H-City's status as the second-largest economic hub in the country. Suddenly, the bound man on the surgical table awakened with a scream of pain, and after a moment, his body began to convulse, foam escaping his mouth. His face contorted in agony, veins bulging from his neck. And ultimately, he succumbed, blood streaming from all his orifices. Indeed, the potency of the newly developed serum, derived from his genetic profile, was far too great for any test subject to survive. Witnessing yet another subject's demise, a flicker of regret crossed Professor Wang's eyes, not for the life lost, but for yet another failed experiment. Perhaps for these frenzied scientists, such losses were merely contributions made in pursuit of the greater good for humanity. Eureka! We can utilize his genetic cells to clone his body. He has a cousin, correct? Let us find a way to obtain a sample of her blood, Professor Wang declared, activating the lab's large screen, revealing the face of General Bei. Understood, General Bei's voice resonated before the screen plunged into darkness. At home. As she cared for the resting Julie, Liu heard a knock at the door. Curious yet cautious, she refrained from waking the slumbering Julie and merely called out, "Who is it?" Receiving no reply, she grew wary-eyed. In the next moment, the door was kicked open, and a shadowy figure darted in, brandishing a gleaming weapon. With a swift motion, Liu felt a sharp pain as her arm was sliced. Before her stood a middle-aged man, expressionless as he approached her, seized her injured arm with one hand, and produced a vial to collect the blood dripping to the floor. He offered a fleeting smile before turning to leave. Seeing that the man had not harmed her brother, Liu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Causing her to faint, Julie found himself in a lengthy dream, and upon awakening, he was engulfed in darkness. Initially pondering whether the little girl had ventured out to play alone, he soon discovered his sister lying injured on the ground. His pupils dilated in shock, transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Sister, Tianxuan, heal her. I will replenish your energy, Jiuli urged anxiously in his desperation. He forgot that he, too, could heal her, perhaps fearing the possibility of leaving Li Yu with lingering repercussions. After Tianxuan completed the healing, he informed Jiuli that it had cost him 1,000 energy points and that Li Yu's injuries were more severe than just her arm. The man had also damaged her internal organs, and the wound was contaminated with the zombie virus. Upon hearing this, Jiuli nodded, his expression shifting from initial fury to calmness. I am sorry. I have broken my promise and allowed you to be harmed. He then used his divine power to transport Li Yu into a safe space. Jiuli made his way toward the military district office. En route, he was intercepted by the duty soldiers, who requested his cooperation. Jiuli, urging them to step aside, expressed his frustration, knowing that in this apocalyptic world, humanity could no longer afford to turn against itself. With no other option, he swiftly incapacitated the soldiers and proceeded further inside. Meanwhile, General Bei was informed of Jiuli's intrusion into the office. He had just learned that an enhancer under Professor Wang had invaded Jiuli's home and harmed his sister, while Jiuli himself was reportedly injured and unconscious. What on earth is happening? Can we not discuss this civilly? General Bei asked, his gaze fixed on the impassive Jiuli. Someone took advantage of my injury, broke into my home, harmed my sister, damaging her internal organs, and cut her arm with a knife tainted with the zombie virus, Jiuli replied. The soldiers around them visibly bristled with anger. In this time of crisis, such actions were clearly premeditated assault. Calm down for now. Let us retreat to the office. General Bei attempted to placate Jiuli, reasoning that his sister would likely be all right. However, he was taken aback to see that Jiuli seemed to know exactly who was responsible. Ha! Who do you think you are to confront a general? A man clad in black spandex stepped forward, disdain etched across his face. Oh, is that so? I'll show you that I'm making a scene. And if you don't like it, come and fight me, Jiuli retorted, activating his Sharingan, summoning a multitude of wind blades that swirled around him. With a single gesture, he directed the blades towards the man. The man scoffed, attempting to evade, but to his dismay, he found his legs sinking into the ground. In a moment of desperation, he roared, bracing himself. Yet the wind blades effortlessly sliced through his body, and he collapsed. Lifeless. Jiuli, you've gone too far. I warn you. I know you are an enhancer, but so what? If you don't back down today, I will have my men open fire, General Bei shouted in frustration. With a single command, the soldiers, though fearful of Jiuli, hastily raised their weapons at him. Jiuli smirked defiantly, challenging, "Go ahead, shoot me." Bang! Someone fired the first shot, and soon others followed suit. General Bei, alarmed, realized it was too late to intervene, but as they observed Jiuli, unscathed and undeterred, their courage faltered. Jiuli remained calm, disappearing from sight, only to reappear amidst the soldiers, who crumpled to the ground in agony. One soldier had his neck broken and was discarded at the center. You may continue, Jiuli stated coolly. General Bei was at a loss, signaling to his subordinates, but Jiuli, fully aware of the power dynamics, chose to disregard them. The standoff persisted until a middle-aged man with a dark complexion arrived. Shattering the tension, observing the disdain and mockery in the man's demeanor, Jiuli returned a disarming smile, knowing that he could unleash his full strength later. General, why have you summoned me? The dark-faced man inquired. Did you not break into someone's home and injure his sister with a knife contaminated with the zombie virus? General Bei questioned calmly. The dark-faced man nodded, and General Bei, exasperated, remarked, "Now that you've been identified, you'll have to figure out how to resolve this." Chapter 21. The survival of humanity. Upon hearing the dark-faced man's candid admission, Jiuli advanced a step, appearing before him amidst his mocking gaze. With a swift motion, he struck the man down, placing his foot on his head as the latter struggled. "Tell me, how shall I send you off to have tea with King Yin?" Jiuli asked with an unsettling calmness. The dark-faced man continued to shout defiantly, while General Bei fell silent. If memory served him correctly, the man before him was one of the three elites favored by Professor Wang, albeit ranked third, having reached the second-tier enhancer level. Yet, He had been effortlessly subdued by a youth, leaving General Bay questioning his own existence. He felt relieved that it was not one of his own men sent to collect a blood sample from Julie's sister. Otherwise, he would be in a world of trouble. General Bay pondered. Julie gradually crushed the dark-faced man's left hand, using wind blades to slice through his fingers, blood flowing freely, despite the pain. The dark-faced man maintained his defiance, staring unwaveringly at Julie. Julie sighed, his Sharingan beginning to swirl, and the dark-faced man soon felt his consciousness fading. With a slight pressure from Julie's foot, he succumbed, completely losing awareness. "Who sent you?" Julie inquired, releasing his foot. "Professor Wong," the dark-faced man replied. "What did he send you for?" Julie pressed. "To collect your sister's blood," the dark-faced man confessed. General Bay was taken aback. What means had Julie employed to elicit such a confession from the dark-faced man? Had he intended to escape the base? Yet, the following events clarified his confusion. Julie appeared to gesture with his hands, and the dark-faced man screamed in horror. Julie uttered a faint thank you, then, without hesitation, grasped He Lian by the neck and swiftly snapped it in two. Despite the latter's pleading gaze, General Bay felt a sense of awkwardness as he regarded Julie, who, seemingly lost in thought, cast him a fleeting glance before vanishing into thin air. This sudden disappearance made his pupils constrict. He realized that Professor Wong was doomed. For a powerful being endowed with spatial abilities, one could never predict when they might emerge from the shadows to deliver a fatal blow, sealing one's fate. Julie reappeared in Professor Wong's laboratory, observing the ongoing live subject experiments. He interrupted the professor, who looked up with a puzzled expression. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "He Lian has divulged everything, and I have sent him away. Now, it is your turn to join him," Julie replied with a smile. Professor Wong pondered for a moment before concluding. "So, you're here to kill me." He requested Julie to wait while he completed his final experiment and recorded the data meticulously. Turning to his assistant, who had been by his side for 5 years, he said, "If I perish, you must not give up. Continue with the experiments. If successful, just mention my name in your acknowledgments. Promise me you will live on and witness humanity's ultimate victory." After patting his assistant's shoulder, he approached Julie, signaling for him to proceed. Julie asked, "What instructions did you give him?" Before Professor Wong could respond, he lost consciousness in the midst of his assistant's astonished gaze. Julie hypnotized the professor. Upon learning that the latter had instructed He Lian to inform him of the necessity to acquire some of his sister's blood for progress, Julie's demeanor softened. He formed hand seals, his pupils swirling in a kaleidoscope, implanting a technique within the mind of this future luminary of the apocalyptic world. Julie advised the professor's assistant on what could be disclosed, cautioning that some truths could cost one their life. The assistant nodded eagerly, acknowledging his understanding. Reflecting on the revelation, Julie felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, genuine scientists who cared for humanity in the post-apocalyptic world were exceedingly rare. Thus, he spared Professor Wong's life, recognizing that he would require a scientist's expertise in the future. Certain matters could not always be entrusted to Tianxian, and according to the latter's words, following the system's third upgrade, blueprints of advanced weaponry from a high-tech world would emerge, obsolete in those realms, yet immensely superior in Earth's current environment. Chapter 22. The Onslaught of the Vast Zombie Horde, 1. Within H City. The prestigious institutions of Beihai University and Nanhua University were besieged by a multitude of zombies, who stood guard in organized formations around the campuses. The evolution of these undead had led to a hierarchy within their ranks, reminiscent of ancient court officials, arranged by status. In the scientific research building of Nanhua University, a group of zombies with skeletal blades for hands and exposed, blood-red muscles gathered at the entrance of a classroom. One among them, displaying signs of impatience, suddenly quieted upon hearing a noise from within. Abruptly, the door swung open, and a shadow was hurled outside. A tattered female zombie who fell to the ground and hesitated to rise. Emerging from the classroom was a man, unmistakably human, his eyes glowing crimson and fangs bared as he muttered something. The surrounding zombies knelt and surged forward into the open. The zombie horde within the campus began to mobilize slowly, advancing toward the military district. Simultaneously, A roar echoed from inside Beihai University, prompting the assembled zombies to shift into motion. The common objective of the two factions of zombie leaders was to reach the exit of H City, the last bastion for humanity, the military district, the sole territory untouched by the undead. From the moment they developed consciousness, a formidable presence loomed over their territory, compelling them to accumulate strength and evolve. For they understood they could not contend with such a powerful entity. Fortunately, that overwhelming aura eventually departed, never to return. With their newfound abilities, they anticipated commanding greater numbers. According to the reports from the lower-ranking zombies, abundant prey awaited near the military district. However, upon encountering that former presence, fear gripped them, as they vividly recalled the intense murderous intent it exuded. Simultaneously, another zombie leader, seemingly sharing this dread, proposed a pact. Once they attained the third tier of mutation and became zombie lords, they would jointly assault the military district. Haha, the day has finally arrived. At the convergence point of the zombie legions, the two leaders exchanged knowing smiles, followed by exuberant roars. Since awakening that morning, Jiuli had noticed an incessant twitching of his eyelids, which surprised him, yet he dismissed it. Ever since that day, he had taken to keeping Liu by his side wherever he went, even to the restroom, much to her embarrassment. Each day, Liu found herself subjected to a new lesson in combat techniques, a skill once imparted to him by Lin Qingyu in his previous life. Alas, in this life, not dwelling on it further, the two continued their training in basic combat techniques on the rooftop. Liu, demonstrating remarkable talent, had shown significant progress in just a few days. Juli's ears perked up as he overheard someone shouting about a zombie attack from below. Just as they descended the stairs, they were met by Bayamo, who seemed frantic, having rushed over in disarray. Julie glanced at Liu, who nodded reassuringly. He ushered her into the car and urged Bayamo to explain the situation clearly. This morning, our military district's personnel were preparing to rest when they spotted a small group of zombies emerging from the park. Initially, they were pleased, thinking they finally had targets to eliminate, so they began to dispatch the undead. However, upon defeating the first wave, they were met with a massive horde of zombies emerging from the shadows. My grandfather has already mobilized the military and recruited enhancers to the walls of the military district. Julie pondered the unfolding events. It seemed inevitable. Could this be linked to the torrential rain from 2 days prior? Moreover, judging by Baymo's words, the sheer number of zombies suggested that only those at the Lord's stage could command such a vast army. When the time comes, ensure your grandfather is prepared for a strategic withdrawal, he instructed. Chapter 23. The initial assault of the zombie horde, 2. Upon reaching the military district's walls, Julie was met with a dire situation. Although the urgency was palpable, General Bay, a seasoned veteran, quickly organized the scattered soldiers into a cohesive unit. Civilians, aware of the stakes, spontaneously rallied to aid in the defense, fully cognizant that failure to hold the line would spell doom for them all. Julie nodded and whispered a few words to his sister before enveloping her in the safety of Shinwei's spatial realm. Brother Gio, what is this? A soldier inquired hesitantly, but under Julie's cold gaze. He retreated to continue the fight against the advancing undead. Julie observed General Bay, surrounded by a circle of individuals, undoubtedly enhancers, some exuding palpable auras. Below the walls, Director Gao, responsible for internal affairs, calmed the anxious crowd, urging them not to panic, yet refraining from distributing weapons, fully aware of the chaos that would ensue if they did. The zombie horde was held at bay. A collective sigh of relief swept through the defenders. Suddenly, a dark cloud loomed overhead. Trouble was brewing. It was a swarm of zombie birds. This is bad, Julie thought anxiously. General Bay glanced skyward and issued a command. Moments later, 10 enhancers emerged, and as the zombie birds swooped down, a net of electricity appeared in the sky, effectively neutralizing most of the aerial threat. For those that did break through, they met with fiery projectiles. This team appears competent. Perhaps I want need to intervene? Julie mused, watching the coordinated efforts of the enhancers. However, when a soldier's gun malfunctioned and another cried out that they were out of ammunition, panic spread like wildfire across the walls. Reluctantly, General Bay signaled for the enhancer squad to engage once more. But this time, they seemed hesitant. Julie assessed the situation. 20 enhancers of varying ranks and abilities, which explained their inability to form a formidable front line. With both hands raised, Julie counted the void, summoning a multitude of wind blades that sliced through the air, reaping the undead. The remaining evolved beings, witnessing this spectacle, hastened to imitate him. However, lacking crystal cores, they could only muster a fleeting moment of concentration before engaging in battle. Regrettably, it was not long before some of the evolved began to show signs of exhaustion, which alarmed General Bay, who promptly ordered the fatigued fighters to retreat and rest. "Little brother Gio, can you lend your hand once more?" inquired General Bay. Julie fixed him with a silent gaze, leaving the latter feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he held his ground for the sake of the civilians in the military district. "Very well, I shall assist," Julie finally replied. The soldiers atop the city walls began to panic, realizing that if even the evolved beings faltered, their own forces were unable to provide ammunition in the short term, which felt akin to awaiting death. Julie disregarded the despondent soldiers and the hopeful gaze of General Bay, focusing instead on the approaching horde of zombies. He contemplated whether it would be wise to exchange for a dust escape technique when he next harnessed his original power. Though he also found himself merely pondering would release. "The realm of trees descends," Julie bellowed, clenching his fists. Some soldiers nearby were taken aback, about to voice their concerns, only to notice the man who had startled them now standing before an astonishing sight. "My heavens!" a soldier shrieked, drawing the attention of other soldiers and some remaining evolved beings atop the wall. Before the zombie army, a dense forest suddenly sprouted, leaving the zombies momentarily bewildered, yet they continued their advance. As the rapidly growing forest reached a substantial size, its trees extended their branches, ensnaring the zombies and subsequently strangling them. Thus, amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of others, the two zombie lords, unable to breach their defenses, temporarily retreated. They realized that if the situation persisted, their minions would likely meet their demise. Furthermore, their alliance was merely one of convenience, and they were acutely aware that a formidable force remained within the fortress. Weighing their options, they chose to linger nearby, doubting that this powerful adversary would vacate the area. Upon observing the withdrawal of the zombies, Julie exhaled in relief. Once he released his chakra, the forest that had previously slaughtered countless zombies began to fade. Subsequently, he settled onto the city wall, breathing heavily. General Bay signaled to a nearby soldier to retrieve nutritional fluids from below and present them to Julie. With heavy eyelids, Julie glanced up, muttering his thanks before accepting the fluids and drinking. This marked his first use of wood release, and having already transplanted the first-generation cells, he felt as though a flame ignited within him upon employing this technique. Noticing the retreat of the zombie horde, he promptly dispelled his chakra, allowing the forest to revert to its original state. Observing the awe-filled gazes directed at him, he felt a swell of pride, for such admiration was something he had never experienced in his past life. After resting, Julie glanced at the still gray main quest line, realizing he could not accrue original power points. Without them, he could neither grow stronger nor exchange skills for his sister, enabling her to possess the means of self-protection. Nevertheless, he resolved to wait. Upon releasing Li Yu from his spatial realm, both were assigned to rest in the military hospital. Seemingly fatigued from the earlier battle, Julie, initially reluctant, succumbed to the tears of his sister. Chapter 24. The isolated city. As Julie rested, General Bay fretted over the impending zombie onslaught. Meanwhile, far away in City C, a perplexing scene unfolded. People bustled about, vehicles flowed like water, and daily life continued amidst the vibrant allure of lights and revelry. The news broadcasted no reports of the nation's current plight, yet the populace remained indifferent, engrossed instead in entertainment shows. "How strange! That fellow has been silent since venturing to other cities. Perhaps he has forgotten about me. Ugh, it infuriates me," a girl muttered to herself by her home phone, frustratedly stamping her foot. At that moment, a bright streak traversed the sky, and the girl, mistaking it for a shooting star, closed her eyes to make a wish. Should anyone else discover this, it would be catastrophic. Yet, curiously, the area seemed shrouded by a mysterious protective force. Best not to disturb this place, lest those hands reach here and tarnish this final sanctuary, She thought. A shadow in midair nodded in agreement, its hands soon tracing ethereal patterns, casting a thick haze over the city. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants, Julie awoke again, feeling the soft weight in his arms and momentarily feeling embarrassed. How did this girl end up sleeping on me? He gently laid her back on the bed and covered her with a blanket, prompting a faint smile to grace Liu's face as she dreamt. How wonderful, it smells just like my brother. This nearly caused Julie, who was about to take a sip of water, to choke. What on earth is this girl thinking? Oh well, since she's asleep, I'll let it slide. Summoning a wooden clone, he ventured alone into the hospital corridor. His body dispersed into a flock of crows, swiftly fluttering out the window. Gazing at the scenery beyond, Julie felt a heaviness in his heart, aware that today's zombie horde was merely a test. The timing of the next assault was uncertain. The crows alighted atop a building, their ears twitching as they discerned the activities below. However, Julie quickly lost interest, not out of aversion, but because he deemed romance in the apocalypse a trial too arduous to endure. Perched on the balcony's edge, he quietly gazed at the night sky. If not for the sounds emanating from below, he believed he could pass as a serene and handsome man, content to sit in silence and stargaze. Alas, time would not halt. Even though his left eye possessed the power of time manipulation, multiple uses had begun to impair his vision. He must amass 1,000,000 original power points swiftly. Otherwise, he would succumb to blindness. Relying solely on his senses to confront threats, thereby losing his greatest shield in this desolate world. As dawn broke, Julie transformed back into a crow and flew towards the military district. Upon landing, he discovered his little lazy sister was still sound asleep. He dismissed his clone and quietly sat beside Liu. Gradually, fatigue overcame him, and without overthinking, he leaned against the bedside, inadvertently drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he slept, Liu, who should have been in deep repose, pulled him onto the bed, embracing him tightly to savor his presence. Gradually, Liu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and indignation. Realizing her brother harbored feelings for her, as evidenced by his body's reaction. This revelation left her both startled and elated, as it granted her the confidence to pursue her brother openly. Yet, Julie was unjustly accused. As a single man, having a girl embrace him so suddenly was bound to elicit a response. When Julie awoke, his body tensed, only to relax upon realizing his sister lay in his arms. He gently kissed Liu's forehead before rising to wash up, intending to reconnoiter the terrain. Chapter 25. Grave Injury, Part 1. As dawn broke, Julie was summoned by General Bei, who dispatched someone to fetch him. Without time to wash up, Julie brought his already refreshed sister along as they boarded a vehicle bound for the office building. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, General Bei invited the visitor inside. As they entered, Julie immediately noted the general's furrowed brow and inquired about his distress. It's the zombie horde outside. We initially believed they had retreated, but it turns out they are lying in wait outside the park. General Bei explained. How do you know this? Julie asked, intrigued. Before the third wave team lost contact, they relayed the information via radio, General Bei replied, his expression grave. Understanding the general's concern, Julie recognized that being trapped within the military district would lead to a critical food shortage. Though they could seek refuge in other established bases, it was clear that General Bei preferred not to be a burden. Rising from his chair, Julie asked, What do you plan to do now? I called you here because that little rascal, Bei Mo, mentioned that you could transform into birds and fly through the skies, General Bei remarked with a smile. Julie furrowed his brow slightly. Realizing that he hadn't considered the implications at the time, yet Bei Mo had retained the information. Indeed, I can do that. But what is your intention? Julie grasped the general's meaning. He was being asked to expend effort without any benefit in return. General Bei, observing Julie's innocent demeanor, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Had Julie been one of his soldiers, he would have scolded him long ago. I can provide you with a portion of ammunition and rations. But you know we must reserve some for the base, General Bei stated. Upon hearing this, Julie immediately agreed. In truth, he merely sought some supplies, for while he could forego eating, his younger sister required sustenance. Regardless of her current status as an evolved being, in the eyes of Julie, she remained the same. Half an hour later, General Bay arranged the supplies and instructed someone to place them in the corridor outside his office. Jiuli nodded and promptly absorbed everything into his divine might space. After gauging the condition of his eyesight, he noted a slight blurriness and decided to conserve his vision. After delegating some tasks to his sister, he also drew her into his space. General Bay observed this with a flicker of discontent in his gaze, though Jiuli remained oblivious. Upon receiving his assignment, Jiuli dispersed his form and transformed into a multitude of crows. Soaring out of the window towards the park, he was perplexed as to how the zombies managed to breach the park's mutated plant defenses. Arriving once more near the park, Jiuli sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he descended onto the flat ground at a distance from the park. Closing his eyes, he gradually attuned his senses to the scene within. Upon realizing it mirrored his initial encounter, he understood that danger lurked here. A sudden whoosh of air cut through the silence as a vine struck Jiuli, who then dissipated into a swarm of crows, reconstituting nearby. Frowning, he surmised the reason for the zombies' access to the park. The zombie lord had forged an alliance with the plants within, using the zombies to nourish the mutated flora, thereby enabling them to extend their tendrils beyond the confines of the park. This was indeed troublesome. He pondered the implications, aware that the mutated plants were continuously evolving and would soon reach the fourth tier. Determined to exit the park via a nearby path, Jiuli realized that distraction could lead to dire consequences. Since he had departed the military district during daylight, he was not overly concerned about a zombie ambush. Before long, he entered the military zone, gazing at the ravaged urban landscape with a sense of melancholy. His thoughts quickly turned to his parents, as he lamented the inability to return home to see them due to the outbreak, especially with his sister studying in a distant location. Heightening his sensory awareness to its peak, Jiuli entered a combat-ready state, recognizing that with the mutated plants consuming and evolving, the proximity to mutated zombies was inevitable. The eerie silence unsettled him. It was implausible that not a single wandering zombie graced the streets. Suddenly, with a flick of his right hand, 3 shurikens materialized, which he hurled behind him. The metallic clinks echoed as the shurikens fell to the ground. Turning to investigate, Jiuli's pupils constricted upon spotting a Tier 3 Boneblade zombie looming behind him. Assessing his surroundings, he exhaled in relief. If it was but one, he could manage it. The Boneblade zombie, oblivious to the reason it had been commanded to kill him, let out a roar and charged at Jiuli with all its might. However, Jiuli sidestepped nimbly, conjuring a massive fireball in his left hand, launching it at the zombie's back. The Boneblade zombie swiftly turned, aiming to sever the arm of the human that had dared to mock it. Yet, the blade merely sliced through Jiuli's arm without inflicting any real damage. With a cold smirk, Jiuli delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's abdomen, sending it hurtling into a wrecked vehicle. Fire release. Great fireball technique, bring forth the winds. After forming a series of seals, Jiuli unleashed a torrent of flames, propelling the fireball towards the ignited car. The ensuing explosion was ferocious. The Boneblade zombie, bewildered by the flames that had missed it, questioned the human's intentions in setting a vehicle ablaze. However, Jiuli's small explosion clarified his intentions. Executing a backflip, Jiuli evaded the Boneblade zombie's return, which swung its weapon through the air, creating a slicing sound. In response, Jiuli wielded a wind blade, directing it towards the Boneblade zombie. The creature stood still, allowing the wind blade to slice through its body without leaving a scratch, just as Jiuli had anticipated. The Boneblade zombie roared in frustration, sensing a slight sinking sensation. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Jiuli's gaze sharpened as he formed seals with his hands. A dragon-shaped torrent of water surged forth, crashing into the Boneblade zombie and sending it sprawling. Observing the fallen creature, Jiuli closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, his pupils transforming from black to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the Sharingan. Divine might. The Boneblade zombie howled in agony. Realizing that it had been reduced to mere halves, Jiuli clasped his hands together. Exhaling a fire dragon that scorched the Boneblade zombie, he shut his right eye, feeling a sharp pain as he had forced it open to better eliminate the Boneblade zombie. Aware that lingering here was unwise, he gritted his teeth against the pain and rushed to collect the zombie's core. Hastily, he fled in a specific direction. Chapter 26, Severe Injury, Part 2. The military district falls. Julie had little time to contemplate, as he urgently sought a place to rest, intending also to allow Tianxian to absorb the Tier 3 zombie core. This would surely suffice to cover the costs of treating his sister. Spotting a building, he sensed no zombies within and promptly entered, transforming the entrance into a marshland, then using Earth Release to seal the entrance. Having completed these tasks, he exhaled gently, opting not to rest immediately. After a brief spatial fluctuation, Julie vanished from his location. Indeed, he had entered his divine might space, where he had transformed the interior to resemble his childhood home. Opening the door, he found his sister diligently training. "Brother, you're here," Liu exclaimed, turning to see her brother and rushing into his embrace. Julie smiled, ruffling her hair before recounting his experiences outside, deliberately omitting any mention of his battle with the Bone Blade zombie. Watching Liu continue her training, Julie instructed Tianxian to begin absorbing the core. Gradually, the core in his hand diminished, ultimately transforming into a fine powder. Absorption complete, deducting 1,000 points. Remaining, 89,000 points. Tianxian's cold voice resonated. "That doesn't seem right. The last Tier 2 zombie core granted me 100,000 points. Why is this one less?" Julie pondered aloud. Due to the host's current level and the system's intention for the host to advance through continuous combat rather than excessive reliance on primal energy. Tianxian explained, Fine, I understand. Please exchange for a sea-level psychokinesis for my sister," Julie replied. "Exchange complete. Please select a form," Tianxian instructed. Faced with several options in his mind, Julie couldn't help but feel amused. Ultimately selecting a bottle of Waha as the model, he beckoned to Liu and handed it to her. Naturally, Liu refrained from questioning its nature, trusting that Julie had something good for her. Upon drinking, she found it remarkably similar to the Waha she had known before. After she finished, Julie explained what it was. Liu found it fascinating, yet she felt nothing unusual. Julie was perplexed. But under Tianxian's guidance, he unleashed a wind blade towards Liu. She shut her eyes, confused by her brother's sudden attack. When urged to open her eyes, she was astonished to see the wind blade suspended before her. Having stopped short of causing harm. "How marvelous, brother! Hee, let me have it back," Liu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she commanded the blade. However, the wind blade did not obey her and gradually dissipated into the air. Frustrated, Liu stomped her foot and ran to inquire about the situation. Julie reassured her, "It's only your initial exposure. Not knowing how to use it is entirely normal." Liu then excitedly asked if her psychokinesis was powerful. Julie nodded, albeit with a hint of exasperation, and Liu insisted he teach her quickly. Julie warned her that it would be arduous, fearing she might struggle with the intensity of the training. Liu, undeterred, patted her chest, declaring her readiness to face any challenge. Julie squinted, amused by her enthusiasm. "Brother, are you feeling all right?" Liu asked, concerned by his sudden laughter. Julie quickly composed himself, stating that training was about to commence. Thus began a week of rigorous training, during which Liu made significant progress, though she still struggled with prolonged use. Julie assured her that once she reached Tier 3 evolution and generated a core in her mind, this issue would be resolved. Once their provisions were depleted, Julie spent 100 points to procure a substantial supply of rations and pure water. While he found it simple to consume military rations, his sister, a self-proclaimed foodie from her university days, was unlikely to settle for mere pills. After leaving a generous stock of food and water, he exited the space once more. Upon returning to the real world, Julie discovered that the entrance had been breached and the marshland outside was teeming with zombies. Julie understood that he was likely being targeted by the zombie lord, although the latter probably believed he had gone elsewhere. Thus, merely breaking through this area before departing, a faint smile graced Julie's lips. After a week of rest and sharing meals with his sister, the internal injuries he had sustained had long since healed. Stepping through the grand entrance, he transformed into a raven and soared into the sky, intending to visit Nanhua University in hopes of making a discovery. As he gazed down at the century-old campus, he felt no overwhelming emotions, merely descending onto the rooftop of a nearby residential building. Exuding his aura, he startled a small number of zombie birds, and then began to sense the internal conditions of the school. "No, not here." Perhaps there? Beihai University? Upon opening his eyes, he resolved to head to Beihai University once more, unaware that at that very moment, a multitude of zombies was surging forth near the park outside the military district. Had Jiuli been present, he would have realized with dawning clarity that they had returned. The emergence of the zombie horde startled the two guards, who had been dozing off, prompting them to immediately sound the alarm. The remaining soldiers in the military district swiftly sprang into action. Inside the office, upon hearing the alarm, one individual understood that the young man had likely failed. However, holding off the zombie army for a week was no small feat. Shortly after Jiuli had departed from the military district, he had quietly sent his grandson away, while Professor Wang had also evacuated after making some progress in his research. General Bei chose not to comment. For although his family had roots in B City, he was aware that Wang Kong was the true power holder now. Thus, he needed Professor Wang to take his research findings and accompany Bei Mo to pledge allegiance to him. Just as he contemplated this, a knock echoed at the door. General Bei glanced at the soldiers and his assistant at the entrance, rose to straighten his military uniform, and donned his hat as he made his way towards the city wall. He understood that there might not be a tomorrow, daughters. Whatever challenges you face in the future, you must survive. In a modest room within the civilian district of the military zone, a man wept as he gazed at a photograph in his hand. He was the father of the Gao sisters. On the day Jiuli departed, he had been present, and having worked alongside General Bei for many years, he knew well the intent behind his actions to send Jiuli away. After repeated entreaties, he even revealed his hidden identity, which allowed Bei Mo and the others to take the sisters with them. The man tucked the photograph into his chest pocket, his gaze resolute as he strode purposefully towards the door. He would take it upon himself to do one last thing for the people. Soon, Director Gao, after assigning personnel, opened the door at the back of the military district, which had been sealed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. He urged the civilians to flee at once. Listening to the frantic voices over the radio, Director Gao felt a sense of urgency. Seizing the megaphone from a soldier, he began to loudly announce the current situation. The previously timid civilians, upon hearing his words, quickened their pace. When the last person exited the city gates, they turned back to see if Mayor Gao had emerged, only to discover that he had ordered the soldiers to close the main gates. Suddenly realizing that Mayor Gao had never intended to leave, they hastily set off to catch up with the already distant main group. 3 hours later, on the 29th day of the apocalypse, H City had completely succumbed to the realm of monsters. Chapter 27. The Wrathful Strike. Super Shadow level power. The prolonged search had left Jiuli feeling somewhat vexed, for he was uncertain about the situation here. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He seemed to grasp the unfolding events, though he found it hard to believe. Could it be that the initial assault of the zombie horde had merely been a ploy to draw him out and distract them? After much contemplation, Jiuli ventured to the final area of the city. Upon failing to detect any zombies, he hastily utilized the Flying Thunder God technique for spatial jumping. Arriving at a small path near the military district, he observed the numerous footprints across the plains and the military district still engulfed in flames, thick plumes of smoke rising. Jiuli realized he was correct in his assumptions and immediately approached the military district. Upon reaching a certain distance, he sensed the situation inside and fell silent upon discovering a significant number of zombies. Their continued presence indicated that vital sustenance lay within. Otherwise, their daily hunger would compel them to attack their own kind. Jiuli initially intended to flee, but upon seeing two corpses hanging from the city wall, rage surged within him. The bodies were none other than General Bei and Director Gao. Their faces, contorted in defiance and fury, remained etched in death. After a moment's reflection, Jiuli inquired of Tianxian whether there was a way to annihilate all the zombies in this area with a single strike. Tianxian hesitated, seemingly disapproving of such an action, yet since the host had asked, Tianxian responded, "You can exchange for a full-force attack from a super shadow-level powerhouse by consuming 50,000 points." Upon hearing the amount of energy points required and seeing the massive horde of zombies below, Jiuli gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed, thinking it would be worth the risk to earn back the points later. He instructed Tianxian to proceed with the exchange, to which Tianxian replied it would take some time. Jiuli patiently awaited the results, but soon he found his body slipping from his control. The last remaining zombie lord within the military district noticed Julie floating midair and commanded the zombie birds to eliminate him. While Julie could not control his physical form, he still felt a tremendous energy surging into him. His aura skyrocketed: 3rd tier mid-level, 3rd tier peak, 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, 7th tier, and 8th tier, until it finally stabilized at the initial stage of the 8th tier. Gazing down at the throngs of zombies within the military district that were now pinned to the ground, a manic smile crept across Julie's face. "Today, I grant you all a death." As soon as the words left his lips, Julie raised his hands above his head, swiftly gathering the elements suspended in the air. Half a minute later, his expression remained impassive as he slowly released a sphere of energy the size of a basketball from his hands. Subsequently, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished, reappearing 10 kilometers away from the military district. Boom, boom. The explosion from the military district sent clouds of dust cascading within an 8-kilometer radius. "Congratulations, you have earned the title of Zombie Annihilator, gaining 10,000 energy points." Julie landed on the ground, his strength rapidly dissipating as he collapsed. Aware that zombies would soon converge on this area due to the previous explosion, he lamented his inability to move. "Tianxian, what is happening?" Julie inquired. "Although you unleashed a strike using 50,000 energy points, your body was unable to withstand it, so the system infused energy beforehand. However, your physical constitution remains too weak, resulting in aftereffects," Tianxian explained. Julie finally understood the reason for his current state. Fortunately, the overwhelming aura he had just emitted far exceeded his current level, providing him with ample time to recuperate. Half an hour later, Julie managed to steady himself and rise to his feet. His head felt heavy, and now was not the time to dawdle. Having eradicated a portion of the zombies, he resolved to check on the city where he and Liu had been located. Julie assessed that his earlier strike had likely eliminated around 4,000 zombies, allowing him to achieve the standards for the title of Zombie Annihilator, leaving him with 58,900 energy points. Contemplating this, he deemed it sufficient. Observing the dim crystal core within him and his somewhat blurred vision, he shook his head, considering that he had repaid the favor owed to General Bei. However, it was regrettable that 2 individuals who had cared for the civilians were lost. What would become of humanity from this point onward? Julie pondered. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of beast-like eyes were fixated upon him from behind. Gazing at the dilapidated temple before him, Julie picked up a piece of brick from the roadside, weighing it in his hand before hurling it inside with force. The sound of the brick striking the ground echoed throughout the temple. Seeing nothing emerge, Julie breathed a sigh of relief, for he was in his most vulnerable state. The last thing he needed was a second-tier zombie springing forth. He would have to flee. Entering the temple, he observed the statue of Buddha and offered a prayer, seeking a moment of solace before preparing to rest. As evening approached and the sky darkened, Julie gathered some dry branches, snapped his fingers, and ignited a small flame atop his index finger. Shaking his head, he flicked his finger, allowing the flame to fall onto the branches, which ignited. Just then, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if he were being tracked by something. Could it be a mutated beast? Julie mused. Yet, he felt little trepidation. If worst came to worst, he could always retreat into the divine space. He could hardly believe that the mutated beast stalking him would exhibit such patience. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he resolved to employ earth escape techniques to seal off certain areas of the temple, leaving only a vent for airflow. As Julie rose, he promptly rolled onto the ground beside him. And upon standing again, he would have thought it was merely an illusion if not for the scratches marring his face. Chapter 28. Escape. Julie quickly realized that he was being pursued by the notoriously elusive assassination rat. Although this type of mutated beast was not of a high tier, in his previous life, scientists had assisted them in breaking through to the second tier, giving rise to their own unique abilities, which soon became humanity's nightmare. They could completely conceal their presence from other creatures, acting as perfect assassins among humans. Once they had fixated on a target, they would follow relentlessly. Upon comprehending the nature of his pursuer, Julie wasted no time in hurling a throwing knife through a window, propelling himself in the direction of City Seat. Yet, a shadow continued to trail him closely. As Julie's strength began to return, He initiated the use of shadow clones to divert in another direction. According to the information relayed by his clone, the assassination rat had indeed taken the bait and was following him. However, Julie pondered how it had managed to latch onto him in the first place. Before long, the connection with his clone was severed, indicating that it had been dispatched. He had tasked it with running desperately in the opposite direction. However, he understood that if the assassination rat discovered its target was dead, it would be one thing, but should it realize that the target was merely a decoy, it would undoubtedly be enraged. For no human had ever dared to toy with them in such a manner. What on earth was happening? Hadn't the first assassination rat only appeared in the second month of the apocalypse? Why was he encountering one now? Julie quickened his pace, leaving behind his flying kanai as markers, lamenting that since the onset of the apocalypse, it was always these strange entities that found him first. Sensing a menacing aura approaching from behind, Julie unhesitatingly activated the blood-stain barrier, a skill that granted immunity to all physical harm for 3 minutes, and pressed onward. Even with his renowned Sharingan, which afforded him insight, he found it challenging to contend with such an elusive creature. In desperation, Julie summoned 6 wooden clones to obstruct his pursuer, uncertain whether the assassination rat had halted its pursuit. He commanded, "Forget it, Tianxian, exchange for the Super Beast pseudo-painting," with the transaction completed and 3,000 original force points deducted, leaving him with 55,800 points. Tianxian responded. Julie halted, retrieving a massive scroll and a brush from his spatial inventory. Following an instinctual understanding of the arcane, he channeled chakra into the brush. With rapid strokes, he sketched the silhouette of a colossal eagle. Bringing his hands together in a prayer position, he exclaimed, and with a thunderous sound, the giant eagle materialized. Julie leaped onto its back, soaring towards City C. As 6 of his clones were dispatched, Julie's brow furrowed. He thought to himself, "You can't kill me while I'm airborne." Observing the relentless shadow pursuing him below, he felt a twinge of frustration. Fortunately, City C was still a distance away, providing him time to recover from his injuries. It seemed he needed to enhance his perception skills. Meanwhile, high above City C, a being approached, its energy readings suggesting it was human. It appeared gravely injured and seemed unaware of how it had ended up suspended in midair. With something relentlessly pursuing it, could it fly? Hadn't his master mentioned that one needed at least the ability to wield a flying sword to achieve such feats? Well, once he arrives, I'll let him in. If those behind him are foolish enough to persist, then let them vanish. As Julie rested, he noticed a thick haze enveloping the skies above City C. Closing his eyes to sense it, he found it was undetectable. What is this, Tianxian? Julie inquired, intrigued. It appears to be an ancient Chinese formation, entirely shrouding City C. Without a special means, entry is impossible, Tianxian explained. After hearing this, Julie's expression turned grim. Chapter 29. Inside the city. After contemplating Tianxian's words, Julie decided to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, the haze surrounding City C dissipated. Elated, Julie directed the giant eagle into the city. However, upon entering, he felt as if struck by lightning. He plummeted from the sky, only to be caught and gently placed near an abandoned factory on the city ground. Upon regaining consciousness, Julie immediately released his sister, Liu, from his spatial inventory. Liu, still in a state of surprise, watched as Julie fainted once more. Glancing around the unfamiliar surroundings, she was uncertain of her location but recalled her brother mentioning that he would release her upon arriving in their hometown. Could this be City C? Her heart swelled with joy at the thought, but upon seeing her brother unconscious, she pondered how to carry him. Being a first-tier evolved individual, she easily hoisted Julie onto her shoulder. Thus, Liu set off towards the city. Not long after, Liu reached the highway and, after waiting half an hour, finally hailed a taxi. After explaining their situation, the driver expressed sympathy and agreed to take them back to the city. Grateful, Liu managed to attend to Julie while engaging the driver in conversation. Approximately half an hour later, upon entering the city, Liu was taken aback by the busy scene. She could hardly believe her eyes, as the world outside had drastically changed. Arriving at her parents' home, she thanked the driver, who then realized her true appearance, causing him to regret not having recognized her earlier. The driver, eager to assist, offered to help Liu carry Julie inside to avoid raising suspicion among her family. "Thank you, big brother." Liu smiled, her gratitude evident. The driver felt elated, thinking, "Oh my, the little beauty smiled at me. Who's there?" A young woman's voice called from within the house. Liu momentarily paused, realizing who it was. It was probably her cousin. Her parents were likely at work. Upon opening the door, the woman was astonished, for she found the girl before her strikingly similar to her long-lost cousin. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The woman inquired. "It's me, Li Hua, your cousin," Liu exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Hua gasped and quickly asked Liu several questions only the two of them would know. Confirming their identities and embracing each other in excitement. "Let's not dwell on this. We should get our cousin to a room to rest," Liu suggested. "Who? You can't mean that poor boy, Li Fei?" Li Hua frowned at the mention. Liu nodded and called for the driver to help carry Julie into the room. Once Julie was settled, Li Hua led Liu into the living room. "Honestly, you know his family situation. Not long ago, his parents lost contact with him and went searching, only to disappear as well," Li Hua remarked. Hearing this, Liu felt a pang of worry. Although she did not understand why this place was free from the zombie plague, she felt torn, wanting to stay, yet knowing Jelly would undoubtedly seek a way to venture out once he learned about their parents. After Liu returned, she promptly informed her parents and Li Hua's parents about their situation. By around 5 in the afternoon, both sets of parents arrived, bombarding Liu with questions about her well-being and the prolonged absence. Overwhelmed, Liu's mother decided her daughter needed a moment to collect herself and sent Liu's father to check on Li Fei. After seeing him still asleep, he reported back. Finally calmed, Liu recounted why she had lost contact, explaining the circumstances of their disappearance and the transformation of the outside world. Upon hearing this, her parents expressed concern, believing their daughter might have a fever. Seeing their disbelief, Liu grew anxious, especially with Julie still unconscious. In a fit of frustration, she gripped the table, causing a corner to break off. Liu's mother first checked her daughter's hands for injury, finding none, which left everyone exchanging bewildered glances, leading them to begin believing her words. "What are we to do? The zombies won't come here, will they?" Li Hua's face went pale. "That won't be an issue. If they were coming, they would have done so already. Besides, as long as we wait for our cousin to awaken, even if zombies do arrive, we needn't fear Liu Dao." Upon uttering these words, Liu prompted a flurry of inquiries from those around him. He informed them that his cousin had awakened a spatial talent, yet appeared to have sustained grave injuries. After releasing himself from the confines of the spatial realm, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. A day later, Julie regained consciousness, squinting against the blinding lights of the room. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, gradually acclimating to the brightness. Coughing, he mused, "This must be within the city of C. But where exactly am I?" Perplexed, Julie assessed his internal injuries, noting that, under the restorative effects of wood release, he had made some recovery. Just then, the door creaked open, and Julie turned his gaze in that direction. To his surprise, a girl resembling Liu stood at the threshold. "Who are you?" Julie inquired. "I am Li Hua, Liu's cousin. We met once at a gathering," she replied. Julie nodded, attempting to rise from the bed, but lost his balance and fell to the floor. He felt somewhat exasperated, as even standing was a challenge for him at this moment. Rejecting Li Hua's offer of assistance, he gritted his teeth and managed to get back on his feet, making his way towards the door step by step. "All right, let me help you. There's no need to push yourself. After all, you're the patient," Li Hua insisted, grasping his arm. Julie accepted her support, knowing well that he needed it. Upon reaching the living room, Julie inquired about Liu's whereabouts. Li Hua informed him that Liu had gone shopping with her mother. Julie's heart tightened at the mention of shopping. After Li Hua explained the situation, Julie felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he understood the reason for the peculiar circumstances here. It was likely a result of the array outside. "Where are my parents?" Julie asked. Li Hua had earlier mentioned the situations of many others, but had omitted his parents. Under Julie's penetrating gaze, she finally revealed the truth. Julie, having received the information, closed his eyes and resumed resting. Li Hua, sensing his distress, decided it best not to disturb him further. Chapter 30. Recuperation. After a week, Julie's injuries had healed to a considerable extent. With time on his hands, Liu arranged for admission procedures at a second-tier university in C-City for both herself and Li Fei through her parents. Julie nodded in agreement, feeling that, given his condition, a change of scenery would not hurt, especially since the external array seemed to be under human control. Upon relaying this information to Liu, she displayed little reaction, though internally, she felt a sense of joy, believing that being unable to leave meant she could enjoy a stable life with her cousin. Standing amidst the university campus, observing the ebb and flow of students around him, Julie felt an unfamiliar sensation. Despite being of similar age, he felt as though he belonged to an entirely different world. "Watch out!" A voice called out from behind him. A gust of wind brushed past his head, and without thinking, Julie turned and threw a punch, resulting in a loud pop as a basketball burst. "My heavens, what are you doing?" The surrounding students froze in shock at the sight of Julie's punch demolishing the ball. The student who had yelled to warn him was equally astonished. After being inflated, the inner pressure of the basketball had made it incredibly firm. Although others had witnessed basketballs exploding before, they had never seen such an effortlessly powerful display from someone who appeared so relaxed. "Apologies, how much for the ball?" "I'll compensate you," Julie said sheepishly, scratching his head upon seeing the debris scattered on the ground. "No need. We can use another ball," a student replied, approaching him. "It seems I'm fine," Julie affirmed. He then made his way towards the teaching building, opting to rest a bit. Amidst the gazes of many onlookers at the basketball court, Julie ascended the stairs with composure. Entering a random classroom, he discovered only a handful of students scattered around, engrossed in their studies. After taking a seat at the back, he promptly laid his head down to sleep. To him, it mattered little where he dozed off. Suddenly, a bell rang, and a wave of students rushed into the classroom from the playground, transforming the once quiet room into a cacophony. Julie lifted his head and was met with the sight of a group of girls seated nearby. Thanks to several enhancements that had cleared impurities from his body, Julie's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. His sudden gaze toward them elicited gasps of admiration. Hearing the whispers of the girls around him, Julie couldn't help but chuckle. He had once yearned for the attention of his female classmates, and now it was manifesting before him. After class, Julie spotted his younger sister, Liu, at the door and accompanied her to the cafeteria for lunch. This caused disappointment among the girls who had intended to invite him, as Liu, despite appearing younger, was undeniably more attractive. "How was your day, brother?" Liu asked playfully. "Not bad, just those girls keep staring at me. I don't understand what they find appealing," Julie replied with a hint of self-admiration. Liu nodded, agreeing that there was indeed nothing particularly striking about him. Julie raised an eyebrow as several boys suddenly blocked their path. One of them exuded clear hostility, which left Julie feeling somewhat helpless. Noticing Liu's stifling laughter nearby, he realized this was undoubtedly a suitor of hers, likely embittered by her rejection. "Liu, are you refusing me for this guy?" the boy demanded. "Yes, he is my boyfriend. You should stop pursuing me," Liu asserted, defiantly linking her arm with Julie's. Unbeknownst to her, Julie's thoughts were far from her own. "This girl is mine. Step aside before you lose your chance," the boy retorted. Julie almost burst into laughter at the boy's directness, thinking how bold the younger generation had become. "Lu Shi, if you dare touch him." "Just try it," Liu added, fanning the flames. Hearing her protective words, Lu Shi grew agitated, letting out a roar as he stepped forward and grabbed Julie's shoulder, attempting to shove him aside. However, to his astonishment, Julie remained immovable. Lu Shi swung a punch at Julie's face. Julie shook his head, evading the blow by tilting his head slightly. Yet, Lu Shi smirked, transforming his fist into a palm aimed at Julie's ear. A flicker of anger crossed Julie's eyes as he delivered a swift kick to Lu Shi's abdomen. As Lu Shi bent over in pain, Julie freed himself from Liu's grasp, seized Lu Shi's hair with one hand, and slapped his face with the other. "I want to let this go. Just wait. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, haha," Lu Shi threatened. Having never been slapped publicly before, especially not in front of a crowd, Lu Shi was taken aback. Initially intending to release him, Julie found himself compelled to fulfill Lu Shi's wish after hearing that threat. Upon uttering those words, Lu Shi's companions rushed forward, only to be swiftly dealt with by Liu, who had been waiting for the opportunity. They could hardly comprehend how three boys could be overpowered by one seemingly frail girl. Lu Shi glared fiercely at Julie, who merely smiled back, conjuring a blade of wind that severed Lu Shi's limbs. Lu Shi gazed in horror at his dismembered limbs. Fear and rage overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. Moments later, the police arrived. Julie shook his head, aware that trouble was about to ensue. Discarding the unconscious Lu Shi aside, he recognized that regardless of whether Lu Shi survived this encounter, his life would be irrevocably altered. The police, astonished by the scene before them, were particularly taken aback to find the suspect calmly sipping water and waving at them, leaving them to wonder if the world had gone mad. As for the students who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle, they now regarded the perpetually smiling young man with a mixture of fear and awe, perceiving him as no different from a killer. Unfazed by the opinions of others, Julie, already troubled by his parents' situation, found himself embroiled in this chaos, especially since Lu Shi had dared to threaten him. To minimize future complications, he resolved to deal with the matter swiftly. Eventually, the police called for an ambulance and escorted Julie to their vehicle. As for Liu, the officers assured her, under Julie's watchful gaze, that she was not implicated in any wrongdoing. Julie smiled at her, and on their way to the police station, they finally disclosed Lu Shi's background. Lu Shi's father, Lu Tian, was the leader of one of the city's three major gangs and had connections with the mayor. Listening to their explanation, Julie thought to himself that a gang leader was merely a man wielding firearms. At their core, they were just ordinary people. The officer driving remarked, Lu, who was furious upon hearing what happened to his son. He has vowed to kill you. Upon arriving at the police station, the scene unfolded much like a television drama, with relentless interrogations aimed at extracting a confession from him. Though the thought of administering vigilante justice had crossed their minds, the fate that befell Lu Shi dissuaded them from such intentions. Under the relentless interrogation of the police, Julie grew increasingly impatient and cast an illusion spell. He then brazenly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the scene, intending to locate the hospital where Lu Shi was being treated. Within the confines of Taishang Hospital in the city, Lu Shi lay with vacant eyes fixed upon the ceiling, accompanied by the grim-faced Lu Hu and a weeping, distraught woman by his side. Rest assured, I shall ensure that individual receives their just deserts. Madam, please cease your tears. Let us find a moment of respite. The sight of his son in such a state, along with the delicate figure of his grieving daughter-in-law, stirred within Lu Hu a desire to take action. Is what you say truly the case? Lu Hu retorted, of course it's true. But wait, who are you? After instinctively responding, Lu Hu turned to see a young man seated by the window. Your son is acquainted with me. After all, I am the one who placed him in this condition, Julie replied with a smirk. Seemingly spurred by Julie's words, the previously silent Lu Shi suddenly became animated. Observing his son's reaction, Lu Hu first sought to calm his wife's frayed nerves. Youth, I am unclear as to why you are here. Yet I am curious as to why you would resort to such brutality. The doctors have informed us that the chances of his limbs recovering are non-existent. Lu Hu stated, It is quite simple. Your son had designs on my sister, and naturally, I had to render him incapacitated. Julie explained, Oh? Are you not concerned that I might escape today and seek retribution upon your family? Lu Hu countered. Julie erupted into laughter. Do you truly believe that the weapon in your hand can save your life? Upon hearing this, Lu Hu immediately drew his gun and fired. Yet Julie advanced and scathed, deliberately heightening Lu Hu's psychological distress. With a grin, Julie knocked out the terrified woman, shattering Lu Hu's shoulder blade in one swift motion. Amidst Lu Hu's pained expression, Julie effortlessly snapped his neck and subsequently incinerated him with flames. Formulating hand seals, Julie summoned a new Lu Hu into existence. From this day forth, you shall take command of the forces at your disposal and withdraw any accusations against me. Julie commanded the newly manifested Lu Hu. Understood, Lu Hu responded. Julie then returned to the police station's interrogation room, continuing their game of questioning. The following dawn, he was released on bail, courtesy of Lu Hu's private attorney. Chapter 31. The emergence of the cultivator since his release from the police station. Julie had not returned to school, deeming it a mere waste of time. It was not that the knowledge acquired in university was without merit. Rather, it simply held no utility for him. Though this place was well protected, it felt as though he was cut off from the world. He was uncertain when it would reopen, but when it did, it would starkly contrast the urban landscape with the rural. Is this indeed the abode of that individual? It must be, given the energy fluctuations emanating from within. One day, while watching television in his residence, Julie pondered how to access other channels, yet he chose not to dwell on it. A sudden knocking at the door piqued his curiosity. However, he reasoned that zombies and foes would not be so courteous. Upon opening the door, he found two figures clad in black robes standing before him. "Who are you?" Julie inquired warily, unable to discern their features through either perception or sight. "Come with us," one of the robed figures commanded, seemingly disinterested in further dialogue. With a flick of his sleeve, Julie collapsed into unconsciousness, and both figures vanished. Shortly thereafter, Liu and Li Hua arrived at Julie's residence, only to discover the door ajar. Liu sensed that something was amiss. Julie would never leave his door wide open without reason. Upon regaining consciousness, Julie found himself within a grand hall, where the two robed figures appeared to have been awaiting his arrival. He inquired about his location and the reason for his abduction. "We are aware that you have come from the outside world. You may refer to us as guardians, for we protect humanity's last sanctuary. The formation outside is under our control. We understand your desire to exit, yet we have conditions," one of the smaller figures explained. "Since the passing of our master, we have observed a transformation in the world. The air, once containing only a limited amount of energy, has become saturated with it following the apocalypse. Listen carefully. You may have heard of my master. His name is Giguzi, a being of ascendant power. However, upon his ascension, he foresaw a calamity befalling the world and chose to intervene. Unwilling to allow suffering to persist, he forcibly halted the celestial transition, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Thus, he devoted 2 decades to establishing this formation before succumbing to his wounds." "Are you suggesting that your master is a cultivator of the ascendant realm?" Julie asked, intrigued. The speaking robed figure nodded, prompting a wave of melancholy to wash over Julie. Though he was uncertain of the true nature of the ascendant realm, it was undoubtedly formidable, he mused. Had the robed figures known of Julie's thoughts, they might have been tempted to silence him. Julie then inquired whether departing simply required boarding a train. The robed figure affirmed this, explaining that due to the limited area of the city, it was impossible for individuals to reside indefinitely. Without their assistance to open the formation, one could not return unless their cultivation reached the ascendant level, in which case they could force their way through unimpeded. "Then why have you brought me here today?" Julie pressed. "Merely because you are no ordinary individual. Our master foretold that when the world undergoes a transformation, a young person would return to reshape its destiny and restore humanity to its former glory." The previously silent robed figure interjected, "By the way, after all this time, you may call me Lily." "And this is Air Zhu," Lily added. Julie nodded, observing the two figures before him and asking if there were any treasures left behind by their master. Regrettably, Lily shook her head, indicating that while a treasure had been bequeathed, it could not be given to him at this time. Understanding that he could not contend with either of them, Julie opted to refrain from further provocation. Chapter 32. Ancient Ruins and the Power of Explosive Talismans. After an extensive conversation with Lily, Julie prepared to take his leave. Although Lily intended to escort him, Julie's sudden disappearance suggested a mastery over spatial forces. Once again at his doorstep, Julie opened his door, reflecting on the day's events, the revelation of cultivators, and the renowned Giguzi. From Giguzi's words, he discerned that the individual in question was indeed himself, though the reasoning eluded him, a mere instinctual feeling. After a week of recuperation, Julie found that his injuries had completely healed. He entrusted Liu with certain matters, disclosing that Liu was merely a manifestation of himself, and then asked if she wished to accompany him. After considering, Liu gazed at the flickering light in her home and shook her head, expressing her reluctance to leave, perhaps feeling unsuited for the tumultuous lifestyle. "Very well, if that is your choice, then you may stay," Julie replied. "I shall take my leave now. Here, take this. Should you encounter an insurmountable problem, shatter it. Inside are 3 of my projections." He handed Liu 3 small orbs. With that, Julie turned and departed, while Liu watched him fade into the distance, an inexplicable ache swelling within her heart. It felt as though this was their final farewell, yet she pondered what would become of her parents in her absence. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Julie departed for the train station, boarding a night train to leave the area, fully aware of the myriad tasks awaiting him. Simultaneously, within a research facility in Base B, a man shouted in delirious triumph, "I have succeeded!" Before him lay a series of containers, each housing a young individual, and upon closer inspection, their faces were all identical to Julie's. Indeed, this was Professor Wong, who had endured countless hardships to arrive here, continuing his work on cloning. His efforts bore fruit, and soon these clones would be ready for combat. As for testing their abilities, the method was straightforward. Professor Wong ordered the capture of some ordinary zombies. Once outside the city, Julie disembarked from the train and transformed into a crow. Soaring into the sky as he once again descended to the ground, he gazed at the starry sky outside, marveling to himself before heading south, where an opportunity awaited him. Calculating the time, it seemed to be around mid-June, and the moment was fast approaching. Meanwhile, numerous bases began to spring up across the land, fully preparing to welcome the wanderers and the evolved beings, as the entire national system lay in utter ruin. Julie traversed a vast plain, having lost count of how many zombies he had dispatched in the past few days. He had also identified the assassination rats that had ambushed him, and after considerable effort, he successfully eliminated one, utilizing his devouring skill to acquire the coveted ability of invisibility that many desired. To minimize trouble, Julie advanced stealthily, observing the wandering zombies as they passed by him. A flicker of excitement stirring within him. This ability was indeed formidable, drawing upon the energy within the crystal cores to sustain its duration, rendering him undetectable unless encountered by a perceptive evolved being who was willing to expend their stored energy. A team of wanderers, it seems. Julie perched atop a building in an unnamed city, watching as the wanderers below appeared to be besieged. He settled down to observe their resistance. To his surprise, 3 third-tier zombies emerged. How would they handle this? Julie mused. Just as his thoughts concluded, a bone blade zombie suddenly sprang from the horde, slashing open the abdomen of one individual atop a vehicle. Before seizing his arm and dragging him down, witnessing the dismemberment of their comrade, the remaining members of the team retaliated with gunfire, but the bone blade easily deflected the bullets with its right hand. It then vanished from sight, re-engaging with the ordinary zombies. The remaining team members maneuvered the vehicle in reverse, attempting to evade the onslaught. However, a tendril of flesh emerged from the horde, shattering the car window and piercing the driver's chest, pulling him into the throng of zombies. Observing the dwindling numbers, Julie frowned. This was untenable. After expending 1,000 points on numerous explosive talismans and noting his remaining energy of 57,900 points, he decided to act decisively. He shouted, invoking the super beast pseudo-paint as he descended on a giant eagle, lowering his altitude to land on the street. He flung explosive talismans onto numerous zombies' bodies. Julie instructed the remaining 10 wanderers to board the giant eagle, then joined them. Upon takeoff, he clasped his hands together. Explode! With a thunderous roar, the scene below erupted in chaos. The wanderers on the giant eagle expressed their admiration for Julie, though their thoughts soon turned to their fallen comrades, and their hearts sank with sorrow. Observing their despondent spirits, Julie offered no words of comfort as he transported them to safety, resuming his journey on the giant eagle toward his destination. Tianhe Mountain. In his previous life, an ancient relic had opened there, and one individual had entered, acquiring techniques and elixirs that propelled him to fame as a warlord, unmatched in strength. Although he was a mid-tier 8th-level powerhouse, his full-force strike rivaled that of an early-stage 9th-level expert. Chapter 33. The Relic Awakens. Left eye blind as Julie prepared to enter the relic, within a villa at the Imperial Capital Base. 2 young girls were embracing each other and weeping. "Sis, you don't need to do this for me," the girl named Gao Tian cried. "Don't worry, my sister. This is unavoidable. You are still young and cannot be trampled by such a person. Fortunately, Bayamo had the foresight to inform me that you were marked by Julie," Gao Shaoxian said sadly. "But I fear this lie won't hold for long." She gently patted her sister's back, recalling the beast from the night before, and she couldn't help but feel the urge to kill him. Julie, in this life, I will never have the chance to love you, but please, come and save my sister. Gao Shaoxian closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bayamo, while leading their group to align with Wang Kong, the ruler of the imperial capital base, had his son present. Years prior, Bayamo had some dealings with Wang Ming and was aware of his lecherous nature. Hence, he advised the Gao sisters to present themselves poorly. Unfortunately, when Wang Ming visited Bayamo that afternoon, he unexpectedly encountered the Gao sisters. That night, he dispatched men to abduct them, but Bayamo intervened, claiming they were the beloved of a high-tier evolved being and thus untouchable. However, Wang Ming, undeterred, grew even more resolute in his desire to possess them. Ultimately, with no other choice, Gao Shaoxian followed Wang Ming back to his quarters to protect her sister, resulting in her being violated. Bayamo was at a loss, knowing the connection between Jiuli and the sisters, hoping that Jiuli had perished during that mission. Otherwise, he feared he would also be implicated. At that moment, Jiuli stood in confrontation with a group of individuals, having been targeted since his arrival near the relic site the previous day. Reluctant to inflict harm, he found himself in a stalemate. Neither side willing to break the impasse. I ask, are you here to await the relic's awakening? Let us each rely on our own abilities to enter. Who obtains the treasures will depend solely on personal strength. Jiuli finally spoke up. Dream on. This belongs to the Zhang family, and what right do you, an outsider, have to share in it? A young dandy shouted. As he observed the indifferent expressions of the others, a thought flickered in Jiuli's mind. Zhang family? Was this the same Zhang family that had been exterminated by the fire dragon beast in his previous life? With this realization, Jiuli felt a wave of calm wash over him. Thinking to himself that he could simply employ the flying thunder god technique to bypass them, believing none could stop him. Seeing no chance for cooperation, Jiuli turned and departed, while the loudmouth attempted to speak again, only to have a shuriken he casually threw embed itself at his feet. 2 days later, as Jiuli sat atop a large tree, his eyes suddenly snapped open, glinting with intensity. He noticed an additional palace emerging halfway up Tianhe Mountain and immediately surged toward it. Upon reaching the mountainside, he recalled the method disclosed by the first individual to enter the relic in his past life. Riding the giant eagle, he arrived at the palace and, upon observing its ethereal form, recited an unknown incantation. In an instant, the palace solidified, and Jiuli dashed inside. With a thud, he landed on the palace floor, gazing up at the plaque suspended above, Taiching Palace. The three bold characters momentarily disoriented him. Shaking his head, he proceeded deeper into the hall. Damn it, I need to think of a way. The Zhang family members outside the hall, witnessing someone enter before them, were furious and summoned their family's geomancer. It was said that this place had once been inhabited by a powerful being from beyond the heavens, and the possibility now seemed plausible. As Jiuli walked, he soon discovered the first grand door, adorned with a small plaque that read, Dan Hall. The Emperor has prepared 3 treasures for the fated, capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Elixirs of Ascension, treasured artifacts that have accompanied the Emperor for years. And the Emperor's own cultivation technique. How much you can obtain depends on your fortune. As Jiuli approached the door, a voice echoed in his mind. After some time, he managed to open the first door, revealing a vast space before him. The elixir is a condensation of myriad essences, yet this particular elixir was obtained by the Emperor by chance, its effects unknown. If you dare to test its efficacy, the Emperor's reward shall be yours. Jiuli gazed at the floating green elixir, stepping forward to grasp it, discovering its energy could be absorbed. The voice of Tianxian resonated. Jiuli inquired whether it could analyze the elixir's components and their uses. But Tianxian informed him that the elixir's level was too high for analysis. Jiuli pondered for a moment, deciding it was best to absorb it himself for safety. The green elixir in his hand began to squirm, attempting to escape his grasp, but Tianxian utilized the system's power to bind it firmly. 3 hours later, Jiuli realized that Tianxian had only just finished absorbing the green elixir. Total energy absorbed, 130,000 points. Current energy, 135,790 points, Tianxian reported. Jiuli slapped his thigh, exclaiming, My goodness, I've become wealthy. I can finally address the issue with my eyes. However, the voice of the palace's master soon brought his spirits down. Not bad for the emperor's successor. The elixir just now was a reward. Its effects allow a mortal to directly enter the innate foundation stage. Upon reaching innate status, one can condense a purple core upon reaching the core formation stage. Julie suddenly fell to his knees. Oh my heavens! That elixir could have propelled me directly to a 6th-tier powerhouse. And I just absorbed it, he lamented, pounding his chest in frustration, yet he soon regained his composure. Ah yes, all right. There's still a technique ahead. Julie rose to his feet and once again pushed open the second grand door. As he opened it, his body immediately entered a state of phantasm, while 2 streams of sword energy collided with the shelf behind him, which had just held the elixirs. Observing the shelf disintegrate into powder, Julie swallowed hard, his gaze drawn to the new notification appearing in mid-air. It read. This is a treasure that follows this emperor in the human realm, having developed a trace of sentience. Thus this emperor cannot bear to destroy it, allowing it to remain here for its development. Julie's complexion paled. In essence, it meant he must use his own power to subdue the sword before him. However, judging from the fierce sword energy released earlier, Julie felt an overwhelming sense of dread, knowing he was certainly incapable of subduing it. Tianqian, can you assess the power of this sword and determine if I can subdue it? If so, what are the odds? Julie inquired. 30%. It is advised that the host activate the 3rd state of the air-blood barrier during the subjugation, Tianqian replied. Julie realized he had no choice but to rely on himself. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned 6 shurikens, hurling them into the chamber. The long sword within sensed the intrusion and immediately unleashed a wave of sword energy, scattering the shurikens in all directions. Julie activated the 3rd state of the air skill, granting immunity to all physical attacks for 3 minutes, and then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to approach the central sword, the long sword. Completely ignoring Julie's attacks, expressed confusion as he grasped its hilt. Furious, the sword refused to allow anyone but its master to wield it. Julie felt a powerful repulsion emanating from the sword, gritting his teeth as he tightened his grip. After a minute, as the force of rejection intensified, Julie shut his eyes, reopening them to reveal the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Closing his right eye, he focused his left on the long sword, contemplating that while the sword possessed sentience, it ultimately relied on his own stored power. Let us see how long you can endure, power of time. Come forth, Julie commanded. His left eyelid began to twitch violently as he clutched the agitated sword. His palms starting to bleed, crimson threads appearing in the sclera of his left eye. Julie realized that the immunity time was dwindling to half a minute, and the pain radiating from his left eye made him yearn to succumb to sleep. He understood that once this ended, his left eye would be irrevocably damaged. With 10 seconds remaining, the long sword seemed to tire, finally ceasing its resistance. At that moment, Julie's immunity skill dissipated, and his left eye instantaneously went dark, prompting him to cough violently, spitting blood. This injury was severe. Assessing the damage to his hands, Julie expended 50,000 points to heal his internal wounds, as for the injury to his left eye. He knew the system could not remedy it. There was only one solution, but not at this moment. Slowly rising, Julie smiled, grasping the long sword from the ground, declaring, "From now on, you shall be named Heaven's Wrath." The sword trembled slightly. As if acknowledging Julie's words, after assessing his physical condition, he pushed open the 3rd grand door, where a blinding light emanated. Instinctively, Julie closed his right eye, and as the radiance faded, he beheld a luminous orb at the center of the hall. The heir of this emperor, congratulations on reaching this point. The technique left for you by this emperor lies within this light circle. Use the Heaven's Wrath sword to cleave it open, came the voice of a man clad in golden robes. Suddenly appearing before him, Julie attempted to discern his features, but a barrier seemed to obstruct his view, and then the figure vanished. Julie stepped forward to cleave through the light orb and acquire the technique. Royal Dragon 9 Transformations. Upon seeing the imposing name, he knew it was anything but simple. A rumbling sound reverberated around him, signaling the dissolution of the seal outside the hall. Simultaneously, the Zhang family members surged in with fierce intent. Julie chuckled to himself, thinking that this trip was not in vain, and slipped into the Shenwei space, disappearing from sight. Chapter 34. The arrival of the Apocalypse Rescue Organization after Jilly departed the Grand Hall. He entered the space, reflecting on the traces left by his cousin, who once lived there. He felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that there was no longer a girl who would rush into his arms for a hug upon his arrival. Though he had considered taking Li Yu away, he respected her decision to remain behind. Forget it, Tianxian. Begin the exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. I have long desired to experience this, Jilly said with a smile. Tianxian, seemingly accustomed to his whims, wasted no time and commenced the exchange. Jilly closed his eyes, feeling a refreshing sensation flow into them. This feels delightful, he mused internally. Approximately half an hour later, Jilly opened his eyes. Witnessing the kaleidoscope within transform once more. The triangular shuriken at its center expanded, resembling a miniature shuriken. Jilly felt the new ocular abilities bestowed upon him. Having activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan himself, Tianxian had allowed the system to randomly combine its features. Soon, a new ocular technique emerged. Jilly shut his left eye, opening his right to unveil swirling black flames before him, which he manipulated with his left eye to control the Amaterasu, altering its form. Indeed, Jilly had matched the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke from the Naruto series and consequently acquired Sasuke's ocular techniques, while also unlocking the ultimate Sharingan ability. Susanoo.as, the purple skeletal figure materialized behind him. Jilly's eyes transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the skeleton began to grow, morphing into a figure clad in armor, wielding a shield shaped by Amaterasu in one hand and a sword formed from the same in the other. Feeling a twinge of fatigue in his eyes, Jilly recognized that even with the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he needed to be cautious of its usage. With 37,800 points of original power remaining, he pondered his next move. Considering his current skills, he resolved to elevate his evolver rank, spending 50,000 points to reach the 4th tier. Jilly understood that future advancements would depend on his own efforts. As a 4th tier evolver, the crystalline core in his mind expanded its capacity, allowing him to alter the size of his bones. Jilly tested this by modifying the bones in his legs, increasing his height from 1.70 meters to 1.80 meters. This was merely a frivolous whim, as he knew that by mid-4th tier, he would be able to control his entire skeletal structure during battle. At that point, he could wield his body as a weapon. Nevertheless, physical training remained paramount, particularly in the later stages. Having completed these tasks in exchange for necessary items, Jilly spent an additional 30,000 original power points. Ultimately, he decided to invest 100,000 points for a 3rd system upgrade, which would unlock the 3rd Grand Hall. Upon upgrading, he had 12,780 points remaining. The upgrade will take a total of 3 days, Tianquan's voice echoed as Jilly exited the Shenhui space. In the outside world, the number of zombies began to dwindle, while higher-tier zombies emerged. The appearance of the first 4th-tier zombie, leading a horde, shocked the world as it assaulted a small fortress. Meanwhile, the Imperial City base unveiled a new combat machine cloned from the genes of a formidable warrior. Initially, skepticism surrounded its power, but once deployed against the zombie army, there was no denying its effectiveness. It was a true harvesting machine. Clones possessing evolutionary genes naturally came with the ability to consume others. And after numerous battles, the first self-advancing clone emerged. The power of this creation left the leaders of various bases envious. After much discussion yielded no results, they decided to trade food for these clones. Retaining a portion of the powerful clones, the Imperial City base acquired a wealth of luxury goods and supplies, much to Wang Kang's delight, while Professor Wang, once overlooked, also gained newfound enthusiasm. He expressed his commitment to support Professor Wang's research endeavors and provide him with resources. Unbeknownst to Jilly, these events transpired as he arrived at a fortress overrun by the zombie horde. After dispatching the zombies that dared approach him, he discovered no living souls remained and took flight on his giant eagle. Following his departure, a peculiar figure clad in white funeral attire appeared. Seems the target is headed towards City D's base. Be vigilant. See if you can capture him alive, he instructed, pointing to a ring on his finger. A faint crackling sound emanated from the ring. Understood, a cold voice responded. Jilly was unaware that someone awaited him ahead. However, he was no longer fearful, for he believed in his capabilities to confront any adversary. Soon, while navigating the skies on his giant eagle, Julie detected an attack from below. He maneuvered to evade it and descended, encountering a mysterious figure clad in a white robe, emblazoned with a large symbol of death on the chest. A flicker of recognition crossed Julie's mind. Apocalypse Rescue Organization? He chuckled, surprised that you had heard of the name of their organization. How about this? If you obediently hand over what you obtained from that ruin, I shall take it upon myself to allow you to pass. The figure in the white robe spoke, their androgynous voice eliciting no sense of fondness from Julie. What if I refuse to give it to you? Are you going to take me back for your superior to deal with me? Julie inquired playfully. The mysterious individual fell silent, indicating that Julie had spoken the very thoughts that occupied his mind. What is your ability? I have heard that each member of your organization possesses a rather unique skill, Julie remarked. The cloaked figure suddenly tore off their robe, revealing a body riddled with wounds. Julie furrowed his brow, recognizing who this was, a lunatic from the Doomsday organization, notorious for self-mutilation in pursuit of breaking their limits. While Julie was momentarily stunned, the man approached him and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Julie, not one to be easily deceived, effortlessly caught the man's fist with his left hand, while the man's other hand swung toward Julie's chest. Unyielding, Julie retaliated with a palm strike aimed at the man's chest. Sensing the fierce wind from the strike, the man recoiled. However, Julie was not one to miss an opportunity. He transformed his palm into a fist, colliding with the man's retracted punch. The man felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him flying backward. Julie appeared behind him, but the man twisted in an uncanny manner, landing a punch on Julie's face while he was momentarily dazed. Julie staggered back, spitting out a tooth and licking the injured area. In the blink of an eye, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing behind the man. The man's reaction was swift. As Julie reached his back, he retaliated with a backhand slap. Julie seized his hand, but the already turned body of the man delivered a kick to Julie's midsection, sending him flying. With no other choice, Julie activated the eternal kaleidoscope. The man gazed curiously at Julie's eyes as he charged forward. Curling into a ball and colliding with Julie, Julie shook his head and sidestepped, causing the man to crash into the ground, creating a massive crater. Julie formed hand seals, summoning fire release, great fireball, divine might. Julie utilized his divine might to distort the space leading into the man's crater, and then the fire release spiraled through the twisted space, expanding to its maximum extent as it incinerated the pit. Suddenly, Julie performed a backflip as the man from the pit appeared before him. Once again, they engaged in a fierce battle. Julie, in a swift motion, scattered a handful of shurikens into the ground, only to realize that the man seemed to anticipate his intentions, avoiding the area enveloped by Julie's shurikens. Before coming here, he had indeed reviewed Julie's dossier, which included details of his extraordinary spatial abilities. Seeing the man reluctant to approach, Julie raised his fist and charged forward. The man, witnessing Julie abandon his shurikens, grinned wickedly and charged as well. Their fists collided once more, but the man suddenly winced in pain as he gazed at the flames consuming his palm. Unaware that this was no ordinary fire, he extended his other sleeve in an attempt to extinguish the flames, only for them to ignite further. After numerous failed attempts, the man, in desperation, severed his right hand, and his left sleeve shattered, causing the black flames to fall to the ground and continue burning. Glowering at Julie with a mix of resentment, the man's body then transformed into a puddle of mud. Collapsing onto the ground, Julie understood that the man had departed. He then summoned a giant eagle, leaping onto its back and guiding it forward. Chapter 34. A return of favor upon realizing the man had fled. Julie continued to steer the giant eagle onward. Soon, as Julie opened his eyes once more, the giant eagle circled above a fortified city. Observing the fully armed metropolis below, Julie contemplated. This must be base D. Attention, all individuals above, please vacate the premises immediately, or we shall open fire. The leader within the base issued an urgent warning upon discovering an aerial intrusion. A smirk crept upon Julie's lips as he heard the warning echoing from below. He was curious to witness how they would proceed with their threats. At his altitude, firearms posed no threat to him. The base leader, realizing the warning had gone unheeded, decided to demonstrate their might. Launch the prototype mini-missiles. Let us see if he dares to remain, he declared. After a brief moment, Julie felt a tension in the air, recognizing that they were indeed mini-missiles. He shook his head and formed hand seals. Just as the missiles were about to reach him, bizarre spatial fluctuations manifested before them, and 9 mysterious chains of incantations appeared. Come to me. The missiles were engulfed by the open chains, and with a pointed finger, Julie directed their trajectory outside the base city. A resounding explosion echoed as the missiles detonated in the nearby open ground. Julie chuckled, descending on the giant eagle amidst the astonished gazes of the base soldiers. I am here for no other purpose than to pass through, Julie stated, instantly feeling a sense of pretentiousness, considering he had previously launched missiles at others without hesitation. Before long, the leader of Base D arrived, accompanied by a throng of followers questioning Julie's intentions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Hunan. Julie shook his head, indicating he harbored no ulterior motives, however, upon spotting an elderly man within the crowd. He felt a surge of excitement, though he concealed it beneath a composed exterior. Lu Hunan invited him to his residence within the base. After exchanging pleasantries, Julie gleaned insights into the current state of the world, the emergence of fourth-tier zombies among the undead. While humanity's evolvers had predominantly reached the second tier, thanks to breakthroughs in genetic research, a select few, with the assistance of Professor Wong from the Imperial Capital Base, had attained the third tier. With the advent of third-tier evolvers, humanity's ability to fend off zombies had significantly improved, though many power-hungry leaders of various bases had been slain by increasingly formidable evolvers. Subsequently, a pamphlet was circulated via radio, detailing the emergence of evolvers from the first to the third tiers. Lu Hunan handed Julie a small booklet, which he perused, nodding in acknowledgement of its accuracy. Upon reaching the section on mutated beasts, he recognized they had entered the mid-stages of the apocalypse, necessitating humanity to confront not only high-tier zombies, but also powerful mutated creatures. Inquiring about Julie's current level, Lu Hunan listened attentively as Julie claimed to be equivalent to a third-tier evolver. Might you demonstrate your abilities? I am quite curious about third-tier evolvers, Lu Hunan inquired. Are there no third-tier evolvers in the base? Julie asked. There are, but they refrain from intervening unless the base is in dire peril. Lu Hunan replied. Julie nodded, flipping his right hand to conjure a blade of wind, casually flicking it toward the wall, leaving a distinct mark. Given that the structures had been renovated by evolvers, they possessed considerable durability. What do you think of my base? Lu Hunan asked. I could stay, as I have encountered an old friend, yet I do not anticipate remaining for long, Julie replied. As Lu Hunan, prepared to inquire about the identity of his old friend. Julie simply smiled, refraining from answering, and rose to leave the room. Julie approached the modest dwelling, knocking on the door. Sounds of movement could be heard from within, and upon the door opening, he was greeted by a young girl. Who are you? She asked. Is anyone else home? Julie inquired. Who are you, and what do you want? The girl's eyes narrowed, her demeanor suddenly wary. No, I mean no harm. Your grandfather should be at home, right? Is he not named Hong Diyuan? I have come to pay him a visit, Julie replied. The girl remained skeptical, yet she hesitated to permit Julie entry. Xian, who is it outside? A voice from within, as if awakening from slumber, called out. Grandpa, someone claims to be here to visit you. By the way, what is your name? I am Li Fei. I arrived this morning. And your grandfather met me alongside Lu Hunan, Julie explained at that moment. An elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses approached, scrutinizing Julie with curiosity. Julie smiled upon seeing the old man, for his appearance perfectly matched the one from his memories. Old man, back in the 3rd Street of H City, you aided a young boy in escaping from human traffickers. I have come to express my gratitude, Julie stated. The elder, observing Julie closely, felt a sense of familiarity but, adhering to his customary hospitality, invited Julie into the house. Xian, pour some water for our guest. Given our current circumstances, we must make some accommodations. Old man, how have you been living here? Is there anything you require assistance with? Observing the elderly man's somewhat weary demeanor, Julie spoke. The old man shook his head, indicating that he did not require assistance. Even though Julie had come to repay the kindness of years past, He would not linger. It was far better for a solitary individual to survive in this apocalyptic world. One person's hunger sated meant the whole family could endure. Once, we were a renowned family in this city. But during a family gathering, the apocalypse erupted, and many of our kin transformed into zombies. Ultimately, my granddaughter and I narrowly escaped this calamity by departing early for rest. Later, we encountered the military forces from the city's military district, who successfully reclaimed the city and rescued us. Subsequently, General Luo of the military district ascended to power, treating those of us who had contributed to the city with a measure of respect. However, his unexpected demise led to his deputy seizing control, a situation that has persisted until now. Upon seeing you, it seems you must be one of those high-level evolved beings. If possible, I hope you will take Xiaoxian with you. I am old and fear my time is short. After the old man uttered these words, he appeared fatigued and closed his eyes, seeking rest. Very well, Julie responded without hesitation to the old man's request. Hong Yuan, upon hearing Julie's words, opened his eyes and gazed at the young man. Are you speaking the truth? Indeed, I am. Julie set down the porcelain cup in his hand. Then let us depart tomorrow, replied Hong Yuan. You are aware of the state of the world. My granddaughter's beauty has drawn the attention of many. Had it not been for the kindness shown to Lu Henan in the past, he would not have aided us. Otherwise, my granddaughter would have long been taken by those wretches. Julie nodded, affirming that he would return to take Xiaoxian the following day. As he exited, he let out a soft sigh, having discerned that Hong Yuan's health was not good. The earlier display of strength in escorting him out was likely a fade of endurance. Chapter 36. Metal Storm. On the day Julie planned to leave with Xiaoxian, alarms echoed throughout the base city. Julie pondered how calamity seemed to follow him wherever he went. However, he assumed it was merely an attack by a small number of mutated beasts or zombies and paid it little mind. In front of Hong Yuan, he drew Xiaoxian into the Divine Might space, advising Hong Yuan to wait a moment before entering himself. After explaining matters to Xiaoxian within the Divine Might space, Julie exited. Yet, as he prepared to take flight on the giant eagle, he hesitated, for he spotted the very individuals who had attacked him before. Outside the city, hordes of zombies gathered, seemingly intent on using their numbers to deplete the ammunition of firearms. However, their presence prompted Julie to reconsider his plans. He guided the giant eagle closer to the city walls, where he observed numerous evolved beings standing guard. This base truly lived up to its name, as evidenced by the sheer number of evolved individuals present. After dispatching a substantial portion of the zombies, the corpses piled up, allowing the remaining zombies to gradually approach the city walls, albeit in limited numbers. Lu Henan resolved to use micromissiles to clear the accumulated bodies. Julie nodded in agreement. Utilizing micromissiles would indeed expedite the extermination of the zombies. At that moment, two figures clad in white robes emerged from the throng of zombies. One of them floated into the air, their sleeves billowing as they extended their hands. Julie observed a considerable mass of air coalescing around their hands, gradually forming into a colossal air projectile. With a thunderous bang, the air projectile shot forth, prompting Lu Henan to bellow, "Get back!" The projectile hurtled toward the city wall. Flying Thunder God technique? Julie realized the catastrophic potential of the strike. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 9 chains that erupted before him, ensnaring and consuming the air projectile. Who goes there? The figure in white robes, now aware of Julie's presence, communicated something to their companion below before their form distorted, morphing into a shape resembling a sprawling blanket. The other figure leaped onto this blanket, fixing their gaze on Julie. Guiding the giant eagle closer, Julie sensed an unnatural tension in the air, though he could not pinpoint its source. "Are you the original being that the leader ordered to capture?" inquired the figure in white robes, their voice laced with peculiar intrigue. "The leader? Capture me? Original being?" Julie responded, curiosity piqued. The figure in white, noting Julie's apparent ignorance of his own condition, refrained from elaborating further. Instead, they raised their right hand, from which 3 small arrows suddenly shot forth. Without hesitation, Julie employed telekinesis to deflect them. Yet, the figures swiftly stomped their foot, propelling the flying carpet toward Julie. Unwilling to allow them close, he directed the giant eagle away from the base city, confident that the ordinary zombies and mutated beasts below could fend for themselves. "All right, I'll join you," the figure in white declared from midair. "It's rather dull up here. Let us descend and engage in combat, shall we?" Julie nodded in agreement, and the two descended to the ground. As soon as their feet touched the earth, the figure in white swept their sleeve and charged toward Julie. Julie swiftly produced a shuriken with his right hand to parry the figure's sword strike. Feeling the force transmitted through his hand, Julie realized that the opponent's strength was not dissimilar to his own. You possess a power reminiscent of that from Naruto, though I wonder how many ninjutsu you've mastered," Julie remarked. "You may find out," the figure retorted. In an instant, Julie utilized a body flicker technique to evade, positioning himself a short distance away. He rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release. Fire dragon technique? A magnificent fire dragon erupted from his mouth, but the figure in white merely whistled, causing their previously summoned carpet to morph into a fan, infusing it with the power of a crystal core. They fanned the air, redirecting Julie's fire dragon back toward him. With a swift motion, Julie clenched his right hand, causing the fire dragon to vanish. He then tapped into the crystal core within his mind, rendering himself invisible. The figure in white narrowed their gaze, becoming wary of their surroundings. Suddenly, they turned, swinging their sword, only to find nothing there. "What happened to my sword?" the figure exclaimed, observing the emptiness where their blade had been. As they sidestepped, a fleeting moment of hesitation left a scratch across their face. Tasting the blood, the figure mused, "Interesting." The figure clasped their hands together, then hurled a silver iron rod into the sky. It exploded, transforming into 4 smaller iron rods that scattered around, forming a perimeter around the figure in white. "Come forth," they commanded, their hands uniting once more. The scattered iron rods emitted beams of white light, gradually encasing the area in a sealed space. Julie revealed his presence, realizing with alarm that he could no longer sense the crystal core in his mind. "How could this happen? Wait, why can't I feel the elemental energy anymore?" Julie exclaimed in shock. The figure in white explained, "The third tier evolved being represents a watershed moment, for they can autonomously absorb the elements of heaven and earth, storing them within their crystal core for later use. However, it seems your chakra can still flow freely throughout your body. I didn't anticipate that this device could block elemental energies." With a dramatic flourish, the figure in white revealed herself to be a woman. Her long silver hair cascading down her shoulders, her golden eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she toyed with a short sword, observing Julie's bewildered expression with amusement. "Surely you do not think I have exhausted all my options. While you may recognize my mastery over the powers akin to those in Naruto, you cannot possibly fathom the presence of a system within my being," Julie thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. The woman appeared somewhat disappointed, having anticipated a more frantic reaction from Julie. Instead, she only saw a look of astonishment that quickly settled into composure. "We are aware that the energy within you should not solely consist of chakra. A crystal core must also have been birthed, by severing access to the elemental energies. Once your chakra is depleted, you will be rendered powerless." Julie nodded, neither confirming nor denying her assertions. As the woman launched another assault, Julie, empowered by the Sharingan, effortlessly parried her attacks, assimilating numerous combat techniques in the process. "You are quite the cheat," the woman gasped, her breath quickening as she recognized the situation. However, she felt powerless to change it. After all, it was unreasonable to expect him to refrain from using the Sharingan. With a flick of her wrist, the woman sent her fan soaring into the air, which transformed back into a mysterious figure in white robes. "Gunner, I leave this to you. I doubt he can evade your firepower," she commanded. The figure in white nodded, understanding her directive. As it shed its white robe, Julie gasped in disbelief. This was no ordinary human but a being entirely composed of weaponry. The gunner seemed to lock onto Julie, while the woman tore a gap through her protective barrier and slipped through. Julie hurled a shuriken, but the gunner intercepted it, causing it to clatter to the ground. Julie smacked his forehead, realizing he had now placed himself in a precarious situation. "Oh, indeed. The time for this machine gunner's metal storm is a full 10 minutes, the woman remarked. Chapter 37. A renewed confrontation. Facing defeat. Listening to the woman's words before she departed, he was momentarily taken aback, for the sheer volume of gunfire lasting 10 minutes was astonishing. Yet he merely marveled internally, knowing he must not reveal any other emotions, lest he give the woman another opportunity to engage him in conversation. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gunner opened fire towards Julie, who evaded the bullets using the flying thunder god technique while simultaneously assessing the extent of damage to the surrounding barriers. It was peculiar here. He found himself unable to use the flying thunder god technique to exit. It was impossible to claim it had failed, for he could still utilize the technique within this area. Thus, Julie continued to dodge while launching kunai embedded with explosive tags. However, as the machine gunner ceased firing, Julie's face paled, for the weaponry clinging to the machine gunner suddenly clattered to the ground, replaced entirely by missile launchers. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Julie thought it impossible for them to fire, but he was mistaken. 2 missiles shot forth, both equipped with automatic tracking. Julie contemplated remaining in place, allowing the missiles to approach. Outside, the woman's golden eyes flickered with a tinge of complexity as 2 flying thunder god techniques manifested before Julie, consuming the missiles. When they reappeared, it was behind the machine gunner. In that instant of explosion, Julie's Sharingan transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and a colossal skeletal figure engulfed in violet flames shielded him. Julie gazed at the machine gunner, now reduced to mere fragments. As blood trickled from the corner of his right eye, the Sharingan spinning. Suddenly, a small plume of black flame clung to the barrier, which had withstood the explosion unscathed. Is this Amaterasu from Naruto? A flame that can consume all? The woman murmured. Nearby, several mutated beasts had already gathered, warily observing the black flame within the barrier, seeming to understand the formidable nature of such an entity. As a small opening formed in the barrier large enough for him to pass through. Julie slowly stepped out. Upon emerging, he felt the once dull crystal core within him begin to glow, sensing the various elements that resided in the space, though he was unable to absorb much. After all, the crystal core absorbed autonomously, beyond his control. Yet, observing the 3 unique abilities within his core, Julie felt somewhat inadequate. Consequently, he expended 10,000 energy points to elevate his rank, allowing him to absorb abilities up to the 5th tier. Remaining energy points totaled 117,900. Celestial Path. Here, enjoy this exquisite delicacy I have prepared for you, the woman declared, her golden eyes flashing with a hint of sorrow before erupting into laughter. Witnessing her seemingly manic expression, Julie felt an unwelcome irritation. Yet, surrounded by 8 colossal mutated wolves, he recognized the predicament he faced. The wolf pack's success in thriving to this point surely stemmed from their unity and ferocity against foes. The first mutated wolf lunged at him, and Julie chose to confront it head-on, landing a punch squarely on its skull. The wolf collapsed but quickly shook itself off, preparing to attack again. Indeed, its resilience surpassed that of a human of the same tier. Julie mused. He withdrew a scroll from his attire and tossed it into the air. The woman, noticing, activated her crystal core, summoning a fierce wind that whisked the scroll far from the encircling wolves. Julie smiled and clapped his hands, causing the scroll to explode, scattering numerous kunai across the ground. In an instant, Julie appeared near the kunai. Quick, destroy those kunai, the woman commanded, her pupils narrowing, upon hearing her. A wolf with silvery fur on its forehead howled, and the remaining wolves charged at Julie. He formed hand seals and unleashed his jutsu. Fire release, fire dragon technique, earth release, earth pillar explosion, earth release, yellow springs swamp. The 3 techniques surged forth, targeting the oncoming wolves. One wolf, unable to evade in time, was injured by the exploding earth pillar. Blood awakened the savage instincts within it, and under the apparent command of the alpha wolf, the other's fur began to glow crimson, their speed increasing. Julie frowned, forming hand seals once more. Earth release, mud clone. A wall of earth rose before him, and one wolf crashed into the mud barrier. He noticed the wall cracking under the impact and swiftly placed explosive tags behind the crumbling structure before retreating. With a resounding explosion, the wall shattered, and the mutated wolves leapt over the debris, prompting Julie to detonate the tags, sending the wolves skyward. Under the Alpha's command, Julie was not slain. Instead, he severely injured 3 wolves. The remaining 5 regrouped, and one opened its jaws, releasing a foul stench that forced Julie to cover his mouth and nose. The wind elements in the air coalesced within the wolf's maw, launching towards Julie like a shockwave. He instantly teleported to a nearby location, the air wave soaring past its target and obliterating a tree in its path. Regaining his focus, Julie observed the remaining wolves. 3 of them seemed to synchronize, gathering wind, fire, and water energy, with the fire and wind converging, followed closely by the water energy. Julie once more teleported away, just in time. As one wolf lifted its leg, Julie sensed instability beneath him. Rising, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing at a distance while a spire of earth erupted from the ground where he had just stood. As the mutated wolf raised its leg again, Julie swiftly vacated the area. The woman, observing Julie's slight disarray yet lack of injury, felt a surge of anger. "You worthless creatures, you cannot even deal with him." Golden light radiated from her, causing her to vanish from sight and reappear behind Julie, striking him with the palm. Julie instinctively countered, but he soon realized the severity of the situation. Had he not reached a level where he could manipulate his bones, that strike could have rendered his right hand useless. Puzzled, he stared at the woman, now levitating and emanating golden flames, aware that she had grown stronger. The woman vanished again, reappearing before him and slamming a palm against his crossed arms, sending Julie hurtling backward. "I truly wonder how you can be this weak," she taunted, a twisted smile gracing her face as she finally inflicted injury upon him. Activating his Sharingan, Julie sought to decipher her movements, but she struck him again, her fist connecting with his left cheek. Cough, cough, so fast. "My body can't keep up," Julie lamented inwardly as the woman unleashed another surge of power. Julie sensed her was only at the early 4th tier, yet he found himself unable to counter her effectively. "You are far too weak. Stop relying on those so-called powerful ninjutsu," she scolded. Performing an unusual maneuver as she charged at him, in that fleeting moment, Julie sidestepped, landing a punch to her abdomen. Clearly caught off guard by his counterattack, he seized her hair, summoning a wind blade to press against her back, driving his knee into her. The woman braced against his leg, but it seemed some unseen force severed her hair from his grip, leaving him grasping only a handful of strands. She lifted her head, coldly regarding Julie. With a series of swift strikes, she made contact with him, forcing him to activate his immunity state. Unaware, she passed directly through his chest. However, as she began to tumble, Julie, feeling a pang of regret, grasped her ankle. Unexpectedly, she executed a swift rise and spinning kick, striking Julie's face with such force that he crashed into the ground, creating a crater. "I can still bring you back even if I leave you in ruins," she declared, and in the pit, Julie shook his head, gazing at the golden sphere she conjured above. Cursing under his breath, he realized she was indeed formidable and hastily retreated into his Kimui space, thinking to hide for the time being. When she discovered Julie had vanished from the pit, she assumed he had fled. In her fury, she hurled the sphere into the crater in an instant. The area exploded, expanding the crater further. If Julie had remained, he would have broken into a cold sweat, for he had just recalled her identity, in his previous life during the late apocalypse. Where mutated beasts roamed the continent, the organization focused on salvaging humanity deemed themselves the new breed while maintaining ties with intelligent zombies. Among their ranks was a female member who had attained the 8th tier of kingship. With an awakened ability of light, her speed unmatched during the apocalypse. There was no barrier she could not breach, her combat prowess rivaling the 4 formidable kings of that era. Chapter 38. The system's 3rd upgrade. Julie spent 3 days in the Kimui space with Xiao Xin, during which he expended 1,000 points to redeem a 2nd-tier evolution potion, administering it for her absorption. He discovered that Xiao Xin's body did not exhibit the same reactions as Liu did initially. "What? You don't know?" Professor Wang from the capital base has managed to mitigate the side effects of the Evolver serum, subsequently developing a gentler formula for the human body to absorb. Professor Wang is truly remarkable. It is said that he successfully cloned a powerful individual from the past, And those clones can even evolve independently. My grandfather once mentioned that he had witnessed a formidable clone summon a plethora of trees to ensnare a horde of corpses. Hong Xiaoxian remarked. Upon hearing this, Julie realized that Professor Wang must be the same one from the military district in H City. He was astonished to learn that he had chosen to cultivate clones of him, and that someone had inherited the wood-release bloodline. If I were to say that the original of those clones cultivated by Professor Wang is me, would you believe it? Julie asked. Gazing at Xiaoxian, who seemed somewhat in awe, Xiaoxian looked at him disdainfully. She still felt a twinge of indignation due to Julie's earlier actions of unceremoniously tossing her into this situation. Is that so? Then let us see, Julie replied, and with a mere thought, he expanded the spatial area by several hundred times. Amidst her astonished gaze, he declared, would release, forest realm descends, on the newly cleared ground. A multitude of trees began to grow wildly as they reached a certain height. Julie ceased channeling chakra, and the trees gradually retracted, eventually vanishing from sight. Wow, it really is you. But why are you here instead of the capital base? Logically, if the clone is this powerful, the original must be even more formidable, Xiaoxian inquired. Unbeknownst to her, Julie's mind was momentarily flooded with the words of a woman he had encountered, stating, "You are the original body that the leader ordered to be captured." Julie nodded, affirming her thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by Xiaoxian slapping his forehead. "What are you doing?" Julie exclaimed. Realizing that had he not instinctively halted his body's reflexes, Xiaoxian would have been the one injured. Xiaoxian, feeling defiant, retorted, "You bad person. Even if you are my idol, you shouldn't disregard others while they speak." Julie hastily apologized, then looked at Xiaoxian and asked, "Do you wish to become stronger?" Xiaoxian nodded, gazing at Julie, uncertain of the implications behind his words. Julie contemplated for a moment. "You are already a second-tier evolver, but your evolution was through serum and not through battle, so you lack control over your strength. Thus, starting today, you shall train. Until I deem you ready, I will not release you." After saying this, Julie waved his hand, and the room that had previously resembled a living room transformed into a training facility, constructed entirely from his memories of a gym. Julie understood that given her current second-tier evolver physique, she would not find the weights daunting. A first-tier evolver possesses strength superior to 6 elite soldiers, with a power equivalent to a punch of around 200 to 400 pounds. A second-tier evolver surpasses 12 elite soldiers, achieving a strength of 1,000 pounds. A third-tier evolver exceeds 14 elite soldiers, with a strength of approximately 1,200 pounds. A fourth-tier evolver surpasses 16 elite soldiers, reaching a strength of around 1,400 pounds. After Julie's explanation, Xiaoxian inquired, "Why is there such a significant disparity between the first and second tiers?" Julie chuckled, explaining, "This is because second-tier evolvers begin to awaken their unique abilities or talents. As you might know, each advancement in our evolution is akin to a cultivator in novels, wherein our bodies undergo a second forging, naturally enhancing our power." Xiaoxian nodded, her curiosity piqued. Given her strength of 200 to 400 pounds, she wondered how this man planned to train her. Julie, observing her confusion, smiled and instructed her to start running. Xiaoxian, feeling invigorated, caused the treadmill beneath her to tremble. Noticing Julie's helpless expression, Xiaoxian sheepishly ruffled her hair. Earlier, Julie had asked her to tie it back for the training. While this is a treadmill, it is also to help you familiarize yourself with your breathing rhythm. "Begin," Julie commanded. As Xiaoxian gradually mastered her breathing, Julie waved his right hand, tripling the weight of the space around her beyond what she could initially bear. As she ran, she thought to herself that it didn't seem too difficult. However, she soon felt her body grow heavy, her movements no longer as agile as before. Glancing back at Julie, who appeared to be laughing for some unknown reason, Xiaoxian realized he must have tampered with her training. After 3 days of basic training to help her acclimate, Julie utilized the shadow clone technique, leaving a clone behind, and then opened a spatial rift to return to the real world. Upon returning to reality, Julie gazed at the deep pit before him, drawing in a sharp breath. It shattered his previous notions of women's terrifying capabilities. Was it really necessary to be so furious over a mere haircut? He mused. He glanced in the direction of his next destination and employed the super beast pseudo-painting technique, soaring away on a giant eagle. His next destination was the capital base, where he suspected the Gao sisters had also journeyed. He reflected on the enchanting figure clad in a black evening gown at the banquet, feeling somewhat nostalgic, as time had swiftly altered the landscape of their lives. He lamented the fate of Director Gao. Chapter 39. Confrontation with Uchiha Madara. The capital base had been established for over 2 months, with an enrollment and training of evolvers reaching around 3,000, half of whom had attained the second tier. Such a formidable force in the apocalypse was indeed noteworthy. Additionally, the father of genetic strength, Professor Wang, was conducting a new round of research at the capital, leading to improvements within the base. After all, where there are strong individuals, there will inevitably be conflict. Within the capital base, power struggles ensued, prompting someone to compile a simple list of the top 10 strongest individuals, the first being Yang Jun, who commanded the power of thunder, the second, Li Jun, a master of assassination techniques with the ability to become invisible, the third, Feng Yu, who possessed vampiric abilities, the fourth, Wang Yue, the grandson of the capital base's ruler, who wielded the power of wind. Julie observed the magnificent city of the capital base ahead, descending from above and slowly making his way forward. After half an hour, he stood before the now sealed city walls, recognizing the handiwork of evolvers who had awakened their architectural abilities. This apocalypse truly allows humanity to accomplish feats once deemed impossible, Julie thought. At that moment, soldiers atop the walls spotted him and shouted commands through a loudspeaker. After some conversation, the soldiers seemed to confer with someone, and soon a smooth crack appeared in the wall, allowing Julie to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Julie stepped through the fissure, only to find himself on top of the wall. "Sir, we require you to accompany us for an assessment. Please cooperate," one of the fully armed soldiers addressed him upon his arrival. "Very well," Julie replied, following them down a staircase that led to the lower city wall, which required individuals to climb down on their own. Julie speculated that, given the height, if an ordinary person lost their grip or faltered, they would likely be sent to the scientists in the form of a corpse. As Julie descended effortlessly, the soldiers realized he had not contracted the so-called virus. Moreover, based on the earlier data, they concluded that he was undoubtedly at the third-tier level. The staircase had been designed by scientists led by Professor Wang to test physical strength. During the descent, there would be a brief evaluation of the individual's maximum strength. Julie was confident he had passed the test, and the 2 armed soldiers clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, we'll wait for you here." Though puzzled, Julie nodded in understanding. He had just been informed that his information had been entered into the city's system, a revelation that did not surprise him. After all, such technology existed in his previous life. He wondered whether the current capital base could rival that of his past. Julie ventured alone onto a vast expanse of grass, glancing toward the distant city. Suddenly, he sprouted a pair of wings from his back, maintaining his chakra as he flapped his wings, propelling himself toward the city. Along the way, he spent 18,900 points to acquire Sasuke's Chidori and the Chidori Sharp Spear. These 2 forms of ninjutsu were brought to his attention just moments ago, as he discovered that the system had completed its upgrade. Naturally, the expenditure of original power for exchanging ninjutsu had significantly diminished. Upon finally arriving in the city, Julie retracted his chakra wings and began to observe the current state of the imperial capital. At first glance, it appeared to him that little had changed. However, he soon realized that the physical condition of nearly everyone had evolved to the first-tier evolver level, although some still exhibited unsteady steps. Julie chuckled softly before vanishing from his position. Once again within the confines of the spatial realm, Julie regarded Xiao Xian, who had fully adapted to the basic training. With a flick of his right hand, the scene transformed into one reminiscent of the early days of the apocalypse. Observing Xiao Xian's bewildered expression, Julie explained that this was a simulation of the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. He would leave behind some supplies, and the environment would fully simulate the scenario. The task was for Xiao Xian to survive until the mid-phase of the apocalypse. Only then could he escape this simulation. Xiao Xian nodded in comprehension, prompting Julie to leave a clone to watch over him while he himself entered the grand hall of the Tianqian system. There, he beheld the illuminated third martial arts hall, filled with an array of weapons arranged in an orderly manner for training. Julie rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement, inexplicably drawn to the ancient and profound aura that permeated the hall. Welcome to this place, my master. Please do not mind my appearance. I am indeed Tianqian, the name you bestowed upon me. The entity materialized, startling Julie, as he realized that the seemingly 3-year-old boy before him was the stern Tianqian he had always envisioned. Very well, this is the Martial Arts Hall, a place dedicated to honing combat skills. Naturally, you shall face corresponding opponents, and upon defeating them, reward will be yours. Tianqian gestured with both hands. Julie nodded with a smile. And Tianqian inquired, shall we commence your first battle? Yes, Julie replied. Upon recognizing the young Uchiha Madara standing before him, Julie's face paled. He had not anticipated that he would be pitted against the formidable antagonist from the Hokage series. As Uchiha Madara appeared, he cast an indifferent gaze at Julie, seemingly unimpressed by his feeble strength. Though I am uncertain how you possess our clan's blood, let me make this clear. A waste has no right to wield the Sharingan. He remarked harshly, yet, beneath the harshness of his words, Julie detected a hint of concern. With a series of powerful counterattacks, Uchiha Madara swiftly dismantled Julie's offense, leaving him reeling. After rising to rub his bruised face, Julie protested, You strike rather harshly, don't you? Madara retorted, Fool, do you truly believe this is insufficient? Remember, on the battlefield, your enemies will never show you compassion or hold back. You must understand that there exists only life and death, devoid of mercy. You are just like that guy. Upon hearing this, Julie immediately sprang to his feet and charged at Uchiha Madara once more. With a series of thuds, he was knocked down again. You fool, who charges indirectly? Where's your Sharingan? Why aren't you using it? Uchiha Madara exclaimed, seemingly on the verge of tears from frustration. Julie scratched his head, rising again to activate his Sharingan. The three-tomo Sharingan fixated intently on Uchiha Madara in an instant. Madara accelerated towards him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Julie pushed his Sharingan to its limits, raising his left hand to block the blow. However, unbeknownst to him, Madara's assault was not aimed at his fist but rather at his leg. With a swift kick, Madara struck Julie's abdomen, sending him flying backward. How can you be so foolish? Your body possesses various abilities, yet you fail to integrate them effectively. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so easily outmatched, Madara chided. Get up. After being knocked down for the 100th time, Uchiha Madara sighed and remarked, You may take a break now, as he approached to help Julie up. However, before Madara could touch him, Julie instinctively kicked out, only for Madara to effortlessly deflect it with his left hand, rendering Julie's leg powerless. Well done, get up on your own, Madara instructed. Julie offered an awkward smile, realizing that his previous action was not one he had consciously intended. Nevertheless, his body had reacted reflexively to Madara's presence. Standing up, he felt the ache of pain throughout his body but remained silent, knowing these injuries were merely superficial. You resemble Izuna. Neither of you readily concedes defeat, Madara observed, gazing at Julie, seemingly lost in thought. Julie was taken aback, pondering how he could possibly resemble Madara's brother. Madara continued, Although I had many clan members surrounding me during my childhood, I understood that their loyalty was merely due to my status as the clan leader. Only my brother Izuna treated me sincerely, yet he was slain by my best friend's brother. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara raised his head, revealing his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Julie immediately entered a state of immunity. Knowing Madara was on the verge of losing control, thankfully, his body instinctively reacted to Madara's movements. Otherwise, he would have endured more punishment. Chapter 40. The first battle after enduring 10 days of intensive combat training with Uchiha Madara. Julie felt a marked enhancement in his mastery of abilities. In the subsequent training sessions, he was no longer subjected to a one-sided beating. Julie used the substitution technique to evade Madara's kick, only for Madara to pivot and deliver a punch to Julie's face as he prepared to launch a surprise attack. Julie felt a twinge of frustration as upon resuming training, he found that his spatial abilities had been rendered ineffective within the Grand Hall. Thus, he was left to rely solely on basic ninjutsu to contend with Madara's taijutsu. With a resounding clang, Julie flipped a kunai into his hand, positioning it defensively across his chest. Madara's assault slowed momentarily. Now that's a reaction, he chuckled. Julie remained speechless, having endured countless attacks with minimal defense. Madara, amused, sheathed his kunai and approached Julie. Relieved, Julie recognized that this gesture signaled a break. However, as Madara passed by, the Sharingan flared to life. "You let your guard down," Madara declared, raising his leg to kick. Julie's eyes flashed, and he stepped back, pressing his hand, infused with chakra, against Madara's leg. Madara smirked dismissively, tossing 3 kunai towards Julie. With no choice, Julie released his grip on Madara's leg and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectiles. Yet, Madara's fingers began to move in a peculiar manner. Xiao Li was taken aback. This resembled chakra thread manipulation. Drawing the Tianqian sword, he sliced through the air, causing Madara's brow to furrow in surprise, realizing that Zhu Li's peculiar sword could sever his chakra threads. Zhu Li, equally surprised, soon wore a grin. "Come on, Madara. You never mentioned we couldn't use weapons," he teased. However, the moment Madara produced a sword identical to the Tianqian sword, Zhu Li's smile vanished. "What kind of sword is that? It can't possibly be the same as mine." Madara remained silent, proudly raising his chin as he approached the petrified Zhu Li. With his right hand gripping the sword, he charged forward, as Madara swung the blade. Zhu Li felt the urge to defend himself, drawing his own sword to parry. The Tianqian sword trembled slightly, and Zhu Li understood that a sword possesses its own spirit. The relic's master had not deceived him. With a steely gaze, he flourished the sword, declaring, "Come on, Madara." Uchiha Madara shook his head, causing the sword in his hand to vanish as if dissipating into the air. "The first phase is nearly complete. You may exit now." As his words faded, Madara's figure transformed into a cascade of starlight, vanishing from the spatial realm. The scenery before Zhu Li shifted, returning him to reality. Observing the bustling streets filled with evolvers, he shook his head, gazing up at the sun still high in the sky. He recalled that prior to entering the city, a device resembling a phone that a soldier had given him had illuminated. "Attention, number 4108.AS, this is your first entry into the Imperial Capital Base. You are hereby informed that you must report to the military department by tomorrow. The detailed address has been sent to your communicator." As the message displayed, Zhu Li noticed an unopened email above the communicator, realizing it must contain the map to the Imperial Capital Base. "May you enjoy your stay at the Imperial Capital Base." Reading the final line, Zhu Li smiled, opening the previous emails to find numerous unread messages. Among them was the notification regarding his assigned residence within the base, which appeared to be nearby. Upon locating the place, Zhu Li opened the door to a modest flat, furnished simply with a bed, a bathroom, and a small kitchen. Indeed, the current Imperial Capital Base is far superior to my previous life, given the sheer number of evolvers present. "Just look at how this flat accommodates them," Zhu Li mused. In his past life, during the mid-apocalypse, humanity had struggled to respond swiftly to the onslaught of zombies, and with the scarcity of evolvers, they were cherished like treasures by the leaders of each base. In this contemporary era, the capital base has naturally strengthened due to the influence of Zhu Li. Therefore, it can be considered acceptable, for they have yet to acquire precise data regarding the evolutionary level of Zhu Li. Mere force measurements yield little insight. The following day, Zhu Li arrived at the military department of the capital base as indicated on the map. Observing the bustling activity within the military department, Zhu Li noted that the individuals present appeared to be quite ordinary. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and approached the counter beneath a sign for new recruits. Noticing a somewhat familiar young woman before him, Zhu Li felt an odd sense of recognition. "Are you Julie?" the young woman inquired, adjusting her glasses perched atop her nose. "Indeed, and may I ask, have we met before?" Zhu Li responded. A flicker of disdain glimmered in the young woman's eyes, which Zhu Li perceptively caught. "I apologize. I believe I must have mistaken you for someone else." "Not at all. As a newcomer, you will need to undertake a month-long duty on the city walls, serving as the initial guide for the newly arrived evolvers," she stated. Zhu Li nodded, collected his materials, and departed the counter, contemplating a leisurely stroll in the vicinity. The young woman, watching Zhu Li's retreating figure, felt a twinge of curiosity and remarked, "Hee, Wang Kong, you might be in trouble." With that, the center pin she held snapped in her grip. Unbeknownst to Zhu Li, the young woman harbored ulterior motives. He merely wished to explore the area, as he would soon begin his duties, little darling. Don't run away, Gao Shaoxian called anxiously after a pure white puppy darting around the yard. The puppy seemed oblivious to its owner's calls and soon vanished from sight. Resigned, Gao Shaoxian abandoned her chase and reclined in a lounge chair. She pondered whether this state of affairs would persist indefinitely. It was already June, and just 10 days prior, she had learned of her pregnancy. Her initial reaction had been to terminate it, yet witnessing Wang Ming's elation had softened her heart. Initially, she had believed Wang Ming sought merely to toy with her, but as time passed, he devoted himself to caring for her, even refraining from bothering her sister and instead aiding her in continuing her studies at the capital base's school. One day at a time, Gao Shaoxian mused. At that moment, another voice echoed in the yard, prompting her to frown. Oh my sister-in-law is in quite the mood. By the way, did I mention I encountered a peculiar individual today? He bears a name that seems familiar to you. If Julie were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the young woman who had registered him earlier. She was Wang Kang's granddaughter, raised by him after her father's demise on the battlefield. Yet, who would have guessed she harbored affections for her debauched uncle, Wang Ming, while keeping it a secret from others? Oh, I see. What exactly does Xiener wish to convey by coming here today? Gao Shaoxian inquired, furrowing her brow. His name is Julie. What do you think, sister-in-law? Isn't he odd? Upon hearing Xiener's words, Gao Shaoxian felt as though struck by lightning, sitting upright in her lounge chair, gazing at Xiener with a calmer demeanor as she asked, What exactly is your aim in saying this? Nothing much, merely to bring a bit of surprise to my sister-in-law. However, it seems that it's more of a shock than anything else, Xiener replied. Finally, with Gao Shaoxian's pallid expression lingering, Xiener departed with purpose, striding toward the exit, eager to witness how the two would eventually meet. Julie donned his gear and promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at a location not far from the city walls. Climbing the stairs, he was greeted by a soldier. Are you the new recruit? The soldier inquired. After completing the required checks, Julie found the process somewhat tedious, yet he decided to endure it. Once the inspections were complete, Julie, clad in his armor, lamented the absence of a mirror, for he would have relished the opportunity to admire his own handsome visage. Observing the surroundings, he decided to engage in customary activities, and on his first day of duty, he amicably conversed with his fellow soldiers. Brother, do you have any of that? Julie was approached by a young man while he was eating. Julie understood the gesture as a question regarding supplies. Shaking his head, he declined, indicating that he had none. Thus, after 29 days of duty, Julie finally awaited the arrival of a significant figure at the capital base on this day, while preparing to rest after inspecting a newly joined evolver. A soldier rushed over. Stop slacking. Stand at attention. The Wang family is about to conduct their inspection. Keep your eyes sharp, the soldier shouted. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the city wall immediately straightened up. Approximately 5 minutes later, a group of individuals appeared on the battlements. Julie discreetly observed their attire, recognizing them unmistakably. Sister Shaoxian, what brings you here today? A man inquired beside a woman who was being supported. Juner, the city defenses appear quite solid. I heard that an old acquaintance has arrived, so I came to take a look. I hope to bring him along as my guard. You know my sister is busy with her work at the military, and without familiar faces around, she has felt quite lonely, the woman replied. Indeed, the woman was Gao Shaoxian, who, after heeding Xiener's advice, decided to visit Julie, suspecting he might be struggling. Otherwise, why would he be stationed as a city guard? Julie lowered his head, feeling perplexed. If he was not mistaken, this Gao Shaoxian was indeed the same person he had met in H City, now unexpectedly married. Julie, you're quite impressive, to be valued as a guard by the second young master of the Wang family. Well then, you need not stand duty anymore. When you rise to prominence, don't forget about me, the soldier who had previously notified Julie said as he approached. Julie removed his helmet, revealing his face, which left Gao Shaoxian puzzled. For he appeared different from the Julie she once knew. However, since the introduction had been made, she decided to take him along. With that thought, Gao Shaoxian signaled for those nearby to escort Julie to change his attire before returning with her. What is your name? Gao Shaoxian inquired in the carriage. Julie, he replied. Gazing at Gao Xiaoxian's delicate features, Julie felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Upon closely sensing her condition, he discovered that Gao Xiaoxian was indeed pregnant. Who was the father? Julie asked, somewhat bewildered. The second young master of the Wang family, Wang Ming, Gao Xiaoxian responded. Julie nodded, choosing not to inquire further. Understanding that the situation had evolved beyond his grasp, it would be best for them to remain silent. Upon arriving at the Wang family residence, Julie noticed a man in military uniform, whom he did not pay much attention to, knowing that Gao Xiaoxian preferred to avoid conflict with them. For the sake of their child, she would likely side with them. Siener, why did you run out? You're pregnant. It's not safe. Wang Ming rushed over as the car came to a halt, opening the door and lifting the somewhat startled Gao Xiaoxian into his arms. Ming, I'm fine. Please put me down. I want to introduce you to Good Day, second young master. I am honored by the lady's regard. My name is Li Fei, Julie interjected before Gao Xiaoxian could finish. Gao Xiaoxian frowned, perplexed as to why Julie would claim to be named Li Fei. Wang Ming chuckled and said, if that's the case, you must be a friend of Siener. Therefore, I command you to ensure her safety from now on. Do you understand? Gazing into Wang Ming's complex expression, Julie seemed to grasp the unspoken words. He stood at attention, saluting, affirming his commitment to the task. Subsequently, Julie was led away, as his protective duties were not required at that moment. The next day, Julie was brought before Gao Xiaoxian, who was reclining in a lounge chair. Observing her languorous demeanor, Julie felt a flicker of darkness in his heart. Underling Li Fei, reporting for duty. Yes, Gao Xiaoxian acknowledged. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, Professor Wang's cloning of you remains undisclosed. Yet, do you truly believe Wang Ming remains oblivious? As the son of a powerful figure, how could he not have encountered your clone? Julie remarked. Well, what of it? I won't be able to stay here much longer. I doubt anyone can truly keep me here, Julie asserted confidently. Initially intending to offer a retort, Gao Xiaoxian found herself smiling at Julie's spatial abilities. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, as long as you are well, I need not worry. However, I must leave in due time. Julie sighed. Oh, then, could you possibly do me a favor, considering I've helped you this time? Gao Xiaoxian seemed to speak casually. What favor? Julie inquired with curiosity. After all, Gao Xiaoxian's status had risen significantly since before. It was hard to believe there was anything she couldn't handle. Alas, forget it. I just hope that if the Imperial Capital Base encounters difficulties, you might lend a hand. Gao Xiaoxian had initially considered asking her to take Gao Tian away, but recalling her sister's perspective from their recent conversation, she abandoned that thought. Oh, is that so? I cannot guarantee anything. There will be a series of subsequent events that arise, and at this stage, the Imperial Capital Base is indeed quite formidable. But if troubles arise in the future, I will assist to the best of my abilities, Julie replied, furrowing his brow. After all, he was currently being targeted by the Apocalypse Salvation Organization, particularly by the woman who had awakened her light-based abilities. Gao Xiaoxian nodded, not believing Julie's words, for in her eyes, the overseen evolvers numbered around 3,000. Could they not survive the apocalypse? Julie smiled faintly. He knew well what Gao Xiaoxian was thinking. But as a reborn individual, even with a system, he dared not claim he could safely endure until the end's night fell once more. Julie concluded his task. However, upon hearing that the current head of the Wang family had summoned him, he realized it was time to depart, though it was only the first day of protection. Arriving at the Wang family's reception area, he observed the room filled with soldiers in military uniforms, along with some members of the Wang family, among whom was Gao Xiaoxian, who seemed to be engaged in a quiet conversation with Gao Tian, entirely unaware of Julie's arrival. Gao Tian had never been particularly fond of Julie, making it unnecessary for her to remember him. Thus, she continued chatting with her sister while secretly glancing at the man standing beside Wang Kong. So, does the head of the Wang family have business with me? Julie inquired before they could speak. The illustrious space power user Li Fei has graced our Imperial Capital Base with his presence. Today, I merely extend an invitation for you to join us. Your power will not diminish in any way. What do you think? Wang Kong stated. As for the others, they were still unaware of Julie's intentions for being there. That moment, Gao Tian recognized that the expressionless man in the center was none other than Julie, who had once saved her. No, I have no other intentions in coming here. Long before, I heard that the current Imperial capital base is the strongest among the others. My observations over the past few days have confirmed this. As for your invitation, I think I shall decline. I will be leaving in a few days, Julie responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Kong and the others' expressions soured. Wang Kong fell silent, but Wang Ming spoke up. Having long endured the presence of the man his wife once admired, Li Fei, do not be ungrateful. Why, father's invitation is a tremendous honor, Wang Ming retorted. Julie merely cast a disinterested glance at him, too apathetic to respond, which only fueled Wang Ming's anger. Observing his father's stoic demeanor, Wang Ming clapped his hands, and suddenly, 6 figures emerged from behind him, leaping into the arena to encircle Julie. Even if you are my clones, should you not use your strength against the mutated beasts outside rather than against a fellow human? Julie remarked, exasperated. As the 6 charged at him, Julie refrained from further words. Utilizing the instantaneous technique, he positioned himself behind the first attacker, producing a kunai in his right hand. With overwhelming strength, he subdued the clone and swiftly slashed its throat with the kunai in less than a minute. He dispatched the remaining clones, casually tossing the kunai towards Wang Kong. The others gasped in shock, yet Wang Kong remained unmoved, the kunai grazing his left cheek and leaving a blood mark. Well done. As expected of the original, such strength is commendable. You, Wang Yue, go and experience his prowess, Wang Kong instructed. Chapter 42. The astonishing sword. Upon hearing these words, Julie looked at the young man above him. Listening to Wang Kang's words, Wang Yue nodded, his form flickering. Julie noticed the wind elements gathering around him as Wang Yue descended to the ground, facing Julie. Wang Yue, a 4th-tier wind ability user. He introduced, Julie, 4th-tier user of wind, fire, and thunder. Julie replied. At this declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. There were only 8 individuals who had reached the 4th tier on the Imperial Capital leaderboard. Yet this young man before them had also attained the same level. Wang Yue exhibited only a hint of surprise before conjuring a multitude of wind blades in his hand, launching them towards Julie. Julie drew a circle with his right hand in front of him, causing the wind blades to halt midair. He then waved his hand, sending all the blades hurtling toward Wang Yue. Wang Yue, momentarily stunned, formed a small sphere of condensed wind in his hands and tossed it forward. Julie observed as the wind blades were absorbed into the sphere, which gradually increased in size. Julie shook his arms. He was not foolish enough to engage in a contest of wind abilities, relying instead on his ninjutsu and the successful training he had undergone under ban in recent days. Grasping his right hand with his left, a flicker of electricity danced across his right hand, gradually accumulating in intensity, as if it were entirely enveloped in lightning. He raised his head, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Wang Yue, who felt a wave of discomfort under Julie's gaze. Julie executed the instantaneous technique to evade the sphere, swiftly charging at Wang Yue, who attempted to erect several wind walls to block Julie's advance. Gao Tian stood up in a panic, exclaiming, "Do not harm him." Julie hesitated momentarily, but did not retract the Raikiri in his hand. After shattering several of Wang Yue's wind walls, Julie came to a halt. Observing Wang Yue's expression of complete resignation and Gao Tian's approaching figure, with a smile, Julie diminished the Raikiri, extending an electric blade that pierced through Wang Yue's chest. "You bastard, Wang Yue. Are you all right? Don't scare me," Gao Tian shouted, rushing to Wang Yue's side to support him. Seeing Gao Tian's furious glare directed at him, Julie burst into laughter. The electric light in his hand vanished as he surveyed those present. Cough. "Thank you, Brother Julie, for showing mercy," Wang Yue stammered, struggling to stand. Julie gestured dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. "Wang Patriarch, are you satisfied now? You may unleash whatever else you have. But let me tell you, if you cannot keep me here today, then in the future, if I encounter anyone from the Wang family outside, I will kill them," Julie declared. Upon uttering these words, he released the pressure of a 4th-tier powerhouse, causing several individuals around him to kneel. "Look at you so-called elite. What a disappointment." Wang Kong's face darkened, rendered speechless, as he did not know what to say to T that moment. Julie glanced at the Gao sisters, affirming, "What I promised you, I will fulfill, but mark my words, I will not take them lightly. You had best remain hidden here." Subsequently, Jiuli vanished into the Divine Might space, leaving the area, for he had never intended to be confined within this space. As for Wang Yue, he was quite impressive, having managed to control the wind attribute's form changes. After departing the Wang family residence, Jiuli returned to his small dwelling, briefly observing Xiao Xian's training. According to his clone's reports, he learned that Xiao Xian had begun to adapt to the circumstances, albeit at the cost of nearly 10 deaths. She had finally begun to grow. After relaying some information to his clones, Jiuli returned to the small dwelling that had been his home for nearly 40 days, reflecting on his imminent departure. However, before leaving, he revisited the Grand Hall, for the opening of the third Great Hall naturally brought forth an opportunity for a gamble-like lottery. Jiuli regarded the spinning wheel before him, disregarding the displayed prizes, and spent 10,000 points to commence the lottery. Upon hearing Tian Xian's voice, Jiuli erupted in curses, for Tian Xian informed him that he would randomly lose one skill. Jiuli hoped internally that it would be a trivial skill, yet when it was announced that the skill being deducted was the broken air bloodstain barrier, darkness enveloped his vision, causing him to collapse to the ground. How could this be? How could this be? In a state of confusion and self-reproach, he once again returned to the realm of reality. Gazing upon the mere 100,000 points of primal energy remaining, alongside the unfinished main quest, he pondered why no subsequent phase of tasks had been assigned. For phase-based tasks were only issued at the onset of the system to better empower the host. Now, the system had successfully undergone 3 upgrades: Heavenly Mysticism, Ninely Path. Well, perhaps this is for the best. I shall take my leave for now. Subsequently, when Ninely reappeared in the humble abode, he felt an urge to step outside and take a stroll. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a throng of first and second-tier evolvers, along with a crowd of onlookers. Ninely, come with me, do not resist. I have developed a means to restrain your abilities. At that moment, Ninely caught sight of Professor Wang among the crowd. All right, Professor Wang, I did not expect you to clone me, but it seems you have contributed somewhat to humanity's cause. However, today, you shall not take me away, Ninely declared. Seeing his persuasion fail, Professor Wang waved his hand, and the evolvers surged forward. Ninely frowned as he noticed a cloaked clone behind Professor Wang, sensing no power emanating from it. Yet, observing the advancing throng, Ninely shook his head, resolving not to withstand them head-on. He closed his eyes, and a violet flame enveloped him, gradually forming a colossal skeletal figure that surrounded him, with a gentle motion of his right hand. The enormous purple skeleton mirrored the action, sweeping away a significant number of the evolvers. If you do not disperse, I shall unleash a massacre. The evolvers continued to encircle him. Ninely's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Evolving into the eternal kaleidoscope. At this juncture, his Susanoo gradually morphed from a skeletal form into a Crow Tengu warrior, clad in armor and wielding a sword. Perched upon the warrior's forehead, Ninely looked down upon the diminutive evolvers below. Professor Wang gazed in horror at this colossal entity before him, unable to fathom why the clone did not possess this ability. Could it be that his genes had undergone another evolution? With this thought, Professor Wang commanded the evolvers to apprehend him at all costs. Meanwhile, the man behind Professor Wang tensed his body. Would release. Tree World descends. Upon witnessing this technique manifest before him, Ninely felt a twinge of headache. Nevertheless, he commanded Susanoo to draw forth an energy sword from its back, cleaving through the encroaching trees that sought to ensnare him. A formidable sword aura surged forth, striking with immense power. With a splatter, the man who executed the wood release spat blood. Professor Wang immediately ordered his men to retreat, as the onslaught of Susanoo's sword had obliterated a significant number of structures. Ninely retracted Susanoo, and a vortex of space materialized, allowing him to depart. Only after his departure did the Imperial Capital Base dispatch rescue teams and commence reconstruction efforts. However, this incident effectively quashed Wang Kang's intentions to seek trouble with him. For should several more sword strikes have occurred, the entire base might have been obliterated. Chapter 43. Codename 6 Paths. After leaving the Imperial Capital Base, Ninely journeyed southward. On the third day since his departure, he soared through the skies atop a giant eagle, observing once fertile farmlands now parched and barren, devoid of even a blade of grass. He pondered how long this calamity would persist. In truth, Ninely was uncertain when the apocalypse would conclude. As in his previous life, it had already been the 12th year of the apocalypse by the time of his demise, and he was oblivious to subsequent events. However, upon reaching a small fortress, he descended, curious to explore how such a bastion had come into existence. Yet, upon entering, he encountered a scene entirely different from his expectations. The place was filled with revelers. Shaking his head, he exited and continued on his way. After traversing a distance, Ninely spotted a silver-haired woman soaring through the air on an unknown contraption. He was taken aback. Was that not the light girl? What could she possibly be doing here? Pondering the speed at which she traveled, he mused that it seemed improbable she would notice him. Yet, unexpectedly, a voice echoed from above. "Heh, so you are here. I thought it would take you longer to arrive." Ninely chuckled nervously. What splendid weather we have today. With that, he attempted to tear through space to leave, only to find a barrier materialize around him, thwarting his escape. Realizing he had no choice, he prepared to fight. Drawing forth a kunai, he noted that the woman appeared disinclined to engage. "I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you will not accompany me? The leader merely wishes to recruit you. With no intention of conducting experiments, by the way, you may call me Annie," she added. After contemplating, Ninely nodded in agreement. That moment, the woman smiled subtly, seemingly indicating that he had relaxed, yet she suddenly appeared before him. In a flash, he evaded her assault and seized Annie's fist, hurling her against the barrier. Caught off guard, Annie stumbled to the ground but quickly rose, intent on charging at him once more, only to find a barrier of black flames manifesting before Ninely. "You are quite formidable. Let us depart." The barrier retracted, transforming into a flying carpet upon which Annie stood. Summoning the giant eagle, Ninely followed closely behind Annie as they soared northwest. After 3 days of flight, Ninely, feeling drowsy and on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake by an unexpected chill. This puzzled him, for he believed his physique had rendered him impervious to the cold. Furthermore, since the apocalypse began, the weather had not dipped to such low temperatures, save for the occasional heavy rain. Ninely beheld the mist before him. He discerned the faint outline of a mountain peak within the haze. He thought, could that possibly be the place? Yet, it was indeed elusive. He recalled that in his previous life, individuals had specifically sought out this organization's base, but after numerous failed attempts, they ultimately relinquished their quest. If his own strength were not sufficiently formidable now, he feared he would not be invited here, regardless. Nonetheless, he felt an inner stir, eager to unravel a mystery that had eluded him in his past life. Upon reaching the interior, Ninely gazed at the mountain peak, feeling as though it were poised to engulf him, causing him to hesitate at its sight. When Annie guided him to descend before the mountain, he discovered an individual clad in white mourning attire, with the character for mourning emblazoned on their chest point. Ninely remained silent as Annie engaged in conversation with this figure. After a brief interval, Annie shot a peculiar glance at Ninely, signaling him to follow. Nodding in acknowledgement, he trailed behind her. After advancing for a while, Ninely encountered numerous devices resembling those the light girl had previously utilized to obscure elemental sensing. He glanced at Annie, but she seemed wholly absorbed in her path, paying no heed to her surroundings. Upon closer inspection, Ninely was astounded to find that the mountain had been hollowed out, creating a passageway. Do not regard it with such eyes. The leader initially found this mountain intriguing because it can shield evolvers from exerting control over their abilities. Thus, the leader decided to excavate it. Completely hollowing it out, Annie boasted. Completely hollowed out, indeed, Ninely echoed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the entire mountain were hollowed, would a powerful impact from above cause it to collapse entirely? Of course, he dared not voice this notion, for the leader of this base would undoubtedly have addressed such a concern long ago. Upon entering the cavern, Annie led him through a series of security checks. Once confirmed, they arrived at a conference room deep within the mountain. After knocking on the door, a voice beckoned them to enter. Annie opened the door and announced, "Respected leader, I have brought the individual you requested." "Ah, thank you for your efforts, Annie. You may leave now," came the voice from within. Unperturbed by Nine Li's puzzled expression, Annie departed, leaving Nine Li to ponder. After deliberating briefly, he too pushed the door open. The expansive conference room housed an oval table surrounded by neatly arranged chairs. At the far end, directly in front of the door, sat an individual adorned with a raccoon mask, their age and gender indeterminate. "Welcome to our base as a guest. I believe you have a general understanding of my intentions. Thus, I wish to hear your thoughts today," they stated. After listening, Nine Li replied, "It is quite simple. I am genuinely curious about the purpose of your organization's existence. Indeed, our ultimate goal is to save humanity and facilitate its evolution," came the reply. "However, that does not provide a compelling reason for me to join." Nine Li stood, rejecting the notion. Yet, at that moment, the leader clapped their hands, and a screen materialized behind them. Upon viewing its contents, Nine Li slammed his hand on the table and declared, "All right, I shall join. However, I prefer not to follow orders or directives. Simply inform me of the tasks at hand." "Very well, we welcome your clear decision." The leader responded. "As for their safety, I can assure you of that. However, at times, you must complete your tasks before determining whether you can meet them. Meanwhile, I would prefer you to refer to me as leader from now on. Allow me to introduce our organization's core members, of which there are 7 in total, and with your addition, we now have 8 core members. The remaining members are engaged in various tasks around the globe. Now, you may initially partner with the Light Girl, as I recall your abilities are related to ninjutsu. Though I harbor some disdain for that nation, I must admit I have watched Naruto. How does Ricket sound for your new name?" Julie nodded. Although he recognized that his strength was still far from the level of Ricket, he believed that one day he would reach such heights. "All right, where do I reside?" Julie inquired. The masked man, known as the Cat, clapped his hands, and Anne, who had just left, appeared at the door. She opened it and, under the leader's instruction, guided Julie to find his quarters. Chapter 44. Dread as and led Julie in search of his room. At the end of the corridor, a figure cloaked in black observed them silently. Upon entering, Julie discovered a pallid-faced man who regarded and while seemingly ignoring Julie. The man spoke, "Anne, you should know that you are the master's woman and must not get too close to other basemen. Otherwise, the master's wrath will consume everything. Is that so, Jack? I am merely fulfilling the leader's command to escort him to his room. Rickard, your room is here. 1254. Remember it." "You may converse," and replied before departing without looking back. Jack gazed greedily at Anne's retreating figure, licking his lips, which led Julie to involuntarily associate him with the coldness of a serpent. "I hear you go by Rickard. Is that correct?" Jack redirected his attention to Julie. Julie nodded, and suddenly, the man seized the collar of Julie's clothing, turning his gaze toward him. Julie frowned and effortlessly broke free. "Interesting, very interesting. I advise you to keep your distance from her. Otherwise, the repercussions will be beyond your capacity to bear. By the way, did you have a hand in an hair transformation from long to short?" Jack withdrew his hands. "And if I did?" Julie asserted, knowing he could not show weakness at this moment, for it would lead to future complications. Jack's expression grew cold as his human pupils gradually morphed into serpentine ones, fixating on Julie. Julie met his gaze defiantly, pondering the implications of such a stare. Seemingly sensing something, Julie turned to find himself surrounded by a multitude of serpents. A sudden gust of wind ruffled his hair. And without hesitation, he drew a kunai and slashed backward. Observing the snakes that fell to the ground, only to stitch themselves back together, Julie wondered, an illusion? With that thought, Julie's eyes manifested the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. And with a gentle motion, blood flowed from his eyes as the black flames of Amaterasu enveloped him, directing his gaze towards the serpents advancing through the flames. With a cold chuckle, Julie's eyes transformed into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan as he turned to confront Jack's gaze. Gradually, the serpents began to slither toward Jack. "Impossible! What is happening? Disperse!" Jack exclaimed in panic. It became clear that he had awakened a serpent's talent. No wonder he lacked a code name, as Jack was engulfed by the serpents. Julie waved his hand, dispersing the horde and sparing Jack's life. "To live or to die?" Julie inquired. "What do you wish to know?" Jack slumped to the ground. "Simply tell me what you know." Julie instructed. "As you suspect, Jack is my true name. Here, one must achieve core member status to be worthy of a codename. Why knowledge is limited. I am affiliated with the Flame King's subordinates. Due to my low rank, I was left in the base. Just a month prior, and joined our organization, and my boss took a liking to her, publicly declaring her as his woman. Seeing that and did not oppose. My boss ordered me to remain here and observe who gets too close to her until he completes his task, Jack recounted before his head slumped, black blood oozing from his mouth. Giuli silently watched this unfold before raising his hand to incinerate Jack's corpse, then opened his door to rest. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, Giuli, clad only in his upper attire, opened the door to find a little girl delivering breakfast. He nodded, signaling her to leave the meal, but she shook her head, insisting on serving him. Left with no choice, Giuli conceded to her stubborn gaze. Soon after, Anne's arrival ended this somewhat awkward situation. Now, let me show you some of the other internal members. I suspect you will have your hands full shortly, and remarked, as Giuli pondered the nature of the impending busyness. He quickly observed the eager crowd below, all itching for a duel with him. He understood why and had been smiling moments before. Very well, come forth. Witness whether I am worthy of being Anne's partner, Giuli declared with a grin. At the sound of his words, a robust black man stepped forward. Giuli chuckled at the man's bulging muscles. The man charged forward, throwing a powerful punch. Giuli deftly deflected it, causing the man to lose his balance and land a blow on the ground, creating a crack in the floor. Giuli was taken aback by the man's immense strength. The man charged again, and this time, Giuli attempted to employ the same tactic, but the man suddenly erupted with force. Crashing into Giuli, Giuli felt a tremendous impact that sent him staggering back several steps before he regained his composure. This individual is Alista. Even before the apocalypse, he was known for his extraordinary strength, especially now that he has awakened his power, and commented, observing Giuli with a hint of exasperation. Is it not enough for him to be so attractive? Giuli lamented. However, as another punch came his way, Giuli swiftly darted into the man's embrace. As the man attempted to seize him in a chokehold, Giuli vanished, reappearing behind him. The man swung around to retaliate, but Giuli executed a slide and landed a punch to the man's groin. The man howled in pain, clutching himself and glaring furiously at Giuli. Giuli chuckled, pointing towards the restroom. Brother, I think you should attend to that first. For reasons unknown, the man nodded and dashed towards the restroom. Who else wishes to challenge me? Giuli asked. I do. Upon seeing the middle-aged man before him, Giuli thought, surely, you must be joking. You are a decade older than him. Don't join the fray. He is Jack's brother and has awakened water element abilities. And explained. Giuli nodded in understanding as Lin Feng conjured 3 water arrows in his left hand and hurled them at Giuli. Giuli extended his right hand, halting the arrows and reflecting them back. Lin Feng shook his head, dispersing the arrows with a wave. Bringing his hands together, he opened them to unleash a compact water vortex into the AI art. As the vortex expanded, onlookers began to retreat from its growing presence. Feeling the pull of the vortex, Giuli noticed that while its size increased, its movement was sluggish. He contemplated his next move, stepping backward as earthen walls rose to absorb the vortex's power. Meanwhile, he formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone. The clone stood firm, and as the water vortex enlarged, it attracted vast amounts of water vapor, obscuring the view for others, and frowned, surprised that Lin Feng had unleashed such a technique right from the start. Suddenly, amidst the waiting crowd, a scream erupted as a figure was flung outward. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Feng, not Giuli, leaving the spectators somewhat disheartened. Just moments prior, the clone had manipulated the earthen walls while Giuli had slipped into the void, reappearing beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished, unable to comprehend how Giuli had traversed from manipulating the walls to suddenly standing beside him. Despite his surprise, Lin Feng unleashed a water arrow in an attempt to impede Giuli's advance. Planning to retreat to safety, seeing Giuli disregard his water arrow, Lin Feng suddenly felt moisture pooling on his forehead. Giuli was puzzled but curious to see what would transpire, as the surrounding water vapor converged into Lin Feng's mouth. His face began to swell, and when he deemed it sufficient, he unleashed a water cannon from his mouth. Julie swiftly evaded, though one water cannon struck him. Yet, due to the unique properties of his divine might, the water cannon passed through him without harm. Julie shook his head, his body tensing into a streamlined form, propelling him forward and sending the somewhat bewildered Lin Feng flying. Chapter 45. Core Member Assessment. As Julie dealt with several internal members, no one else dared to step forward. Subsequently, and escorted Julie away, informing him that a core member would return the following day, though this particular member possessed a somewhat fearsome reputation, as the leader intended for him to assess Julie. In what manner is he fearsome? Julie inquired, intrigued. Do you recall the device I used to shield the spatial elements during our first meeting? Annie recalled with a hint of amusement how she had startled him in the beginning. So, does what you mention have anything to do with that core member? Julie nodded in acknowledgement. Annie replied, that device is based on his research. Quite peculiar, isn't it? But in this apocalyptic world, bizarre abilities have emerged. Upon hearing Annie's words, Julie's composed demeanor finally shifted, for she revealed that the individual not only possessed that supernatural ability but was also a fire elementalist. Why does the organization recruit such freaks? Julie muttered in exasperation. Annie shot him a glance, seemingly reluctant to engage in conversation. Come on, I'm not oblivious to you. That sudden ability of yours should have nothing to do with the elements in the air, she remarked. Julie nodded, deciding to let it go, pondering instead how to tackle the challenges ahead, as everything would be revealed the following day. Before long, the next day arrived. Under Annie's guidance, Julie stood at the threshold of a room. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a child who appeared to be no older than 12. Surely, I must have come to the wrong place, he said. Annie replied, you'll find out whether it's south the wrong place once you step inside. With that, she pushed him into the room. The moment he entered, Julie realized Annie had not deceived him. He sensed an utter absence of elemental presence, and the crystal core in his mind dimmed. You must be the new recruit, Lu Dao. Let us begin. Afterwards, I have to attend to my pet, the child announced, leaving Julie bewildered by the juxtaposition of a boy's body and a girl's voice. You? Julie questioned, perplexed. The child blushed slightly, flames erupting around them as they glared coldly at Julie, frowning. Julie drew his kunai, entering a combat stance. The child remained still, drawing a circular motion with both hands, unleashing two fire dragons that surged towards Julie. In response, Julie formed seals with his hands, summoning a dragon-shaped water column from behind to clash against the fire dragons. As the standoff continued, the child withdrew the fire dragons, while the water dragon advanced. A glimmer of determination sparked in the child's eyes as they unleashed a formidable aura, their right hand flipping to form a fist enveloped in flames, striking the water dragon's head. The water dragon dissipated instantly, leaving Julie with no choice but to kick the suddenly appearing child in the stomach as they reappeared. However, the flames surrounding the child ignited Julie's clothing. With a sigh of resignation, Julie flung the child away, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them to reveal the kaleidoscopic patterns swirling within his gaze. Interesting. So this is the famed Dujitsu of the ninja clan? The child remarked with a slight smile, extending a hand to conjure a flurry of fireballs aimed at Julie. Blood trickled from Julie's left eye, raising the child's wariness. Indeed, the fireballs were consumed by black flames that swiftly engulfed them. The child withdrew their mental energy, realizing that the flames were devouring their spiritual force, bringing an expression of discomfort to their countenance. Seeing the black flames surrounding Julie, the child charged forward. Leaping over the black flames, Julie's right eye activated once more, causing the previously dormant black flames on the ground to expand and cling to the child's pant leg. The child gasped, recalling the troublesome nature of Amaterasu. In a swift motion, they slashed to sever the ignited fabric, retreating to a safe distance. All right, you've passed. Please retract Amaterasu, the child instructed. This, Julie coughed, sinking to his knees as Amaterasu gradually dissipated. Chapter 46. The first mission. Upon hearing that he had successfully passed the assessment, Julie followed the child and Annie to the office of the organization's leader. Gazing at the figure whose face remained obscured, Julie felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not articulate it. From today onward, Annie will be your partner, Lu Dao. You have a new mission to undertake. The leader declared, "Firechild, since you've just returned, you may rest for now." The Firechild, the same one who had just battled Julie, bid farewell and exited. Thus, only Julie, Annie, and the leader remained. Julie scratched his head, glancing at Annie, taking the opportunity to admire her figure, curvaceous and striking. It was no wonder so many were enamored by her. "Have you finished ogling?" Annie remarked, turning to face him. With a smile, Julie inquired about their new mission. Annie, sensing his lack of response, remained turned away but observed him with curiosity. According to reports from a core member within the organization, a peculiar phenomenon has been detected near City C. Shrouded in an unusual power, she explained. Julie was taken aback but concealed his surprise, casually asking, "And how does this relate to our mission?" "Of course it's related. Your task is to infiltrate City C, but you'll need this," the leader said, tossing an object towards him. Julie caught it and examined it closely, discovering it resembled a flashlight, which puzzled him. Annie was equally intrigued as she scrutinized the item. "This device can simulate the elemental forces of the world. They've found a breach, allowing you to use it to mimic the fluctuations of a formation to gain entry," the leader clarified. Both Julie and Annie nodded in understanding before exiting. Annie suggested they prepare to set off the next day, believing it unnecessary to squander time. Julie agreed, as he hadn't seen Liu in quite some time and wondered how she was faring. After parting ways, Julie returned to his room and delved into his spatial realm, observing the restored environment. He opened the door to find Xiao Xian already asleep. Noticing her matured appearance, he retracted his gaze and inquired about the status of his doppelganger. After receiving a satisfactory report, Julie decided to take her out, though not immediately. As Julie reached out to touch her face, Xiao Xian suddenly grasped his arm, applying pressure to a vital point. Realizing he had returned, he faced the man who had trained him. Xiao Xian's nose twitched, but she quickly regained her composure. Julie regarded her with satisfaction, asking, "When do you wish to go out?" "Now," she replied with unwavering determination in her eyes, indicating she was not jesting. Nodding, Julie waved his hand, and Xiao Xian found herself in a living room. As she absorbed her new surroundings, Julie addressed her. "It's been a while. I've recently joined an organization within the apocalypse. Now that you're free, what are your plans?" "To follow you and grow stronger," Xiao Xian replied succinctly. Julie nodded, instructing her to rest on the bed while he settled into a chair nearby. Chapter 47. Arrival at City C. The following day, Julie opened his door to find Annie waiting at the entrance, fully equipped while he stood empty-handed behind her. "Don't you need to bring anything?" Annie asked, glancing back. Julie shook his head with a smile, saying, "You know my abilities well enough." At this point, Annie seemed to recall something, unbuckling her backpack and tossing it to the dazed Julie. "I'll leave the items to you, but don't rummage through them carelessly," she cautioned, her tone laced with a hint of warning. Julie chuckled silently, placing the backpack into his spatial realm as they exited the cave. The foggy landscape outside greeted them. "How do we get out of here?" he inquired. Annie did not respond, instead tossing an object to him without turning back. As Julie caught it, he discovered it to be a sword hilt without a blade. "Time to assemble the flying device," Annie announced, tossing the hilt into the air. Initially perplexed, Julie watched as the hilt emitted a bright light, transforming into a flying apparatus upon its return. "This is quite a useful tool," he mused, realizing its potential for future endeavors. Observing Annie's growing impatience, Julie mimicked her earlier actions and assembled his own flying device. "Destination: City C," Annie declared, tapping her fingers, and a virtual display appeared on both their devices as she inputted a command. A minute later, the propulsion system of the flying device activated, causing Julie to lose his balance and crash onto it. Amused, Annie laughed at his predicament, but her laughter was short-lived as the lack of wind protection allowed a gust to rush in as she opened her mouth. Not wishing to engage further, Julie settled himself comfortably, closing his eyes to reflect. He realized his recent expenditures had left him with only 80,000 original power points. Additionally, his crystal core contained abilities from 3 elemental systems, while his invisibility power remained suppressed in a corner, as there had been no necessity for stealth lately. Otherwise, given the nature of the Tianqian system, it would likely demand a fee for its use. Moreover, the main quest has been completed to a mere 10%. However, CDC has become quite a predicament, having drawn the attention of the organization, which has also devised a means of infiltration. Fortunately, the other core members are still occupied with their respective tasks. In a sudden flash of insight, Julie recalled something. Yes, this apocalypse is indeed reminiscent of the previous life's cataclysm. Julie felt a twinge of fear, as he was uncertain of the extensive chain reactions his current actions might provoke. With no means to converse, the two continued their relentless journey. Even so, Annie began to feel fatigued. On the fourth day, the aircraft they were aboard finally arrived, and upon gazing at the fog-shrouded surroundings of City C, Julie noticed that there were already no fewer than 100 people nearby. He inwardly furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation and wondering if those inside could hold their ground. Greetings, esteemed ones. As soon as Julie and Annie landed, individuals around them knelt in reverence. Annie waved her hand dismissively, allowing them to rise, and then proceeded with Julie towards the location the leader had indicated as the breach. Lu Dao, give it a try, and see if you can enter, Annie instructed. Julie nodded, stepping forward, flipping his right hand and casting it inside, forming hand seals as his body vanished from sight. However, he soon reappeared in a somewhat disheveled state. It's no use. It's too peculiar inside, Julie remarked. Annie frowned and gestured for him to retrieve the device given by the leader. They prepared to enter directly, as the leader had mentioned that this device would only allow 2 individuals to pass and would entail certain consequences. Chapter 48. Severe Injury. After some contemplation, Julie recalled the 2 individuals who had initially taken him away. Instinctively, he raised his head to gaze at the clouds. Annie elaborated on various countermeasures. Feeling somewhat vexed, however, she learned from a local authority that the breach had been opened due to relentless attacks from numerous superpowered individuals, resulting in a slight opening. Yet, they had noticed that the Great Formation was currently in a state of self-repair. Annie, upon hearing this, snapped Julie out of his reverie with a sharp clap. Julie returned to his senses and asked, "What's wrong? Have you thought of a solution?" Annie gave him an exasperated look, but then decided to activate the device on her own. As Julie watched Annie activate the device, the bottle-like apparatus in his hand vanished, and a luminous barrier formed around both Annie and himself. While Julie was still astonished, Annie grasped his hand, urging him to focus. The moment he felt Annie's hand, the first impression was of its softness, as if devoid of bones. Unable to resist, he gently squeezed her hand. Noticing the alluring fragrance emanating from Annie, Julie distinctly sensed her body stiffen momentarily, which amused him. As they entered the Great Formation, he observed the barrier beginning to tremble slightly, glancing ahead at the cityscape that had begun to materialize. Julie estimated they were still about 1,000 meters away, and if all went well, they should be able to pass through. However, as if sensing Julie's summons, a phantom appeared before them. Could this be the master of the formation? Julie pondered, staring at the figure that gradually solidified before him. Annie paused momentarily but did not halt her stride, continuing to pull Julie forward. The elder figure extended his right hand, pointing toward their barrier. Initially, Julie felt nothing, but when the barrier began to vibrate violently, he realized, he is attacking us. Annie was the first to sense the danger. Julie remained silent, yet his serious expression conveyed to Annie that he was devising a plan. As time slipped away and the elder's assault pushed the barrier to the brink of collapse, Julie implanted the Flying Thunder God technique within Annie and cautioned, "Annie, be vigilant. Do not release my hand. Otherwise, I cannot predict what may occur." Julie's warning was not mere hyperbole. He had previously attempted to harness the power of divine might outside, but to no avail. This formation seemed capable of restraining spatial abilities. They were still 200 meters from their destination, but they dared not accelerate, for doing so would jeopardize the barrier's stability, forcing them to confront the elder's onslaught directly. With a crack, the barrier shattered, and in that instant, Julie hurled 6 shurikens forward, shielding Annie with his body. Feeling an assault from behind, Julie activated his Susanoo. With a resounding thud, the Susanoo could not fully withstand the blow, yet it mitigated much of the impact. The residual force struck Julie's back, causing pain to radiate through him. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting out of the formation. As soon as Annie emerged, She instinctively turned to check on Julie's injuries, but before she could react, he tackled her to the ground. Just as she was about to push him away, Julie coughed up a spray of blood that hit Annie's face. He had realized that after sustaining his injury from the elder's attack, he could evade the subsequent energy strike, but Annie would undoubtedly bear the brunt. Seeing the bewildered look in Annie's eyes, Julie had no time to ponder, as darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, at home, Liu was resting with her cousin Li Hua while watching the news. Suddenly, a breaking news segment caught her attention. Near the abandoned industrial area in the outskirts of the city, an unknown explosion occurred this afternoon. Upon arrival, the police discovered only one injured man in peculiar attire, with no suspicious individuals around him. Initially, Liu did not pay much heed to the report, but when she caught sight of the so-called peculiar man, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward the city center hospital. Upon arriving and inquiring about the situation, Liu revealed her identity, prompting the police to allow her entry. Though her cousin Li Hua did not receive the same courtesy, Liu arrived at the emergency room on the 6th floor, where she spotted a woman in black in the corridor. "Who are you? How did my brother get injured?" she demanded. The woman in black was Annie, who had followed Julie, believing he would receive medical attention after the explosion. "You're his sister?" Annie's large eyes regarded Liu with curiosity. Realizing that the woman before her had golden pupils, Liu responded, "Yes, I am his partner." "We encountered some complications while entering here," Annie said, playing with her hair. "Then why is my brother injured?" Liu pressed. Knowing that Julie possessed spatial abilities and suspecting that the woman before her was somehow involved. "Since you're already aware, why ask me?" Annie replied with a smile. Liu felt frustrated. While she had contemplated teaching Annie a lesson, she recognized that Julie likely sustained his injuries while protecting her. The two fell into an awkward silence. Annie preferred tranquility, while Liu was consumed with concern for Julie's well-being. Thankfully avoiding any conflict. 3 hours later, the emergency room's red light finally extinguished. As the door opened, Liu stepped forward to inquire about her brother's condition, only to find the doctor staring at Annie in a daze. Under Liu's impatient cough, the doctor informed her, fortunately, Julie was brought in promptly. He now requires rest. After waiting a while, Annie and Liu discovered that Julie had been transferred to a regular ward. Neither spoke as they followed behind in the ward, gazing at Julie's pale, unconscious face. Liu felt a lump in her throat, nearly moved to tears, however, upon noticing Annie's somewhat dazed expression nearby. She resolved to hold back her tears, unwilling to lose face in front of Julie's partner. "How long do you plan to stay here?" Annie inquired with a frown, looking at the vigilant Liu with exasperation. "That's none of your business," Liu retorted, turning her head away. Seeing this, Annie fell silent, moving to the window and opening it. With a swift motion, she departed the ward as it was already growing dark. No one noticed her exit. Chapter 49. Apprenticeship to Guguzi. Liu sighed as she watched Annie leave, aware that her brother's life outside was fraught with challenges, and this return likely bore the weight of a mission. She had heard the doctor mention that Julie might not awaken, as there were substantial blood clots in his head for an unknown reason. "Perhaps this way, I can see you every day?" Liu mused. She clasped Julie's hand, resting it against her face, quietly watching over him. Unbeknownst to her, Liu gradually fell into a deep slumber, a serene smile replacing her earlier tension as she dreamt. Annie quietly returned to Julie's hospital room, reflecting on the overwhelming information she had encountered earlier, realizing this place was a sanctuary for humanity. What would happen if the boss found out about this? Observing the sleeping Liu, Annie sighed and closed the window, shutting out the cold wind that blew in from outside. She pondered when Julie might awaken, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed in contemplation. Julie felt himself wandering through a dark expanse when a glimmer of light caught his attention. Curious, he stood still, watching as the light gradually expanded. He soon recognized that it was the elder who had previously wounded him. "Junior pays respects to Master Guguzi." Julie performed a bow, stating, "Ahem, young man. I brought you here to convey some important words." Guguzi spoke in a grave tone. "I am aware that you possess the potential to save humanity from its current plight, and there is no escaping this destiny. This is, after all, your mission, is it not?" Julie remained silent, choosing instead to raise his gaze towards Master Guguzi. "Remember, history will not deviate from its destined course. You cannot deliberately alter it, for the calamities that result would be utterly terrifying. I sense a certain disarray within your power. Are you willing to become my disciple and cultivate under my guidance? Guguzi inquired. Upon hearing this, Julie's eyes flickered with interest, yet he steadied his mind and replied, "How could a junior like me be worthy of your esteemed attention?" "It is fate," Guguzi answered. Julie nodded and bowed 3 times to Guguzi, exclaiming, "Master, well, I have little to impart to you, save for a formation technique for your cultivation," Guguzi concluded. With a flick of his right hand, a violet light entered Julie's mind. Before Julie could utter another word, darkness enveloped him. When he reopened his eyes, the brightness was blinding, and as he instinctively raised his hands to shield his eyes, he realized his entire body ached. "Brother, you are awake," Liu said. "You are awake. We have already entered City C, and the situation here is somewhat different from what we anticipated," Annie added. Just as Julie intended to speak, he found his voice hoarse. Liu, holding a cup and a cotton swab, gently applied some water to Julie's lips. After savoring the moisture, Julie inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" 10 days, Annie replied, and a bitter smile crossed Julie's face. 10 days had passed, and his benefactor had truly shown no mercy. Tianxian, Julie thought inwardly. However, after calling for a while, Tianxian did not respond, leaving Julie puzzled. He calmed his mind and entered the Great Hall, only to find all 3 halls in ruins. Due to the host suffering a powerful attack, the salvation protocol has been initiated. 80,000 primal energy points consumed. The primal energy of the first hall has been depleted, the second hall's primal energy has been exhausted, and the third hall's primal energy has also been expended. If to provide Julie with an answer, a message appeared above the 3 halls. Julie shook his head, astonished by the significant losses incurred by the system. Mission: collect 5 million primal energy points within a year to restore the system. Failure: annihilation. Staring at the newly issued task, Julie found himself momentarily dazed, for this was the first occurrence of a mission failure leading to annihilation. Upon exiting the space, he noticed that Xiao Xian seemed to still be within the divine might space. With a thought, a current of energy surged from his left eye, and Xiao Xian was promptly expelled. Upon encountering the suddenly appearing girl, Annie was left speechless, remarking on how this fellow was always followed by women. Chapter 50. The arrival of 2 senior brothers. Thus, Julie spent his days being fed by Liu, engaging in playful banter with Annie, and practicing the basics of formation techniques within the space. Observing the initial text in his mind, Julie silently chanted while arranging various items around him. After half a minute, he spread his arms wide and called out, "Formation, arise." Instantly, the previously chaotic items began to levitate and rotate, and Julie found himself transported from the space to what felt like traversing a desert. With a hand seal, he commanded, "Gather." The vast desert before him vanished, and the floating items fell to the ground in utter disarray. The first level of the entry illusion formation had been successfully completed. Had it not been for my Sharingan, mastering this within a week would have been challenging, Julie mused. The entry-level formations required external objects to be laid out beforehand to defend against enemies. However, as one advanced to higher realms, one could effortlessly sketch a formation at will. Julie had just begun to grasp the first illusion formation, benefiting immensely, as the illusion formations could be enhanced using his Sharingan. Lost in thought, Julie exited the space once more, only to find 2 figures in black robes standing before him. Observing the 2 women who had fallen asleep, Julie recalibrated his assessment of their strength. However, as one of the figures seized him, intending to test him, he was effortlessly subdued and taken back to the palace amidst the clouds. Facing the 2 individuals, Julie remarked, "I am curious to know why you have summoned me this time." "You will see for yourself," one of the black-robed figures replied, seemingly angered, as they waved their right hand to reveal a luminous screen before Julie. The content displayed was a multitude of evolved beings outside the city limits of C. Julie maintained a poker face as he glanced at the scene, then responded, "I do not comprehend your meaning. Do you dare to claim that these individuals are unrelated to you? I recall warning you not to reveal the existence of this region lightly. Yet, unexpectedly, you have brought outsiders here. the black-robed figure retorted before attempting to strike Julie, only to be restrained by their companion. Looking at their comrade, Julie noticed the grim expression on the black-robed figures as they regarded him. He feared they had discovered his apprenticeship under Master Giguzi, which led to his summoning. "They are not my doing. Your secrets have attracted the attention of outsiders. Go be frank. I recently joined this organization, and my first task was to come here, and of course, I encountered Master Giguzi's projection while entering the Great Formation. Although I sustained severe injuries, I was fortuitously accepted as a disciple by Master Giguzi," Julie explained. Upon hearing Julie's words, the two black-robed figures fell silent, their expressions unreadable as they scrutinized him. Julie recognized their lingering skepticism, prompting him to signal for them to keep their distance. With a thought, the items from the Great Hall materialized before them. Julie pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth as he rose to his feet. After such a lengthy rest, with his wood-based constitution, recovery was merely a matter of time. However, with time pressing upon him, he could not afford to linger. Gradually setting up the items, he formed a hand seal, and the first-level illusion formation re-emerged. The two figures were momentarily taken aback. His rapid advancement through the entry phase piqued their curiosity about what he might achieve with additional time. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ming Ming, and this is Zhou Zhou. We are disciples under Master Giguzi, and the reason for your summoning is that my brother needs to inquire about certain matters," the taller black-robed figure stated. Zhou Zhou removed his mask and faced Julie. Julie met Zhou Zhou's gaze, curious about the questions he wished to pose. Remaining silent, he merely watched. After what seemed like an eternity of silence, Zhou Zhou finally began to question, "Who else entered with you? And how did you manage to penetrate the Great Formation before successfully appearing in the city?" "Along with me was a woman. She is my partner, though she seems unaware of the circumstances here. As for how we entered, the organization provided me with a device capable of mimicking the aura of the Great Formation, allowing us to gain entry. Regrettably, while the device offered some protection, we encountered Master Giguzi's projection, which ultimately destroyed the device," Julie recounted with a hint of resignation. Ming Ming nodded thoughtfully, responding, "Indeed, Master mentioned that he would leave several attacks within the Great Formation. I did not expect you to endure until within 200 meters of it. I find myself quite curious about that device. Since you have joined our sect, you are now our junior brother. The formation techniques imparted to you by Master must be diligently cultivated," Zhou Zhou remarked. "May I inquire what disciplines you two brothers practice?" Julie feigned curiosity. "Alchemical arts and sorcery," Ming Ming and Zhou Zhou replied in unison, exchanging glances. While this seemed inconsequential to them, Julie's imagination conjured a future where the three brothers ventured forth into the world together, leaving him with a sense of hope for humanity. Sensing Julie's thoughts, Zhou Zhou interjected, "Junior brother, do not overthink it. Before his passing, Master cautioned us not to leave this place lightly. We must safeguard the Great Formation." Julie nodded, contemplating that this would facilitate his future returns. After engaging in conversation with the two for a while, Zhou Zhou tore through space, bringing Julie back to the hospital room. Upon arrival, he discovered the two women had vanished, prompting him to lie back down and prepare for rest. Not long after, Liu and Annie returned to the hospital room. Spotting Julie sprawled on the bed, they both exclaimed, causing doctors and nurses to rush in. Liu waved them away, her expression a mix of exasperation and concern as she gazed at the still-dazed Julie. Noticing his confusion and apparent reluctance to awaken, Liu pressed him down, urging him to continue resting. Upon witnessing Julie's return, Annie's gaze took on a peculiar quality, for it seemed she had been rendered unconscious by someone earlier, leaving her without a flicker of awareness. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that Julie was no longer in bed, and the window stood wide open. Typically, Annie would ensure the window was closed in the hospital room. As she had noticed, Liu frequently wore layers these past few days and appeared quite apprehensive about drafts. Her intention was to show concern, hoping to alleviate the tension between them. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Fire King days passed in a steady flow, and Julie understood that, despite Annie's apparent idleness, she was secretly endeavoring each night to connect with the outside world. Julie chose not to confront this, and after lying in the hospital for 3 weeks, his back injury had nearly healed. He resolved to discharge himself. If he lingered any longer, he feared he would succumb to the comforts of a leisurely life. While processing his discharge, Julie was taken aback by the dense array of English text and the extensive list of charges on the bill. Indeed, whether before or after the apocalypse, hospitals remained remarkably lucrative. Yet, under Julie's watchful gaze, Liu paid off all medical expenses without a hint of hesitation. After all, his family was increasingly affluent, though he couldn't help but reflect that such days might soon come to an end. After a brief encounter, Julie returned to Liu's home. It was morning, and her parents were away at work, leaving only Liu present. By the way, brother, what task do you have this time? I heard it from Annie, Liu casually remarked while pouring tea for the two of them. Upon hearing this, Julie instinctively glanced at Annie, who subtly nodded in affirmation, signaling that she had indeed mentioned it. Julie inwardly shook his head, believing it prudent to refrain from discussing such matters openly. Liu noticed their exchange, and her grip on the teacup tightened, sensing that they were concealing something from her. Wait a moment, Julie interjected. The two women turned their attention to him as he summoned Xiao Xian from his spatial realm. Xiao Xian, who had been training, was abruptly thrust into the outside world, her body instinctively tensing as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon recognizing Julie and the others, she exhaled in relief and remarked, "Could you give me a heads up before tossing me out next time?" "What is the proper way to give a heads up?" Julie pondered aloud. Xiao Xian, after a moment of thought, approached him and took a seat beside him. While Julie felt no discomfort, Liu appeared lost in her own thoughts. And Annie was somewhat curious about his spatial abilities, though she respected the personal nature of such skills. "Xiao Xian, you should accompany me from now on. This task is rather straightforward. By the way, Annie, have you made any contact?" Julie inquired. Annie shook her head, stating, "This place is quite peculiar. It seems something is interfering with the signal. Such occurrences shouldn't normally happen. This is an artifact from our ancestors. How could modern technology breach it so easily? Don't forget, if my memory serves me right, the elder who attacked us in that formation was none other than the ancient master Giguzi." Julie chuckled after hearing Annie's words. "Giguzi?" The three women echoed in unison, as their knowledge of this figure was limited. History lessons had scarcely touched upon him during their schooling. Upon hearing Julie's mention, Annie connected it to the terrifying strike she had experienced and felt a surge of curiosity. Julie smiled, deciding to enlighten them, despite having only stumbled upon his information in a library. Addressing the three inquisitive faces before him, he elaborated, "Giguzi was a prominent figure in Taoism during the spring and autumn period, the progenitor of the school of diplomacy. He often ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and cultivate his craft. He resided in the Valley of Ghosts, hence his self-designation as Master of the Ghost Valley, a disciple of Laozi. The title of Wang Chan Laozu is a later designation for Giguzi, recognized as one of the 5 schools of Old Learning. The Old Learning comprises Su, Zhang, representing Su Qin and Zhang Yi, the Gigu faction, Shun and Han, Yang Zhu, Zhuang and Lai, Guan Yin, and Yin One factions. According to the narratives preceding the apocalypse, he was described as omniscient and unfathomable. His expertise encompassed mathematics, astrology, military strategy, rhetoric, and transcendentalism. After absorbing Julie's explanation, admiration sparkled in Annie's eyes. Julie understood that girls often idolize the strong. Initially, he had been unaware that the elder was Giguzi. But when Zhou Zhou and Ming Ming revealed his identity, he was left astounded. Furthermore, he now considered himself the 7th disciple of Giguzi. He cleared his throat, acknowledging that while mastering formations was challenging, he believed he could gradually comprehend them. Suddenly, he remembered an idea. Perhaps he could employ his ocular techniques on himself to gauge the speed of learning formations. However, he quickly dismissed it, realizing that his ocular power could not be utilized for extended periods. Closing his eyes, he sensed the abundant ocular energy within him and nodded. When activating the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tian Xian had informed him that his ocular power had a range of 10 directions, and continuous use for a day could drain his physical energy. Upon receiving this information, Julie did not dwell on it. He recalled that the complete form of Susanoo he had manifested was merely temporary, as subsequent attempts to unleash the complete form had ended in failure. However, he was not in a hurry. The free time he had now allowed him to gradually integrate the various powers within him. After contemplating his next steps, Julie bid farewell to the three women and entered his Kamui space to practice. Once inside, he waved his hand to alter the surroundings, transforming it back into a combat arena. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Julie closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to the several powers coursing within him. He recalled that in his previous life, upon breaking through to the mid-fourth stage, he had needed to organize the energies within his body. During the early fourth stage, one could control the changes in their skeletal structure, but it was impossible to engage in combat using every bone in one's body like Kinshiki from Naruto. The mid-stage involved integrating the elements within, achieving a qualitative transformation. Once the transformation succeeded, the speed of elemental absorption would accelerate, and any abilities emitted would significantly amplify. Observing the existing energies within him, he noted the presence of wood release, remnants of the air bloodline barrier, and the crystal nucleus within his mind. Julie smiled, recognizing the significance of the secret arts bestowed by wood release. He pondered whether the system could absorb the residual air bloodline barrier. Julie merely contemplated this as he circulated chakra through his body, directing it towards the remnants of the air bloodline barrier. To his surprise, it absorbed the residual energy with minimal effort. Observing the vast chakra accumulating in his dantian, Julie began to compress and refine it. In truth, this process should have been undertaken earlier. But he had simply lacked the time. As Julie gathered all the chakra within him to his dantian, his face flushed, feeling as though he might burst. Nevertheless, he steadied his mind, knowing that in such moments, panic would only spell disaster for him. Following the method from his previous life for compressing and refining elemental energies, he painstakingly compressed the chakra within him. This arduous process was undeniably painful, as he remained uncertain of when success would come, all while contending with the immense pressure from the chakra. At last, he noticed that the chakra in his dantian had diminished by a third, and he continued to repeat the earlier steps. Time slipped by, and he nearly faced failure twice, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, witnessing the remaining third of his chakra, Julie thought, "Finally, I have succeeded." Originally, the chakra within him had been a pale blue and gaseous. It had now transformed into a deep blue, shifting from a gaseous to a liquid state. Julie recognized that he had completed the refining process. According to Madara, the amount of chakra within him should now be at the elite Jounin level. The techniques emanating from him would further enhance under the amplification of the Sharingan. Rising to his feet, Julie waved his hands again, and the once empty arena suddenly filled with a multitude of figures. Observing their expressions, it was clear that he had entirely replicated Uchiha Madara. Julie regarded the expressionless figures surrounding him, brandishing a kunai as he declared, "Come forth." Thus, several figures of Madara surged forth, launching an assault on Julie. Julie seized one of the individuals with his left hand, hurling him into the crowd behind, then leapt into the air to execute a spinning kick in a swift motion. The kunai in his hand slashed through the necks of the remaining assailants. Within 10 minutes, only the panting Julie remained on the battlefield. With a mere thought, the combat arena transformed into a vast bathing pool, into which Julie leaped, savoring the warmth of the water, and soon found himself drowsy. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of City C, a man clad in a fiery red robe and with a cold countenance arrived. "How long have they been inside?" he inquired. Reporting to Lord Hua, Masters Annie and Lu Dao have been trapped in the formation for nearly a month, came the response. This man was none other than the one who proclaimed Annie as his own, a fourth-tier fire elemental powerhouse within the Doomsday organization. Having returned from a mission, he had intended to seize Annie swiftly to avoid complications, only to learn from his underling, Jack, that Annie had acquired a new partner, and their bond appeared rather strong. "Just a stroke of luck for that kid," Huo Wang scoffed. After ascertaining the location of the duo's activities, Huo Wang boarded the organization's aircraft and made his way there. Chapter 52. "The Swordmaster, do not be so hasty. Perhaps they have truly become ensnared," remarked a young man in white, clad in ancient attire, who bore a long sword on his back. Huo Wang glanced at him. He had little to say about his partner, for it was an undeniable fact that he had been bested by him within 10 moves. Thus, in their operations, he generally deferred to his guidance. "All right, you all may leave." Your perpetual kneeling is rather unsightly, the young man in white stated. Upon hearing this, several members immediately withdrew, not daring to linger, for the notorious reputations of these two had spread throughout the organization. The young man in white had been brought back by the leader, and when he arrived, Wang had looked down on him, likening him to someone who had escaped from a refugee camp. However, when the leader proposed a core member assessment, Wang was the first to express his disapproval, prompting the leader to have them duel. Should Wang lose, he would be compelled to partner with the young man. Wang summoned flames from within, attempting to incinerate the young man, who adeptly evaded the flames with remarkable footwork. Just as Wang was about to unleash a mocking remark, the young man's eyes gleamed with intensity as he produced a long sword from seemingly nowhere. Slashing towards Wang. Observing the fierce sword energy, Wang conjured flames to shield himself, yet the sword energy sliced through his fiery barrier without pause. By the time it reached him, its power had significantly diminished, prompting Wang to scoff, only to realize the sword's tip was poised at his throat. He understood then that he had lost. The young man was thereafter dubbed the Swordmaster and was bestowed a sword, crafted by the leader to resemble the famed Ganjiang, renowned for its sharpness. I say, Swordmaster, what is truly going on within? Why, with so many of us attacking, have we barely managed to breach a single corner? We have sent individuals inside, yet not one has returned alive. Wang questioned once the others had departed. The Swordmaster seemed already aware of this inquiry and had no intention of answering. Wang, upon realizing this, cursed silently but refrained from pursuing the matter further. Alone in the spatial realm, Julie attempted to control the kunai with his mind, reasoning that in the heat of battle, he would have no opportunity to arrange the necessary items for a phantom formation. Perhaps telekinesis could suffice. After a period of experimentation, he discovered the method was indeed feasible, thus he intensified his efforts. Upon achieving his first success, Julie wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating that should he persist, he might attain greater proficiency. Unbeknownst to him, Annie was outside, subtly probing for a way to escape. As it had been nearly a month since their entry, leaving her uncertain if new core members would arrive. Considering the days, it seemed that Wang, that detestable fellow, should have completed his mission and returned to the base, possibly seeking to locate her due to her absence. Reflecting on his strength, Annie feared that Wang's ancient martial arts expert companion might accompany him. Fortunately, the following afternoon, Julie reappeared in the room. Annie conveyed all her concerns, prompting Julie to realize the complexity of their situation. When Xiaoxin's resistance proved futile, Julie confined her within the spatial realm, apprehensive that a battle awaited them upon their exit. Uncertain if he could protect her, surveying the surroundings, he noted that Li Yu was absent. Annie informed him that Li Yu had gone out shopping with friends, to which Julie nodded before leading Annie to the train station in City C. Annie, intrigued, pondered why no one had questioned the multitude of individuals who had gone missing after leaving. Julie scratched his head, uncertain of how to address her query. Recalling how Zhou and his companions had rendered both women unconscious when they took him away, he deemed it best to withhold that information from her. Thus, Julie and Annie boarded a train, departing from City C. As they emerged from the misty confines, Annie was astonished to find themselves in an expansive plain. Do not ask me. I am equally bewildered as to why this occurred. Perhaps the formation is at play, Julie replied. Upon hearing this, Annie nodded and then poked Julie's shoulder, for someone was approaching. In the Doomsday organization, each member carried a sensor, facilitating tracking during outings. Who are these two? Julie inquired, gazing at Wang and the Swordmaster, who had landed nearby. Annie, resting her hand on her waist, sighed, my admirer, Wang, a fourth-tier fire elemental powerhouse, the Swordmaster, an ancient martial arts expert of postnatal third layer. Ah, my dear, there you are. Come here. Let me see if you've lost weight, Wang exclaimed, having detected their location via the sensor as soon as Annie and Julie emerged. True to Julie's thoughts, the man in the fiery red robe was indeed Wang, who harbored feelings for Annie. The other, the young man in white, was the ancient martial arts master he had anticipated. Are you the newly promoted core member, Lu Dao? The Swordmaster scrutinized Julie with intense eyes. Feeling the pressure radiating from the Swordmaster, Julie nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is Ida. What guidance do you require? Huo Wang forcefully pulled Annie aside, but she coldly brushed off his hand, her gaze filled with concern for the tense standoff between the two. I wish to ascertain what qualifications you possess to be deemed a core member. The swordmaster's eyes turned icy as he drew his long sword, brandishing it towards Julius. The swordmaster unsheathed his blade. Julie swiftly produced his kunai to parry the incoming strike. Feeling as though the kunai bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, frowning, he sensed a surge of energy coursing through the sword. Releasing his grip, Julie retreated from the swordmaster's striking range. The swordmaster did not pursue but instead lifted his sword slowly above his head, unleashing a radiant arc of red light towards Julie. Startled, Julie summoned the kunai bound to his waist. 6 of them flying out to scatter in various directions. With a whoosh, he appeared a short distance behind. Observing the charred trail left by the sword's passage, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As the swordmaster advanced, Julie formed hand seals, invoking fire release, dragon fire technique. He exhaled a dragon-shaped flame towards the swordmaster. The swordmaster hesitated momentarily, then deftly maneuvered his sword, while Julie activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to scrutinize the swordmaster's movements. The swordmaster, in a sudden burst of agility, altered his trajectory, evading the fire dragon. With swift footwork, the swordmaster closed the distance, thrusting his sword towards Julie's shoulder. However, with his perceptive eyes, Julie anticipated the attack's trajectory and deflected it with his kunai. Following this, Julie struck towards the swordmaster's chest, who promptly withdrew his sword and countered with a clash of internal energy. The two retreated 3 steps each, Julie astonished by the intensity of the swordmaster's energy. While the swordmaster regarded Julie with a mix of suspicion and intrigue, having sensed a similar energy within him. Chapter 53. The Wheel of Battle, Total Victory. As Julie continued to engage the swordmaster, Huo Wang's emotions were conflicted, for he noticed that his beloved Annie was deeply anxious about the duel. Was it because of that man? Huo Wang pondered internally, when Julie was inadvertently struck by the swordmaster's palm on his shoulder. Causing him to stagger backward in pain, Huo Wang observed Annie's expression grow cold, devoid of any other emotion. Ultimately, he made a decision. Julie's left shoulder throbbed, having endured the swordmaster's blow, and as he dodged another strike, his body instinctively activated its phasing ability, allowing a fiery serpent to burst forth from his chest. The swordsman halted, casting a troubled glance at the fire-wielding adversary. "This is a duel solely between him and me. Do not interfere," he declared. Deep down, he still clung to the noble principle of fair combat. However, the fire user made no effort to heed this, instead summoning flames to prepare for his next assault. Observing this, the swordsman sheathed his longsword behind him, refraining from striking. Julie nodded slightly, his gaze leisurely fixed upon the fire user. Truth be told, he found it relatively effortless to deal with fire-type opponents of the same rank. "Are you intending to take advantage of my partner's fatigue to bully him?" Just as Julie was poised to engage in the next round of battle, a golden light flashed, and Annie appeared before him. Her expression devoid of emotion. "It's up to you," the fire user responded, inclining his head towards Julie. Julie approached and patted Annie's shoulder, assuring her that the fire user was manageable. Annie chuckled in exasperation. After all, the fire user's technique, Flames of Devastation, was no trifling matter. Julie gestured for Annie to step back, then looked at the fire user's somewhat enchanting eyes, extending his right hand and beckoning him. The fire user, unperturbed, raised his hand, unleashing 2 fire dragons toward Julie. In response, Julie formed hand seals and expelled a fireball, which not only neutralized the fire dragons but continued its trajectory towards the fire user. Frowning, the fire user gently placed his hands on his forehead, his eyes emitting a golden light that detonated upon contact with the fireball. Caught off guard, Julie hastily retreated in a somewhat disheveled manner. The fire user shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied that the previous attack had merely left Julie in disarray. Julie planted his hands on the ground, and the fire user, puzzled, quickly realized he was sinking beneath the earth. With a mental command, flames ignited around him, consuming the marshy terrain in no time. He extricated himself, and Julie, witnessing the fire user's emergence, executed a body flicker technique to appear beside him. "Huh?" crushing palm. Julie harnessed his chakra and struck forth. As the fire user's palm met Julie's, flames enveloped it, forming a barrier that repelled Julie's strike. Observing the fire user's mocking demeanor, Julie steadied his resolve and hurled a flying thunder god kunai. The fire user scoffed but did not underestimate the attack, deftly evading the kunai's path in an instant. Julie activated the second stage of the flying thunder god technique, appearing behind the fire user. Seizing the collar of his garment and flinging him forward, with a thud, the fire user staggered, but quickly regained his footing, his expression darkening as he glared at Julie, while the swordsman remained impassive and Annie regarded him with disdain. Very well, this is my signature move. Should you survive what comes next, I shall concede, the fire user proclaimed, initiating a ritual to gather his full power, ignoring Julie's potential response. Julie was intrigued, recalling Jack's previous remarks about the devastating power of the fire user's flames of devastation. A minute passed, and Julie glanced at the sky, which resembled a burning cloud, and felt the winds begin to stir. He understood that the fire user's ultimate attack was nearly ready. Flames of devastation. The fire user opened his eyes. An inferno erupting from his being, resembling a king commanding a tempest of fury directed at Julie. Blood streamed from Julie's left eye as black flames manifested before him, with his right eye's kaleidoscope spinning. A massive barrier of black flames took shape. You cannot hope to withstand this, the fire user declared. Julie paid him no mind. Pain coursed through him from the intense heat of the skill. Yet he recognized that the Amaterasu ignited upon the fire user's attack indicated his victory was at hand. Indeed, moments later, the fire user was horrified to discover flames emerging from an unknown source. Consuming his signature move, reluctantly, he retracted his energy, and Julie's Amaterasu dissipated upon losing its target. Julie, with his kaleidoscope eye rotating, extinguished the Amaterasu flames. Observing Julie's triumphant demeanor, the fire user remained silent, approaching to concede, only to find the swordsman, who had been waiting patiently, stepping beside Julie, eager to continue their earlier clash. Sighing, Julie regarded the swordsman, who appeared resolute in his intentions to fight. Julie waved him over. The swordsman lunged forward, and Julie executed a backflip to evade the strike. Thud, thud, thud. The two separated once more, their faces marked with the imprints of their fists. They exchanged a knowing smile, solidifying their newfound friendship with hopes of future collaboration. You are indeed a worthy companion, the swordsman remarked. Julie nodded, while the fire user, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards Julie, recalled how he had been outmatched in a battle of attrition against the very swordsman he had struggled against. With this thought, he opted not to engage any further, departing with the swordsman aboard their flying vessel. As Julie watched them leave, he exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, his body weary. Are you all right? Annie inquired. Why, lady, try engaging in a relentless three-match series. I'm merely fatigued, Julie replied with a wry smile. Annie pondered this, then asked when he would recover. Julie chuckled, suggesting, how about you carry me back? The journey isn't far. Annie initially moved to lift him but reconsidered upon hearing Julie's next words. Give me half an hour. I doubt you wish to carry a man, Julie stated with resignation. Listening to this, Annie stood guard nearby, patiently awaiting Julie's recovery. Chapter 54. The legendary beings. After half an hour, Julie felt a semblance of strength returning to his body. He turned to Annie and asked, all right, but what is our next task? You must have contacted the leader upon your emergence. Facing Julie's inquiries, Annie nodded, replying, yes. Upon exiting, I received a message from the leader. Strangely, he seems to be aware of our situation here. I suspect the fire user and the swordsman informed him. She paused, adding, moreover, an astonishing event has occurred. Members in the northwestern desert have reported the discovery of a legendary creature. The legendary creature. Wait, you cannot mean they found a dragon, they exclaimed in unison. Julie's heart raced. He recalled hearing from Mosey in his previous life about a family base sending individuals there, initially seeking profit, only to stumble upon a dragon egg. They resolved to capture it, but unexpectedly, the ruins began to tremble, and the creature within the egg hatched. Some members of the family, in their panic, extracted blood from the pool that had soaked the dragon egg. Upon returning to their base, they discovered the potent genes within the blood could significantly enhance human physicality. Little did they know their actions had enraged the being that emerged from the egg. This creature was a fractured divine dragon. Humanity's greed had led to its incomplete evolution, yet the power of its bloodline allowed it to ascend to the realm of a sixth-tier mutated beast. It commanded a horde of mutated beasts, annihilating all who sought to capture it in a single night. Strangely, this dragon seemed to possess human-like intelligence from birth, threatening bases before attacking, though still unable to speak. It could summon zombies and mutated beasts to encircle a base. Contemplating this, Julie resolved to journey with Annie to the northwestern desert, not merely for vengeance for his past life, but also for the thrill of the hunt. Annie, trusting his judgment, summoned their flying vessel to transport them to the northwestern desert, the site of their second mission. This time, I shall not let you escape, Julie vowed silently, releasing the somewhat restless Xiaoxian from the confines of space. She nearly lost her balance, teetering towards the ground. Julie shook his head, swiftly catching her by the garment and cradling her in his arms. Xiaoxian made no attempt to break free, merely rolling her eyes at him in irritation. Julie paid her no mind. Annie, hearing the commotion, instinctively glanced back, only to find the two engaging in playful banter. She frowned, appearing slightly displeased, but seeing Xiaoxuan's silence, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. After 4 continuous days of travel, Julie and his companions arrived at their destination, where numerous tents and patrolling personnel surrounded the yet-to-be-excavated ruins. Annie casually tossed Julie and Xiaoxian a set of clothing for disguise. Xiaoxian donned hers immediately, while Julie regarded Annie with a hint of disdain. Enough. This is the organization's regulation. Hurry and put it on, or the leader will be displeased, Annie admonished. Julie nodded and, once dressed, watched as Annie maneuvered the flying vessel to land on the ground. Upon recently alighting upon the ground, the patrolling guards outside the tent swiftly detected the presence of the 3 individuals, brandishing their firearms as they approached with vigilance, and let out a cold snicker. Remaining silent as she continued her advance, to her, the threat posed by the guns had diminished significantly. Possessing a firearm was futile if one could not hit their target. Julie raised an eyebrow. Observing his advancing partner, prepared to act decisively the moment the adversaries opened fire. Indeed, despite their warnings, the trio continued their approach. 3, 2, 1, fire, commanded a middle-aged man at the forefront. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the 20 individuals present unleashed their weapons upon Jiuli and his companions, and vanished from sight, while Jiuli deftly evaded the bullets with the agile movements of Xiaoxian. Would clone, witnessing and charged towards the assailants. Julie, with a hint of resignation, performed hand seals to summon several clones. Go, he instructed, gesturing towards those encircling, and the gunfire sparked a frenzy within the tent, prompting most of its occupants to flee, and, somewhat coldly, pondered why the 6 paths had yet to arrive. Lost in thought, she felt a sharp blade approach her back. Just as she realized it, a shadowy figure yanked her aside, delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant flying. Focus, little girl, came Julie's voice. As and turned to respond, she noticed that the rest of Julie's clones were engaged in battle. Her curiosity about Julie's awakened abilities deepened. Everyone, cease at once. A voice resonated through the AI as Julie and observed their adversaries halting. They pressed forward with their assault. Suddenly, a flash of white appeared before Anne, as a woman in white lunged at her with a palm strike aimed at her chest. In a split second, Julie grasped Anne's arm and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, evading the woman's attack, and felt a chill. The intensity of the woman's aura reminded her of the swordsman she had encountered before. Be cautious. She appears to be of the same ilk as the swordsman, and whispered, tugging at Julie's clothing. Julie nodded, intrigued by the resemblance between this woman and the swordsman, contemplating the possibility of a duel. Who are you, and why have you invaded the territory of the Liu family? Before Julie could respond, the woman had already labeled them as intruders. Ha, what a joke. This place bears no inscription of your family's name. Why must we be barred from passage? Furthermore, it was your subordinate who ordered gunfire upon us. How can you claim we are the invaders? Julie retorted with a smirk. Very well. Given this situation, I must request your departure. While I acknowledge your strength, we are not to be trifled with. What say you? The woman replied, Oh, why not foster a friendship? As the saying goes, one relies on family at home, but on friends outside, Julie suggested. You are hardly worthy to be friends with our esteemed lady, a woman clad in fiery red interjected, her voice filled with disdain. Julie's previously jovial demeanor darkened at her words. It seems you are unwilling to comply. In that case, I welcome the opportunity to witness your prowess. The white-clad woman was taken aback. She had not anticipated her sister's sudden mockery of the man before them. Well, if it comes to that, let us see whose might prevails, she declared, accepting a long sword handed to her from behind. This sword is named Blood Moon. Julie nodded, his expression impassive as he withdrew the sword named Heavenly Punishment from his spatial storage. This sword is known as Heavenly Punishment. It cleaves through the wicked of the world. Arrogant, the white-clad woman scoffed as she swung her sword towards Julie. Reacting swiftly, Julie leapt into the air, countering her strike with his own. The woman positioned her sword defensively, halting Julie's blade against hers. She then pivoted her wrist, transferring force to Julie, sending him spinning through the air before landing on the ground. Upon landing, Julie executed a roll to evade the sword energy unleashed by the woman. Let us see how you dodge this. Come here, she taunted, her smirk widening as she beckoned him with her left hand. Julie felt an inexplicable force drawing him closer, but he swiftly pierced the ground with his Heavenly Punishment sword to resist the pull. Formulating a single-handed hand seal, he expelled a fireball towards her. Accept this, he declared. The woman, compelled to relinquish her grasp, swirled her sword in defense, dissipating the fireball before it could reach her. Seizing the moment, Julie rose, producing a shuriken with his left hand and hurling it at her. Without hesitation, she deflected the shuriken aside. Suddenly sensing Julie's absence, she instinctively thrust her sword in the direction where the shuriken had fallen. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Julie reappeared beside her. Narrowly avoiding her thrust, a thin line of blood appeared on his cheek as the sword grazed him. With a cold expression, Julie seized the opportunity, releasing his sword and grasping the woman's wrist. Applying pressure to her pressure points, the woman winced in pain, causing Blood Moon to slip from her grasp. Channeling his inner energy, he struck her abdomen with his palm. Julie exhaled coldly, activating his Sharingan to gaze into her eyes. For a moment, she faltered, but quickly regained her composure. Yet Julie had already delivered his strike, though her internal energy shielded her abdomen, mitigating the damage. Releasing her wrist, Julie leapt back, distancing himself from any potential counterattack. Chapter 55. Susanoo. After retreating, Julie regarded the woman's icy demeanor with caution. Through their skirmish, he discerned she was significantly stronger than the swordsman he had previously faced. Thus, he resolved to exercise utmost vigilance. Shall we sit down and converse? He proposed. After all, we are all here for a reason, and it would be unfortunate if misunderstandings arose. The white-clad woman remained silent, yet the energy she quietly gathered in her left hand indicated her refusal to entertain Julie's suggestion. She had sought a meaningful dialogue earlier, but since he had not valued that opportunity, it was too late now. Julie, aware of her intentions, sensed the gathering energy aimed at harming him. His body tensed as he executed a side flip, narrowly avoiding her advance as she thrust her palm towards him, leaving behind a faint green glow. With a single-handed grip on his sword, Julie unleashed a wave of sword energy, interrupting her attempt to reclaim Blood Moon. However, she merely smiled, effortlessly summoning the sword back into her hand. Julie noted the vast array of skills possessed by these ancient warriors. As the woman approached once more, Julie opted not to evade but instead employed a unique footwork technique to counter her advances, while simultaneously utilizing his Sharingan to replicate her combat style. With her sword firmly in hand, the woman lunged for Julie's neck. Reacting instinctively, Julie activated his intangibility, tilting his head aside just enough to avoid a grievous injury. Nevertheless, he felt a sharp pain indicating he had been struck again, further aggravating his frustration at being wounded twice by this formidable adversary. Channeling his chakra, Julie formed hand seals, breathing forth a fire dragon towards her. The woman, seemingly intoxicated, twirled away from the flames. As Julie's right hand crackled with lightning, he swiftly closed the distance between them. The woman shielded her vital points with her energy, but Julie's strike pierced through her defenses. Injuring her shoulder, in response, she retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Julie sprawling, infusing her injured shoulder with energy. She realized that, although her injuries were not severe, wielding her sword had become an issue. "Ah, I see your strategy now. Very well, let us sit down and discuss your purpose here," she said, withdrawing Blood Moon and striding back to her stronghold without a backward glance. Julie sheathed heavenly punishment, reluctant to continue the fight. Although he could defeat her, it would come at a cost. He recalled the swordsman's demeanor, as his leader had forewarned him of the swordsman's character, and thankfully, he had not misjudged her. Upon entering the tent, Julie found the woman tending to her wound, applying bandages and likely a hemostatic agent. At her invitation, he took a seat alongside Xiao Xian and Anne. Awaiting her words, "Allow me to introduce myself. It appears we have met under unfortunate circumstances. I am Bai Yu," she said, bowing slightly, her injured arm raised. "I am Julie. This is my sister, Xiao Xian, and my partner." And, after introducing them, Julie savored the rare tea provided, inquiring, "I simply wish to know, what is your purpose for being here?" Julie, driven by pure curiosity, abruptly rose to his feet, not anticipating that he had indeed stumbled upon the domain of dragons. This implied that within lay a nexus of primal energy. Contemplating this, he gazed at the ordinary humans who stood in opposition to him and his companions. They had been forewarned by their family's geomancer that, in a month's time, the northwestern region would indeed witness some extraordinary phenomena. Bai Yu, the leader of the organization, had summoned them here to prepare for a mission, the specifics of which they felt reluctant to disclose openly. As you well know, upon hearing Julie's words, Bai Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but continued the conversation. In truth, they were equally in the dark about the contents within, having been informed by their family's geomancer that this was a manifestation of dragon energy. The moment the Bai family members heard this, their spirits were lifted. Thus, after a discussion, Julie and Bai Yu resolved to coexist peacefully until the day the ruins were unveiled, agreeing that neither party would engage in hostilities during this interim. They were aware, however, that this was merely a fleeting truce. Once the ruins were opened, whether they would ascend to great heights or fall prey to the fire dragon was uncertain. Simultaneously, Julie harbored another pressing thought. He was acutely aware that approximately 5 months remained until the deadline for his system's self-redemption mission, which required the collection of 5 million primal energy points. The mere thought of this burden weighed heavily upon him. Additionally, he pondered the fate of his friends should he be obliterated. He was not overly concerned about humanity's plight, especially as he himself was barely able to safeguard his own existence. 5 days later, Julie encountered Bai Tang, the Bai family's second son, who bore the marks of fatigue. This man, Bai Yu's father, struck Julie as rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet his instincts cautioned him not to underestimate anyone, recalling instances from his previous life where a fifth-tier powerhouse had been felled by a mere drink. Is there a mission here? Perhaps it is connected to the ruins? Bai Tang gestured for the others within the tent to exit, leaving only Julie, Annie, Xiao Xian, and his daughter. Julie nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Tang continued, "Let us propose this, upon entry. We shall require only one item. The remainder shall be forfeit. You may claim your share based on your own merits. How does that sound?" Julie shook his head, stating, "We are unfamiliar with the circumstances within the ruins. To put it plainly, upon entering, we might find ourselves separated. Given the information you've provided, do you truly believe that a place associated with the divine dragon will be so easily accessible?" After considering Julie's reasoning, Bai Tang conceded it was a valid point. "Then let us rely on our individual abilities. However, should you encounter members of the Bai family within the ruins, I trust you will show restraint. Of course, after all, we are still allies," Julie replied with a laugh. As time passed, one evening, Julie felt a surge of restlessness. After consuming the meal provided by the Bai family, he stepped out of the tent alone, pondering when the ruins would finally unveil themselves. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with astonishment nearby. Looking up to the sky, he saw a dazzling display of 7 colored lights. A sense of certainty washed over him. The ruins were about to emerge. Yet, from the looks of it, other powerful beings had likely taken notice as well. Just as Julie suspected, a nearby fortress had observed this phenomenon. The fortress leader, knowing they might not be able to explore it themselves, alerted other base leaders via radio, urging them to hurry and partake in the discovery. However, would matters unfold so smoothly? When some bases received the notification, skepticism arose. After all, what formidable ruins could possibly exist in the arid northwestern desert? It was plausible for the eastern or central regions, but several bases still dispatched their strongest to the northwest. The celestial anomaly naturally attracted considerable attention, and the Bai family was no exception. Upon arriving at the area engulfed in light, they discovered a grand entrance within the shimmering veil. This entrance was unmistakably significant. Even if it were not a dragon-esque lair, the scale would be nothing less than substantial, the Bai family members exclaimed. Julie furrowed his brow, ignoring their exclamations as he contemplated how to enter through the luminous barrier. At that moment, Annie approached him and whispered, "We could utilize the Leader-S device to simulate our presence." Yet, you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. The device was rendered inoperative during the assault by Gue Guzi. Julie retorted, exasperated. Annie, realizing this, fell silent, leaving Julie to gaze intently at the shimmering barrier. After approximately 6 hours, the barrier finally dissipated. The instant the barrier vanished, Julie seized Xiaoxian and declared to Annie, "We must go." The trio surged through the entrance, and as they crossed the threshold, Julie instantly perceived a transformation in their surroundings, with the two companions he had been with now vanished. Before him lay only the darkened entrance and an obscured path. Closing his eyes, Julie endeavored to attune himself to the environment, suspecting he had entered an advanced illusionary array due to the eerie silence enveloping him. Had he known the structure of this place, he would have realized it was not an illusion, but rather a transference to another part of the ruins. Xiaoxian, gazing at 3 enormous doors before her, was momentarily stunned, having just been in Julie's embrace. Suddenly, she felt a force tugging at her, and in an instant, she found herself in this new location. Observing the inscriptions on the doors, she felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not immediately recall their significance. Thus, she began to ponder, intently scrutinizing the characters on the central door until it dawned on her. This was a language she had encountered in her grandfather's recorded diary. Could this truly be the language of the Dragon Clan? Xiaoxian mused, as her grandfather's diary had indeed borne the title language of the Dragon Clan. Initially, she had thought him to be foolish for believing in such things. Yet now it appeared that they were real, though the details had faded with time. Staring at the central door, she uttered an unfamiliar phrase, and the inscription translated to signify a place where glittering treasures were stored. Ah, indeed, don't dragons have a penchant for shiny objects? She pondered, concluding that it must house treasures of gold and gems. When she approached the door, however, she was struck by the sheer size of it. Could she even fit through? As her fingers brushed against the door, an icy chill enveloped her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. This was indeed frigid. Gently tracing her fingertip along the surface, she felt a sharp pain and quickly withdrew her hand. Observing the bead of blood forming at her fingertip, slowly retreating, she speculated that this door might possess some form of sentience. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, compelling her to fight against sleep. Biting her tongue to regain alertness, her curiosity intensified, spurred by her grandfather's influence, which had instilled in her a profound desire to explore the unknown. This insatiable curiosity often led her into perilous situations. Yet it was this very drive that inspired her to pursue archaeology alongside her grandfather. Thus, she approached the door once more and pushed against it again. To her astonishment, the once immovable barrier yielded slightly to her efforts. Witnessing this, she pushed with renewed vigor until the door opened wide enough for her to slip inside. "Oh my God!" she gasped, taking in the mountainous piles of treasures before her. Among them were countless luminous pearls and sparkling stones. Along with armor and swords, if these pearls were to be harnessed before the apocalypse, they could easily forge a nation's wealth. Yet, she did not linger on such thoughts, for these treasures were beyond her ability to transport. It would be wiser to wait for Julie to arrive. Observing her surroundings, it appeared she was alone in this chamber. Withdrawing from the door, she approached the first of the 3 gates, determined to explore it in the same manner, disregarding the inscriptions above, for she would soon discover their meanings. Meanwhile, Julie, having dispatched the head of the 3rd monstrous beast with a swift strike, found himself slightly breathless. Countless bizarre creatures had emerged as he pressed onward. He had taken to calling them monstrous beasts, engaging in battle with them all along the way. Spotting a glimmering exit ahead, he licked his lips, hoping no further beasts would emerge to hinder his progress. As for Bai Yu of the Bai family, upon realizing that Zhu Li and his companions had vanished into the entrance, she immediately ordered a halt to their advance. However, Bai Zhan Tang, aware of the treasures within, disregarded her command and continued to send people inside. Seeing this, Bai Yu had no choice but to follow her father into the ruins. Though they had not been separated, the throng of their gathered numbers only served to incite a multitude of monstrous beasts. It was then that Bai Zhan Tang revealed his prowess. Julie, observing the 3 grand doors before him, exhaled in relief. Yet, upon noticing the central door ajar, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Had someone arrived before him? Upon entering, he was met with a staggering sight. Mountains of treasures that left him utterly astounded, followed swiftly by a surge of excitement as the system within him indicated the presence of absorbable resources. Julie understood that this was likely the dragon's lair. The dragon's increasing power would naturally imbue its dwelling with the spiritual energy it exuded. Julie activated his chakra and leaped atop the mound of treasures, seeking a tranquil spot to settle down, and gradually allowed the system to absorb its surroundings. A full half-hour elapsed, during which Bai Jia and his companions arrived at the scene. However, a series of setbacks along their journey had cost them several skilled fighters, leaving only around 20 of them standing here now. They soon discovered the open collection chamber. With a grand gesture, Bai Zhantong led the group towards it. Yet, when Julie emerged from within, a smile on his face, Bai Zhantong felt a jolt of surprise. Had he taken everything? But upon noticing Julie's empty hands, Bai Zhantong thought it improbable that he could have taken it all. There was simply no room for such an endeavor. In truth, Bai Zhantong was mistaken. After absorbing the treasures, Julie stood up to find that only 3 sets of battle armor and some weapons remained in the collection chamber. When he donned one of the armors, it vanished from sight, leading him to believe it had disappeared. However, after a moment's contemplation, the armor reappeared, for he realized that it could be summoned at will. The remainder, of course, was safely stored within his spatial domain. Bai Zhantong, his face ashen, gazed at the now barren collection chamber, finally grasping the implication of Julie's earlier grin. Julie, you are courting your own demise. In his fury, he struck the wall with the palm, but was startled when an unexpected suction pulled him back. He quickly discerned the peculiar nature of this place and hastily led his companions towards the 3rd great door, determined not to allow Julie the opportunity to abscond with all the treasures. Upon reaching the location, however, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The chamber before him was devoid of any valuables, only filled with an array of incomprehensible inscriptions upon the walls. Standing beneath these inscriptions was none other than Julie, who had just arrived. He could easily imagine the dismay that would wash over Bai Zhantong and Bai Yu upon discovering the absence of the treasures, but such matters were of little concern to him. He was currently employing his Sharingan to attempt to replicate the inscriptions on the walls. Earlier, he had tried to transcribe them using paper and pen, only to watch in frustration as they all vanished. Now, with the Sharingan, he endeavored to copy these symbols after absorbing the contents of the collection chamber, which had yielded 6 million original power points. After deducting 599,000 points, the Tianxian system was finally restored. Though Julie felt somewhat helpless, not anticipating the extent of the system's damage. The restoration of the Tianxian system's hull required 5 million points, yet the system's regular operation also demanded original power points. Julie bore no grievances, for it was due to saving himself that things had come to this. According to the information provided by the restored Tianxian, the inscriptions pertained to the cultivation techniques of the Dragon Clan, as well as their offensive maneuvers. The system had suggested that he utilize the Sharingan to replicate them, which would indeed assist in translating them, but without possessing the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. He was wholly incapable of manifesting their essence. As for the words of Tianxin, he felt no urgency, for behind the first great door undoubtedly lay the birthplace of the fire dragon. A place rich with dragon blood point. One could not help but wonder how Annie and Xiao Xian were faring at that moment. Before long, after completing his replication, Julie turned to see that the Bai family members appeared to be recording these symbols as well. He shook his head, opting for silence as he attempted to leave. However, someone was unwilling to let him go. Bai Zhantong intercepted him as he passed, demanding the items be surrendered. Otherwise, you shall not escape. Sensing the hostility emanating from the Bai family and the unyielding tone of Bai Zhantong, Julie chuckled softly, raising his hand to throw a punch. During his absorption of the treasures, a small amount of dragon energy had naturally entered Julie's body, fortifying him. Bai Zhantong was taken aback that Julie would dare to strike under such circumstances, yet in a hasty response, he could only muster a portion of his true energy to counter. With a resounding crash, Bai Zhantong was sent flying, astonished as he regarded Julie. He thought to himself, how could someone at the 6th level of postnatal cultivation possibly withstand an attack from an 8th level martial artist? Yet, unbeknownst to him, although Julie's apparent strength seemed to be at the 6th level, the enhancements from his evolved physique and the dragon energy had granted him a physical prowess no less than that of an 8th level fighter. Furthermore, the earlier ambush had not been executed with Bai Zhantong's full might. Julie cast a disdainful glance back at Bai Zhantong before making his exit, realizing that he must leave quickly lest his adversary regain composure. While Julie contended with Bai Zhantong, two figures clad in mourning attire appeared outside the Bai family stronghold, ruthlessly dispatching those left outside and inscribing a message. The killer is Julie. For reasons unknown, they seemed to be aware that Julie would be the first to emerge from the spatial realm. Annie, why have you done this? Wasn't he one of us? A deep male voice questioned. We simply execute the orders of our leader, replied the one leading the charge, lifting his robe to reveal a face that should have been among those entering the ruins. Annie. Beside her stood the boy who had originally assessed Julie. After completing their grim task, the duo vanished into the swirling sands, leaving behind a scene of bloodshed and carnage. Xiao Xian gazed at a familiar-looking egg before her. She had been inexplicably drawn into the first door moments earlier. And now she beheld a pool of blood swirling beneath a large, blood-red egg that floated above, seemingly absorbing the life essence below. Frowning, she approached the egg, feeling an odd sense of goodwill emanating from within it. Suddenly, the door behind her seemed to tremble under an unseen force, causing the egg to wobble precariously as if about to fall. Hey, do you want that thing or not? Bai Zhantong shouted, directing a powerful strike at the door. Turning to call out to the nonchalant Julie, who merely shook his head, indicating that he had no interest in the contents inside. Bai Zhantong felt a surge of frustration. After their earlier confrontation, he knew that Julie was not so easily dealt with, and a nagging sense of something being amiss plagued him. Finally, under the combined assault of Bai Zhantong and Bai Yu, the door was shattered. Julie was left speechless. In his view, the door should not have succumbed so easily, but he did not dwell on it. Who are you? Put down that egg, he demanded upon hearing Bai Zhantong's furious shout. It dawned on him that the dragon egg had likely been disturbed, so he swiftly entered the chamber, finding Xiao Xian in a state of panic, yet still determined to protect the egg. Xiao Xian, hand over that egg. It's dangerous, he urged. He had expected her to comply, but instead, she shook her head defiantly. Master Julie, I don't understand why you want to capture it. Hasn't it already given you everything its parents left behind? Please, let it go. Realizing the predicament, Julie's heart sank as Bai Zhantong's eyes gleamed with determination, channeling his true energy into a powerful strike. Xiao Xian turned her back to him, bracing herself to absorb the blow. In a moment of desperation, Julie called upon the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Xiao Xian with a fierce growl as he unleashed a punch, the sound of power slicing through the air. The two forces collided with a thunderous boom. Did I ever say you could harm her? Julie declared, standing protectively in front of Xiao Xian. Touched, she gently patted the trembling dragon egg, now filled with righteous fury as she glared at Bai Zhantong and his allies. My intention was to deal with you, but seeing your bond with my disciple, I shall spare your life, Julie remarked, knowing the dragon egg had a spirit and could undoubtedly comprehend his words. As the father-daughter duo charged at him, Julie unleashed the restless power within him. Engaging them in combat, he struck Bai in the abdomen, executing a shoulder throw that sent her sprawling. Yet Bai, defying gravity, managed to stabilize herself midair and land gracefully. However, Julie also endured a palm strike from Bai Zhantang. Bai Zhantang's expression shifted to one of triumph. Julie closed the distance. Delivering a decisive strike, Bai Zhantang raised his hands defensively, bending his body as he utilized his true energy to break free from Julie's grasp. In a swift counter, he executed a spinning kick. But Julie caught his leg, intending to incapacitate him, only to feel a gust of wind behind him. Bai was attacking again. With no choice, Julie utilized the substitution technique to evade Bai's strike. Reappearing behind her, sensing movement behind her, Bai swiftly altered her approach, spinning around to deliver a palm strike. Julie tilted his head just in time, allowing Bai's palm to strike his shoulder. As he gritted his teeth to absorb the impact, he seized Bai's arm, delivering a powerful elbow strike to her chest, sending her crashing as Bai fell to the ground. She struggled to rise, but the Bai family members rushed to assist her. She exchanged a sheepish glance with her father, realizing she could no longer fight. Bai Zhantang, feeling helpless, had not anticipated that Julie could withstand the combined efforts of both father and daughter, let alone injure one of them. Chapter 57. The dragon egg escapes. Julie perishes in the midst of the standoff. Xiao Xian noticed the dragon egg in her arms trembling, cracks beginning to form on its shell. Understanding that the little creature was about to be born, she felt a surge of urgency. Julie, drawing closer, also heard the sounds emanating from the egg and internally cursed. At that moment, 6 third-tier experts entered through the cave's other entrance. Bai Zhantang recognized the unfamiliar 6 within the crowd, deducing from their aura that they were likely of the same ilk as Julie. New acquaintances. That egg in the girl's hands is a descendant of the divine dragon. If we gain its allegiance, we need not fear a life of stability and freedom in this world. Bai Zhantang operated his formidable power. The 6 newly arrived third-level evolvers, initially bewildered by the events unfolding around them, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Bai Zhantang's explanation. The dragon. What a magnificent totemic beast of our people. With this thought, they pushed aside the Bai family members blocking their way, positioning themselves beside Bai Zhantang, and inquired, "How do we compel it to submit?" Bai Zhantang pondered for a moment. Truth be told, he could easily subdue any one of them individually. However, facing all 6 while injured posed a considerable challenge. Thus, he replied, "It is quite simple. You merely need to forcibly infuse the dragon egg with your blood. In reality, Bai Zhantang's suggestion was merely a shot in the dark, as their initial plan had never anticipated the presence of a dragon egg here, let alone the ominous aura emanating from the blood pool behind that woman. Nevertheless, with matters having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to take a gamble. If successful, his standing within the Bai family would be solidified, ensuring his father's continued regard for him. "Perhaps you should withdraw, lest we humans engage in infighting," one of the 6 stepped forward to suggest. Julie gestured behind him, signaling Xiao Xian to prepare to enter the spatial realm. Xiao Xian understood and slowly approached Julie. However, at that moment, the eggshell shattered completely, and a fluffy little creature emerged, its 2 prominent horns immediately revealing its identity. The small beast licked Xiao Xuan's hand, curiously gazing at Julie before commencing to munch on its eggshell. Julie positioned himself to shield the scene. Yet one keen-eyed individual shouted, "Heavens! The divine dragon has been born. The dragon egg has cracked." The already agitated crowd surged forward like wildfire, and upon witnessing this, Bai Zhantang smirked slightly. His ultimate goal was not the dragon but what lay within the blood pool. Julie, recognizing the chaos of the approaching throng, realized the situation was dire. With no time to usher Xiao Xian into the spatial realm, he summoned the kunai from his pouch and hurled it towards the crowd. The onlookers, naturally unwilling to remain passive, unleashed a flurry of dazzling techniques in response. At that moment, the dragon-like small beast, having finished its eggshell, let out a soft chirp that struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Julie experienced a similar disorientation. His ears buzzed, and his vision blurred. He recognized this as the small beast's innate inheritance. Yet he was astonished to find himself affected as well. Xiaoxian, observing the wailing crowd before her, suddenly felt a dampness on her face. Glancing down, she discovered that the previously fluffy little creature was now licking her cheek. A piercing sound cut through the air. It was Bai Zhantong, who had regained his composure first. He unleashed a palm strike infused with his vital energy aimed at Xiaoxian. Instinctively, she shielded the small beast. And just as Julie recovered and witnessed the unfolding scene, he expected Xiaoxian to be gravely injured. Suddenly, a flying thunder god technique appeared before her, absorbing the impact of the palm strike, while Julie was propelled into the blood pool, vanishing beneath its surface. Simultaneously, the others, seeing Julie disappear, rushed forward, clamoring to seize the small beast. The creature widened its eyes in alarm, and Xiaoxian felt a sudden, tearing force of space as darkness enveloped her. A powerful wave of dizziness washed over her, and in the midst of the shadows, she felt something strike her, causing her to cough up blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to her, her blood splattered upon the small beast, which emitted a low growl. A mark appeared upon its forehead, and a golden light enveloped them. Bai Zhantong felt a pang of regret, for he had been so close to success. Yet, gazing at the roiling blood pool before him, a sense of impending danger flickered within him. He sensed that should he leap in, he might never resurface. Contemplating for a moment, he thought of Yuer bringing something over. Some members of the Bai family had retained their composure and refrained from charging in. Though they had sustained injuries, hearing her father's call, Bai Yu patted one of her subordinates, who boldly approached Bai Zhantong and presented an object radiating a chilling aura. "Brother, remember this. The energy within dragon blood surpasses human limits. So do not foolishly attempt to immerse yourself in the pool to absorb it. This is a creation forged by Hanyu. You merely need to draw a small amount of dragon blood back." Bai Yu intoned, recalling her elder brother's admonition. A chill coursed through Bai Zhantong's heart, for he recalled that Julie had indeed been struck down by his own hand. "What are you doing, Brother Bai?" One of the newly arrived 6 queried. Could it be that the blood pool contains treasures as well? Bai Zhantong paid them no heed. Rather, Bai Yu answered their inquiry. This, however, drew their attention to the presence of a lovely maiden, igniting a flicker of desire within them. "Very well, I shall descend to see what treasures await," one lanky man among them declared. When the others attempted to dissuade him, he replied, "I possess water-based abilities. Do you think I would drown?" Everyone pondered this rationale. Yet Bai Zhantong, inwardly sneering, watched as the man leaped into the blood pool, proclaiming his safety. However, as he submerged, he soon realized the depths were unfathomable, akin to an ocean. Having completed his summoning, Bai Zhantong cast a parting remark, wishing them all good fortune, before leading the Bai family members back to their original location. They intended to return to their city to explore the mysteries of the dragon blood. As Julie entered the dragon blood, he discovered he had not been injured. Instead, his body began to emit an ethereal blue glow, forming protective barriers around him. Surrounded by a crimson world, he found himself unable to ascend. To his astonishment, he realized just how deep this pool was. "Please don't tell me this is all dragon blood," Julie thought, incredulous. The sheer volume suggested there must be more than one dragon. Yet the transformation of the dragon egg compelled him to accept the reality of being within a dragon blood pool. In his previous life, they had discovered this place had already collapsed when they returned after the relic was activated. Wait a moment! Panic surged through Julie as he recalled the impending collapse of this place. Sure enough, his instincts proved correct. He felt the dragon blood around him begin to compress violently. Julie, caught in the midst of this, sensed something amiss with his body, realizing the once stable protective barrier was also beginning to constrict. This realization sent him into a frenzy, thinking, "Please don't tell me I am truly to perish here." He held on for what felt like an eternity before gasping for breath. With a resounding crack, the blue barrier shattered. Julie immediately summoned all his chakra to sustain himself, but the rapid consumption of chakra left him feeling weak. "Then I shall absorb you," Julie resolved, not withdrawing his chakra shield, but instead frantically drawing in the blood surrounding him. As the liquid coursed through his body, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. yet it quickly reached a critical point, threatening to burst him apart. Before long, a blood-colored cocoon enveloped Julie, encasing him entirely, while his eyes remained tightly shut, as if he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of the events transpiring around him. When Bai Zhantong returned with his group to their gathering spot, he was met with a gruesome scene, particularly the ominous inscription on the ground that turned his face ashen. He was not naive enough to believe such an obvious frame-up. Bai Yu, in disbelief, noted that a sister who had accompanied her earlier lay fallen beside the desiccated bloodstains. Understanding that they could not linger in such a perilous place, Bai Zhantong swiftly led the group to their aircraft. Heading towards the base in this apocalypse, there was no room for sentimentality. Bai Yu yearned to retrieve her sister's body, but obeyed her father's command, boarding the aircraft to return to the base, where she would ponder the events of the journey. On a desolate mountain, a pale-faced woman lay unconscious by the roadside, a small beast guarding her. The creature suddenly perked up, sensing a sound, and transformed into a fearsome form. Glaring at the source of the noise, there's a girl here. She appears to be injured. A man carrying a longbow emerged, spotting Xiaoxian. As he approached, captivated by her beauty, he halted at the sound of a low growl. Recognizing it as a warning signal from a beast, his gaze scanned the area, landing on the small creature with its two tiny horns beside the woman. Relaxing, he chuckled. I may not know your relationship, but I see you've been guarding her. She's injured, and I need to take her back for treatment. What do you say? He chuckled at himself, realizing he was addressing a beast. Yet almost immediately, the small creature lunged, biting at his pant leg, leading him to wonder if it truly understood him. The man approached and gently checked Xiaoshuan's breath, discovering it was faint. He then carefully scooped her up in a princess carry. Glancing at the small beast, which slowly retreated. Confused, he was taken aback as the creature leapt onto his shoulder. You truly are remarkable, he remarked. The man praised, holding Xiaoxian and accompanied by a small beast. Made his way towards his village. Chapter 1. The rebirth of Jiuli and the dragon body technique. 4 months after the apocalypse erupted, the world, which should have still been in July, had undergone a transformation. Following a torrential downpour, the temperature had not dipped since, and within the imperial capital base, Gao Xiaoxian gazed at her 8-month pregnant belly, letting out a soft sigh. Recently, news had spread, though its source was unknown, that remnants of a dragon had appeared in the northwest region. However, these remnants manifested and vanished within a mere 2 days. Subsequently, it was reported within the Bai family's base city that a formidable individual named Julie had first slain members of the Bai family stationed there, only to be subsequently thrust into a dragon's blood pool by Bai Zhantong, never to be seen again, having perished on the spot. Upon hearing this news, the inhabitants of the imperial capital base initially breathed a sigh of relief, only to erupt into celebration. After all, the terrifying sword strike from Julie had instilled immense fear in everyone, so his demise was welcomed. Upon learning of this, Gao Tian rushed to inform his sister, expecting her to share in his joy, yet instead, he found her somewhat melancholic. Tianer, the deceased have departed. We must afford them due respect, as he was once our savior, Gao Xiaoxian remarked. Gao Tian was dismissive, believing that Julie's actions in saving her were not entirely altruistic, especially since he had once suggested that she and her sister serve him in bed. The next day, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, bringing joy to the citizens of various bases who found the unchanging sunny days rather dull. Yet, a handful of individuals sensed something amiss. However, they reasoned that in this apocalypse, almost anything could occur, rendering July's snowfall not entirely surprising. The snowfall persisted, intensifying over time, complicating humanity's efforts to hunt mutated creatures, particularly in the eastern coastal regions where a terrifying phenomenon occurred. The once tranquil sea began to warm, creating a stark contrast with the ground. As the temperature plummeted over 3 months, many citizens of the bases struggled to cope, donning thick clothing even to venture outside, which seemed peculiar, as first-level evolved beings should not fear the cold. By October, even some third-level evolved beings had begun to layer up. The remaining scientists commenced a new round of research into this phenomenon, and by mid-October, reports of individuals freezing to death began to surface across various bases. This development vexed the leaders of these bases, who ordered comprehensive measures to mitigate the situation. Led by Professor Wang, the scientists of the imperial capital were the first to devise a method, capturing a creature known as the fire lizard, extracting its blood to concoct a serum for human injection. Upon this revelation, leaders from the 4 major bases dispatched individuals to capture fire lizards. However, the probability of the serum being suitable for human use was exceedingly low, necessitating a substantial quantity. In the northwest region, the former desert was now nearly entirely blanketed in ice and snow, a testament to the snow's formidable power to alter even the most arid landscapes. Beneath the serene snowdrifts, a blood-red arm suddenly emerged, seemingly searching for something before slamming a palm upon the thick snow, propelling a figure into the air. This feels delightful. Contrary to the laws of gravity, the figure lingered suspended in midair rather than falling. This individual was Julie. When he made the decision to absorb the dragon's blood, his body had collapsed under its overwhelming power. Believing himself to be dead, he was astonished to discover that the dragon's blood had reconstituted his body, awakening to find himself beneath the snow. This is so much better. I never anticipated entering the Ice Age. Immersed in the frigid air, Julie felt no chill. After the reconstitution of his body, he was uncertain of his realm. However, a technique that surfaced in his mind revealed that he was at the first level of dragon pattern. To his astonishment, he realized he could traverse the air at this level. Closing his eyes to sense the energy within, he noted that the once deep blue chakra had vanished, replaced by a vast golden energy. A result of his training in dragon techniques, he pondered whether he could still utilize the flying thunder god technique. Searching his body, he found no kunai. Tianxian, are you there? He called out. What do you wish to exchange? Tianxian's cold voice echoed back. I'd like to exchange 1 point of original power for 10 kunai, Julie replied. Before long, 10 kunai appeared in Julie's hands. Using telekinesis, he levitated them into the air. Extending his right hand to inscribe intricate symbols, soon, he had crafted 10 flying thunder god kunai. Grasping one, he hurled it forward, concentrating his mind, and Julie materialized at the point where the kunai fell. Next, he began to familiarize himself with the enhanced strength and abilities of his transformed body. Zhanggu, you're back. Wash your hands. It's time to eat, Xiao Xian cheerfully said to the man in white before her. Since regaining consciousness, she had realized that this seemingly gentle man had been caring for her, which deeply touched her, for he was the 3rd person to do so after her grandfather and Julie. She learned that they were in a remote mountain in the north, where the residents lived primitive lives, entirely ignorant of the outside world. Observing the playful children and chatting elders, Xiao Xian felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Yet she did not forget about her master, whose fate remained uncertain. She resolved to seek him out once the apocalypse concluded. Xian, you should eat too, Zhongli suggested. By the way, Brother Zhang, may I ask how I can leave this place? Xiao Xian's inquiry rendered Zhongli, who had been eating, momentarily silent. Setting down his chopsticks, I asked, there's something wrong here? Zhongli asked, puzzled. No, it's just that I have someone I need to find outside. Xiao Xian replied. Who? It wouldn't he happen to be the person who hurt you, would it? Zhongli frowned. He is my master, who faced all the strong foes alone to protect me on that day. I cannot forsake the quest to find him, Xiao Xian asserted resolutely. Zhongli fell silent, realizing that after caring for her for so many days, he could no longer deny her feelings for someone else. In a few days, I'll take you out. For now, finish your meal and stay put for a while, Zhongli said, rising and walking out of the room. Chapter 2. Guidance from Wavewind Minato. Julie returned to the second Grand Hall within the system, eager to determine if he could defeat a youthful Uchiha Madara. However, upon witnessing a flash of yellow light, he was taken aback to see a man with golden hair and a cloak emblazoned with the symbol of the 4th Hokage. Are you the one who needs training? Wavewind Minato asked with a gentle smile. Shall we begin? Don't worry. I won't hold back. As Julie prepared to draw his kunai, Minato flashed 2 kunai into his hands, fixing a piercing gaze upon Julie. Let us go, Minato encouraged. Suddenly, he unleashed a tremendous aura, leaving Julie feeling sluggish. In an instant, a yellow flash darted before him, and Julie found Minato's kunai poised at his throat. How fast? Julie gasped, astonished. Although he could use the flying thunder god technique, he was far from matching Minato's speed. Minato chuckled, retracting his kunai. Let us try again. After a brief pause, Minato returned to his previous stance, nodding internally, convinced that Julie should treat every training session like a life-and-death challenge. I'm going in, Minato warned again. This time, Minato hurled a kunai, and Julie activated his Sharingan, leaping sideways. However, just as he thought he had evaded, Minato appeared behind him, seizing his arm while gathering a blue Rasengan in his other hand. Ah! Julie cried out as the Rasengan struck his back. However, thanks to the enhancement from the dragon's blood, he merely staggered before collapsing to the ground. Julie quickly reached out, but Minato anticipated his move, vanishing from sight. Julie clapped his hands together, summoning flames, fire style, fire dragon technique. A dragon-shaped pillar of fire surged towards Minato, who narrowed his eyes, pointing with his left hand to conjure a sealing chain that devoured the fire pillar. Is this the guiding lightning of the flying thunder god? Cough, cough, Julie remarked as he observed his fire technique being neutralized. Minato nodded, refraining from explaining the principle, as Julie understood that it was merely a matter of application. Let us continue, Julie urged, looking at Minato. Minato nodded and charged forward, prompting Julie to form hand seals. Earth style. Earth pillar explosion. As the figure of Minato became lighter, he deftly maneuvered through the air, evading the vicinity and propelling himself towards Julie. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Julie formed hand seals, unleashing a fireball that surged towards the approaching Minato. Noticing Julie had appeared behind him, a flicker of peculiar life and death intensity crossed Minato's eyes. With a resounding thud, as Minato's fist collided with Julie's back, Julie abruptly transformed into a plume of smoke, vanishing from sight. Minato remained still, closing his eyes. His extensive combat experience prompted him to extend his left hand and seize something. Lifting his left leg, he executed a swift kick. Julie, who had stealthily approached Minato relying on his invisibility, was caught off guard in the instant of attack. Observing the now visible Julie, Minato nodded, indicating that this was more like it. Julie narrowed his eyes slightly as Minato's body lunged to the right, his kunai flipping into his right hand, severing his pant leg. Gazing at the black flames on the ground, Minato inquired, "Is this Amaterasu?" "Indeed, it is Amaterasu," Julie confirmed. Upon hearing Julie's words, Minato closed his eyes again, seemingly engaged in contemplation. Moments later, as he opened his eyes, a hint of schadenfreude flickered across his face. Julie, initially perplexed, soon realized that his Sharingan had been forcibly deactivated and immediately grasped the situation. Wait. This guy is cheating with Tianshu. Minato, nearly bursting into laughter at Julie's flustered demeanor, struggled to suppress it, his flushed face betraying his efforts. Julie, wielding the flying thunder god kunai, declared, "All right, let us begin." Observing Julie's serious expression, Minato set aside his earlier teasing demeanor and began to form a series of hand signs, exclaiming, "Seal it for me." Julie watched as a purple electric net materialized around them, each segment inscribed with the character for seal. Julie furrowed his brow, questioning, "What is this? I've never seen you use it before. You should be aware of my wife's connection to the Leaf Village and the Uzumaki clan. Thus, there is no need for surprise?" Minato replied, seemingly understanding Julie's confusion. "It's starting," both exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xian had been waiting here for nearly a week. Since Zhongli had left that day, he had not returned. Xiao Xian attempted to inquire with others in the village, but they appeared to know nothing, casting her complex looks. One day, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Big sister, the person you seek is within this village, but it seems he does not wish to meet you." Startled by the sudden voice, she looked at the small beast before her, eyes wide. "Are you the one speaking to me, Long Air?" The small beast nodded, confirming it had indeed spoken. Filled with joy, Xiao Xian embraced it. "Do you have a way to leave this place?" Though she harbored little hope, she understood Zhang Li's predicament. He had intruded first. "Yes, but I need to prepare. During the last space jump, although my sister and I formed a contract, all my power was expended to protect her," the small beast explained. Xiao Xian, upon hearing this, patted its small head, realizing it could communicate with her due to their accidental contract. Will forming a contract with me cause you any harm? She asked worriedly. Not at all. It was my choice. Sister, let's not dwell on it. We should rest in about 3 days. I can't take you away from here, the small beast concluded. After saying this, it leaped from Xiao Xian's embrace and lay by the bed, closing its eyes to sleep. Seeing this, Xiao Xian snapped her fingers to extinguish the candlelight, closing her eyes to prepare for sleep. Chapter 3. The appearing of the perverted sage. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking flesh reverberated throughout the grand hall as two figures separated. Minato looked at Julie, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips, reminiscent of his own disciples from years past. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of the Leaf Village, and one of the users and improvers of the Flying Thunder God technique. After sheathing his kunai, Minato approached Julie and spoke. You should be aware of your own situation now, correct? Julie nodded, letting out a sigh. Minato acknowledged his understanding, though he was uncertain how Julie had arrived in this world. Nevertheless, he realized his mission had been accomplished. Remembering the formidable foe Julie would soon face, even the gentle Minato felt a pang of concern for him. Noticing the slight paleness in Minato's expression, Julie asked with concern if he felt unwell. Minato, with a serious demeanor, addressed Julie. Time is of the essence. I will impart to you a ninjutsu of my own creation, which can also be utilized in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. If used wisely, it can severely injure your adversaries. At that moment, Julie realized what ninjutsu Minato was about to teach him, and he felt elated. Just moments before, Tianshu had indicated that a plot character was voluntarily imparting skills to him, and the best part was that this method required no payment. Julie watched intently as 3 ninjutsu options appeared before him, carefully reading through them. Spiral Flash Super Rotation Roar. Launch multiple specially crafted kunai inscribed with ninjutsu around the enemy, then instantaneously teleport to the kunai to strike with the Rasengan. First, gather chakra in the center of your palm, then meticulously control and compress its form, Minato instructed, conjuring a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere in his right hand. Julie followed suit, gathering a blood-red sphere of energy, prompting Minato to dissipate his own. With a swift motion, a rogue ninja appeared before them, and Minato nodded as he fought the rogue. Kunai from the Flying Thunder God continuously fell around him. Ultimately, Minato flickered, vanishing from the rogue's sight, reappearing in midair, seizing the rogue's shoulder with one hand, while the other crashed the gathered chakra into the rogue's waist, resulting in the rogue's immediate demise as he disintegrated into stardust within the Grand Hall. Before Julie could marvel at the overwhelming might of the Rasengan, the second ninjutsu was revealed, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. This ultimate ninjutsu summoned the Shinigami, compelling it to devour the enemy. Upon executing this technique, the user binds their own soul to the Shinigami, selling it in exchange for the enemy's soul, which would endure an eternal struggle of hatred and conflict within the Shinigami's belly. This technique was a double-edged sword, ensuring mutual destruction with the enemy, and within the Tianshu system, it commanded a staggering price of 10 million energy points, naturally, a price befitting a forbidden technique. Actually, the ninjutsu I specialize in revolves around speed and space-time manipulation. So I will leave this final technique to you. Use my insights from the Flying Thunder God wisely. Best of luck, young one. I look forward to the day we might meet again, Minato concluded. With that, his form exploded into starry light, vanishing from the spot. Julie remained silent for a long moment, just as he prepared to exit the Grand Hall when suddenly, a summoning technique from Tianshu enveloped the area in a cloud of smoke. As he waved his hand to disperse the smoke, he found himself face to face with a middle-aged man sporting an explosion of white hair, his face adorned with something akin to paint and wooden clogs on his feet. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Listen closely." With emotions running high, the strains of classical Japanese music play. The Toad Sage merely conceals his name from the world. Everything I do is effortless. With my flowing white hair, I am unmatched across the lands. The white-haired boy Toad can silence crying children. Jiraiya-sama? Julie, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, felt an impulse to strike the ostentatious sage before him, marveling at his flamboyant entrance. You little rascal. What do you want by dragging me here? Jiraiya scanned his surroundings, then sniffed the air curiously. Strange. Why do I sense Minato's presence? Are you a dog? Julie retorted, exasperated. How did you know? Jiraiya feigned surprise, staring at Julie, then suddenly shifted to a shy demeanor. Julie's mind raced with 1,000 expletives as Jiraiya wandered about, twitching his ears before abruptly rushing to Julie, seizing his clothing and lifting him off the ground. So it was you. Someone mentioned I should teach you something. He released Julie, letting him fall to the floor. Julie sighed in relief, having sensed a hint of Jiraiya's overwhelming aura moments before, realizing why he dared to bear the title of sage. Ordinary individuals would not dare to claim such a title without formidable strength. Yet, what exactly were Jiraiya's specialties? Can Tianshu provide me with information about Jiraiya? Julie inquired mentally. 1,000 energy points. Julie nearly erupted with frustration. Was it truly outrageous to charge 1,000 energy points for a mere inquiry? However, after Julie's protest, Tianxian casually remarked, then you may attempt it yourself. Julie, feeling an urge to express his frustration, nonetheless expended 1,000 origin power to acquire information regarding Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Without a doubt, Jiraiya's martial arts stand among the finest in the ninja world, second only to those who primarily utilize physical attacks, such as Tsunade and Might Guy. Although Jiraiya's genjutsu skills are somewhat lacking, as he has not delved deeply into the study of illusions, he possesses the ability to disrupt his internal chakra freely to counteract them. The only genjutsu capable of harming him are Tsukuyami and Kodoamatsu Kami. It is evident that in most of Jiraiya's battles, with the exception of his unfamiliarity with pain, he maintained almost complete control. Wielding the initiative. This is a reflection of his occasionally stubborn nature in life. Thus, I will deduct only a minor point in sage mode. The knowledge of the two sages is formidable in terms of physical prowess. It is clear Jiraiya's strength is only surpassed by Tsunade, Guy, and Kisame. He adeptly masters the body flicker technique, and even without the aid of sage techniques, his speed is remarkable, as demonstrated when he swiftly darted past Naruto while confronting Itachi and Kisame. He ranks just below Naruto, Raikage, the fourth Hokage, and Madara. His chakra volume, matching that of Naruto and Kisame, is at an almost non-Jinchuriki limit of 10, enabling him to utilize A-rank ninjutsu even under the influence of Tsunade's medications. After reviewing the comprehensive information and evaluations regarding Jiraiya, Julie felt a mixture of joy and fear. The joy stemmed from the thorough analysis he received for his 1,000 origin power, while the fear arose from the realization of just how formidable Jiraiya truly was. However, a sudden surge of battle intent ignited within Julie, prompting the previously dozing Jiraiya to open his eyes. This kid possesses astonishing battle spirit within him. It seems he is indeed worthy of my thorough guidance. But first, let me finish admiring this voluptuous lady, Jiraiya mused, gazing at the yellow book in his hand. Chapter 4. Susanoo. Julie radiated red energy as he activated his Sharingan, and it was then he sensed his eyes beginning to mutate beyond his control. Jiraiya closed the erotic book in his hands. A treasure rivaling paradise of affection. Come now, let me witness your prowess, Jiraiya declared in an instant. Julie executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside Jiraiya and launching a punch. Jiraiya, having unknowingly closed his eyes, swiftly extended his right hand to grasp Julie's fist as he swung. Not bad, but your speed is rather lacking, Jiraiya remarked nonchalantly. Honestly, this level of power is significantly better than that brat Naruto's back in the day. He thought to himself. With a swift motion, Jiraiya sent Julie flying with his immense strength. Forming a single-handed seal, a wall of earth rapidly rose, and Julie collided with it, crashing to the ground. Jiraiya's icy gaze fixated on the fallen Julie, and with a wave of his hand, the grand hall transformed into a dense forest, with him as the predator. Stand up, Jiraiya admonished, his disappointment palpable as he gazed at Julie sprawled on the ground. Raising his right leg to stomp down, causing a fissure in the earth to approach Julie. Though Julie's fortified body had mitigated the impact, he still felt disoriented from the shock. The sensation of the ground beneath him jolted him awake. Propelling himself upward with his hands, he launched away from the fissure, casting a defiant glance at Jiraiya. Deep down, He understood that failing to defeat Jiraiya would mean he could forget about escaping this place. Reaching into his waist pouch, Julie retrieved 3 shuriken, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on Jiraiya's movements. Sensing Julie's shift, Jiraiya remained silent, seemingly unconcerned that Julie posed any threat to him. Seizing the moment when Jiraiya appeared distracted, Julie hurled 6 shuriken, exclaiming, "Behold, the rain of symbols!" At that instant, he unleashed a barrage of 100 shuriken, a one-time attack acquired with the 1,000 origin power points. Targeting Jiraiya, Jiraiya, puzzled by Julie's declaration, was soon made aware of the peril above him by the whistling sound of the shuriken. Contemplating, he invoked Earth Release, Earth Prison Technique. A massive fortress materialized around him, providing protection. Utilizing this distraction, Julie activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing above Jiraiya, channeling his blood-red chakra into a Rasengan, and directly pressing it against the fortress Jiraiya had conjured. Crack, crack, Julie was momentarily astonished, surprised that he could breach the structure. However, the swiftly emerging red figure soon revealed his folly. At the moment of Julie's attack, Jiraiya had precisely calculated the timing to withdraw the chakra he had poured into the fortress. Without chakra support, the so-called fortress was easily dismantled. Once Julie's Rasengan was fully unleashed, Jiraiya charged forward, landing a punch on Julie's left cheek, sending him spinning from the impact. This must be that technique of Minato's. I never expected he would pass it on to you. Jiraiya reflected on Julie's earlier shuriken assault, reminiscent of the time Minato had obliterated 50 enemies on the battlefield in one fell swoop. Rubbing his face, Julie concentrated chakra into a Chidori, launching himself once more toward Jiraiya. As Julie closed in, Jiraiya skillfully deflected his left hand. "Ah!" Julie cried out in pain, feeling as though his left arm might break. He looked up to see Jiraiya smirking disdainfully, who then delivered a swift kick to Julie's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Even with Julie's enhanced physique, he could not withstand Jiraiya's relentless barrage of strikes. As Jiraiya reappeared before him, his eyes glimmering with cold intensity, Julie swiftly slapped the ground, vanishing from sight. He reappeared 10 meters behind Jiraiya, who then noticed a shuriken lying beside Julie. It dawned on him, "So, it is indeed something that Minato devised. I've got it now," Jiraiya mused internally. With a single-handed seal, Jiraiya vanished from his spot. Appearing behind Julie, Julie offered a slight smile, activating the substitution jutsu, causing Jiraiya's fist to strike nothing but air. Turning around, Jiraiya found Julie standing behind him. Julie swiftly kicked out with his right leg, but Jiraiya's hands intercepted the blow at his chest. The force reverberated through Julie's arms, sending him skidding across the ground, leaving a long trail behind him. As Jiraiya leaped forward with explosive speed, aiming a punch at Julie, he was momentarily perplexed when he passed through Julie's form. "What is this?" Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "Could it be your eyes?" Observing Julie's blood-red eyes, Jiraiya recalled pain possessed a similar power. Indeed, Julie nodded in affirmation, confirming Jiraiya's suspicions. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on, but he surmised this power must come with limitations. Suddenly, Jiraiya's thoughts crystallized. He employed the body flicker technique repeatedly to close the distance to Julie, relying on his martial arts to launch a relentless assault. Under Jiraiya's focused onslaught, Julie found himself unable to defend effectively. Eventually, Jiraiya ceased his barrage, stating, "I understand now. There's a time limit, and it passively protects you." Upon hearing Jiraiya's assessment, Julie broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, Jiraiya's observational skills were exceptional, as he had accurately discerned Julie's weakness in mere minutes. Julie spun around, executing a roundhouse kick aimed at Jiraiya, but his leg was caught by a powerful hand. Propelling himself into the air, Julie attempted to kick with his other leg, hoping to force Jiraiya to release him. Jiraiya, however, did not relent, holding fast to Julie's leg while bracing himself for the impact. His right fist struck Julie's leg bone, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Channeling his inner energy, Julie unleashed a dragon's roar, catching Jiraiya off guard and allowing him to break free from Jiraiya's grasp. Earth Release. Earth Pillar Explosion. The ground beneath Julie began to tremble, and Jiraiya was launched into the air by the explosion. With a flick of his hands, Julie summoned the scattered shuriken from the ground, which then levitated, only to plunge down in a seemingly chaotic yet subtly patterned arrangement. Jiraiya, struck by the sudden attack, felt a buzzing in his mind, rendering his vision unclear. However, he quickly regained his composure as his chakra was disrupted, allowing him to see once more, lying on the ground, feeling a flicker of anger, as he had never faced such humiliation before. Yet, the scene around him shifted, and he found himself in the familiar setting of Konoha village, where he had lived for many years. "Oh, you have returned," he remarked. Jiraiya, filled with curiosity, turned to behold the silver-haired figure before him, whose face was obscured. It was none other than Kakashi's companion. Chapter 5. Susanoo. Seizing the moment while Jiraiya was ensnared in a genjutsu, Julie hastily set about mending his own injuries. Though they appeared not to be severe on the surface, Jiraiya had unknowingly disrupted his chakra, infiltrating his body and disturbing his internal energy. After a brief interval, Julie heard a resounding roar. The once calm Jiraiya erupted with crimson chakra, his visage marred by uncontrollable fury. Julie recognized that he was about to face another onslaught. In a fit of rage, Jiraiya instantaneously materialized behind Julie. Acting on instinct, Julie raised his arms in defense, yet Jiraiya's fist struck him squarely in the chest. A violent cough erupted from Julie, accompanied by a suffocating sensation that left him in agony. Jiraiya's left leg then delivered a fierce kick to Julie's abdomen, propelling him into the air. A faint smile graced Jiraiya's lips as he vanished from sight, reappearing above Julie. With a whip-like kick, Julie sensed impending danger and instinctively activated his intangibility. Jiraiya ceased his pursuit, allowing Julie to crash to the ground. Moments ago, Julie had almost been convinced that he had returned to Konoha, but the sudden whisper in his ear shattered that illusion. It was merely a genjutsu. If that were the case, he had no choice but to attempt the basic release technique. It proved ineffective. After failing to dispel the genjutsu, Jiraiya resolved to dismantle it from within through sheer force. Indeed, amidst the overwhelming impact of Jiraiya's colossal chakra, Julie's rudimentary genjutsu was shattered, and Jiraiya sought to impart a lesson upon Julie. "I must admit, you nearly deceived me," Jiraiya remarked, his tone devoid of emotion, as if his earlier wrath had merely been a figment of the imagination. Julie took a moment to ease his physical pain, and at that instant, the sanguine energy within him began to swirl autonomously, unlocking his second chakra gate. Feeling significantly better, Julie rose to his feet once more, only to vanish from sight and reappear behind Jiraiya, a kunai poised to strike. Jiraiya nodded, activating the body replacement technique. Positioning himself behind Julie, a spiraling sphere of chakra materialized in his hand, aimed at Julie, who activated his intangibility once again. Jiraiya passed through Julie's form, yet Julie retaliated with a surge of sanguine energy, striking Jiraiya's back. Aware that he could not afford to leave his back unguarded while passing through Julie, Jiraiya quickly turned, sensing the power in Julie's palm. He swiftly formed hand seals and invoked Earth Release, hiding in the rocks. Julie instantaneously felt his body lose its center of gravity, levitating helplessly in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya concentrated chakra once more, forming a spiraling sphere aimed at Julie as he descended. Yet, Julie defied gravity, inexplicably suspended in midair, leaving Jiraiya bewildered. This defied logic. As Julie remained airborne, Jiraiya dispelled the spiraling sphere and commenced a rapid spin, his hair elongating and enveloping him. Hair needles, 1,000 needles. What had once appeared as soft, fluffy white hair suddenly transformed into sharp projectiles, launching towards Julie. With a flick of his wrist, Julie summoned the Tenketsuken, channeling sanguine energy, unleashing the rain of swords. The long sword emitted dozens of beams of light, deflecting several needles to the ground while simultaneously forming hand seals for fire release. Great fireball technique. Julie then activated his intangibility, evading the remaining needles. Fire release. Fire arrow. Jiraiya halted his spinning form, clapping his hands together, summoning a towering pillar of fire from the ground. Julie observed calmly as he evaded Jiraiya's fire technique. Moments later, Jiraiya chuckled, forming hand seals for wind release. Wind cutter, witnessing the colossal tornado materialize. Julie swiftly retreated, yet the tremendous pull of the wind threatened to drag him into its vortex. Julie formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone to infiltrate the Wind Cutter's domain, but within a minute, the clone was obliterated. Jiraiya remarked, "This is getting dull. Come down already." Gritting his teeth in frustration, he watched Julie hover in midair, then began conferring with Tinquan. Julie's brow twitched as he comprehended the implications of Jiraiya's lecherous grin. Under the weight of Jiraiya's taunts, Julie felt his body grow heavier, prompting him to somersault in the air, enveloping himself in sanguine energy as he descended to the ground. As Julie landed, Jiraiya clapped his hands, causing the earth beneath Julie's feet to sink. Julie lunged forward to evade, but as he prepared to scorn Jiraiya's underhanded tactics, he discovered Jiraiya had inexplicably appeared before him. With a sweeping kick aimed at Julie, his form suddenly dissipated into a swarm of crows. Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback, mused about the boy's plethora of tricks. "Very well, let us see what else you have up your sleeve." Reconstituting from the crows, Julie found Jiraiya instantly materializing behind him, grasping the collar of his garment with one hand while forming a spiraling sphere in the other, pressing it towards Julie. Julie's eyes activated the Sharingan, the kaleidoscopic pattern spinning rapidly, pushing Jiraiya away from him. The spiraling sphere collided with an ethereal framework, shattering with a resounding crack. Yet Julie's sanguine energy surged, restoring the Susanoo to its former glory. "This must be a product of the Uchiha clan," Jiraiya mused. "I recall my teacher speaking of how Uchiha Madara wielded this power against our first Hokage." Gazing at the skeletal form of Susanoo before him, Jiraiya remarked thoughtfully. Julie nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I possess the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, thus it is only natural for me to activate this technique." Jiraiya considered this, and as Julie commanded Susanoo to extend its arms, reaching for him, Jiraiya remained vigilant, swiftly evading with a body flicker technique. Observing the devastation wrought by Susanoo's grasp upon the ground, Jiraiya felt a tinge of apprehension at the magnitude of its power. However, even the mightiest of forces depend upon the wielder. Julie retracted Susanoo, not intending to rely solely on it for strength, yet as Jiraiya seized him in an embrace, leaping into the air with the intent to slam him to the ground, Julie instinctively summoned Susanoo's protection. With a resounding crack, Julie felt fissures form in the skeletal structure. "This fellow's reflexes are astonishing," Jiraiya frowned. Julie, speechless, activated his eyes once more, transforming the Sharingan into its eternal form. The skeletal Susanoo evolved into the armored state of the Yata, its form now resembling a fully armored warrior. With a mere thought, Susanoo's left hand materialized a shield forged of Amaterasu, while its right hand wielded a sword engulfed in black flames. Chapter 6. The Conclusion of Battle. Observing Julie's manifestation of Susanoo, particularly the formidable weapons in his possession, Jiraiya felt a twinge of resignation. He distinctly recalled an earlier encounter in Konoha when he and Naruto were on a mission to find Tsunade, where they crossed paths with Uchiha Itachi, whose flames had effortlessly penetrated the walls of a sealed-in. "These are creations of Amaterasu. I never imagined you could command its transformations," Jiraiya lamented. Julie refrained from responding, as the nature of his ocular power was merely an exchange for the eternal Sharingan, a technique garnered from Sasuke's eyes. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the current predicament. After Jiraiya's reflections, he noted Julie's silence and felt a hint of annoyance. "I say, you little rascal, your manners leave much to be desired." "Very well, I shall prepare to strike." Jiraiya grumbled about Julie's lack of response before gearing up for an offensive. Julie nodded, watching as Jiraiya vanished from sight. With a thunderous crash, Julie spun around to find Jiraiya had just attacked the back of Susanoo. However, with the support of Julie's sanguine energy, the cracks swiftly mended. "How can this fellow possess such tremendous power?" Julie pondered. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Jiraiya formed hand seals, unleashing a gust of wind directed at Julie. Julie swung his left hand forward, the Amaterasu shield intercepting the oncoming force. Earth release. Hellfire volcano. Jiraiya continued, forming additional seals. Julie sensed the tremors beneath his feet as the earth softened, and a torrent of soil surged forth. Julie quickly formed hand seals for earth release. Mud technique. A wall of mud coalesced beneath him, allowing Julie to rise above, only to witness the wall crumbling beneath him. Ha ha. I have you now. Originally, Jiraiya was unaware of when he had utilized the shadow clone technique, quietly emerging from the earth using earth release while Julie was momentarily distracted. Julie's right eye narrowed, and a copious amount of blood flowed forth as black flames engulfed Jiraiya's arm. Frowning, Jiraiya promptly severed his left arm. What a clever boy. I didn't expect such a swift reaction. Jiraiya remarked. Julie chuckled softly, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan swirling as Susanoo reappeared. Let me show you its further power, Julie stated. The previously purple Susanoo, in its Tengu form, underwent another transformation. Jiraiya, curious to witness this complete form, refrained from seizing the opportunity to at last, confronted by the colossal form of the Tengu Susanoo. Jiraiya found himself unsettled. Jiraiya-senpai, do you wish to continue? Julie inquired with a smile, Jiraiya's gaze fixed intently on the Susanoo before him. He nodded slightly. Come forth, child. Let me see how much power you can wield as you wish. Senjutsu of all things. Susanoo, under Julie's control, slowly drew the long sword suspended at its waist, and with a gentle sweep towards Jiraiya, unleashed a massive blade of energy. The warning flashed in Jiraiya's mind as he beheld the colossal sword beam slicing through the air, crashing into a nearby mountain and obliterating half its structure. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. To Jiraiya's astonishment, Julie simultaneously formed hand seals with Susanoo, unleashing a gigantic fire dragon that surged towards him. Jiraiya swiftly evaded, countering with water release. Water dragon bullet. A towering column of water erupted behind him, clashing against the fire released by Susanoo. Wood release. Wood domain. Julie retracted his fire technique first, clenching his fists as he shouted. Jiraiya's expression sharpened, sensing tremors beneath him, and executed a body flicker technique to escape. In the place where Jiraiya had stood, trees began to grow wildly, their branches reaching towards his retreating form. Armed with a chakra blade, Jiraiya severed the advancing branches. However, as more branches surged towards him, he found himself ensnared. A moment of carelessness led to him being captured by the wood release, and emboldened by the initial success, the remaining branches lunged at him ferociously as Jiraiya attempted to shatter the branches with his chakra. He felt the startling sensation of the trees absorbing his energy. Wow, 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 you rascal, that's enough. Quickly withdraw this. I'm out of strength, Jiraiya bellowed. Julie, unfazed, patiently awaited Tianqian to declare his victory before ceasing the energy supply to the wood release. Without Julie's energy, the technique naturally dissipated. Observing Jiraiya collapsed on the ground, Julie leisurely approached. Senpai, are you all right? I'm fine, but you've finally learned to utilize the energy within you effectively. I can sense it. Like those two children, you too will change the entire world. Keep it up, Jiraiya responded. Just when one might have thought Jiraiya was out of strength, he unexpectedly performed a nimble flip and stood up. Grinning at Julie, a chill ran through Julie's heart. Surely, he didn't harbor any unsavory habits. You must have analyzed my data. Otherwise, how could you utilize illusions against me so adeptly without withdrawing? Jiraiya remarked, somewhat resigned. Truthfully, he hadn't noticed earlier, but now recalled the peculiar nature of their surroundings. Julie scratched his head. Ah, you've noticed. With a wave of his hand, the ground before Jiraiya transformed into a smooth surface, revealing Julie standing not far from him. When did this happen? Jiraiya inquired. While you were ensnared in the illusion, it was I who prompted you. I feared you might have willingly remained trapped within that illusion. Julie replied, arms outstretched. Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter, fully understanding Julie's exasperation, as it mirrored his own experience of successfully professing love to Tsunade within an illusion, followed by marriage and children. Now remember, when outside, never trust anyone's words or you will be the one to suffer. Do you understand? Julie? Jiraiya cautioned. Julie nodded, and Jiraiya cast a final, profound glance at him, aware that this young boy, bearing the bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha clans, the mightiest clans of the warring states, was destined for a tumultuous future. With that thought, Jiraiya retrieved a book from his pocket and tossed it to Julie, who caught it, momentarily stunned. Jiraiya waved his hand, and with a pop, he transformed into starlight, vanishing from the scene. leaving the grand hall restored to its original form. Julie silently gazed at the book in his hands. If memory served, it was Jiraiya's own work. Opening the first page, he read, "I hope you can continue the story." It became clear to Julie that this was an encouragement to pen a new tale, thereby enriching the book, a reminder to others not to forget their past. Chapter 7. Return to the imperial capital. As the apocalypse entered November, on this day, the leader of the imperial capital base, Wang Kong, celebrated his grandson's wedding to none other than the woman who had previously opposed Julie, Wang Yue, alongside Takeda. The atmosphere was jubilant, and Wang Kong radiated joy. For him, life felt complete. Power holders from various bases sent gifts to express their congratulations. As the onset of the Ice Age had imposed heavy losses, necessitating that the leaders remain vigilant at their bases, Julie aimlessly soared through the skies when he suddenly shook his head, glancing towards the imperial capital base, and flew over to see how his former acquaintances fared. "Congratulations, Miss Takeda," a modestly dressed woman in white said within a villa in the imperial capital, addressing the bride, who was now adorned in wedding attire. Had Julie been present, he would have recognized her as Lin Qingyu, who had vanished for quite some time. 10 kilometers outside the imperial capital base, a powerful surge of energy resonated from underground. Yet, it went largely unnoticed. However, as Julie flew overhead, he sensed something amiss. What could possibly be down there? Julie pondered, hovering in midair, his gaze fixated on the area, sensing he was being observed. The previously emanating creature concealed its presence, no longer radiating energy. Perplexed, Julie shook his head and, after some contemplation, channeled his crimson energy into his right hand, enveloping it in a blood mist, before delivering a punch downward. The released energy manifested as a colossal shockwave upon impact with the ground. With a resounding crash, a massive crater formed, yet nothing unfolded as Julie had anticipated. Could it be that I misjudged? Amused, Julie shook his head and sped toward the imperial capital base. As tranquility returned, a pair of immense ice-blue eyes watched Julie's swift departure from beneath the ground. "I shall remember this grudge for now." A deep voice resonated through the subterranean space, shifting focus back to the imperial capital base. Amidst the witnesses, Takeda and Wang Yue completed their wedding ceremony. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the skies, startling the attendees. Could it be a mutated beast attacking? Wang Kong signaled for the crowd to disperse and led his soldiers to the command center. "Why is the esteemed leader Wang departing so soon? Oh dear, it's so lively here. Surely you wouldn't want to miss anything." A mocking voice rang from the sky, causing Wang Kang's body to stiffen. Julie, having spoken, did not linger to observe the expressions of Wang Kong and the others. Instead, he fixated on Takeda, now clad in bridal attire, an inexplicable sorrow washing over him. Naturally, he also noticed Gao Shaoxian cradling a baby. "You've gotten married," Julie said, his voice tinged with melancholy as he regarded Takeda below. He was not foolish enough to inquire if she was coerced, for the gentle expression on her face conveyed the answer. "Yes. What brings you here today?" Upon hearing Julie's question, Takeda lifted her gaze to the seemingly formidable figure above. Nothing much. I merely wished to inquire of Wang Kong, who spread the word that I had slain the Bai family's guards outside." Julie descended to the ground, indifferent to the surrounding evolvers encircling him. Perhaps influenced by Jiraiya, he appeared more brazen than before. Julie gazed at Wang Kong before him, hoping he might provide her with a response. Wang Kong, with a complex expression, regarded Julie, clapping his hands as he conveyed that it was not impossible, but she must ensure the safety of the imperial capital base. A slight smile graced Julie's lips as she observed Wang Kong negotiating terms. She tilted her head and casually unleashed a surge of crimson energy that shot directly towards Wang Ming. In response, Gao Shaoxian instinctively positioned herself in front of Wang Ming. Julie formed a hand seal, and the crimson energy vanished upon contact with Gao Shaoxian's body, only to re-emerge in a bizarre manner, piercing through Wang Ming's shoulder. Initially, Wang Ming intended to push his beloved wife away from his path. Yet for reasons unknown, that attack still manifested before him. "You have grown stronger," Wang Professor remarked, having joined the crowd, as today marked the wedding of the leader's grandson, granting the scientists a rare opportunity to rest. Observing Jiu Li deftly manipulate her spatial abilities, Wang Professor pushed through the throng, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. Ignoring the glares of others, Jiu Li focused on the pallid-faced Wang Kong, questioning, "So, are you still going to wait?" Wang Kong, resigned, acknowledged that initially they could not retain him, and now, especially with the information emanating from the Bai family, it was futile. However, it seemed there was something yet unsaid, which piqued his curiosity. Haha, of course, they wouldn't he dare disclose it. What they possess is sufficient to forge a formidable powerhouse, Jiu Li remarked, flicking her now lengthened hair. Upon hearing this, Wang Kong and Wang Professor exchanged glances, pondering what this elusive treasure could be in their estimation. If even Jiu Li, a being of her caliber, regarded it as valuable, it must indeed be extraordinary. Chapter 8. Western powerhouses. The onset of the glacial period proved catastrophic for certain Western nations. As their scant populations rendered them incapable of mounting an effective counteroffensive following the apocalypse, they were largely composed of minor factions banding together to resist the undead. Jack, you cannot be serious. Are you actually considering venturing to Eastern nations? A towering, fur-clad man queried a slender, blonde youth with azure eyes. Indeed, Ares, I have long harbored the intention to explore that region, yet opportunities have eluded me. Jack replied with a hint of frustration. Very well, I shall send Rhea to accompany you. It would be prudent for you both to have each other's backs, Ares proposed after much deliberation, realizing he could not dissuade Jack from his decision. Jack, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement, and Ares summoned a Caucasian woman who approached briskly. What is it, General Ares? The woman inquired. Rhea, you are to accompany Jack on his journey to the Eastern nations. Ensure his safety. He is our esteemed summoner, Ares instructed, ruffling his hair. The woman named Rhea nodded, saluting in acknowledgement of her duty. Jack, feeling resigned, patted Rhea's shoulder, stating, Dear lady, your presence is not necessary. Nay, it is a command from General Ares. And I must fulfill it, Rhea replied resolutely. Jack acquiesced, choosing to gather some supplies before preparing for the journey alongside his female aide. Is there anything you need to prepare? If so, do so promptly. Jack urged impatiently, noting that Rhea had remained silent by his side, seemingly unfazed by the task. Sir, my belongings were packed prior to my arrival, Rhea responded loudly, leaving Jack with no choice but to disregard her. As Julie clarified her intentions and revelations to Wang Kong and Wang Professor, Wang Kong resolved to invite her to the hall for a more thorough discussion. Meanwhile, others were free to attend to their own affairs. The groom, Wang Yue, who had previously been disinterested, approached Julie once more, saying, Grandfather, Uncle Wang, I wish to challenge her again. After being defeated by Jiuli previously, he felt emboldened by a newfound rapport with his elders and decided to confront her once more. Firstly, you are amidst a period of collaboration. Secondly, as someone who harbors feelings for your wife, it is only logical that you engage in this duel. Gao Tian and Gao Shaoxian rushed over, seemingly informed by someone of the impending challenge. You've lost your mind. What are you thinking, Julie? Do not take this seriously. He is merely intoxicated. Wang Kong bellowed as he reacted to his grandson's declaration, shocking everyone present who had only just become aware of the formidable entity at their doorstep. Silenced by Julie's earlier display of strength, Wang Professor contemplated the prospect of obtaining Julie's blood for research and questioning whether a clone could surpass the original. Very well, I shall engage you. Julie initially showed little interest in his challenge, feeling no inclination toward this individual. Had it not been for the necessity of Wang Kang's involvement, she would have dismissed him outright. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue looked to the women who had been holding him back. They released him, allowing Wang Yue to shed his suit, loosen his sleeves, and prepare his body for the confrontation with Julie. One move, Julie remarked, barely opening her eyes. Wang Yue, stung by her disdain, felt a surge of anger as he unleashed a barrage of wind blades directed at Julie, simultaneously drawing in the elemental winds around him and expelling them towards her. Julie simply waved her hand, causing the wind blades to vanish, only to reappear inverted. Hurtling back towards Wang Yue in an instant, Julie vanished from sight, leaving Wang Yue surrounded by wind blades. However, as Julie materialized behind him, she effortlessly extended her right hand, delivering a light slap amidst the swirling blades. Wang Yue, sensing the impending strike, intensified his elemental output as the blades sliced through his sleeves but failed to breach Julie's skin. With a dismissive glance, Julie pressed her palm against his chest, causing Wang Yue to expel a jet of blood. She turned her head aside to avoid the spray, yet the blood splattered near Gao Tian and Gao Xiaoxian's feet. Wang Yue was sent flying, crashing into a chair and collapsing to the ground, prompting Gao Tian and Gao Xiaoxian to express their concern and fury towards Julie. Before Wang Kong could voice his thoughts, he recognized that Julie had merely inflicted a minor injury on Wang Yue. However, Gao Tian and the others were oblivious to this fact. Li Fei, it is no wonder that Sister Qingyu dislikes you. It appears you value our bodies so highly. Wang Yue was merely challenging you, and yet you have harmed him, Gao Tian yelled in anger. Upon hearing this, Julie, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, briefly flashed a look of derision, stating, "Did you truly believe you two were of such worth? Merely women. I came here out of consideration for an old friendship. Your man could not restrain himself and foolishly sought to challenge me. Do you understand how I have reached this level? You accuse me of coveting your bodies. It is truly laughable." Pausing, she continued, "With my current strength, I would be revered like a deity wherever I go. Do I truly need to fear the absence of women? Wake up, foolish woman. It is quite pitiable." Gao Xiaoxian frowned, aware of her sister's words but oblivious to the fact that Julie only regarded her as a friend, and that it had indeed been Yue who initiated the conflict. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Gao Tian, undeterred, shouted, summoning 6 evolved beings who, upon closer inspection, were revealed to be clones of Julie. Julie suddenly erupted in laughter. As Julie vanished from the wary gazes of Wang Kong and the others, she reappeared beside the 6 evolved beings, who immediately launched an attack upon her. Julie activated her powers, withstanding their punches as her body lifted off the ground. Her form disappearing from sight in a flash, she materialized behind them, whispering, "Rest assured," as the 6 beings' throats were sliced open. Their heads tumbled to the ground. Julie waved her right hand, igniting flames that consumed their bodies. "You may depart now. We have matters to attend to." Wang Professor observed Wang Kang's discomfort as his granddaughter-in-law had dared to send her subordinates to confront their guest. Julie cast a mocking glance at the flustered Wang Kong, gesturing towards the removed and supported Wang Yue. "Now we can engage in a proper discussion regarding the proposal I mentioned earlier," Julie said, tapping her fingers on the table. Wang Kong took a sip of tea, resignedly nodding, while Wang Professor had no objections. "Very well, let us proceed with our collaboration," Julie declared with a smile as she rose. Back at their villa, Wang Yue and the others returned, with Wang Ming wearing a sullen expression as he observed the 3 busy individuals. He approached Wang Yue and delivered a sharp slap, the sound echoing in the air and leaving the 2 women in shock. Wang Yue, puzzled, understood that his father would not strike without cause. "Are you out of your mind? Tell me, are you truly a fool?" Wang Ming shouted. "What is wrong? I do not believe I have erred," Wang Yue replied, perplexed. "Do you think you can provoke Julie now? Without any pretense, one might ask, if someone were to wish you harm, what would you do if they struck you while you were sound asleep?" Wang Ming scratched his head and pondered aloud. Gao Tian wanted to pacify the furious Wang Ming, but Gao Xiaoxian restrained her, indicating that it was best not to disturb Wang Ming and his companions at that moment. After a lengthy conversation lasting 10 minutes, the 2 women returned to the living room, only to overhear Wang Ming commanding, "You, go to the hall and apologize to that woman immediately. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." Gao Tian was indignant, questioning the fairness of being compelled to apologize when they were the victims. With that, she broke free from Gao Xiaoxian's grasp and confronted Wang Ming, expressing her discontent. Wang Ming, however, remained unfazed by her objections. He found her lack of wit astonishing, feeling she was half as clever as her sister. He restrained his urge to retaliate upon hearing Gao Tian's words and noticing Gao Xiaoxian's worried gaze. First, he continued, "My father is currently engaged in a partnership with Julie, and it is unwise to offend a powerful ally. Second, if you had managed to withstand even a single blow, it would have spared my father some embarrassment. After all, Enduring an attack from a junior would demonstrate that progress is not solely attributed to you. Li Fei, third. You did not endure even one strike. Yet you dared to question Julie in the hall. Do you not realize the magnitude of Julie's strength? You are not the world's most beautiful woman. There are many who surpass you in beauty. Fourth, how could you even think of sending someone up? If you could salvage a shred of dignity, that would be fine, but your entire group was annihilated, thereby complicating my father's negotiations. This could even lead to a significant loss and a detrimental hit to our morale. Do not forget, there are some who harbor ulterior motives within the capital base. Observing the stunned expressions of those present, Wang Ming concluded, mark my words, if Julie departs without leaving a trace today, he will undoubtedly be escorted away by the Yuan family. They have long coveted our position. After articulating these points, Wang Ming appeared somewhat fatigued. Gao Shaoxian stepped forward, gently kissed his forehead, and tenderly massaged his temples as he closed his eyes to recuperate. Chapter 9. Taking action after Julie and Wang Kong concluded their discussions. Julie prepared to take his leave. Wang Kong suggested they share a meal before departing. Julie considered this but stipulated that Lin Qingyu must attend the luncheon. Otherwise, there was no point in gathering, subtly hinting at another engagement he needed to attend. Wang Kong, understanding it was likely an invitation from the Yuan family, chuckled and asked Julie and Professor Wang to wait in the hall while he tended to a few matters. Professor Wang nodded and led Julie towards the dining area, after which Wang Kong concealed his smile and made his way to Wang Ming's residence. Wang Ming estimated that it was nearly time for lunch, prompting him to ask his wife, Gao Shaoxian, to bring their son out so he could play with him, knowing his father was on his way. True to his expectations, Wang Kong soon appeared in Wang Ming's living room. Initially inclined to express his anger, his demeanor shifted to one of warmth upon seeing his chubby grandson before him. Little one, be good, he cooed. Wang Ming sighed in relief internally as he handed his grandson back to his daughter-in-law. Casting a complicated glance at his son, do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts, Xiener. Please take the child upstairs, Wang Kong instructed sternly. Gao Tian, following closely behind, hesitated to leave, feeling an inexplicable apprehension in the presence of her elder. The highest authority of the Wang family, Datoner, you stay, I have matters to discuss with you, Wang Kong said, half amused, half annoyed, as he noticed his granddaughter-in-law's attempt to slip away. Gao Tian nodded obediently, seating herself beside her husband. Her head bowed like an obedient child. Enough that I understand you are only trying to protect Yue, but such situations must not arise again. Wang Kong admonished, Dad, did Julie give you any trouble? Wang Ming, relieved that his father was not in a foul mood, quickly inquired. Recalling Julie's mention of an unfair agreement, he felt a surge of anger, frustrated that he was not receiving support from the Wang family. As if they believed he could not take action against Julie. Nothing of the sort. Later, you all will accompany me to the hall, and Yue, bring that Lin Qingyu girl along. It seems Julie has taken quite an interest in her. Wang Kong replied. Wang Yue nodded and went downstairs to inform Lin Qingyu. Gao Tian, who had intended to speak, remained silent, feeling discontent but restrained by Wang Kang's presence. In the hall, Julie and Professor Wang discussed the issues surrounding the clones, particularly the mutations that had occurred. Julie was perplexed, feeling that his physical form no longer fit within the realm of humanity. How about I let you extract some blood? I suspect it could lead to further breakthroughs. Professor Wang proposed. Julie shook his head in refusal, thinking it absurd to allow Professor Wang to clone him, only to face him as before. After being rejected, Professor Wang did not take offense, instead lamenting the future of humanity, which caused Julie to contemplate his frustrations. Just then, Wang Kong and others arrived, jovially announcing, apologies for the wait. As the group gathered, Julie continued sipping his tea with a stoic expression. Wang Kong refrained from further comment, and Julie glanced at the Gao sisters, sighing internally. He had never anticipated their perception of him would be so skewed, but it was a relief not to worry about their opinions any longer. Grandpa, I'm here, Wang Yue announced as he entered. Julie ignored him but lifted his gaze upon hearing a familiar voice, his heart fluttering at the sight of a long-missed beauty. Lin Qingyu frowned, noticing Julie's unusual demeanor. She had not expected to be in the presence of Julie today. Observing her aloofness, Julie felt a pang of hurt, reminded that he had yet to find Xiao Xian. which caused him further regret. Nevertheless, he understood he needed to address the matters at hand. Julie regarded Lin Qingyu in silence. Wang Kong chuckled, breaking the awkward tension between the two. Julie nodded at him and returned to his seat. Today's gathering serves two purposes: to celebrate our newfound collaboration and to extend my apologies, Yu Wei, Wang Kong proclaimed, raising his glass in Julie's direction. Julie considered this and rose to toast Wang Kong. Smiling. There is no need for such formalities. Chief Wang, as your grandson is still young. It is only natural to avoid rashness. I can understand. Wang Yue's lips twitched as he looked at Julie, thinking if he were still a child, then Julie must be youthful as well. However, understanding the dynamics of power, he said nothing, aware that his grandfather would not let him off lightly. Thus, he raised his glass and addressed Julie. Brother Julie, I apologized. It was my folly, and I wish to make amends. Julie glanced at him coolly, accepting the glass and responding, since I am friends with your father, it would be more appropriate for you to address me as elder brother. After finishing his drink, he set the glass down. The others nodded in agreement under Wang Kang's watchful gaze, and Julie chose to disregard Wang Yue, resuming his conversation with Wang Kong and the others about the mysterious biological entities. I fear that soon, powerful individuals from various regions will converge here, and the location I refer to extends beyond our earthly bounds, Julie stated. Wang Kong sighed, in that case, we shall rely on you, Brother Julie, to take action, for we lack the personnel to manage such a situation. Indeed, the recent heavy snowfall has significantly depleted our numbers at the capital base, and we have very few strong individuals remaining. With even fewer clones having survived, Professor Wang lamented. After the meal, under Wang Kang's direction, Lin Qingyu and the others were assigned to accompany Julie on a tour of the inner workings of the base. With nothing pressing to attend to, Julie found the request intriguing and agreed to their proposal. As they walked, observing the respect shown by the evolvers towards them, Julie noted that the Wang family's governance was quite commendable. Upon reaching the guardhouse where he had once resided, Julie halted, having noticed a group of individuals engaged in light-hearted chatter. How nostalgic, Julie remarked softly. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Oh, you foul woman. Do you dare to challenge me? Let go. Get down yourself. Our capital base does not accept the disabled. Enough. How can you be so cruel to an elder of such age? Are you all right, sir? Listening to the conversation, Julie cast a curious glance at the top of the city wall, while Wang Yue silently cursed the unfortunate turn of events, as he had not anticipated such occurrences in this place, especially during his daily proclamations of bans. Nevertheless, Julie's apparent interest may merely stem from a desire to ascertain the situation. Perhaps if he ascended, those ruffians would behave themselves, Julie genuinely intended to observe. Yet upon reaching the top of the city wall, he was confronted by the disturbing sight of a soldier tearing at a woman's clothing, with a small, pitch-black object the size of a ball rolling nearby. Julie's gaze grew perilous. Before Wang Yue could utter a warning, he extended his right hand, conjuring an ethereal grip toward the soldier, whose body inexplicably flew toward Julie's hand. Spare him. Wang Yue's plea fell on deaf ears. As Julie's right hand seized the soldier by the throat, twisting with a gentle yet lethal force, the sound of a snap echoing as the soldier's neck broke. Chapter 10. The exchange of ice escape. Beholding the lifeless soldier, Julie felt as though his hands had been sullied, yet he knew his immediate concern lay with the woman and the elderly man. Wang Yue, feeling somewhat awkward, regarded Julie, for he had just learned that today's patrol team was under the jurisdiction of the Wang family. If the elderly man and the woman were not acquainted, it would be one matter. However, should they be familiar? A shiver ran down Wang Yue's spine at the thought. Julie approached and helped the elderly man to his feet, then sighed as he draped his own clothing over the half-clothed woman. She nodded in gratitude, whispering a soft thank you. However, when the elderly man lifted his head, Julie was struck with shock, quickly followed by a wave of fury, for this man was none other than his maternal grandfather. How could he be here? And where were his parents? As he gazed at his grandfather, who appeared somewhat dazed, a chill coursed through Julie's heart. Tianxian, is there a way to save my grandfather? Julie called out internally. Yes. The host must locate the ice dragon grass and expend 200,000 points of original power to create the Mingxin pill. Tianxian replied. Upon hearing the requirement of 200,000 points of original power, Julie felt a momentary relief, but the mention of ice dragon grass left him puzzled. What exactly was ice dragon grass? Ice dragon grass is a unique item of the Ice Dragon clan, growing in their habitat and possessing miraculous properties, Tianxin explained, leaving Julie feeling helpless. The last time he merely ventured to explore the Dragon clan's ruins, he nearly lost his life. Now, he was being sent to search for the Ice Dragon clan's dwelling. This is absurd, Julie lamented. Wang Yue and Lin Qingyu hastened toward him, Lin Qingyu staring in astonishment at the disheveled elderly man and the woman clutching an unknown object beside him. Who are you? There is no elemental fluctuation. You do not appear to be an evolver. How did you arrive at the Imperial capital base? Lin Qingyu inquired. You need not concern yourself with that. The elderly man is my grandfather, and this girl is my sister. Wang Yue, I expect an explanation, Julie said coldly. Observing the terrifying aura emanating from Julie, Wang Yue nodded and turned to address the situation. Julie assisted the woman and supported the elderly man as they prepared to descend in search of a place to stay. However, Lin Qingyu stepped forward. Hold on. Everyone entering the Imperial capital base must undergo a check to prevent any viruses from being brought in. Julie's body stiffened at her words. He had not anticipated that the girl who once advised him to protect the elderly and children during the apocalypse would now wear such a facade. Ha, then you might as well check me too, Julie said calmly, turning to face Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu saw no fault in her actions. Moreover, she felt that this man was deliberately causing trouble, as if they had been intimately familiar in the past. After Wang Yue concluded his tasks, he approached, sensing a tense atmosphere. Something seemed amiss. He was displeased, for this secretary, who had previously appeared so astute, now seemed foolish, as if she were unaware of her position. Enough, Your Excellency Julie. The priority is to get your grandfather to the hospital. I mean no offense. It simply appears that he is injured and requires treatment. Standing here is not a solution. What do you say? Wang Yue suggested. Julie offered a faint smile. It seemed Wang Yue was not entirely insufferable, even after having been injured by Julie earlier. The group boarded a vehicle and proceeded directly to the Imperial Capital Base Hospital in the city center. Wang Yue, being the grandson of the base's authority, was naturally a frequent presence, especially as a fourth-tier wind attribute powerhouse. After waiting for 2 hours, Julie observed his grandfather peacefully asleep in the observation room. A sigh of relief escaping him, it was only then that he noticed a girl had been standing behind him for quite some time. Though he felt no signs of evolver characteristics within her, the fact that she could wander about in such scant attire and eventually bring an elderly man here suggested she was not ordinary. What are you doing here? Julie asked. Following you, the girl replied. Why? Julie inquired, intrigued. Because you're very strong, the girl smiled, lifting her gaze. All right. For reasons unknown, seeing the girl's smile reminded him of Xiao Xian when she first accompanied him. You can call me Binger, the girl said after a moment's reflection. Binger, how did you end up here? Julie questioned. By means of a sometimes functional ability, she replied. Yes, that's how I heard them describe it. Oh, is your ability currently functional? Julie asked, observing the girl before him. Binger nodded, closing her eyes. Julie studied her thoughtfully. Why was her complexion so pale? What could be the reason? Upon reopening her eyes, he saw her black pupils had transformed to white, resembling the appearance of white eyes. Binger gently tapped her right foot on the ground, and Julie watched as the corridor rapidly froze. He stood in shock, while those within the patient rooms felt the sudden change and emerged to investigate. What is going on here? Who did this? It was finally warm in here, and now it's as cold as outside. Feeling the chill beneath his feet, Julie shook his head. Just moments earlier, he had asked Binger if she could dissipate the ice, to which she shyly shook her head, explaining that outside, with all the snow, she didn't need to worry about the aftermath. Julie ruffled her hair and snapped his fingers, summoning a surge of crimson energy that swiftly consumed the ice in the corridor. Before long, the corridor returned to its original state. Impressive. It seems I must follow you even more closely from now on, Binger exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Watching the exhilarated girl before him, Julie pondered deeply. He understood her situation. It was likely due to her innate awakened ability being too powerful for her to control. This could be both a blessing and a curse, the positive aspect being her ability could develop autonomously, while the negative aspect could lead to her becoming uncontrollable as her power escalated. Eventually, she might find herself alone in this world, as no one could draw near without turning into an ice sculpture. Who could endure such a fate? Tianxian, I wish to inquire about the ice escape bloodline barrier. I know this inquiry doesn't cost anything, so don't try to cheat me again, Julie stated. Having been deceived too many times to let his guard down. Ice escape. A type of ninjutsu belonging to the bloodline barrier, composed of wind and water attributes, Tianxian provided succinctly. Julie smacked his forehead. Knowing that Tianxian would only provide scant details unless payment was involved. He currently had 6,000 points of original power, as he had replenished some recently by rapidly draining power from several rooms. Surprising Wang Kong and the others at the time. Julie would not divulge this to them. Although they had speculated it might be his doing, without his confirmation, they would not press the matter. How many original power points are needed to exchange for ice escape? Julie inquired. 5,000. Tianxian replied, prompting Julie to nearly choke on his own breath in disbelief. Why is it so cheap? He wondered, feeling tempted. What if I were to exchange it for someone else? 5,000. Tianxian answered plainly. Then why did you demand so much when I exchanged for Liu? Julie asked. Because the system's level was too low at that time, requiring energy for recovery, Tianxian explained. You could have just said you wanted to cheat me back then, Julie retorted, exasperated. Binger observed Julie's expression shifting repeatedly, pondering whether he might be unwell. However, lost in thought, Julie paid her no mind. So, if I exchange for ice escape, what accompanying ninjutsu will it include? Please enlighten me. Deduct 1,000 points, Tianxian stated without hesitation. Then proceeded to answer Julie's query. It will randomly include one type. The specific nature of it depends on the luck of the recipient, as this is relatively impractical. Otherwise, the price wouldn't be so low. However, for those possessing ice attributes, it can assist them in mastering and familiarizing themselves with their abilities more effectively. Enough of that. Please list the skills available. Your explanations are making me drowsy, Julie urged. Julie, in a state of helplessness, mused. Qian Sha Shui Xiang. Unleash Ice Ninjutsu, randomly striking the enemy 8 times without specific targeting. With too many potential targets, damage becomes easily dispersed, making it suitable only for situations where the enemy is limited in number. Allowing for effective harvesting. Lingyu Shuang Hua. Using blood inheritance to ensnare opponents within ice, the caster utters shattered ice, causing the remnants of the opponent's body to drift away, which can also serve as a means for burial, and can be modified if necessary. This skill should not even be considered. Without formidable strength, merely trapping the opponent is already a feat. Upon observing the second skill, Julie momentarily lost his focus, astonished by the existence of such a grotesque ability. However, seeing the subsequent reminder, he expressed his frustration. Ice Ninjutsu. Mirror of ice crystals. By condensing moisture in the air through blood inheritance, the caster creates a series of ice mirrors that encircle the opponent, allowing for freedom of movement and attacks within the mirrors. Condensed snowy realm. With blood inheritance, the caster reduces the opponent's mental fervor to absolute 0, 100C, leading to their mental distortion and eventual demise. This skill can also be used to manipulate the opponent to achieve one's ends. The condensed snowy realm feels akin to illusion techniques, yet the latter merely controls and hypnotizes without such extreme measures. Julie remarked upon the newly revealed skills. Secret technique, crystal binding technique. By physical contact with another's body, the moisture within can be instantaneously frozen entirely or partially, as needed. Secret technique, metamorphosis technique. By physical contact, the moisture within another's body can be instantaneously evaporated, either entirely or partially, as needed. These two techniques represent the pinnacle of ice-based abilities, Julie thought as he regarded the metamorphosis and crystal binding techniques. Ice Ninjutsu. Black Dragon Storm Kill. Utilizing natural snow and his own wind ninjutsu to conjure a blizzard. Natural snow and his wind ninjutsu. Perhaps it is indeed practical. And if I were to transplant ice ninjutsu, wouldn't I also gain wind ninjutsu? Julie inquired. Indeed, came the response from Tianxian Dao. Ice ninjutsu. Ice prison technique. Similar to the water prison technique, but does not require the use of ability to maintain nor proximity to the target. Ice ninjutsu. Swallowing snow. Transforms snow into dart-like projectiles to attack foes. Ice ninjutsu. Ice pillar. Summons ice pillars to strike at enemies. After reviewing all the skill descriptions, a headache ensued, as only a handful proved useful. While the final techniques were entirely reliant on her own mastery of ice abilities, his thoughts drifted away from the grand hall, landing on the still-gazing Bing Air. However, the peculiar glint in her eyes stemmed from his earlier strange expression, leaving Julie oblivious to her doubts about his mental state. "Are you truly certain about staying by my side?" he asked once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Bing Air nodded. Having witnessed the deference from the Imperial Base's personnel toward Julie, she instinctively perceived him as formidable. Julie drew closer to Bing Air, leaning his head toward her. Bing Air, unaccustomed to such close proximity with a stranger, felt a rush of shyness, wanting to push him away. Yet recalling his earlier words, she suppressed her impulse, remaining still. Julie inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her, a delicate aroma mingling with the subtle scent of youth. "Then you shall consume this," he declared, producing a black pill from his pocket and offering it to her. Observing the abrupt change in Julie's expression and the black pill before her, Bing Air twitched her delicate nose. Having read enough novels to suspect it was some form of poison, had Julie known her thoughts, he would have found it amusing, for it was merely ice ninjutsu he had exchanged, disguised as a pill to avoid drawing attention, while also curious to see her choice. Bing Air nodded, took the pill, and swallowed it. As it entered her throat, it dissolved instantly, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain throughout her body, causing her to roll her eyes back and faint. Julie shook his head, gently lifting the girl into his arms and slipping into the realm of divine might, conjuring a pool of warm water to immerse Bing Air. Observing the water beginning to freeze, he waved his hand, infusing it with fresh heat. As Julie cradled Bing Air and departed, unbeknownst to him, Lin Qingyu had witnessed the entire scene, her heart sinking as she thought, "Indeed, all men are the same, Li Qing. I miss you so much." Memories of 3 months prior flooded her mind, recalling how, while searching for supplies, Li Qing had bravely stayed behind to confront a horde of zombies to protect her. Within the confines of the realm, having waited a full 2 days, Julie exhaled softly, relieved that Bing Air's transplantation of ice ninjutsu had likely succeeded. She could now freely wield her ice abilities, though he remained uncertain of which specific power she had inherited. Meanwhile, Bing Air repeatedly observed the unfolding scene in her mind. A masked figure engaged in battle, seizing an assailant's fist with one hand while the other appeared to be forming seals. To her astonishment, water splashed at her feet, and upon completing the seals, she leaped backward, unleashing ice blades from her right hand, which erupted into a multitude of ice spikes upon striking the ground, culminating in an explosive burst. After the 14th viewing, the scene vanished, and she opened her eyes, realizing she was submerged in water, her body feeling sticky. Assuming it was time for a bath, she failed to notice the man beside her. Contemplating, she manipulated the elements within her body, shattering her clothes. Julie stared in shock, a trickle of blood escaping his nose. Coughing, he drew Bing Air's attention, who turned to see him staunching the flow of blood. A mix of embarrassment and anger prompting her to splash water at him, her right hand freezing instantly as she hurled it in his direction. Julie countered with a burst of flame from his left hand, the intense heat melting Bing Air's icy projectiles. "How long will you continue to gawk, pervert?" she shouted. Julie, momentarily flustered, slowly turned away. However, prior to fully pivoting, he cast a lingering glance at Bing Air's chest, causing her to hastily cover herself. Moments later, a voice of gratitude reached him from behind, prompting Julie to nod in acknowledgement. He left behind a set of clothes he had procured while Bing Air was unconscious and settled into a meditative position to rest. Chapter 11. The invitation from the Doomsday Salvation Organization. On the 3rd day, after arriving at the Imperial base, 2 new guests arrived above, their attire indicating they were members of the Doomsday Salvation Organization, though their funeral garments were purple, distinguishing them from the core members clad in red. The 2 members descended in a flying craft, and Wang Kong, the head of the Wang family, ordered that they not be shot at. Fully aware of the terror behind their so-called leader, the 2 members landed before Wang Kong. Looking down upon him, They tossed a crimson invitation from their sleeves into his hands before departing once more. Unbeknownst to Julie, who was awaiting news from his grandfather at the hospital, this encounter went unnoticed. Since emerging from the realm, he had collided with Lin Qingyu, and seeing Bing Er's flushed complexion from her recent bath led her to draw inappropriate conclusions. However, Julie had no mind to ponder such matters. "Grandfather, what has transpired?" he lamented softly, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. With 200,000 original powers and the so-called ice dragon grass in mind, he recalled the doctor's words about his grandfather having brief moments of lucidity, yet seemingly haunted by some fear, slipping back into unconsciousness. "And no matter what you are, I shall eliminate you." Julie clenched his fists tightly. Bing Er, observing Julie's distress, felt a twinge of concern but understood that it was best to allow him to contemplate alone. When Wang Kong pushed the door open, Julie returned from his reverie. Confronting the visibly troubled Wang Kong, he gestured towards the outside, prompting Wang Kong to step out. Julie instructed Bing Er to remain in the room while he ventured out, eager to uncover what had so unsettled the powerful Wang Kong. "This is grave. That mysterious organization has made contact again," Wang Kong began, but before he could fully explain what the mysterious organization entailed, Julie deduced he was speaking of the Doomsday Salvation Organization. Yet, how could Wang Kong be connected with them? "Here, take a look at this. It is what they sent." Wang Kong handed Julie the invitation he clutched. Steadying himself, Julie examined the item, puzzled by its contents, and proceeded to unfold it read. 3 days hence, meet at the outskirts of the Imperial base, 10 kilometers away. Failure to comply will result in consequences. The unsigned invitation, brimming with arrogance, bore a resemblance to the Doomsday Organization's style. "In that case, we shall go in 3 days. Bing Er and I will blend in with your group." Julie contemplated that, as they were now partners and her grandfather required his influence for support, she would indeed assist him. Upon hearing Julie's words, Wang Kong tapped the back of his head and began to inquire about the elder's condition, suggesting whether it might be prudent to send additional caretakers. Julie nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that the current caregivers were satisfactory, asserting that they had promised to assist. Wang Kong, intrigued, inquired about the identity of Bing Er, as he had always heard that Julie operated independently. Julie opened the door to the room and called out, prompting Bing Er to emerge, her gaze complex as she regarded Wang Kong. "Please step aside. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities." Upon hearing Bing Er's words and observing Julie's expression, Wang Kong moved aside, resolved to witness the prowess of this young woman. As Bing Er stepped into the corridor, she lightly tapped the ground with her right toe, and with a resounding crash, the entire corridor began to freeze around her. Wang Kong was left utterly astonished, pondering how it was that Julie was already extraordinary, and now her companion was equally formidable. Bing Er clapped her hands, and with a flick of her wrist, the ice on the corridor dissipated, restoring it to its original state. "Now, is there still a problem?" she asked with a hint of pride. Wang Kong could only manage a rueful shake of his head, realizing that if this girl were to become displeased and unleash her powers at his home, he might very well find himself needing to relocate, especially considering the effortless manner in which she wielded her abilities. As evening fell, Wang Kong once again extended an invitation to Julie and Bing Er for dinner, as for Lin Qingyu. Upon hearing from Wang Yue about the events on the city wall, he had decided not to further concern himself with that individual. Julie, feeling rather nonchalant, joined Wang Kong and the others in indulging in the luxuries of the apocalypse. Wine, to her surprise, Julie, who had thought herself impervious to intoxication, found herself quite inebriated after only a few drinks, her speech becoming slurred, and soon she was both laughing and lamenting, much to the amusement of the group, who had not anticipated this side of the usually formidable Julie. Eventually, unable to withstand her drunken antics, Bing Er knocked Julie unconscious and hoisted her over her shoulder, carrying her to the prepared resting quarters. Wang Yue observed Bing Er's imposing demeanor with a flicker of greed in his eyes. However, Wang Kong shot him a warning glance, indicating that this woman was not to be trifled with. Disgruntled, Wang Yue shook his head, feigning inebriation as he requested Gao Tian to assist him back to the villa. Wang Ming, noticing that his son and several important figures were preparing to depart, smiled and took his leave from his father, By the time Binger exited the hall, Julie had regained her senses. However, emboldened by the remnants of alcohol, her hands began to wander inappropriately. Binger, somewhat exasperated, realized that even the typically serious man who would bleed from his nose at the sight of her bathing had this hidden side. With a firm press of her right hand against Julie's waist, a surge of icy energy burst forth, instantly awakening Julie. Rubbing the back of her head, she coughed lightly. "All right, let go of me now. I'm quite awake." Binger chuckled and winked at Julie, who, maintaining a stoic expression, chose to ignore her and walked ahead. 3 days later, surveying the modest group of Tin, Wong Kong, Professor Wong, Wang Yue, and a middle-aged man, along with 6 bodyguards, made their way to the location indicated in the invitation from the Doomsday Salvation Organization. Along the way, Wong Kong instructed Julie and Binger to stay close, eliciting a sense of derision from Binger internally. Nonetheless, Wong Kong had not considered the implications of their presence. He had brought along the middle-aged man as he was a rival contender for leadership of the Wong family in the imperial capital. Representing the Yuan family, in no time, the hour-long journey concluded, revealing a massive earth mound that had formed into a mountain, with no fewer than 5 other teams already present. Julie mused that these must be the leaders from the other bases, pondering the organization's intentions this time. Indeed, Julie had previously been a member of this organization, but due to their negligence regarding the fates of their members and their attempts to frame her, her feelings towards them were far from favorable. "Welcome, everyone. I know that you are all leaders of various bases, and while you may have briefed your subordinates prior to your arrival, it is unfortunate that we have already taken control of the internal affairs of your bases." A woman clad entirely in black announced from the cave entrance. "What? How could this be?" "No. My wife and children, my father." Wong Kong trembled in response. "Do not panic. Do you not see that he seems to be stalling for time? Perhaps to allow something to reappear?" Julie urged. Wong Kong steadied himself, refraining from overt agitation, aware that this mysterious figure merely sought to negotiate. If there was a discussion to be had, they could engage in it properly. "Now, you are all aware of what I mean. However, your terms are quite simple. You simply need to surrender your lives to us. Come forth, Ziyun Longma." The mysterious figure clasped her hands together and unleashed a furious roar towards the sky. Sensing the call, Julie felt a twinge of concern, knowing that creatures summoned in such a manner typically had few weaknesses, a fact he had seldom encountered in his previous life. Suddenly, the sky darkened, revealing a creature shimmering with purple light, resembling both a deer and a horse, its pristine white fur glinting ominously. "This is your ticket to survival," she proclaimed, observing the peculiar creature charging towards them. Julie raised his hand and shouted, "Run." Although the others were uncertain of his intentions, they complied and fled in the opposite direction. Julie turned to Binger. "It's your turn now." Binger nodded, forming hand seals, and instantly, the thick layer of snow began to freeze. The strange creature halted abruptly upon reaching the ice, seemingly intimidated by it. Seeing this, Julie urged Binger to ensnare it, while he continued to observe the peculiar creature. However, it disregarded the commands of its master. Approaching the creature, Julie waved his hand and dispersed the energy contained within its body, feeling a sense of disappointment at its unreliability. As the creature was captured, the previously fleeing individuals received a surge of confidence and gradually surrounded it. However, just as they drew near, a furious roar emanated from within the cave, leading Julie to suspect that something was amiss. The woman before them was merely a pawn to stall for time. Having realized this, Julie took the initiative, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, propelling himself and Binger swiftly into the cave. As they entered, Binger cleared her throat. "What's wrong?" Julie turned, concerned, as he assumed her cough was merely due to illness. Binger thought to herself that this man was hopeless. Despite his immense power, he remained emotionally dense and oblivious. Julie gestured for Binger to follow as they delved deeper. Upon reaching a pivotal moment, they were taken aback by the sight of a massive creature bound by enormous chains. Julie's mind momentarily faltered. "How could it be imprisoned here?" Binger inquired. Julie shook his head, realizing that some matters were best left unsaid. Chapter 12. The Anger of the Chiwen Gagaga. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to this place. Surely, you are not fools, and must understand our intentions? As they awaited the arrival of the remaining individuals, Julie and the others heard an irksome voice, discovering a speaker hidden in the corner. As the voice resonated, the previously restrained creature grew increasingly agitated, and Julie sensed a significant surge in its energy, contemplating whether to conceal Binger in his space. However, she appeared to have caught onto his plan, instinctively distancing herself from him. Seeing this, Julie could only caution her to be careful, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Rest assured, if your people at the base obey, our agents will not harm them. However, should they disobey, the consequences will be theirs to bear. The tone shifted suddenly, causing the faces of those present to pale. Now, let us engage in a game. Indeed, we shall play with this colossal creature before us. Since we captured it, it has been restless, and we need your assistance to explore its limits. Julie frowned, as he began to recall the nature of this creature. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned pale, realizing that they had captured this legendary beast, an utterly reckless act. Listening to Julie's words, Binger expressed her confusion. Julie, do you know what kind of creature this is? It looks repulsive, resembling a fish but lacking a tail. And its voice is dreadful. Professor Wong, overhearing their discussion and Binger's inquiry, suddenly seemed to recall something, glancing at Julie with trembling lips. Could it be that Binger's assessment is accurate? Seeing the apprehensive look on Professor Wong's face, Julie could only nod in resignation, realizing that this time, their return would be fraught with difficulty. Professor Wong sat down despondently on the ground. The others were perplexed, for just moments ago, the cave had been inexplicably blocked, preventing their escape. Given the formidable strength of the Imperial Capital Base, they gathered around Wong Kong, sensing an ominous premonition as they observed the professor's dejected demeanor. Have you heard the saying dragon has 9 sons? Professor Wong stood up again, brushing the dust from his trousers and adjusting his spectacles. I have heard of it, came the reply. I've encountered it before. What's the matter? Yet, there were still those who remained confused, among them Binger, who could be excused for her lack of understanding, as historical matters were not typically the focus of interest for young women. Glancing at Julie, who appeared deep in thought with a furrowed brow, Professor Wong continued, the first son, Chionyo, delights in music and is often depicted crouching at the head of a chin. The second, Yazi, is a bloodthirsty fighter, commonly carved on sword hilts and knife rings. The third, Chao Feng, resembles a beast and is known for his perilous nature, his likeness adorning the corners of palatial stages. Some believe he bears the lineage of dragons. The fourth, Pu Lao, bellows loudly when struck, serving as the beastly knob on bell handles to amplify its sound. The fifth, Swan and I, resembling a lion, enjoys smoke and rest, often depicted on incense burners as he swallows smoke and exhales mist. The sixth, Ba Xia, also known as Bai Shi, resembles a tortoise with teeth, fond of bearing heavy loads, often found beneath steels. The seventh, Bian, resembling a tiger, enjoys litigation, typically portrayed beside prison gates or in official halls. The eighth, Fushi, dragon-like and fond of elegance, coils around the tops of stone tablets. The ninth, Chi-Wan, also known as Chi-Wei or Chi-Wan, with a moist mouth and coarse throat, devours flames, serving as a fire-preventing creature at the ends of temple ridges. After finishing, Professor Wong glanced at Binger, who licked her lips and asked, "Are you implying that this great beast is the 9th son of the dragon?" Chi-Wan? The professor nodded, stating, the Taiping Yulan records. In the Tang dynasty, after the disaster at Liang Hall, a shaman proclaimed, "In the sea, there is a fish resembling a dragon, its tail like chi, and when it stirs the waves, rain descends." Thus a likeness was created at the tail to suppress fire and bring auspiciousness. The text refers to shamans as practitioners of the mystical arts, and the fish-like creature is the predecessor of Chi-Wan. Chi-Wan is associated with water, and it is used as a talisman to ward off evil and prevent fire. Time is of the essence. Chi-Wan is about to break free from its constraints. Ever since the organization's intent was clarified, the trumpet seemed to have malfunctioned, and Jiuli was jolted from his contemplation by the tremendous commotion caused by Chi-Wan's struggles. Wong Kong and the others prepared to escape. Leaving the task of holding back the beast to themselves, the other leaders commanded the evolved beings to advance. but some were so intimidated by Qi Wen's overwhelming presence that they faltered. Especially after hearing Professor Wang declare that this time, escape was truly impossible. Thus, adhering to the philosophy of better to die with a friend than to live alone, they fled, but the cave's confines were limited. Where could they possibly go? Outside the cave, 3 figures stood, and had Julie been present, he would have recognized them. Annie, the swordsman, and the fireman. News of Julie's resurrection had been tightly sealed by Wang Kong. Yet it had still leaked to those with ulterior motives, and this plan was designed to ascertain whether Julie truly lived. Finally, Qi Wen violently tore free from the 6 chains that bound it, bursting forth in a frenzy, engulfed in boundless rage. The 9th son of the dragon. It had never been treated in such a manner, especially by the very beings it had once prayed for protection from. However, as it surveyed the diminutive humans before it, it found it curious that one among them bore the essence of true dragon blood, yet manifested in human form, leaving Qi Wen perplexed. With a furious roar, Qi Wen unleashed a wave of foul stench, causing Julie and the others to retch. The 10 powerful beings present instinctively dispersed to avoid the onslaught in the spot they had just vacated. A column of water erupted. Julie withdrew 8 shuriken from his pouch and hurled them at Qi Wen, who sneezed, causing the shuriken to clatter to the ground. Julie seized Binger and, employing a technique of instant movement, vanished from the spot just as several water arrows struck the ground where he had stood, creating 3 small craters. Qi Wen regarded Julie with disdain, and Julie found it strange, sensing an air of provocation from the beast. Little did he know that Qi Wen mistook him for a dragon, too timid to reveal its true form before humans, an embarrassment to the dragon lineage. Qi Wen disregarded Julie and instead launched an attack on the other 8 evolved beings, who lacked the dragon bloodline and struggled under Qi Wen's oppressive pressure, suffering injuries of varying severity. Qi Wen felt a sense of pride, for it had just heard a voice from within the box that had enraged it, mocking its nobility. Yet, as a creature of honor, it merely sought to teach these humans a lesson. Observing them writhe in agony upon the ground, Qi Wen glanced back at Julie, who whispered something to Binger, and she nodded in response. In an instant, Julie appeared before Qi Wen, gazing up defiantly. Qi Wen mirrored his posture, and the two engaged in a fierce stare down. Suddenly, Qi Wen slammed the ground and opened its jaws wide to swallow Julie whole. Julie managed to evade the attack, but his body was involuntarily propelled towards Qi Wen's gaping maw. Alarmed, he glanced at Binger, who was equally frantic, witnessing Julie on the verge of being consumed. Binger felt a surge of energy in her mind, and with a piercing scream, the cave instantly froze over. Her once jet-black hair turned snow-white, her eyes devoid of emotion, white pupils fixated on Qi Wen, who had been interrupted in its attempt to devour Julie. She raised her right hand, pointing at the creature, and to Qi Wen's astonishment, it felt its body begin to freeze. This was not a favorable turn of events. It thrashed its body and swiped at Julie with a claw. Binger vanished from her spot, reappearing in front of Julie, her form rapidly coalescing into an ice crystal fortress. She grasped Julie's ankle and, in a flash, re-emerged outside the fortress, unleashing a burst of energy upwards into the cave. Piercing through the ceiling and allowing a torrent of wind and snow to flood in, Qi Wen glared furiously at the human woman, and with a thought, summoned numerous water columns around her. With a deafening roar that made everyone instinctively cover their ears, the water columns coalesced into a water dragon that lunged at Binger. Her pupils dilated as the water dragon froze. With a flick of her right hand, it shattered into icy shards. At that moment, Julie appeared beside Binger, the biting cold seeping into his body, but he swiftly countered it with the crimson energy within him. Feeling warmth returned, Binger cast a glance at him, satisfied to see he was unharmed, and turned her attention back to Qi Wen, who, feeling the pressure of true dragon lineage emanating from the human, became increasingly agitated and pained, especially as the storm within the cave intensified. Sensing Qi Wen's retreat, Binger raised her hands to launch an attack, but Julie restrained her, shaking his head. Qi Wen's body spun rapidly and burrowed into the ground. With a deafening crash, Wang Kong and the others collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, but their awareness of the base's situation reignited their urgency. Binger, weakened, plummeted from mid-air, her ice powers waning. Julie caught her in his arms, contemplating taking her into his spatial realm for safety. Yes, he vanished into the divine space. He re-emerged within the cave, frowning at the sight of 8 corpses strewn across the ground, evidently slain by a single sword strike. The previously sealed space had been breached, and Wong Kong and the others were nowhere to be found. Opting not to exit through the cave's mouth, Julie instead flew through the passage Binger had just created, emerging into a snow-covered world devoid of any trace of life. After a moment's thought, he decided to head to the Imperial Capital Base to ascertain the situation. Chapter 12. The incident in the Imperial Capital. Within the Imperial Capital Base, Wang Ming was receiving a mysterious visitor. However, the fluctuating emotions on his face suggested that the meeting was not a fortuitous one. Were Julie present, he would likely recognize the visitor as the fireman leader. Wang, you might consider my proposal. You may view it as a collaboration between us, as you now wield significant power, do you not? The fireman asserted. Are you telling me that my father is truly dead? But what of you, Wei? You haven't harmed him, have you? Wang Ming replied, his face darkening. After all, there has been no news regarding the life or death of his son until now. Observing Wang Ming, who was visibly anxious for his son, Huanan feels a surge of ridicule within. However, just moments ago, while eliminating those evolved beings, it was mentioned that 2 powerful evolved beings had managed to escape, and given their spatial abilities, there is no doubt that it must be Julie. As he contemplates this, Huanan's heart ignites with fervor. Since returning to the base and hearing the leader proclaim that Julie had betrayed them, intending to capture him as a test subject for the research of 5th-tier potions, Huanan has longed for a chance to redeem himself. Although Annie remains indifferent towards him, at least she has not shown any signs of being harvested, indicating that he still has a chance. I have heard that there is a powerful evolved being here named Julie. Is that correct? Does he have any significant individuals here? Huanan interrupts Wang Ming, who is preoccupied with worries for his son's life. Well, Wang Ming hesitates, casting a disgruntled glance at Huanan for disregarding his concerns, but ultimately responds truthfully, yes, there is indeed an evolved being named Julie. Moreover, his grandfather seems to be in our hospital. Upon receiving this information, Huanan promptly activates his communicator to inform his accomplices, Annie and the swordsman. What is it? The swordsman inquires, what's going on? Annie furrows her brow. Just now, I confirmed that Julie is not dead. And I know he will undoubtedly return here, Huanan states. Why? They ask. Because Julie's grandfather is still in the hospital here. He will certainly come back, Huanan replies. Is this information reliable? The swordsman, aware of his partner's unreliability, asks for confirmation again. Hearing the swordsman's insistence, Huanan dismissively retorts, believe it or not, before cutting off the communication. He turns to Wang Ming with a smile, saying, your son is safe. Our leader has taken an interest in him. My son won't be captured by your leader as a test subject, will he? Wang Ming, having researched Huanan's organization, slams the table in indignation. How could he not be furious? He is nearing 40 and wonders if he can ever have another child. Huanan narrows his eyes slightly, gazing at Wang Ming, and speaks slowly, do not forget, collaborating with us and becoming the spokesperson for our organization is your only way out. If your son knew that you conspired against your own father for power, how do you think he would feel? Enough. I agree to your terms, I agree. Wang Ming mutters wearily as he collapses into his chair. Huanan regards him with a hint of mockery. These so-called high-ranking individuals are merely engaging in intrigue, willing to betray even their own families. Huanan rises and swiftly vanishes from the hall. Preparing to visit the hospital, perhaps the target is already there. Huanan's contemplation is not misplaced. The moment Julie arrives at the Imperial Capital Base, he senses a heavy atmosphere surrounding him. With soldiers patrolling incessantly, a stark contrast to the usual tranquility. Julie decides to check on his grandfather first. Upon arriving at the hospital, he discovers that his grandfather has not yet awakened, but he lies peacefully asleep, with the surrounding machinery indicating stability. You are indeed here, a familiar voice calls from behind, and before Julie can turn, a wave of heat rushes towards him. He swiftly uses his teleportation technique to evade the attack and ponders thoughtfully as he gazes at Huanan. Chapter 13. Defeating the trio. Huanan observes Julie suspended in midair with curiosity. The last time they met, Julie could not float like this. Julie, his expression unreadable, gazes back at him, as he seems to have deduced the hidden hand behind the events. What are you doing here? Julie breaks the silence with a question, landing gracefully on the ground. Huanan remains unhurried. Knowing he has already messaged the two accomplices, who should be en route, I believe you have guessed correctly. Indeed, our leader is the instigator of this plan. The owner of the Imperial Capital Base has changed? Huanan declares. So, Wang Kong is dead? Julie inquires. Yes. The current head is Wang Ming, Huanan confirms once more. After a brief acknowledgement, Julie turns towards the Wang family's residence within the Imperial Capital Base. Seeing this, Huanan pulls out his communicator to inform the two of the new location, only to realize Julie has already moved far ahead. He quickly rushes after him. The swordsman receives a message on his communicator, which states, Julie is heading to the Wang family residence. Hurry! Annie, waiting outside for Julie's arrival, also receives the same message. Both of them swiftly head to the Wang family residence. Initially, Annie and the swordsman believed that one of them could handle the target alone, but for reasons unknown, the leader ordered them to act in unison. Julie observes Wang Ming's troubled expression and states, It's all right, I have a general understanding of the situation, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. I will ask you one thing. How do you plan to treat the Gao sisters? I will naturally take good care of the Gao sisters, Wang Ming replies, setting down his teacup. Julie nods. Very well, that puts my mind at ease. Aren't you going to greet your guests? Wang Ming, puzzled by who else could be arriving, is soon enlightened when two men and a woman appear. Well, it has been a while. Julie remarks, raising an eyebrow. The swordsman nods, noticing the silent Annie and Huanan beside him. You all stay out of this. I want to settle things with him. I was eager for a rematch. But there never seemed to be an opportunity. Annie remains silent, and Huanan does not undermine his partner's pride, merely raising his hand towards Julie. The swordsman then proposes, This place is too small. Let us move outside. Julie nods in agreement, and they step into the courtyard of the Wang family residence. The swordsman gazes at Julie with fervor, aware that Julie has grown stronger, yet uncertain of just how much. With a swift motion, the swordsman draws his sword, unleashing a glimmering blade that descends upon Julie. Smiling slightly, Julie brandishes the Tianqian sword, effortlessly blocking the swordsman's attack, and utters a resounding dragon roar that reverberates in the swordsman's mind. Shaking his head to regain focus, the swordsman finds himself immobilized. As he regains control of his body, he realizes the tip of Julie's sword is poised against his throat. You are formidable, I concede, the swordsman admits graciously, releasing his sword and looking at Julie, who gives a slight nod in return as he retracts his own blade. Are you two joining forces, or will it be a one-on-one? Julie provocatively calls out, observing the retreating swordsman, the flustered Annie, and the astonished Huanan. Unable to contain himself, Huanan conjures a fireball and hurls it toward Julie, with a mere gesture. Julie disperses the fireball, realizing that the abilities of these two are far too elementary compared to his own, especially when juxtaposed with Bing Er's prowess. It becomes clear to Julie that evolved beings endowed with innate abilities are significantly stronger than those who acquire powers through potions. Annie remains silent, but Julie senses a gust of wind behind him. Instinctively activating his divine might, he allows Annie to pass through his illusion. Upon reappearing, Annie is taken aback, recalling how Julie had previously evaded her attacks. Yet now he seems to have grown exponentially. Julie shakes his head and beckons the two with a finger. Huanan, sensing the challenge, begins to gather energy. Moments later, the sky ignites as if ablaze, leaving Julie momentarily captivated. Huanan, feeling drained, collapses to the ground, yet his focus remains fixed on Julie. Julie, observing the panting Annie, remarks, Young lady, are we still fighting? To be honest, if the three of you collaborated, you might stand a chance against me, but alas, you are simply too foolish. Having been trained by legendary figures like Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, Julie's combat experience far surpasses theirs. However, it was unexpected that they were utterly oblivious to the intentions of their leader. Annie, gazing at the mocking Julie before her, clenched her teeth. With her powers manifesting, she launched a punch directly at Julie. Yet, Julie was equally swift. seizing Annie's fist and unleashing a surge of crimson energy that penetrated her body, causing her to cry out in pain. But a flicker of cold light appeared first, prompting Julie to release his grip on Annie's hand. It turned out that the swordsman could no longer bear to watch and intervened to save Annie. After checking her pulse, he discovered two forces clashing within her. Utilizing his formidable chi, he assisted in clearing Annie's meridians before lifting her into his arms. Be cautious. The leader remains quite curious about your condition. As for that fireman, you may let him be. He is not inherently malevolent. We part ways here, the swordsman stated. And no sooner had he spoken than he vanished with Annie, leaving behind a flurry of snowflakes and the fireman sprawled in the snow. Chapter 14. The arrival of an old friend. Julie observed the disappearing figures and turned to regard the color-changing Wang Ming before him. Very well, you may manage the Imperial Capital Base in your own way. Should I encounter your son, I will bring him to you. After delivering this statement, a ripple of spatial energy surged, and Julie vanished from the scene, for he had received a signal from his doppelganger indicating that Binger had awakened. Julie hastily abandoned Wang Ming and slipped into the void. Binger seemed to feel as though she had been in a deep slumber for an eternity. Upon awakening, she sensed her ice-controlling abilities had grown even more potent. Gazing at her surroundings, she was momentarily bewildered, realizing she was inside a room. The door opened, and on instinct, Binger waved her hand, instantly freezing the gap of the now ajar door. Outside, Julie, slightly exasperated, called out, "It's me. Julie, please remove the ice." Upon hearing this, Binger waved her hand once more, and the ice encasing the door melted away, allowing Julie to enter and find Binger lost in thought. "What troubles you?" Julie inquired upon entering. "It seems my ice manipulation has advanced further, yet my ice powers appear to have intensified as well." "Julie, will I become destined to live in solitude?" Binger murmured, clutching Julie tightly. To her, the thought of dying alone was maddening. Julie understood her concerns and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Fear not. I shall continue to remain by your side. However, it seems you have grown even stronger," Julie remarked with a hint of resignation. He expressed this because, despite his current constitution, he found it increasingly challenging to withstand the bone-chilling aura emanating from her. After calming Binger, he extricated himself from her embrace and led her out of this celestial space. Emerging into the snowy expanse, Julie guided Binger toward the hospital where his grandfather was located. He realized he could not yet depart or act against the Imperial Capital Base, mindful of the turmoil he had caused with Wang Ming and the intricacies of his relationship with Wang Ming's wife, which suggested a potential threat to his loved ones. "Regardless of your affiliations with that organization, do not harm those dear to me," Julie vowed fiercely within. Upon returning to the hospital, Julie and Sienna were unaware of the arrival of two new entities overhead. If it were not for Wang Ming's broadcast announcing yet another invasion, Julie would have preferred to quietly protect the elderly. It was none other than Jack and his aide, Ria, accompanied by a woman who, if Julie were present, he would recognize as the long-missing Xiao Xian. Jack, brimming with excitement, urged Xiao Xian to show him around. Wang Ming, receiving the news, rushed to the scene, observing the colossal bird and an exuberant foreigner, alongside a fair-skinned female officer. Was that not the woman who once accompanied Julie? "Are you not Hong Xiaoxian? What brings you here, and who are these two?" Wang Ming inquired, pushing through the crowd. Regardless of the situation, the Chinese remained ever curious about unfolding events. Xiao Xian was attempting to free herself from Jack's grasp when she spotted Wang Ming. "Where are the others? We got separated at one point, and this gentleman brought us here," she explained. As Xiao Xian and Longer departed the mountains, she noticed Longer had fallen into a deep sleep, accompanied by a flash of golden light. A distinct biological pattern manifested on Xiao Xian's right hand. Meanwhile, Jack and Ria, wandering through the snowy landscape, stumbled upon her. After some inquiry, Xiao Xian agreed to accompany them, promising to explain their intentions upon entering the Imperial Capital Base. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's explanation, Wang Ming welcomed the exceptional summoner Jack, dispatching a translator to accompany them, inviting the trio to the Wang residence. As for the large avian creature, it was deemed best to allow it to act independently. Jack whistled, and the creature responded with a call, spreading its wings to soar into the sky. Meanwhile, Wang Ming instructed his assistant to check if Julie was still at the hospital and to inform him of an old acquaintance's arrival, hoping for a reunion. Thus, as Julie, weary from exhaustion, rested in a chair, Binger sighed in relief, noting that he had likely not rested for days. If this continued, his health might falter. Yet soon, a knock echoed at the door. Startling Binger, she instinctively opened it to find Wang Ming's aide, someone familiar with Julie. "What brings you here?" Binger frowned, aware that Julie had just begun to rest, indicating that something urgent required Julie's attention. "The leader asked me to inform Lord Julie that an old friend has arrived and wishes to see him," the aide replied. "Which friend?" Binger inquired. "It seems to be a young lady who once accompanied Lord Julie," the aide clarified. Noticing the aide's concern for her, Binger sensed his unease, wondering how he had offended her. She could only imagine what would happen if the leader found out. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." Upon hearing the voice behind her, Binger realized Julie had awakened. In truth, Julie had not been sleeping but had merely stepped out to observe the situation in the main hall. The moment he emerged, he overheard the conversation between the aide and Binger, pondering whether Xiao Xian had come to visit. If so, he could focus on locating the ice dragon grass. Hearing Julie's acknowledgement, the aide departed without delay. "Binger, what troubles you? Come with me. I suspect that girl has endured much to return here. I am eager to learn what has transpired." Observing Julie's previously gentle demeanor now tinged with coldness, Binger was taken aback. Did that woman bring something with her? Julie seemed to harbor a grudge. The two arrived at the grand hall of the Wang residence, encountering a tall, slender foreign man with golden hair, a fair-skinned woman, and Xiao Xian seated beside Wang Ming. Julie regarded Xiao Xian with curiosity. Upon seeing Julie approach, Xiao Xian rushed forward in excitement, but Binger deliberately positioned herself in front of her. "Step aside." Xiao Xian glared at the hostile-looking woman before her. Raising her hand to strike, Binger, undeterred, retaliated with her own palm strike. The ensuing skirmish between the two women left the onlookers bewildered, including Julie, who was perplexed by their sudden clash. Nevertheless, he recognized it as a mere sparring match and refrained from intervening. He was aware that Xiao Xian had likely gained enhancements from the Dragon Egg contract, yet the extent of her powers remained uncertain. Perhaps it would be beneficial to let Binger test the waters. Binger reached out with her left hand, splashing water beneath her feet as she leaped backward, forcefully sweeping her right hand toward Xiao Xian. Sensing danger, Xiao Xian swiftly retreated, witnessing a plethora of ice spikes erupting from the ground before her. This display startled Xiao Xian, but she was no novice. Casting a resentful glance at Julie, she shut her eyes. Meanwhile, Binger showed no restraint, forming hand seals as swirling snowflakes gathered around her. Understanding that Xiao Xian was preparing for something, she resolved to settle their contest decisively. Xiao Xian opened her eyes, unleashing a terrifying pressure as a brilliant golden light surged toward Binger. In response, Binger thrust her hands forward, summoning a naturally formed ice dragon that roared toward the encroaching golden radiance. Yet, the golden light effortlessly pierced through Binger's attack, steadily advancing. Binger furrowed her brow, evading the light, which seemed to have locked onto her. Enough of this commotion. I hope that neither of the two girls will suffer any injuries. Julie spoke. Xiao Xian shouted at Julie, "Then why didn't you say anything when that woman struck me just now? But when I retaliated, you chose to speak." Confused and aggrieved, Xiao Xian gazed at the man before her, pondering whether she had made a mistake by running out and inadvertently causing Long Air to fall into a deep slumber. With this thought, Xiao Xian turned and walked away, not even glancing back at Julie. Julie shook his head and unleashed a crimson energy into the golden light, extinguishing its brilliance. Only then did he realize that Xiao Xian merely intended to teach this Binger a lesson, wishing for her to behave and follow closely behind him. Entering the hall, he observed the slightly tense atmosphere within and expressed his gratitude. "Xiao Xian, I shall take my leave first," Julie stated. Wang Ming nodded, about to say something, but Xiao Xian was displeased. She unleashed a torrent of English at Jack and Ria, prompting Jack to slam the table in anger, rising to confront Julie with a barrage of words. Julie furrowed his brow and inquired of the translator beside him, "What is this foreigner saying?" The translator replied, "He claims you are a heartless scoundrel." This young lady has exerted herself to find you. Yet you allow other women to strike her. You are unworthy of her affection." Wang Ming, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this foreigner was indeed unwittingly bold. Julie found Jack's outrage somewhat amusing. In an instant, he closed the distance between them and appeared before Jack, who was taken aback by this unforeseen event. Xiao Xian, thinking Julie intended to harm Jack, grew anxious, for during their conversation on the way, she had developed a modicum of fondness for this foreigner. In a moment of impulse, she pushed Julie away. Fearing that his internal energy would instinctively shield him, Julie contracted his power. Yet Xiao Xian's push forced him back. Bing Air observed this with concern, believing it impossible for someone of merely third-tier evolution to push Julie, thus assuming he had been injured. In truth, while Julie appeared to extinguish the golden light casually, he had indeed been invaded by its essence. After all, he had only fortuitously acquired the bloodline of the dragon race, which could not compare to the primal strength of the dragons. Perhaps when he cultivated to the realm of the dragon god and transformed into a dragon, he would truly soar through the heavens and earth. Chapter 15. The next breakthrough. I ask you one last time. Will you come with me? Julie gazed at Xiao Xian. Upon hearing his tone, Xiao Xian seemed to become indignant, expressing her unwillingness to accompany him, wondering what he could do about it. Julie took a deep breath and attempted to forcibly draw Xiao Xian into the spatial realm using his divine might. But the golden light surrounding her countered his power. Seeing this, Julie feared that continued attempts might harm Xiao Xian. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Xian was unaware of Julie's intentions, but Long Air had informed her before her fainting that if anyone sought to harm her, Long Air would protect her. With this in mind, Xiao Xian was even more determined to ignore Julie, thinking to herself that he was trapped in the imperial capital base and could not escape. She doubted he would come seeking her. Yet she was mistaken. As Julie withdrew his divine might, a warning surged within him. Something was approaching. He pondered for a moment and said to Wang Ming, "Wang Ming, please take care of Bing Air and the elderly gentleman in the hospital. I have matters to attend to, and I shall take my leave." Without waiting for others to respond or inquire, Julie vanished in an instant. Xiao Xian's gaze was complex, yet she remained silent, for Julie's earlier words had indeed mentioned her. However, Bing Air did not share this sentiment. She unleashed 3 ice spikes toward Xiao Xian. Jack, infuriated, found it acceptable for this woman to attack outside, but now she dared to strike in front of him. He extended his right hand, pointing into the void, causing a massive door to appear, through which a gigantic lizard emerged. Jack commanded the lizard, "Attack this woman. Injure her if you can." Understanding Xiao Xian's intent, he read her expression. The lizard obeyed, its tongue swiftly latching onto Bing Air's left leg. Bing Air smirked disdainfully, her mind focused, freezing the lizard's tongue in an instant. With a flick of her right hand, an ice dagger materialized, slicing through the lizard's tongue. In pain, the lizard lunged at Bing Air, who retaliated with a single-handed ice crystal to block its charge. As the lizard landed, it swiped a claw at Bing Air, who leapt backward, exiting the hall. The lizard, unwilling to let its prey escape, pursued her, but upon encountering the icy wilderness outside, its body stiffened. At that moment, it noticed the summoning gate behind it and let out a defiant roar, writhing its body toward the door. Just then, a colossal white hand erupted from the ground, seizing the lizard's massive form. The lizard was astonished and began to struggle. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, were momentarily speechless, for only moments ago, the scene had been entirely different. Xiao Xian observed the hand beside Bing Air, feeling a chill from the icy pupils that met her gaze. Bing Air, noticing Xiao Xian, smiled faintly, stating, "You are too weak. You have no right to stand by his side. Foreign beings are but refuse." With a blank expression, Bing Air proclaimed. Then, with a grip of her hands, she twisted the lizard's enormous body, snapping it in half, causing a torrential downpour of blood. Bing Air frowned slightly, seemingly concerned that this would soil her attire. With a single gesture toward the sky, an ice fortress materialized around her, enveloping her swiftly. Xiao Xian's thoughts were a mystery to her. She paid no heed to Jack, who was restrained by Rhea and eager for vengeance. She understood that Bing Air's words held some truth, as she felt undeniably weak. Without Long Air's power, she could not withstand Bing Air's onslaught. Yet she believed that one day she would surpass Bing Air. After eliminating Jack's summon creature, Bing Air promptly returned to the hospital, contemplating whether Julie would be there. However, upon her arrival, she found no trace of him. Disheartened, she seated herself and closed her eyes, beginning to reflect. For now, her role was to care for his grandfather while Julie attended to his affairs, as he had promised to return. With this thought, Bing Air began to contemplate the changes she had felt within herself earlier. Undoubtedly, her provocation of Jack had been premeditated. During her confrontation with Xiao Xian, she sensed her internal energy stirring, but Julie's intervention had quelled it. The recent occurrences had provided her with newfound insight into the transformation of ice, channeling the ultimate power of ice through the natural environment. Julie found himself 50 kilometers from the Imperial capital base. In his eyes, the other uses of the Flying Thunder God technique were merely excellent for traversing distances. Thus, after half an hour, he arrived at his destination, having just clarified his internal sensations. It seemed he was on the verge of another breakthrough. Observing his surroundings, he drew out a kunai, focused his mind, and arranged it with telekinesis. With his hands pressed together, he initiated the formation. Julie entered the illusionary formation, sitting cross-legged to mobilize the crimson energy within him. Aiming to break through the second gate, Bai. Watching the once quiet crimson energy within him surge violently, Julie swiftly commenced his cultivation technique, calming himself as he surged toward the second gate. Without any hindrance, Julie burst through the second gate, feeling the energy flowing within him. He opened his eyes and began to practice the second entry of the formation technique, the trapping formation. For him, the breakthrough of the second meridian would allow him to cultivate the second volume of the Ninely Dragon Clan's martial arts technique, which focuses on the cultivation of the 9 meridians within. Each meridian signifies 2 layers of strength for both martial artists and evolutionary beings. However, after the third meridian, a significant gap in strength accumulation will manifest. The duration of this accumulation is contingent upon the extent to which Ninely integrates the bloodline within. The greater the integration, the shorter the time required, and conversely, the lesser the integration, the longer the duration. As Ninely gazed at the intricate characters before him, he realized that the second volume's formation technique already necessitated a modicum of celestial power. Having memorized the material at hand, Ninely closed his eyes to commence his practice. With palms pressed together, he dispelled the illusionary array and executed various incantations. This enigmatic technique summoned the elements of nature, which surged towards him with wild ferocity, culminating in a resounding explosion that sent Ninely hurtling through the air. Raising his head, he looked back at the spot of his previous failure. Bemusement etched on his face. He had not anticipated the challenge posed. If he were to sustain injury due to negligence, it would indeed be a comical misfortune. Undeterred, Ninely repeated the previous steps. Albeit this time he endeavored to control the influx of elements more judiciously. Yet, despite his intentions, the volume of elements still exceeded his grasp, resulting in another detonation that propelled him skyward once more. On his third attempt, Ninely paused before commencing. He opened the volume on the formation technique and meticulously studied the methodologies employed within. Thereafter, he endeavored to replicate the techniques he had observed. Indeed, this time he succeeded, yet a twinge of frustration lingered within him. Did this imply a lack of innate talent, necessitating the mimicry of others' techniques for effective application? As the scenery around him began to shift, Ninely discerned that the trapping formation had taken shape. He felt an urge to test its boundaries, but after taking a few steps, he was met with an overwhelming force that bore down upon him. Accompanied by weapons materializing from thin air to assail him, utilizing his phasing ability to evade, Ninely withstood the pressure and pressed onward. After discerning the patterns of the relentless assaults, he formed hand seals to dissipate the grand formation and set his course towards the northwest. An inexplicable compulsion drove him to the enigmatic base of the Doomsday organization, as he harbored inquiries for its elusive leader. Meanwhile, Wang Ming sat in his office, listening to reports from his subordinates. A palpable frown marring his features. Just moments ago, he had learned of a grave predicament. Due to the lack of progress from Professor Wang and the other scientists, they found themselves confronting a dire issue of dwindling water resources and insufficient food supplies. Although they claimed to be evolutionary beings capable of hunting mutated beasts for sustenance, the harsh winter made the prospect of locating low-tier mutated creatures nearly impossible. Moreover, those mutated beings brave enough to roam the outside world were predominantly formidable. Compounding the water resource dilemma, a reservoir within the Imperial capital base, initially self-sufficient under Professor Wong's management, now faced freezing conditions in the glacier-ridden world they inhabited. Despite the fire elementalist's best efforts, they could not prevent the reservoir from icing over. Consequently, breaking through the ice layer proved futile, and even if they succeeded, the available water resources remained scant. Thus, the reservoir's overseer chose to escalate the issue, passing this troublesome predicament to the leader for resolution. After pondering the situation, Wang Ming summoned his aide, requesting that Professor Wang be brought to him, as he had matters to discuss. The aide nodded and exited the office, making his way to the scientific research lab where Professor Wang was stationed. Half an hour later, the aide entered the office. A look of anxiety etched across his face, prompting Wang Ming's curiosity.